in the city of Tsangnan, within the confines of Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Goodness. What are you doing? Don't restrain me. I'm not insane, you've misdiagnosed me. Yin Yin exclaimed in a state of desperation. Report. The patient's condition appears to have worsened. Her emotions are unstable, and new symptoms have emerged. Then increase the dosage, Dr. Han stated coldly. Supplementary medication, half an hour earlier. Wait, I'm not dead? Yin Yin awoke to find herself in a hospital room, clad in a blue and white striped outfit designated for psychiatric patients. Yin Yin pondered, have I traversed into another realm again? At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in her mind. Indeed, host, you have traversed once more, this time becoming a patient in the world of God-slaying. Oh, God-slaying what? God-slaying? Yin momentarily froze upon hearing the term, before comprehension dawned. This was the very novel she had adored in her previous life. It was her late-night reading that had inadvertently led to her demise. She had anticipated arriving in the afterlife to await reincarnation, yet instead, she found herself transported to a realm of cultivation. Thanks to the system of golden finger, she became the first dual cultivator of both immortality and demonic arts in that realm, ultimately rising to become its most formidable being. She had perished in the battle against the ancient beast Taotie from the demon realm, leading to her subsequent reincarnation within the God-slaying narrative. Reflecting on her past life, Yin Yin found it surreal. Host, we have come to this world to alter all the tragic endings in the original God-slaying narrative. Alter the tragic endings? Truly, the pen of Sanjiu is beyond mere mortals. Upon reading it, I felt compelled to send him a blade in protest. But now that I am here, let me reshape your destinies. Ah ha ha, cough cough. Yin Yan's laughter was so vigorous that she choked on her own saliva. The system expressed its exasperation. As Yin Yin flung open the door, she locked eyes with Dr. Han, who was about to enter. Upon witnessing the patient before him, coupled with the haunting laughter he had just heard, fear gripped him. He urgently summoned assistance to restrain Yin Yin, leading to the scene described at the beginning. Dr. Han guided Yin Yin back to his office, preparing to administer medication, when a knock sounded at the door. A voice followed. Dr. Han, I am Lin Xie, here for a follow-up check. If all is well, I shall be formally discharged. Come in, Dr. Han replied. Upon hearing the name Lin Xie, Yin Yin momentarily froze, only to be entranced when a boy clad in a red hoodie, with a black silk band tied over his eyes, stepped in. This Lin Xie truly resembles the description in the novel, and he's quite handsome. Yin remarked to the system. The system proudly responded. Indeed, while Sanjiu may lack humanity, the characters he crafts are undeniably striking. Why are you so proud? You're not Sanjiu. By the way, why is Lin Xie here? Host, have you lost your wits? The main storyline hasn't unfolded, yet he is merely here for a routine checkup. Oh, I see, that explains it. Host, have you traversed into a psychiatric realm, thereby becoming ensnared in its madness? Enough, Dr. Han, observing Yin Yan's dazed expression, inquired with concern, what's wrong? Yin Yin turned to him, and after a few seconds of silence, suddenly screamed, gripping Dr. Han's collar. I refuse to take the medication. Let me go, let me go. Dr. Han was momentarily taken aback, hastily calling for assistance to pry Yin Yin away, while he turned to fetch a syringe from the cabinet, preparing to administer an injection. Curse it, this old bee is utterly unscrupulous. The best strategy is to retreat, Yin Yin thought as she beheld Dr. Han brandishing the terrifying syringe, her mind racing to escape this place. With a sudden exertion, she flung the two burly men holding her aside. Dr. Han, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that he quickly pressed the alarm button. Though Lin Xie could not see in the conventional sense, his heightened senses allowed him to perceive his surroundings. Over the years, his awareness had expanded, and now he could sense objects within a 10-meter radius. He saw Yin Yan's extraordinary strength, remaining motionless while his lips twitched in shock, instinctively aware that he was astounded by her actions. Regaining his composure, he swiftly turned to exit the room, while Yin Yin, feeling that remaining in the hospital might lead to an even more harrowing fate, dashed toward the exit. As she passed by Lin Xie, she turned to him and said, "Good luck, Chiga, I will come find you." With that, she flashed a playful wink. Lin Xie halted, staring at Yin Yin, and upon hearing her words, his heart raced with anxiety. What should I do? This insane person wouldn't really come looking for me, would she? Have I offended her? Chapter 1. Is this my second time traversing? Brain repository. Fun literature. Fun literature. Fun literature. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. There may be OOC elements. Dear readers, please be gentle. The author has a fragile heart, focusing primarily on the main storyline, with the romantic subplot as a secondary element. All right, the meeting is adjourned. In Sangnan City, within the confines of Sunshine Mental Hospital. Goodness, what are you doing? Don't grab me. I'm not insane. You've misdiagnosed me. Yin Yin cried out in desperation. Report. The patient's condition appears to have worsened, displaying emotional instability and new symptoms. Then increase the dosage, Dr. Han stated coldly. Supplementary medication. Half an hour prior. Huh. I'm not dead. Yin Yin awakened to find herself in a hospital room, clad in a blue and white striped outfit designated for psychiatric patients. In confusion, Yin Yin pondered. Have I traversed again? At that moment, a clear voice echoed in her mind. Yes, host, you have traversed once more, and you have assumed the identity of a mental patient within the world of Zhan Shen. Oh. Zhan Shen. What? Zhan Shen. Yin momentarily stunned, then realized this was a novel she had adored in her previous life. It was due to her late-night binge reading of Zhan Shen that she had inadvertently met her demise. She had expected to find herself queuing in the underworld for reincarnation, only to unexpectedly traverse into a world of cultivation. Thanks to the system, her golden finger, she became the first dual cultivator of both immortals and demons. And her unique constitution and talent propelled her to become the strongest individual in the realm of cultivation. Ultimately, she perished in a cataclysmic confrontation with the ancient beast out from the demon realm. And subsequently, she had traversed into Zhan Shen, reflecting on her past life. Yin Yin found it somewhat surreal. Host, our purpose in this world is to alter all the tragic endings from the original Zhan Shen narrative. To change the tragic endings. Indeed, the works of Sanjiu are not something an ordinary person could write. Upon reading, one might feel compelled to send him a shard of a blade. However, since I am here, let me transform your destinies. Ahahaha. Ouch. Cough cough. Yin Yin chuckled too heartily, only to be choked by her own saliva. The system expresses its utter exasperation. As Yin Yin flung open the door, she locked eyes with Dr. Han, who was about to enter. Upon hearing the chilling laugh that emanated from her, he felt an immediate wave of fear and hastily called for assistance to restrain Yin Yin. Leading to the scene at the beginning. Dr. Han escorted Yin Yin back to his office, preparing to administer medication when a knock sounded at the door. Dr. Han, it's Lin Chia, here for a follow-up. If all is well, I'll be officially discharged. Come in, Dr. Han replied. Upon hearing the name Lin Chia, Yin Yin froze for a moment, when she saw a boy clad in a red hoodie, with a black silk band tied around his eyes. Enter, she was momentarily entranced. This Lin Chia is indeed just as described in the novel, and quite handsome too. Yin Yin remarked to the system. The system proudly responded. Of course, while Sanjiu might not be a person of integrity, the characters he crafts are undeniably visually appealing. Why are you so proud? You aren't Sanjiu. By the way, why is Lin Chia here? Host, are you daft? The main plot hasn't reached that point yet. He is merely here for a routine checkup. Oh, I see. No wonder. Host, have you become mentally ill after traversing into a mental institution? Shut up. Dr. Han, observing Yin Yin in a daze for a while, inquired with concern. What's wrong? Yin Yin turned to him, and after a few seconds of blankness, she suddenly shrieked, grabbing Dr. Han's collar and shouting, I don't want to take medication. Let me go. Let me go. Dr. Han was instantly taken aback, hurriedly calling for assistance to pull Yin Yin away, before turning to the cabinet to fetch a syringe to administer a dose. Goodness, this old man is utterly ruthless. The 36 strategies dictate that retreat is the best option. As Yin Yin watched Dr. Han approach with the terrifying syringe, she resolved to escape this place at once, with a sudden burst of strength. She flung aside the two burly men restraining her. Seeing this, Dr. Han rushed to activate the alarm. Although Lin Chia could not see the scene, he had been able to sense his surroundings for several years now. His perceptual range had expanded over time, and he could now sense things up to 10 meters away. He witnessed Yin Yin's extraordinary strength and stood frozen in shock, his lips twitching in disbelief at her audacity. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he quickly turned to exit. Meanwhile, Yin Yin felt that remaining in the hospital would lead to even more torment, and thus she sprinted toward the exit. As she passed Lin Chia, she turned and said, Good luck, Chiga, I'll come find you. With that, she winked playfully. Lin Chia halted, his heart racing upon hearing her words. What should he do? This mental patient wouldn't he truly come looking for him? Would she? Had he offended her in any way? Chapter 2. My name is Zhao Kongsheng. Yin Yin dashed out, evading numerous security personnel who attempted to subdue her, effortlessly elbowing them away to be by the time she escaped the hospital. No one was in pursuit. Clad in a patient gown, she ran along the street, frequently glancing back to check for any followers. Her disheveled hair obscured her remarkable visage, leaving passers-by curiously and fearfully watching her. Had it not been for the conspicuous words Sunshine Mental Hospital emblazoned on her chest, one might have mistaken her for someone cosplaying. Reaching the riverbank, Yin Yin squatted down to gaze at her reflection in the water. Lost in thought, why does this face resemble mine so closely? Where are my green hair and pink eyes? How lovely they were. After such a prolonged period of cultivation, this appearance feels somewhat unfamiliar. Yin Yin lamented her previous visage at that moment. Her stomach growled audibly. Standing up, she clasped her midriff and grumbled, I haven't eaten anything since arriving here. I'm so hungry. Then, she attempted to gather her energy and was pleasantly surprised to discover that her magical abilities remained intact. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a fish from the river. Contemplating roasting it with a fire spell, she realized that the dense grass by the river and the nearby people would complicate matters. Thus, she clutched the fish and made her way back to the street. Mommy, why is she running with a fish? And why does she wear such strange clothes? A little girl pointed at Yin Yin. Come on, quickly. That's a mental patient. Don't pay her any mind, the girl's mother urged, pulling her away from Yin Yin. With keen hearing, Yin Yin thought, silence is the bridge of the night. As Yin Yin hesitated at an intersection, uncertain of which path to take, a dashing man with a warrior's demeanor, a cigarette dangling from his lips, placed a hand on her shoulder. Excuse me, young lady. I am a staff member of the Peace Bureau. My name is Zhao Kongqing. Please accompany me for a moment. Yin Yin regarded him, her previously bewildered expression transforming into one of delight. Observing Zhao Kongqing's features and hearing his words, she immediately inferred that the mental hospital had sought assistance from the Peace Bureau regarding an escaped patient who had assaulted security personnel. Thus, Zhao Kongqing must have come to escort her to the bureau. All right. Yin Yin flashed a beaming smile at Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing was momentarily taken aback by her unreserved response. Shouldn't this girl consider the implications? What if I were a villain? Oh right. She is a mental patient. That makes sense. He then escorted Yin Yin to the Peace Bureau. Upon arrival, she observed the establishment, which had a festive and a somber side, leading her into contemplation. No wonder it's called the Peace Bureau. Otherwise, these two establishments would likely come to blows. The feng shui here is truly remarkable. Yin Yin quipped to the system. Peace governs every corner of Songnan City. Following Zhao Kongqing inside, she noticed a group of individuals seemingly awaiting their arrival. Chenmai, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and others gazed at Yin Yin, clad in the Sunshine Mental Hospital attire and clutching a now foul-smelling fish. Deep in thought, Chenmai glanced at the fish in Yin Yan's grasp, then at the beloved fish in his aquarium, his lips visibly twitching. Cold Xian and Wu Xiangnan furrowed their brows, while Hongying and Si Xiaonan wore expressions of disgust. System, why do I feel as though they all look down on me? Remove that feeling. Zhao Kongqing observed the dead fish in Yin Yan's arms with disdain, remarking, little sister, that fish is likely dead. It already smells. Yin Yin retorted indignantly, how can you say it smells? It's perfectly fragrant. With that, she leaned down to sniff the fish. It indeed reeked. Goodness, now I can't eat it. Yin Yin requested a plastic bag from Zhao Kongqing to place the fish inside. Tenderly kissing the bag. Oh, your demise pains my heart. I will personally ensure your burial. A tear slipped down her cheek in sorrow. Zhao Kongqing and the others were at a loss for words. A mental patient, such compassion deserves nurturing and understanding. How did you manage to overpower those 10 or so security personnel at the hospital? An ordinary person cannot accomplish this. However, we found no signs of forbidden energy from you. And we have already investigated your background. You have been in the hospital since the age of 10 due to your mental illness, which hardly afforded you the opportunity to learn martial arts. Chenmai inquired sternly. Before Yin Yin could say a word, she heard Zhao Kongqing remark, perhaps the pressures of the mental institution were too overwhelming, or the treatment methods too extreme. Even those with mental illnesses might have reached their breaking point. Unleashing formidable combat prowess to escape, the crowd seemed to find Zhao Kongqing's words somewhat reasonable, and then Hongying spoke up. Indeed, just look at her. She ran out and immediately started catching fish. It is evident that this hospital has mistreated her, denying her food, which compelled her to escape desperately. I was terrified. Thankfully, Uncle Zhao and Sister Hongying spoke up for me. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for words. At that moment, the usually taciturn Lung Xian broke his silence, asking, "So, are we still going to send her back?" Yin Yin, upon hearing this, quickly sat down on the ground, clutching Zhao Kongqing's leg and cried out, "I don't want to go back. Please, no." Zhao Kongqing was taken aback by Yin Yan's actions and helplessly said, "Sister, if you don't want to return, there's not much I can do. Please stop clinging to my leg. It makes me feel guilty." Compassionate Hongying, witnessing her heart-wrenching cries, couldn't bear it any longer and pleaded with Chianmai, "Captain, how about we keep her for a few days of observation? If everything seems fine, we can send her back, right?" Ultimately, Chianmai agreed, and Yin Yin was arranged to stay at Hongying's home for a few days. After changing out of her hospital gown, taking a shower, and donning the white sweatshirt and black jeans along with a pair of white shoes that Hongying had given her, Yin Yin tied her messy long hair into a bun. With her fair complexion, she appeared pure and adorable. If not for her mental illness, she would surely be the type favored by many young men. Even Hongying and Si Xiaonan, who entered intending to chat with her, were taken aback by her beauty, unable to suppress their exclamations. Just moments ago, she had looked like a ragged beggar with unkempt hair and a dirty face. But after a shower, she had transformed into a stunning beauty. Who wouldn't be enchanted by such a contrast? Delighted to see Hongying and Si Xiaonan, Yin Yin joyfully embraced them, sniffling as she nestled into Hongying's arms, saying, "Sister Hongying, I truly do not wish to return to that hospital. The people there are terrifying, the food is horrible, infested with bugs, and if I don't obey them, they'll hit me. I am so scared." Sob, sob, sob. Seeing her pitiful state, Hongying felt an overwhelming protective instinct surge within her. "Don't be afraid. I will earnestly plead with the captain tomorrow. Since you possess special abilities, you could potentially serve as a helper or a guardian, depending on the captain's approval." Si Xiaonan also comforted her. "Yin Yin, don't worry. We will surely persuade the captain. Trust us." "Thank you, Sister Hongying." "Sister Xiaonan, you are both so kind. Once I have the chance, I will cook for you." Yin Yin thought with pride. Back in the cultivation world, I was known as the divine healer and culinary sage. The elixirs I crafted could restore even those on the brink of death to full vitality, and my prepared dishes would enhance spiritual strength. Having me around, you'll all be splendid. Chapter 3. An unexpected encounter with Little Black Lie. During the day, Yin Yin was assigned to assist Hongying and the others with civil issues in Songnan. Upon descending the stairs, she saw Hongying and Si Xiaonan comforting a crying elderly woman. Spotting Yin Yin, Hongying urgently grasped her arm and said, "Please help this elderly lady find her cat. It's white with yellow eyes, and half of its paw pads are black." Si Xiaonan added, "Got it. I promise to complete the task." With that, Yin Yin sprang into action. After searching for a while, Yin Yin began to feel overwhelmed. How could such a tiny creature be so elusive? Just as she contemplated slacking off, she heard the sounds of cats and dogs from a nearby alley. Curiosity piqued. She ventured in to see what was happening. There, she found several large dogs menacingly cornering a small black dog and a small white cat, with the little black dog protectively shielding the white cat behind it. To Yin Yan's surprise, she recognized the small white cat as the one the elderly lady was searching for. Its distinctive black paw pads made it easily identifiable. As she attempted to approach them, she noticed the large dogs baring their teeth at her, seemingly poised to attack. In that instant, Yin Yin pointed her finger and used her magic to levitate the dogs into the air. She then twirled her finger, causing the dogs to spin in midair, and when she stopped, they fell back to the ground, clearly frightened and fleeing in panic. Yin Yin approached the little black dog and spoke gently. "Hello. Its owner has been searching everywhere for it. I'm here to take it home, so please don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." The little black dog seemed to understand her. Turning to exchange a few words with the white cat, which slowly emerged, Yin Yin found this interaction amusing and asked the little black dog, "Thank you. Do you know where your home is? I can take you back." Following the little black dog, she arrived at a small house. The little black dog barked a few times towards the balcony, and moments later, a boy appeared. He addressed the little black dog. "Little Black Lie, where have you been?" Upon noticing Yin Yin standing behind the little black dog, he curiously asked, "Who are you?" Yin Yin was momentarily astonished when he called it Little Black Lie, but quickly realized that this boy was Yang Jin, the reincarnation of Erlang Shen Yang Jian. While Little Black Lie was the reincarnation of the Celestial Hound, Yang Jian had yet to regain his divine powers, and was merely an ordinary person. Ah, I'm Yin Yin. I just saw a few dogs bullying little Black Lie and this little white cat, so I intervened and saved them on my way here, then brought little Black Lie back. Yin Yin explained to Yang Jin. Grateful for Yin Yan's help, Yang Jin said, "Thank you for rescuing little Black Lie and bringing it back. My name is Yang Jin." Little Black Lie wagged its tail and barked a few times, to which Yang Jin added, "It's thanking you." Yin Yin replied courteously, "Oh, it was nothing. Just a small act of kindness and no need for thanks. Just treat me to a meal sometime. All right, I'll invite you to dinner the next time we meet." Yang Jin responded, "Deal. Well then, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I need to bring this little white cat back too. Okay, goodbye, goodbye." After Yin Yin departed, little Black Lie barked a few more times at Yang Jin, who furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual power emanating from her despite the absence of divine energy. How peculiar. Upon returning, Yin Yin found the elderly lady seated in the peace affairs office, with Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying still comforting her. "Don't be sad, Grandma. Our team is out looking for your pet and should be back soon," Hong Ying reassured her, patting the elderly woman's shoulder. "Yes, please don't worry. It's not good for your health." "Look, she is back." Si Xiaonan pointed at Yin Yin, encouraging the elderly lady to take a look. "Grandma, is this your cat?" Yin Yin held out the little white cat for the elderly lady to see. "Yes, that is it. Thank you, young lady. You are truly wonderful." The elderly lady beamed with joy, akin to a 3-year-old child, while the little white cat happily meowed upon seeing its owner. After leaving, the elderly lady pressed several candies into Yin Yan's hand, saying, "These are my granddaughter's favorite candies. You're about the same age as her, so you should enjoy them too." "Thank you, Grandma. I love candies. Please remember to bring me more next time. Love you." Yin Yin shyly winked at the elderly lady while making a heart gesture with her hands. All right. The elderly woman found the little girl quite amusing and thought to share this with her husband when she got home. Chun Mai looked at Yin Yin with admiration, while Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying praised her, causing Yin Yin to feel a bit bashful. "That I have a request, and I hope everyone will agree," Yin Yin said, feeling a bit shy. "What request?" Chen Mai asked with curiosity. "I would like to join your team, if that is possible." "You mean to join your little squad and become a guardian like you?" As Chen Mai contemplated whether to agree, Hong Ying interjected, "Captain, although Yin Yin lacks divine energy, she possesses extraordinary abilities and could potentially be trained as a guardian. Let old Zhao teach her. And besides, she has already contributed today." Long Xian, holding his gun, looked at Hong Ying. "But what if she suddenly has an episode? Can we handle that?" Si Xiaonan immediately felt anger rise within her. "Why wouldn't we be able to handle it? Yin Yin is such a well-behaved girl. Why do you frame her as someone who could erupt into madness at any moment? Even if she does have an episode, we still have the captain and the others to help." Lang Xian visibly panicked. "I'm sorry, Xiaonan. I was wrong." He apologized, cautiously tugging at Si Xianan's sleeve. "System, look at Lang Xian. He is so pitiful. It's hilarious to see him scolded by his wife. Serves him right for saying that about me." "Host, don't gloat. Whether you can join the team is still uncertain. Disqualified. You can join, but only as a temporary member," Chen Mai stated. "Yay. Thank you, Captain," Yin Yin exclaimed, rushing to give Chen Mai a big hug. Chen Mai shyly waved his hand, wondering why she was so thrilled over a temporary position. "Look at that, system. Isn't it a slap in the face? Does it hurt? A temporary member is just a FAOD. It's a pretense. I don't care. After all, a temporary member is still a member, and I'll surely become a permanent one eventually." In the evening, congratulations, host, on joining Team 136, receiving the Eternal Garden. Note, this garden allows the host to rapidly cultivate and enhance their power. 1 year in the garden equals 1 hour in the real world. "Wow, why are you only giving me this now? Such a miser," Yin Yin complained. "This reward can only be obtained by the host upon completing the main storyline task. Your next task objective is to protect Lin Chia. Would you like to accept the mission?" Yin Yin eagerly replied, Yes, I accept." Just as I was pondering how to locate Chiga, it seems that there's no need for concern anymore. Truly, heaven is assisting me. In Chapter 4, I am the divine agent of the flower goddess. "Hey, Lao Zhao, are we just going to stand around here?" Yin Yin inquired of Zhao Kongcheng, as the two were sent by Chun Mai to guard the city due to their idleness. Zhao Kongcheng expressed his dissatisfaction. "What? This is the duty of the watchers. You know nothing." Yin Yin muttered, "Humph. Isn't it just a lookout?" "Ah, you little rascal." Zhao Kongqing's words were interrupted by Yin Yin. "Old Zhao, my stomach hurts. I need to relieve myself. I'll find you shortly, Yin Yin stated before swiftly darting away. Hey, this little rascal is quite nimble. After a while, Zhao Kongqing received a call from Chenmai, Lao Zhao. A ghost-faced man has appeared to the south of the city. Hurry over to handle it. We'll follow shortly. Understood. Zhao Kongqing recalled that Yin Yin had also headed in that direction and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Sprinting towards the southern part of the city. Damn it, little rascal, please don't get into trouble. Meanwhile, Yin Yin stealthily followed Lin Qiye and his companions. Along the way, she engaged in lively conversation with the others, returning Lin Qiye home. While Lin Qiye sensed Yin Yan's presence and recalled her peculiar actions in the mental hospital, causing him to break into a cold sweat, arriving at the entrance of a narrow alley. Wang Xiao announced, I've reached home. I'm heading back now. Bye. Wait a moment. Do you smell something? Yin Yan grasped Wang Xiao's arm. What smell? Wang Xiao halted at Yin Yan's words, sniffing the air. That I don't smell anything. You must be mistaken. Jiang Qian, possessing a more sensitive nose, chimed in after sniffing. There is indeed an unpleasant odor, Li Fei speculated. Could it be that recent murderer we've heard about? Jiang Qian expressed some fear. Ah, no way. At that moment, low growls echoed from the alley Wang Xiao was about to enter, mingling with the stench reminiscent of days-old herring, dead rats, and rotten eggs. How disgusting. Jiang Qian asked, suppressing her nausea. Ugh, what is that smell? It's awful. Yin Yin had thought the depictions in novels were exaggerated, but upon experiencing it today, she realized they were still too conservative. Lin Qiye and the others also caught a whiff of the smell. Unable to contain their urge to vomit, even Yin Yin, with her keen senses, nearly regurgitated last year's New Year's dinner. The towering figure resembling a human emerged from the alley, rushing towards Yin Yin and the others. Run, Lin Qiye shouted, prompting Yin Yin to follow suit. Lu Yuan, Jiang Qian, and Li Yifei had already taken off upon hearing Lin Qiye's shout. Yin Yin and Lin Qiye split from them at an intersection. While the ghost-faced man pursued Yin Yin and the others to that moment, another ghost-faced man suddenly charged out, aiming to tackle Lin Qiye. Yin Yin swiftly extended her hand, casting a spell to conjure several ice pillars that pierced the ghost-faced man, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground, and then she dispatched the pursuing ghost-faced man as well. Lin Qiye, observing the girl with extraordinary abilities, asked, Who are you? Yin Yin proudly replied, I am a member of Team 136. Yin Yin, see system, I must have impressed them this time. It feels great. You're not even an official member. What are you bragging about? I'll be promoted sooner or later. Shortly thereafter, two more ghost-faced men appeared. Yin Yin hurriedly dealt with one, while intentionally letting the other slip by, aiming to trigger Lin Qiye's divine domain. After neutralizing the first ghost-faced man, she darted towards Lin Qiye, just as she neared him. She noticed Lin Qiye's eyes suddenly snap open, emitting a golden beam of light. Simultaneously, Yin Yin, airborne, released a pink beam of light, surrounded by a flurry of blossoms enveloping her. Her hair gradually shifted from black to a vibrant green, and her eyes transformed from black to cherry blossom pink. The two beams of light radiated an intense divine aura, fiercely opposing one another. Chenmai and the others, witnessing the divine essence emanating from the two beams, were left in shock. Hong Ying's eyes widened. What is that forbidden ruin? Chenmai replied, That aura likely belongs to a divine ruin. The golden beam must be from the divine agent of the seraphim, Michael, while the pink beam is probably from an undiscovered deity. Wu Xiangnan added, an unknown deity. Chenmai spoke gravely. Regardless of the deity, we must ensure they join us. We can't let them fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. Lao Zhao, hurry over and see those two divine agents. You must persuade them. Understood. Yin Yin admired the petals in the dazzling pink beam around her, akin to a grand spectacle of ambience. After a moment, the beams dissipated, returning Yin Yin's hair and eyes to normal, and the petals began to scatter. In that fleeting moment, Yin Yin locked eyes with Lin Qiye, and they exchanged gazes for a few seconds before she finally spoke. Hi, Qiga, fancy meeting you here. We're both glowing. Lin Qiye, reflecting on Lin Qiye's beam, which was that of a divine agent, she pondered what her own beam signified. Could it be that she had also been chosen by a deity? System, do you know what that beam of light was about? You have also been selected as a divine agent. Which deity? The flower goddess, Nu Yi. That sounds quite poetic. How is it that being a divine agent comes with an atmospheric effect? At that moment, Zhao Kongqing arrived and witnessed Lin Qiye showcasing his impressive swordsmanship. So cool. Lao Zhao. Yin Yin clapped, but Zhao Kongqing, having struck a pose, immediately broke character upon hearing her familiar voice. Hey, you little rascal. Where have you been? You scared me half to death. I thought the ghost-faced man had gotten you. I can't believe you're still alive. Humph, who do you look down upon? Zhao Kongsheng then turned to Lin Xie, saying, was I cool just now? Very cool. Do you want to be as cool as me? Not really. Unperturbed, Zhao Kongsheng pressed on. Don't you want to know the truth? Lin Xie responded coldly, knowing it would only lead to two outcomes, either join you or be eradicated. Zhao Kongsheng retorted angrily. What do you take us for? It's merely a confidentiality agreement. Sorry, I just want to protect my little home. Yin Yin chimed in. Here comes the home protector. Lin Xie cast a glance at Yin Yin before stating, and those ghost-faced men weren't killed by me. It was her my backpack is missing. I need to find it. Goodbye. With that, Lin Xie turned to leave, leaving Zhao Kongsheng and Yin Yin standing there. Actually, I am also a divine agent. Yin Yin chuckled awkwardly. Zhao Kongsheng, astonished, inquired, that pink beam was emitted by you? Yes, it was that. What's the matter? Zhao Kongsheng was rendered speechless by the revelation, and after a brief pause, he asked, which deity are you representing? The goddess of all flowers, Nui, the divine of the great Xia. Chapter 5. How splendid. It's the supreme soul rejuvenating pill. Lao Zhao is saved. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here? Zhao Kongsheng she displayed, placing his hands on his hips. Yin Yin scratched her face. I met Lin Xie in the hospital before, the one in the school uniform. I was curious and followed him after using the restroom. All right, but don't do that again, understood? Understood. Lao Zhao at the Peace Affairs office. Chen Mai gazed at Yin Yin, astonished for quite some time. He had never imagined she would become a divine agent, especially a deity of the great Xia. Yet he felt fortunate that she had joined them prior to this moment. Now they just needed the other divine agent of the Seraphim, Michael, to join their team. Sitting solemnly, Chen Mai stated, I will report your situation to headquarters. From now on, you are officially part of our team, and training will be essential moving forward, understand? This brought to mind similar words spoken by her master in her previous life in the cultivation realm. Igniting her fighting spirit, Yin Yin saluted Chen Mai. Understood, Captain. Subsequently, Chen Mai briefed Zhao Kongsheng on Lin Xie's situation, and Zhao Kongsheng planned to stake out the school early the next morning. Yin Yin also returned to the villa with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. System, has my task of protecting Lin Xie been completed? What rewards do I receive? Yin Yin inquired anxiously. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have obtained a dual facade. Note. This skill allows the host to assume their appearance from the cultivation realm while using the divine ruins, preventing exposure and enabling identity switching. Yin Yin was overjoyed as she returned to the eternal garden, where an array of exotic plants flourished. The grass formed a pathway over the stone tiles. And at the center of the garden stood a fountain plaza, with a small wooden cabin in the distance. Yin Yin sat cross-legged on the stone tiles of the square. As she utilized the divine ruins, her hair and eyes instantaneously transformed into shades of green and pink. She gently caressed the texture of her hair before hastily dashing towards the pool behind her. Wow, my green hair is back. It has been so long. I've missed you dearly. Yin Yin gazed at her reflected emerald locks and rosy eyes in the pool, brimming with excitement. Subsequently, she used her dual abilities to revert to her original appearance. And upon activating the divine ruins once more, she found that her exterior remained unchanged. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yin Yin decided to stroll through her garden, where extraordinary flowers and rare herbs thrived, radiating spiritual energy far richer than any she had encountered in the realm of cultivation. Goodness, this spiritual energy, these celestial herbs. Even in the cultivation world, I have never seen such an abundance of ancient and rare herbs. It feels like paradise. Imagine how many superior and extraordinary pills I could refine here. It's simply exhilarating. As Yin Yin reveled in the lush garden filled with celestial herbs, a small green object, roughly the size of a palm, flew towards her. Sensing an unidentified entity approaching, she turned, and the little creature landed squarely on her face, wailing, Master, I missed you so much. I thought you had abandoned me. You have no idea how I've been surviving these past few days. Yin Yin cradled it in her palm, and upon recognizing its features, her lips twitched in bemusement. Mu, how did you end up here? Mu was a pet wood spirit that Yin Yin had rescued in the realm of cultivation, and since then, it had insisted on forming a blood bond with her, with no other choice. She had acquiesced. Moreover, if either the master or the spirit were to perish, the contract would become void. Yet, Yin Yin had died. Why was Mu here? Wiping its tears, Mumu sniffled, I don't know either. After you died, I fell into a deep slumber and only recently awakened, finding myself in this place. I was so frightened. Master. Mumu nuzzled against Yin Yan's hand. System, do you know what is happening? Although the host has traversed to the realm of slaying gods, the contract in the realm of cultivation remains valid. Therefore, the system has transported your spirit companions here, and their abilities, along with your blood pupil technique, can also be utilized in this world. Thank you, esteemed system, for this privilege. May I inquire about the whereabouts of my other two spirit companions? They are located somewhere in this world. But the system cannot pinpoint their positions. The host must seek them out on her own. Very well, I suspected as much. Yin Yin pinched Mumu's soft little face. Stop crying. Everything is all right. See, we're both fine. Now, can you tell me where you first awakened? Mumu wiped its tears. Okay. It then led Yin Yin to a cluster of rare spiritual flowers, pointing to the brightest one in the center, saying, Master, I awakened from that flower. Yin Yin looked up, her eyes sparkling with realization. Goodness, an extraordinary resurrection herb. The resurrection herb was a medicinal plant capable of reviving the dead when refined into a resurrection pill. It boasted only a 50% success rate for revival. However, this was an extraordinary variant. With a stroke of luck, the success rate could exceed 50. Despite Mumu's diminutive and seemingly fragile appearance, it was an intelligent spirit with formidable healing abilities, as Yin Yin had witnessed firsthand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been her first spirit companion. With Mumu and the resurrection pill combined, the revival success rate would soar to over 90. This dramatically increased the chances of saving Zhao Kongqing. Yin Yin approached and plucked the resurrection herb, heading to her wooden cabin to retrieve an alchemical furnace. She placed the herb into the furnace and summoned a fireball. Instantly, the previously empty space erupted into a roaring blaze. Yin Yin then directed the flames into the furnace for refining. 7 days later, she was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. As the fire dwindled, the pill was on the verge of completion. Mu held its breath. Unfortunately, the pill was finally refined. The lid of the furnace slowly lifted, and the resurrection pill floated into Yin Yan's hand. She examined the intricate patterns on the pill. Wonderful. It's an extraordinary resurrection pill. Our dear Zhao is saved. Yin Yin stored Mumu in her bag and returned to reality. After 7 days and nights of alchemical toil in the garden without a moment's rest, she could hardly endure any longer and collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep slumber. That night, Yin Yin felt something bouncing on her face. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Mumu hopping around on her face. Groggy and irritable, she tossed Mumu out the window and continued to sleep. Believing her master had finally awakened, Mumu was taken aback when Yin Yin unceremoniously flung it outside, leaving it feeling aggrieved as it flitted back into the bag. Quietly sobbing that it was feeling emo, and the reason was that its master had discarded it. Hearing the commotion, Yin Yin used magic to conjure a spirit herb that Mumu adored and stuffed it into the bag. Upon seeing the spirit herb, Mumu's spirits lifted, and it quickly devoured the herb before lying contentedly in the bag, drifting off to sleep. It was happy now, for its master had comforted it. Chapter 6. Zhao, I have finally rescued you in the morning. Yin Yin assisted at the peace agency, and during her break in the evening, she practiced in the garden. Unbeknownst to her, she had reached the sea realm. To avoid complications, she suppressed her level to the lamp realm. System, what is this mission? Save Zhao Kongqing. That suits me perfectly. At the peace agency, Zhao Kongqing complained to Chen Mai, I can't believe that kid. No matter what we say, he refuses to join us. I'm visiting him at his home tonight. Old Zhao, be cautious tonight, Yin Yin said earnestly, her expression grave. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback by Yin Yin's seriousness and asked, What's wrong? Why do you say that? Yin Yin grasped Zhao Kongqing's arm. There's a heavy downpour tonight. The ground will be slippery. Be careful. A ghost might emerge from the sewer. Zhao Kongqing looked utterly baffled, his expression akin to that of someone witnessing folly. Little sister, you just startled me. Can you at least tell your ghost stories right next time? With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Yin Yin was left dumbfounded. She had been genuinely warning him, yet he didn't believe her. Zhao Kongqing was helping Lin Qiye's aunt prepare dinner when Lin Qiye returned and panicked at the sight of him. However, after some conversation, Zhao Kongqing gradually gave up on persuading Lin Qiye to join them. Lin Qiye wished to protect her small family, and he, too, wanted to safeguard Lin Qiye's home. Ultimately, he discreetly left a stack of money behind and departed, thus drawing Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing closer together. As Zhao Kongqing walked down the street with an umbrella, he suddenly received a message from Wu Xiangnan. Old Zhao, a ghost-faced king has injured Hong Ying and is heading toward the old city. Use the boundless void to trap it until we arrive. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing caught a whiff of a foul odor. Realizing it must be the ghost-faced king nearby, he swiftly cut his finger, swiped it, and activated the boundless void. The ghost-faced king seemed to catch the scent of fresh meat and emerged from the sewer, locking eyes with Zhao Kongqing, recalling Yin Yin's warning from that morning. He wondered if she had foreseen the arrival of the ghost-faced king. Old Zhao, you've lost your mind. This is the ghost-faced king. Even if it's injured, it's still at the river realm level. You can't defeat it, Wu Xiangnan shouted. But if the barrier fails to contain it, the entire old city will be drenched in blood. That's not your concern. Casualties caused by the mysterious are a daily occurrence. You are not a combatant. Your task is to set up the barrier. I've sent your location to others. Evacuate immediately and do not act recklessly. The watchman also serves as the night guard. With that, he discarded the earpiece and charged toward the ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongqing brandished his blade, striking at the ghost-faced king. Yet no matter how many times he swung, he could not leave a single mark. In retaliation, the ghost-faced king delivered a powerful punch, sending Zhao Kongqing crashing to the ground. Struggling to kneel, he coughed up blood. Several ribs broke. At that moment, Yin Yin transformed back into her appearance from the realm of cultivation. Clad in a black tactical jacket, standing atop a rooftop, gazing at Lin Qiye's family. Sensing something amiss outside, Lin Qiye stepped out for a look, only to see a bat outside the window, seemingly conversing with her. In a sudden rush, Lin Qiye exclaimed, "And I have something to attend to. I'll be back for dinner. System, let us go. We must intervene." Yin Yin caressed her bag. Mumu, I'll need your assistance shortly. Mumu zipped out of the bag, perching on Yin Yin's shoulder. Understood. If the dark night were to descend, I shall stand before millions, wielding my blade against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. The Ghost-Faced King activated Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghost-Faced Land. Within the realm of Ghost-Faced Land, all perception becomes distorted, and within its space, all speed dissipates. Zhao Kongqing found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Zhao Kongqing lay on the ground, breathless, bones likely shattered beyond count. Yet he refused to retreat. Zhao Kongqing, I know you're inside. Let me in, and I can help you. Lin Qiye pounded on the boundless void, shouting, You little rascal, what are you doing here? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Get back. Zhao Kongqing inserted the Ghost God Guide into his palm. At last, this day has arrived, with the Ghost God as my guide. I shall burn my essence. Instantly, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Ha. So this is it. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 083, Oblivion Flash Moon. I knew it. I, Zhao Kongqing, am also a genius, with a resounding bang. The void of the Forbidden Realm shattered, and Lin Qiye entered to find Zhao Kongqing standing there. You still claim you have no Forbidden Realm? Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. What the hell? How did you get in here? He shot a glare, and it opened. Zhao Kongqing brandished his knife at Lin Qiye, saying, All right, kid, watch closely, for this strike will be quite impressive. With that, Zhao Kongqing swung his blade towards the Ghost-Faced King, severing its head, and nonchalantly tossed a cigarette into his mouth, striking a pose. Ha, kid, I wasn't lying, was I? Before he could finish, Zhao Kongqing collapsed to the ground. Lin Qiye rushed forward, kneeling before Zhao Kongqing and lifting his head. Your body. What has happened to you? Zhao Kongqing weakly replied. It's nothing, just a minor side effect. The ghostly call, once used, there's no turning back. I always envied the captain and the others for having a forbidden realm. And today, I finally experienced it. A high-level one at that. It's just a pity. If I could live, perhaps I could return with a Medal of Merit and see my mother. Lin Qiye asked. Was I not impressive just now? Very impressive, Lin Qiye affirmed, desperately trying to ignite a lighter, but failing. Repeating, you will be fine. You, on the other hand, will become even more handsome, Zhao Kongqing murmured before his hands fell limp. His eyes closing. At that moment, Lin Qiye wept helplessly, wishing for Zhao Kongqing to survive. What of the encroaching darkness, or the multitude before him? He was merely an ordinary person. Was this truly worth it? You protected my small home, and in exchange, I shall guard your world for a decade. Wah, system, I'm about to cry. Witnessing this scene is breaking my heart. I must save Zhao Kongqing. Yin Yin wiped her tears and leaped down to Zhao Kongqing. Lin Qiye stared blankly at the girl with emerald green hair and cherry blossom pink eyes before him, her tears making her appear pitiable. Yin Yin offered Lin Qiye's soul-reviving pill, if you wish to revive him. You must feed this to him. With a heart filled with doubt, Lin Qiye administered the pill to Zhao Kongqing. Mumu, it's your turn. Yes, master. Mumu leaped from Yin Yan's shoulder and flew into Zhao Kongqing's mind. While the ground began to sprout an array of flowers and grasses, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Soon, Zhao Kongqing coughed, and Mumu emerged from his body, returning to Yin Yan's shoulder. All done. Master. Yin Yan gently patted Mumu. Good boy. Lin Qiye hurriedly turned to Zhao Kongqing, and upon seeing his eyes slowly open, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhao Kongqing, waking to find a green-haired girl in a black windbreaker beside him, felt puzzled. Realizing she had saved him, he leaned on Lin Qiye to stand. Gratitude etched on his face. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name? Yin Yan smiled silently, pointing at Zhao Kongqing. Look at your forbidden realm. With that, she leaped to a high building and vanished. Yin Yan quickly transformed her appearance back to normal, hurrying behind the approaching Chen Mai and the others. Upon arrival, they overheard old Zhao exclaim joyfully, "Ha ha ha. I am now one who possesses a forbidden realm. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating." He then demonstrated his forbidden realm abilities in front of Chen Mai and the others. Their anxious hearts finally eased. In seeing this scene, Yin Yan felt a sense of relief. Old Zhao, I have finally saved you. Chapter 7. Do not become infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. Chen Mai sensed something amiss. Why had Zhao Kongqing suddenly acquired a forbidden realm? Moreover, his clothes were severely damaged, but his body bore no injuries. Old Zhao, how did you suddenly obtain a forbidden realm? Because I used the ghostly call. Then why are you not dead? Do you seem to wish for my demise? In truth, I was already dead, and then a little girl came to save me. The specifics are unclear. You may ask Lin Qiye, he witnessed it. Zhao Kongqing gestured toward Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye glanced at Zhao Kongqing and then turned to Chen Mai. Zhao Kongqing indeed died after using the ghostly call. I checked, but somehow, a girl in a black windbreaker with green hair suddenly appeared, handed me a pill, claiming that if he consumed it, he would live. Then, a green creature leaped from her shoulder into Zhao Kongqing's mind. And after a while, he revived. The group listened in shock, even Zhao Kongqing's expression reflecting disbelief. Goodness, what sort of forbidden realm is this? It's simply more formidable than Wu Xiangnan's. Wu Xiangnan interjected. And what exactly was that pill? How could it possess such power? When Qimo remarked, this person is likely extraordinary. Yin Yin, to the side, mused narcissistically. Do not become infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. Your ego is truly inflated. The system baby expressed its exasperation once more. Hong Ying lamented. If someone truly possesses such a forbidden realm, they would undoubtedly be sought after by various factions. The ancient god church would certainly not let her go either. Xi Xiaonan added. Indeed, even if the ancient god church cannot obtain her, they would not allow her to live. Chen Mai's expression turned serious. In any case, we must locate her and recruit her into our night watchers. I will also report this matter to headquarters. Yin Yin felt an overwhelming pressure. Realizing this was no longer mere infatuation, it was close to obsessive love. She resolved to conceal her identity, lest she find herself in grave danger. Lang Xian, noticing Yin Yan's silence, inquired, when did you arrive? We didn't see you when we came in together. Instantly, all eyes turned to Yin Yan, who felt a surge of panic but managed to maintain her composure. I got lost. Arriving a bit late. I saw you all as soon as I got here. The group, aware of her mental state, accepted her explanation, believing her to be genuinely lost. Only Lin Qiye felt something was off but could not pinpoint what it was. Lin Qiye successfully joined the Night Watchers. Although it was only for 10 years, he would ultimately become the man who would lead the Night Watchers. We have already arranged for your withdrawal from school. And we also provided your aunt with a reason for you to enlist far away. Do you have a place to stay? Chen Mai asked Lin Qiye while seated. Hong Ying leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed on Lin Qiye. Why not let him stay at my house? I have a vacant room on the second floor, and Yin Yin is also living with me. You both can accompany me and Xiaonan. Really? Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Yin Yin had already anticipated Lin Qiye would move in with Hong Ying, yet feigned excitement. Wow, Brother Qiye is moving in. That's fantastic. We need one more for mahjong tonight. Are you in? Lin Qiye replied. Sure. Chen Mai tied on an apron. Then I will cook tonight to welcome our newcomer. Yay! Hong Ying exclaimed with excitement. Yin Yin understood Hong Ying's enthusiasm. It was because Chen Mai would personally cook. In the original story, it was described that Chen Mai's culinary skills were exceptional. After all, Yin Yin was a glutton and wished to taste Chen Mai's cooking. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye appeared utterly bewildered. Sister Hong Ying, why are you so happy? You really don't understand the value of the captain's cooking. Let me tell you, the captain's cooking. Hong Ying rambled on, extolling Chen Mai's culinary prowess, while Chen Mai could only smile helplessly. After a while, a large plate of sweet and sour ribs was brought out, causing Yin Yin, Hong Ying, and Zhao Conching to drool with anticipation. Chen Mai served the two largest pieces to Yin Yin and Lin Chia. Yin Yin quickly took a bite. Delicious. Thank you, Captain. Chen Mai, pleased with Yin Yan's praise, turned to Lin Chia. Lin Chia politely said, Thank you, Captain. It's very tasty. Chia, we are all family now. No need for such formality. Look how much Yin Yin enjoys it. Just treat this as your home. Whatever happens, we are here for you, Hong Ying assured, patting Lin Chia's shoulder. Indeed, with old Zhao around, there is nothing to fear. Besides, I am now someone with a forbidden realm. Even if 10 ghost face kings came, I could take them down, Zhao Conching declared, thumping his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Yin slyly snatched a piece of meat from Zhao Conching's bowl and stuffed it into her mouth. Hey, you little rascal, taking my meat when I wasn't looking? How could your heart be so dark? Next time, don't expect me to bring you little cakes, Zhao Conching retorted. Upon hearing the mention of no cakes, Yin Yin immediately backtracked. Old Zhao, I was wrong. She then placed another piece of meat into Zhao Conching's bowl, bowing slightly and gesturing. General Zhao, please. Zhao Conching straightened up, haughtily responding. Now that's more like it. Lin Chia watched the harmonious scene unfold, a warm sensation swelling in his heart. Yin Yin and Lin Chia followed Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan back to the villa. Chia, there is an empty room on the second floor for you, and Yin Yin. Xiaonan and I are on the first floor. If you need anything, just ask either of us, Hong Ying explained. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Wow, I still feel a bit hungry, so I bought 2 small cakes. Does anyone want some? Yin Yin inquired, holding up 2 small cakes. Si Xiaonan licked her lips and exclaimed, I want to eat. I want to eat. Yin Yin, noticing that Hong Ying and Lin Chia remained silent, inquired, Sister Hong Ying, Brother Chia, aren't you going to eat? Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively. I am already full. I cannot eat any more. I too am satiated. Now, let us commence with the mahjong. Until the early hours of the morning. The 4 of them only retired to their rooms to sleep. Yin Yin, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, had just settled into bed and was on the verge of drifting into slumber when an electronic chime startled her awake. She was about to unleash a barrage of expletives at the system when she received a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the Frost Sword. Note: this sword emanates a chilling aura, imbued with boundless power, and invokes a sense of mystery and oppression when wielded. The Frost Sword can also be combined with the Flower Goddess Umbrella to form the Frost Flower Sword, which possesses even greater power than the Frost Sword. Yin Yin clasped her hands in a heart shape and cast a flirtatious glance at the system. Let me express my gratitude to you. For your presence warms all seasons. Thank you, for your existence renders the world more beautiful. System, you are the fortune of my life. Oh, how fortunate I am. Having you is akin to having my athlete's foot. Chapter 8. How astonishing is this little girl? Ever since Lin Chia joined, Chen Mai, Zhao Concheng, Hong Ying, and when Shima began subjecting Yin Yin and Lin Chia to rigorous training, you are not yet official members. You must undergo intensive training before you can be recognized as team members. Thus, I shall push you hard prior to your training. Come now, give it your all, and let me witness your prowess. Chen Mai tossed a wooden sword to Lin Chia. The tip of the wooden sword was somewhat sharp, and Lin Chia grasped it, taking his stance. Yes, Captain. With a fierce charge, Lin Chia swung at Chen Mai, who swiftly blocked the attack, then proceeded to mercilessly overpower Lin Chia, leaving him battered and bruised. Pfft, Brother Chia, you are in such dire straits, it's absolutely hilarious. Yin Yin, clutching a wooden sword, gleefully reveled at the sight. Zhao Conching chimed in, chuckling, this fellow is truly pathetic. Even if he wasn't beaten, he wouldn't be half as handsome as I am. Lin Chia shot Zhao Conching a piercing glare, his fierce expression juxtaposed with his battered visage creating an unexpectedly comical sight. Now it's your turn, Chen Mai beckoned Yin Yin with a finger. Yes, Captain. However, I have a request. What request? If I manage to strike you, you must prepare me sweet and sour ribs. Fine, I grant you this request. Let us begin. With a swift motion, Yin Yin dashed forward, leaping to catch Chen Mai off guard. Yet, he deftly countered her strike. As Chen Mai sensed the imposing pressure from her blade, he momentarily froze. Then focused intently, Zhao Concheng and Lin Chia straightened up, captivated by the duel between Yin Yin and Chen Mai, partly motivated by the prospect of sweet and sour ribs, and partly stunned by the ferocity of Yin Yan's initial strike. Chen Mai launched an unrelenting assault on Yin Yin, but she skillfully parried each blow. Is this the swordplay of this world? Allow me to show you the true essence of sword and blade in harmony. Yin Yin adjusted her grip on the sword, leaving Chun Mai and Zhao Kongcheng perplexed, only for them to soon regret their confusion. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Yin Yin swiftly swung her sword. Although she wielded a wooden sword, the force she unleashed rivaled that of a genuine blade, her movements creating afterimages. Chun Mai, caught off guard, felt the fabric of his clothing tear and a thin line of blood trickle from a cut on his skin. Faint droplets surfacing, Chun Mai sensed that Yin Yin was holding back, controlling her strength. Goodness, how is this little imp so formidable? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, dropping his cigarette in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Xie felt a pang of despair. Why was she so powerful while he was left looking like a beaten pig? Chun Mai, momentarily stunned, forgot his pain and patted Yin Yin on the shoulder. You need not train further. This little girl is truly extraordinary. A wager is a wager. Tonight, I shall prepare sweet and sour ribs for you. Thank you, Captain. In the afternoon, Lin Xie and Yin Yin were assigned to firearms training. Lin Xie stood to Yin Yan's right, and Lung Xian instructed Lin Xie to shoot first. First shot. Miss. Second shot. Miss. Third shot. Miss. Lung Xian was on the verge of despair, incredulous that anyone could be so inept at shooting. Yin Yin mused to herself, as expected of Lin, the master of human outlines. Xie? I am in awe, Lung Xian remarked. Your turn. Yes, Lung Xian, having witnessed the earlier match between the captain and Yin Yin, dismissed her. Thinking, I refuse to believe she can shoot just as well. Yin Yin, noticing Lung Xian's expression, thought, do not underestimate the 5 senses of a cultivator. Even with my eyes closed, I can discern east from west by sound. The next moment, Yin Yin closed her eyes, raised her hand, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots hit within the bullseye, perfectly overlapping. Lin Xie was once again in a state of disbelief, but this time, he was not alone. Lung Xian was equally astonished, realizing that her abilities rendered any instruction unnecessary. He then squatted in a corner, deep in thought, cradling his GUN, in the evening. Yay, yay, yay. After a full day of training, I am utterly exhausted. But finally, I can enjoy the sweet and sour ribs prepared by the captain. Yin Yin sat at the dining table, chopsticks in hand, brimming with energy. Meanwhile, Lin Xie sat forlornly. Why don't you look at me? I am both weary and miserable. Yin Yin chuckled sheepishly. How about I let you have a little extra sweet and sour ribs later? Deal. At dinner, Lin Xie, Chun Mai, and Lung Xian wore expressions of utter dismay. For Yin Yin had devoured nearly all the food. They had endured such torment during training, and now even mealtime was no reprieve. Why aren't you smiling? Are you all simply not inclined to laughter? The others responded with silence. The following day, Yin Yin was set to duel against Zhao Kongcheng. Unwilling to concede, Zhao Kongcheng challenged Yin Yin to a match, with stakes involved that if Zhao Kongcheng won, Yin Yin would have to buy him cigarettes for a week. If Yin Yin triumphed, Zhao Kongcheng would have to procure her cakes for a week. Sister, this time I promise not to go easy on you. Yin Yin raised an eyebrow at Zhao Kongcheng and beckoned. Come on then. The battle commenced, with Zhao Kongcheng launching the first attack. Yin Yin evaded while seeking a weakness, ultimately finding an opening and striking decisively, leading to yet another victory for Yin Yin. Sister, from whom did you learn such swordplay? It is extraordinary, devoid of any flaw. Simply self-taught by instinct. In truth, Yin Yin was not self-taught. Her master had instructed her during her time in the cultivation realm. After all, she had to keep her identity as a godslayer a secret for now, revealing it was not yet prudent. That evening, a balloon-popping game was held in the neighborhood. Lang Xian, I want that large bear. Si Xiaonan gazed longingly at the bear, sweetly pleading with Lung Xian. Lung Xian, unable to resist Si Xiaonan's charms, handed the vendor 30 yuan for 40 rings. He took a deep breath, aimed at the balloons on the wall, and with precision, hit all 40 shots, ultimately winning the large bear. The vendor, furious at losing, tampered with the gun to make it difficult to aim accurately at that moment. Yin Yin, Lin Xie, and Hong Ying passed by the stall, and Yin Yan's eyes lit up at the sight of the large bear. Sister Hong Ying, do you think that bear is beautiful? It is indeed lovely. Brother Xie, what do you think? It's all right. Yin Yin requested 60 rings from the vendor. Just as she was about to pick up the gun to shoot, she sensed something was amiss. Activating her blood eye technique, she discerned a misalignment in one of the components. The vendor cheerfully declared, Miss, hit 40 rings to win a large bear, 20 for a medium bear, and 10 for a small bear. Yin Yin understood that the vendor had deliberately tampered with the gun to ensure no one could win. Do you think this will stump me? she thought. Yin Yin adjusted the gun to the lower left corner and pulled the trigger. Bang. She hit the target and then consecutively shot all 60 rings. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that such a slender girl possessed such remarkable skill. The vendor's face turned dark with frustration, and amidst his disbelief, Yin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, I would like 1 large bear and 2 small bears. Reluctantly, the vendor handed over the bears, and Yin Yin gifted the large one to Hong Ying and a small one to Lin Xie. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled. Wow, Yin Yin, you are amazing. You hit every shot. Yin Yin's smile stretched from ear to ear. Oh, please, do not flatter me, or I might get carried away. I just heard someone say that gun is inaccurate. How are you able to shoot so accurately? Lin Xie asked. Simple, just adjust the gun a bit. How did you notice? Of course, I saw it with my eyes. Lin Xie. Chapter 9. A new monster appears. This class is so boring. Sitting here makes me lose focus. Yin Yin sat cross-legged, resting her chin on her hand. You must pay attention in class. I am discussing your divine ruins. Wen Qima tapped Yin Yan's head lightly. Ouch, my head. Yin Yin looked up at Wen Qima with a pouting expression. Lin Xie chuckled at Yin Yan's antics, then turned to Wen Qima. Is my divine ruin impressive? Wen Qima rolled his eyes. Your divine ruin is Mortal Realm Divine Domain, Sequence 003. How could it not be impressive? What about you? There is no information about the flower goddess in the records. Wen Qima turned to Yin Yin and said, Flower's rainbow attire possesses the ability to gather a multitude of flowers for extensive offensive and defensive maneuvers, as well as to heal allies. Among these, certain poisonous bouquets emit a fragrance capable of driving enemies to madness, inducing hallucinations, or temporarily rendering them unable to utilize forbidden powers. Furthermore, when invoking the divine realm, one can summon the flower goddess umbrella, which serves both defensive and offensive purposes. When Qima and Lin Xie widened their eyes in astonishment, Lin Xie nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Wow. How impressive. When Qima furrowed his brows, his expression grave. Your divine realm is exceedingly formidable. I must report this to the captain, and we shall need to revise the details when we relay the information to headquarters. Yin Yin understood the necessity for such amendments, aware that there might be traitors within the Night Watchers, and caution was paramount. If the ancient god sect were to learn of this, it could spell disaster. After a brief interlude, when Qimo returned to Yin Yin, stating, I've submitted the report, mentioning that your divine realm can summon vines to induce hallucinations in enemies. Very well. Let us proceed with our lessons. Yin Yin replied, the hierarchy of the Night Watchers is divided into 7 realms: Zhan, Qi, Chuan, Hai, Wuliang, Klein, and the pinnacle of humanity. Lin Xie remarked, I am currently at the Zhan realm, which is the lowest tier. Yin Yin, having already attained the Hai realm, expressed a thoughtful expression. Presently, there are 5 individuals who stand as the pinnacle of humanity: Yi Jian, Yi Qi, Yi Zun, Yi Fuzi, and Yi Su Wu. Yin Yin contemplated, recalling Shou Ping, Lu Wuwei, Yi Fan, Chen Fuzi, and Guan Zai, all guardians of the great Xia. If I were to reach the pinnacle of humanity, would I not become one among them? Perhaps the 6th. The mere thought filled her with exhilaration. After Yin Yin and Lin Xie resolved some civil matters, Hong Ying urged them to return swiftly, citing a particularly challenging task awaiting them. Upon receiving this news, Yin Yin and Lin Xie hurried back to the Peace Affairs office. Upon entering, they found all team members already assembled, including a boy clad in a school uniform. Lin Xie looked at the boy, puzzled. Li Yifei. Li Yifei, spotting Lin Xie, appeared equally bewildered. What are you doing here? Did you also encounter a monster? Wu Xiangnan interjected. No, he is one of us. Chen Mai corrected. A temporary member, Wu Xiangnan exclaimed. The what? You told me you were enlisting. It turns out you joined here. Li Yifei gaped at Lin Xie. Lin Xie shrugged. Some unexpected events transpired. Then, Li Yifei turned his gaze to Yin Yin beside Lin Xie, pondering for a moment before addressing Lin Xie. Hey, isn't this the girl who went home with us last time? What is she doing here? I am also a temporary member, Yin Yin emphasized, directing her gaze towards Chen Mai as she stressed the words temporary member. Chen Mai responded, Let's discuss your matters later. We need to address the case at hand. He cleared his throat. Lifa swallowed hard. Last night, I returned to school to collect assignments and saw Lu Xiaoyan conversing with the head teacher about an essay. I had hoped they would leave soon, but unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoyan opened her mouth and transformed into a snake-like monster, swallowing the head teacher whole before regurgitating him. Terrified, I sought your assistance. Yin Yin glanced at Li Yifei. Then at the others, it appeared the plot involving the Nantua snake demon was about to unfold. As Li Yifei concluded his account, the team's expressions grew increasingly tense. Wu Xiangnan nodded. If what this boy claimed was true, it would indeed involve the mysterious. Wu Xiangnan turned to Li Yifei. You do understand the consequences of reporting false information, correct? I understand. I am 100% certain, Li Yifei affirmed, raising 3 fingers in a vow. If I am lying, I shall never find a girlfriend. That's all right, brother. Even if you never find a girlfriend, can you not seek a boyfriend? Yin Yin teased. Li Yifei retorted. I am not from Nantong. Cough. Share your thoughts, Chen Mai urged Wu Xiangnan. Based on the current situation, this should be a mythological creature with formidable camouflage abilities, capable of blending in with ordinary people without revealing its true nature. When Shima sighed, camouflage truly is a troublesome trait. In addition, this creature possesses the ability to assimilate any being it consumes, Wu Xiangnan added. I see. Is it akin to zombies in movies that infect others? Yin Yin exclaimed, raising her hand in response. Quite so, Wu Xiangnan confirmed. Should we storm the campus, locate Lu Xiaoyan, and eliminate her? Hong Ying inquired. Lin Xia interjected. It likely isn't that straightforward. If she can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is the original entity. Xia is correct, Wu Xiangnan concurred, when Shima supplemented. Moreover, we have no knowledge of how long this creature has existed or how many individuals it may have infected. We must be wary that the entire school, or even all of Cangnan, could be at risk. Li Yifei's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. What do you mean by that? Wu Xiangnan stood, speaking slowly. Have you considered that your closest friends, family, and teachers could all potentially transform into monsters? Perhaps, unbeknownst to you, you yourself may have already become a monster. Yin Yin thought to herself. Oh no, this prophecy is quite alarming. Li Yifei's pupils dilated, hugging himself, appearing as helpless as an egg. All right, Xiangnan, stop scaring him. If that were the case, why hasn't the Raven of Calamity reacted? When Shima patted Wu Xiangnan's shoulder, Lin Xia questioned. Raven of Calamity? What is that? Raven of Calamity is a crow, an object imbued with forbidden powers. It cries out as a warning whenever Cangnan City is in peril. Hong Ying explained. Oh, I see. Lin Xia nodded. Can it be consumed? Yin Yan's eyes sparkled, swallowing hard. Zhao Conqing scoffed. Why is it that all you can think about is eating? Yin Yin stuck out her tongue at Zhao Conqing. Nye, nye, nye. Hong Ying gently ruffled Yin Yan's hair. No, it is an important item. All right, Yin Yin replied, looking dejected. She had hoped to see if she could use the Raven of Calamity to concoct a spiritual delicacy. But alas, it was not to be eaten in any case. Our mission is to eliminate all the monsters hidden among the populace. Xiangnan, do you have a plan? Shun Mai inquired. That we shall split into 2 teams. One team will infiltrate the campus to eliminate the monsters and identify the original entity, while the other team will expand outward to determine if there are other infected individuals nearby. Chen Mai nodded. Sounds good. Then he turned to Yin Yin and the others. Yin Yin, Xia, Hong Ying, and Xiangnan, you all fit the image of high school students quite well. Thus, you shall infiltrate and identify the original entity. Yin Yin, Lin Xia, Hong Ying, and Si Xiangnan. Understood. Chapter 10. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? At Cangnan No. 2 High School, the 4 stood at the entrance, wearing forlorn expressions. These uniforms are truly hideous, Hong Ying complained. The appeal of uniforms is subjective. Yours isn't so bad. Lin Xia remarked. You have a way with words. Since Xia says it looks good, I shall wear it, Hong Ying replied. With her hair styled in a high ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt under an open red and white school jacket, and carrying a black box, Hong Ying exuded youthful vitality. Si Xiangnan sported 2 bun hairstyles adorned with strawberry hairpins, dressed in a cartoon long-sleeve shirt with her school uniform tied around her waist like a skirt. Appearing as an innocent young girl. In contrast, Yin Yin presented a different picture altogether. Her waist-length hair danced in the wind, clad in a black t-shirt, one hand gripping her school uniform, casually draped over her shoulder. Sporting sunglasses and sucking on a lollipop as she strode forward with an air of indifference, radiating a carefree vibe. Lin Xie glanced at Yin Yin, somewhat speechless. Aren't you concerned about being reprimanded by the head teacher? He gestured toward the security guard at the gate. Look at that guard's expression. He certainly won't let us pass. Yin Yin scoffed dismissively. That's easy. We won't scale the wall. Just watch me. Just as Hong Ying was about to suggest climbing the wall, Yin Yin confidently approached the school gate. The security guard, noticing her approach, stepped forward to block her path. Which class are you from? Why are you arriving now? Aren't those three behind you in the same class as you? And what is that black box you're carrying? Hong Ying, Si Xiangnan, and Lin Chiye felt a wave of embarrassment from a distance. Had they known it would be so humiliating, they wouldn't have brought her along. Yin Yin met the security guard's gaze and activated her blood eye technique, her dark eyes visibly transforming into a crimson hue. The security guard stared into Yin Yan's red eyes, his expression gradually becoming vacant. Yin Yin coldly commanded, "Remember, we are merely students who were granted leave for a reason, and this black box is a gift for the school. Now, please allow us entry at once." After hearing this, the security guard walked directly to the control room and opened the gate. Yin Yin deactivated her blood eye technique and turned to beckon Lin Chiye and the others. "All right. The gate is open. Hurry up." At that moment, the three of them were left in stunned silence. How did that work? Could it be that the security guard, despite his fierce appearance, was actually quite understanding? Upon entering the school, Lin Chiye remarked, "Let us proceed according to our original plan. Yin Yin and I shall head to the teaching building to find Lu Xiaoyan, while you two seek out the headmaster." "Agreed. If anything arises, we will communicate via earpiece." "Excuse me, could you please tell me where the office building is?" Si Xiaonan inquired softly. Lin Chiye gestured towards the distance. "There, for 03. Thank you, Chiye." Lin Chiye, accompanied by Yin Yin, made their way towards class 2 of the second year. Midway, Yin Yin suddenly tugged at Lin Chiye's sleeve, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "I need to use the restroom." "Where is it?" Lin Chiye, momentarily speechless, rolled his eyes at her and pointed in the direction. "Over there. Go ahead, but don't choke." Yin Yin shot him a glare. "I don't like that kind of food. If you enjoy it, I'll bring you something warm." Lin Chiye's face turned pale as he turned back towards class 2, and hastily dashed to the restroom, swiftly performing her routine actions. Just as she was about to exclaim her relief, she overheard two individuals entering. "Hey, do you know who the top student is? The one with glasses, the refined rascal?" Yes. I think his name is something like Yu.A and Xingyu. I find him quite handsome. I am fond of these refined rascals. Someone, come and tease me. At that moment, Yin Yin, eavesdropping on their conversation, thought, "My Yuge has such a fervent admirer." She shook her head. "Oh dear, once you see how he dissects monster corpses, you will think differently." After a while, the two exited, and Yin Yin finished her business and stepped out of the restroom just as the class bell rang. The broadcast suddenly announced the music for the flag-raising ceremony, and Yin Yin realized that Lin Chiye was to be the flag-bearer scouting for infected individuals. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, having infiltrated the office, reported to Wu Xiangnan upon discovering the human skin. Suddenly, the music of the flag-raising ceremony startled them. "This music scared the life out of me," Hong Ying remarked. At that moment, Lin Chiye, holding the flag, marched towards the flagpole, while Yin Yin hid among the students, observing him. Just as Lin Chiye was about to reach the flagpole, he executed a sharp right-angle turn. Yin Yin couldn't help but chuckle at his earnest maneuver, prompting mixed reactions from those around her, some perplexed, some snickering, while others burst into laughter. "This flag-bearer is killing me with laughter. Look at the leader's expression. It's as if he has just tasted something foul." Lin Chiye's eyes sparkled with golden light, and a faint golden halo adorned the corners of his gaze. Meanwhile, Yin Yin had already activated her blood pupil technique, scanning the surrounding students. The sunglasses concealed her luminous eyes, causing no one to notice the striking red pupils beneath them. Most regarded her as pretentious. At this time, both Yin Yin and Lin Chiye had scanned all the students and were hastily making their way to the teaching building. "Captain, the situation is dire. It seems nearly impossible to resolve this quietly," Lin Chiye stated, his expression grave as he placed his hand on the earpiece. The entire school had at least 60 faculty and students transformed into infected beings. The earpiece fell into silence. Chinmai, stepping on a monster's carcass, declared, "They have already begun to spread outward. What should we do?" Lin Chiye inquired. "You four should clear the monsters in the school. We have a forbidden item, Dream Whisper, to erase their memories. Additionally, I will have Lang Xin cast." "No." "Understood." "And Yin Yin, if you find any injured, please treat them immediately." "Yes, Captain." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had just finished their investigation in the corridor when they spotted several girls approaching. As they drew near, the girls transformed into monsters and lunged at them. In an instant, Hong Ying's spear erupted in crimson flames, and she and Si Xiaonan worked in tandem, annihilating the monsters. Yin Yin quickly ran to class 2 to reunite with Lin Chiye. Upon entering, she overheard Lin Chiye confessing to Han Ruo, "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Yan Yan's eyes widened in disbelief at that moment. Lu Yuan stood frozen in shock, as if the sky had fallen. All right. Han Ruoruo blushed, lowering her head, her fingers intertwining nervously. Lu Yuan lamented, "My heart is shattered. Please do not disturb me." Although Yin Yin recognized Lin Qi's obliviousness, she had not anticipated his condition had worsened to such an extent. Deceiving someone just to harm them, offering hope only to deliver despair. Chapter 11. The Naga Demon's Seventh Brother. What are you doing? Lin Qi turned abruptly, feeling somewhat awkward. I am confessing. Yin Yin, about to say something, suddenly heard a voice from the earpiece, causing both her and Lin Qi to change expressions slightly. Let us go. Lin Qi pulled the box and dashed towards the girls' dormitory. Did you hear the explosion just now? Yes, and there were screams. It sounds terrifying that we should report it quickly. Why is there no signal? At that moment, Long Xian placed a notice board outside, slicing his hand with a knife, letting a few drops of blood seep out. He swiftly drew on the notice board, pressed his palms together, and forcefully pressed down. Forbidden ruins, no. 10 seconds passed, yet the notice board remained unresponsive. Old Zhao, how does no work? Long Xian inquired, covering the earpiece. First do this, then that, and finally the last step. It should work. After repeating the instructions, no still showed no reaction. He frowned, growing impatient, and tapped it a few times. Finally, the board reacted, expanding outward until it enveloped the entire second high school. Satisfied, Long Xian nodded and looked into the distance, suddenly taken aback. Why does the color look off? Whoa! Look at the sky. The sky is so green. I'm dying of laughter. The green light makes your faces look so green. You're not wrong. This is hilarious. Seventh brother, what is going on with the sky? Li Yifei asked. I don't know. It might be an issue with no. Yin Yin recognized that the malfunction stemmed from Long Xian's operation of no. She confidently began to sing. Love is a light, so wonderful I won't watch the voice of summer without you. Thank you for the praise. My singing is rather mediocre, Lin Xie replied. Yin Yin playfully punched him, causing Lin Xie to nearly spit blood. Observing the crowd gathered around the girls' dormitory, Yin Yin expressed her concern. Why are there so many people? How can we squeeze in? Lin Xie glanced at Li Yifei. You have strong organizational skills. They all know you. Draw their attention while Yin Yin and I slip in amidst the chaos. Understood. Subsequently, Li Yifei boldly confessed to Wu Shujia in front of everyone. Wu Shujia, I like you. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, some teasing, others cheering Li Yifei on. A model of our generation. Li Yifei, I respect you as a man. Yin Yin acknowledged with a fist salute. Lin Xie, noticing Yin Yin engrossed in the spectacle, seized her hand and dashed past the barricade towards the girls' dormitory, oblivious to Li Yifei's crestfallen expression after being rejected by Wu Shujia. Hong Ying wielded her fiery spear, the tip ablaze, and with a swift flick, illuminated the area. She thrust the spear forward, impaling the four monsters, which fell lifelessly as the flames extinguished. Darkness enveloped the corridor once more. Why are there still students here? The dormitory supervisor queried, puzzled. Hong Ying and Si Shaonan exchanged awkward glances. We are leaving now. As they approached the supervisor, a bullet struck her forehead, transforming her into a grotesque monster. Yin Yin swiftly dispatched the creature with another shot. While Lin Xie conversed with Hong Ying and the others, a creature with a serpent's tail and a human body appeared on the balcony. Hong Ying widened her eyes and charged to attack, while Lin Xie focused on protecting the students, and Yin Yin ventured nearby to search for survivors and monsters. Long Xian activated a segment of no, allowing Lin Xie to escort a group of uninfected individuals to safety. After escorting them out, no was deactivated, and the sky transformed into a blood-red hue once more. Apologies, I'm still getting accustomed to using no, Long Xian admitted. Lin Xie remained silent as Yin Yin strolled through the woods. She encountered several monsters, dispatching them before heading to the school's convenience store to assess the situation. Upon opening the door, a monster lunged at her, but she swiftly turned, drawing her long knife and severing its head. After confirming the area was clear, she exited, pocketing a pack of spicy strips. Lin Xie rescued students from the third floor, guiding Li Yifei and another bespectacled boy to the fourth floor. Just as Yin Yin bit into the spicy strip, she saw Lin Xie in the hallway, inhaling sharply and shouting, Lin Xie. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xie turned, observing Yin Yin's serious expression and feeling puzzled. With the earpiece, he wondered if it was urgent. He then regarded her with a grave demeanor. waiting for her to speak. Oh, you want some spicy strips? Damn it, I can't help but want to tease her. Yin Yin noticed Lin Chiye's lack of response and promptly summoned the flower goddess umbrella from the divine ruins. Throwing it upward, with a leap, she soared onto the umbrella before making another leap to reach the third floor of the teaching building. Lie Fei gaped in astonishment. Wow, I didn't expect you to be this impressive. Yin Yin, that's so cool. Yin Yin brushed her hair and laughed. Haha, you flatter me. And Qingyu, momentarily stunned, soon had a glimmer of light in his eyes. Lin Qiyi remained as expressionless as ever. Want some spicy strips? No. Thanks. I'll have some. Give me a piece. Here, take it. And Qingyu politely approached and inquired. My name isn't Qingyu. May I ask your name? Yin Yin paused. I didn't say my name. Lin Qiyi rolled his eyes at Yin Yin and turned to Qingyu. Her name is Yin. Yin. He then pointed at his head. She might have a few screws loose. So please be understanding. Yin Yin retorted. That you're the one with the screw loose. Just then, a monstrous creature lunged rapidly at Yin Yan's back. Lin Qiyi sensed the beast and was about to take action when Yin Yin executed a backflip. Drawing her sword and cleaving the monster in two, Lie Fei was immediately nauseated by the gory scene. Yin Yin's uniform was stained with blood, and her glasses had fallen when she leaped. The three stared in shock at Yin Yan's blood-red eyes, which had an eerie, terrifying quality that sent shivers down their spines. Lin Qiyi snapped back to reality and asked, What happened to your eyes? Yin Yin proudly replied, It's a new ability from the Forbidden Ruins. Isn't it impressive? Lin Qiyi retorted, Do you think the Forbidden Ruins are for wholesale? The powers she had gained from the Divine Ruins were already formidable. And now she had acquired something new from the Forbidden Ruins, which seemed particularly hazardous. Yin Yin, you make me feel sick. And Qingyu gazed at Yin Yin with fervor. Upon noticing his gaze, Yin Yin met his eyes. No thanks, she replied. Qingyu asked. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Qiyi, Yin Yin, Wu Xiang Nan has identified the monster. Lin Qiyi's eyes lit up. What is it? This creature is known as the Nandu Snake Demon, originating from rural folklore. Nandu Snake Demon, Chapter 12. The truth emerges. Hong Ying relayed some characteristics and abilities of the Nandu Snake Demon to Yin Yin and Lin Qiyi. Lin Qiyi nodded. I see. Qingyu quietly positioned himself between Yin Yin and Lin Qiyi. Is there something you want? Lin Qiyi inquired. I have a question. We are neither superheroes nor cultivators. No, I am a cultivator, but Lin Qiyi is nothing. Yin Yin interjected. Lin Qiyi replied. I feel like she's insulting me, but I have no proof. No. What I'm asking is, with so many monsters in this world, why can we still live so comfortably? Because someone is keeping watch for us. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? I just find it very interesting, and Qingyu said with a slight smile. Interesting? Why is that? And Qingyu stared intently at the monster's corpse in the corridor and licked his lips. I really want to take them back and dissect them for research. Excuse me, Lin Qiyi interjected. Hey, you sound like the villain in those zombie films researching viruses. Yin Yin remarked. And Qingyu. The fifth floor. Lu Yuan. I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lu Yuan. I don't want to stay here anymore. I'm scared. Then I'll take you out. At that moment, the chairs in the corridor toppled over, and Lin Qiyi, Yin Yin, and the others entered. Lin Qiyi, Ruo has already broken up with you. She's mine now, and I'm taking her away, Lu Yuan declared. Lin Qiyi chuckled coldly and stepped aside, gesturing for them to pass. Fine. I won't stop you. I wish you happiness. Yin Yin added. Breakup should be dignified. No one should apologize. Lin Qiyi. That after Lu Yuan and his group departed, Lin Qiyi asked Li Fei, Are these all the survivors? Yes, just these, Li Fei confirmed. The only monster has already eloped with Lu Yuan. Lin Qiyi smiled slightly. Come on, classmates. Let us raise our right hands and salute to Lu Yuan. Yin Yin called out to the surrounding students. Salute. Lin Qiyi silently raised his right hand in the direction Lu Yuan had left and extended his middle finger. Yin Yin. Quickly changing to a middle-fingered, Qingyu shared his discoveries with Yin Yin and Lin Qiyi. I've got it. I have a request. What request? I want that. Qingyu pointed at Lin Qiyi's crotch. Lin Qiyi's face paled, covering himself. I meant the gun. Only then did Lin Qiyi relax, handing over the firearm. Yin Yin remarked. It seems like everyone has a gun. Lin Qiyi and Qingyu. Li Fei led the remaining people to the auditorium, while Yin Yin and Lin Qiyi went to the art building in search of monsters. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Qiyi's mental perception suddenly conjured an image. his expression shifting dramatically. Yin Yin, following behind, noticed Lin Shi standing still and moved in front of him. She go. Why aren't you moving? Lin Shi quickly covered Yin Yan's mouth and made a should gesture. Yin Yan looked puzzled but soon heard some strange words. Ruo, why are we hiding here? What's the point of going out? We can do something much more interesting here. Yin Yan looked up at Lin Shi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and Lin Shi nodded affirmatively. Yin Yan thought, this is so thrilling in broad daylight. Isn't this inappropriate? Lu Yuan said. Don't you want me to devour you? With that, Han Ruo transformed into a gruesome monster, charging at Lu Yuan with bared fangs. Help! Someone save me! Just then, Lin Shi opened the door, and Yin Yan glanced at Lu Yuan and Han Ruo. You two seem to be having quite a passionate time. Lin Shi, help me. Lin Shi rubbed his nose, apologetically saying, sorry for the interruption. He then shut the door and locked it. Yin Yan looked inside. This strange couple is locked in. How convenient. She then peeked at Lin Shi, giving him a thumbs up. Well done. Lin Shi smiled at Yin Yan, nodding slightly, as if to say, well played. I thought they would. Yin Yan said regretfully that don't think about it. Half a minute later, Lin Shi opened the door again and swiftly dispatched the transformed Lu Yuan with a single stroke. The Nandu snake demon burst forth from the art building, fleeing toward the classroom. During the chase, Lin Shi was ambushed by the Nandu snake demon and stumbled down the stairs, barely regaining his balance. As the Nandu snake demon prepared to attack Lin Shi again, Yin Yan activated Flower's rainbow attire, ensnaring it and releasing toxic gas to gradually sap its consciousness, holding the flower goddess umbrella. Yin Yan leaped atop the Nandu snake demon, aiming the umbrella at its neck. A ring of blades emerged from the outer edge of the umbrella, and with a swift motion, she severed the monster's head. Lin Shi was left stunned. The Nandu snake demon was so feeble before Yin Yan. However, Lin Shi soon sensed something amiss and hurried to the auditorium. Li Yifei eagerly asked upon seeing Lin Shi and Yin Yan return. Did you find the Nandu snake demon's true form? Yes, we found it. Just as Li Yifei was about to say where, and Xingyu immediately pulled the trigger, shooting Li Yifei in the back of his head. Li Yifei promptly collapsed, and a pair of snake demon eyes opened, fixating on Lin Shi. How did you know? You left too many loopholes, Lin Shi replied. Moreover, everything is too coincidental. Various events seem to be invisibly linked to you. Raising suspicion, Yin Yan added, I sensed something was off on the third floor. When you came to rescue us, 2 snake demons suddenly appeared. After you killed them, 6 more emerged, but what truly aroused my suspicion was when the snake demon offspring severed your rope. They shouldn't have had any sight, yet those 6 demons acted purposefully, as if they knew that was your only escape route, which leads to a conclusion that Xingyu adjusted his glasses. Among us, there is one who shares their vision. He then shrugged. These conclusions are the result of information exchanged between me, Lin Shi, and Yin Yan. This is the only truth. Although Yin Yan had known from reading the original work that Li Yifei was the greatest Nandu snake demon, she could not deduce the conclusion as completely as in Xingyu. Yin Yan nodded, acknowledging, as expected of the host of the key to the door, your intellect is impressive. Yugu, I admire you. Li Yifei chuckled self-deprecatingly. All right, encountering you 3 freaks is my bad luck. Also, your kind must have existed for a long time, splitting into a second personality in this specific environment. Those second personalities are Li Yifei. Due to Li Yifei witnessing the tragic demise of the Ghost-Face King lineage, a being even more formidable than yourselves, the master persona felt a palpable threat, prompting a grand performance orchestrated by him. The intent was to compel Li Yifei to demonstrate his worth, thereby securing his place among the night watchmen, which would allow you to rest easy. Am I correct in my assertion, Nantua Xiao? Yin Yan furrowed her brow, engaged in analysis, while Lin Shi nodded in agreement, and Xingyu raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting her to be quite so astute. Well then, since you have disrupted our plans, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. With that, she launched a fierce attack. And Xingyu, watching the confrontation between Lin Shi and Nantua Xiao, refrained from intervening. One reason being the arrival of night, which enhanced Lin Shi's strength, enabling him to match Nantua Xiao. The other reason was his necessity to personally eliminate Li Yifei, thus securing him as an attendant in his psychiatric facility. With a swift motion, the blade was sheathed, and Nantua Xiao as a serpent head tumbled to the ground. Forgive me, Li Yifei. Let us meet again in the asylum. Chapter 13. Shijin City Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the skill of Animal Communication Master. Note: this skill enables communication with animals, allowing them to become your most capable subordinates, assisting in exploring matters beyond your reach. Wow, this seems quite impressive. The ability to converse with animals sounds incredibly cool, Yin Yin remarked with satisfaction. Subsequently, taking advantage of the next few days of free time, she dedicated herself to training in the garden, elevating her realm. She had now surpassed the Klein level, reaching the pinnacle of human potential. Hooray! I have finally achieved the apex of human capability. Then, as if recalling something, she addressed the system. System, I should have no tasks at the moment, correct? Indeed. Host, what is on your mind? I suddenly remembered that the original host has one last relative in this world. According to her memories, her grandmother appears to be in Shijin City. The original host lived with her grandmother, but when she was 10, an unfortunate incident led her parents to send her to the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital in Songnan City for treatment. The year following her parents' departure, a car accident occurred, leaving only her grandmother in Shijin City, who annually sent money to the director of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. This thought tugged at Yin Yin's heart. Stirring feelings of empathy. In her first life, she too had lost both parents and relied solely on her grandmother for companionship. However, she later attended university far from home, leading her to miss the chance for one final meeting with her grandmother. I believe her grandmother is the only family the original host has in this world. Tomorrow, I shall request leave from the captain to visit Shijin City and find her, though I will be helping her. It is also a means of compensating for my own regrets. Whatever choice you make, I shall support you. Yin Yin. Peacekeeping office, why do you suddenly wish to take leave? Chunmai inquired. Puzzled that I miss my grandmother. I've grown up in a psychiatric hospital, and now that I can finally escape, I want to see her, Yin Yin replied, tears streaming down her cheeks, conveying her profound longing, which was truly moving. Very well, but you must return before the training session, understood? Chunmai's heart softened at the sight of her tears. After a moment's thought, he considered her extraordinary abilities. Training under them seemed of little significance now. Perhaps allowing her to venture out for practical experience would be beneficial. The next day, Yin Yin, I will miss you, Hong Ying said, embracing Yin Yin reluctantly. Me too. Si Xiaonan added, little rascal, if you encounter any difficulties outside, call us, and we will help you find a solution, Zhao Conqing assured, patting Yin Yin on the shoulder. Just remember not to let yourself be wronged. When Qimao advised, yes, happiness comes first, Wu Xiangnan chimed in. I wish you success in finding your grandmother. And remember to drink plenty of warm water if you fall ill, Lin Xie remarked, his straightforwardness evident. Yin Yin smiled helplessly. All right, I will. Thank you all. Don't forget to call us if anything arises, Chunmai reminded her. Understood. Ling Xian's eyes also reflected reluctance. Take care of yourself. Goodbye. Goodbye. Shijin City System. Do you know where the original hostess grandmother is currently located? She had been living in a nursing home, but she suddenly left in recent years. Where could she have gone? Host, I will investigate the whereabouts of the original hostess grandmother and inform you once I have located her. Very well. Subsequently, to facilitate her mission, Yin Yin assumed a new identity using a double-faced disguise and booked a hotel room. After making the reservation, feeling somewhat bored, she decided to go out for lunch. Walking along the sidewalk, she gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings with curiosity. Many passers-by looked at Yin Yin, mistaking her for a character from a cosplay. Suddenly, around a corner, she spotted a delivery man anxiously scratching his head while glancing at his vehicle. Curious, Yin Yin approached and asked, "What seems to be the problem, sir?" Lu Wuwei was momentarily taken aback by Yin Yin's green hair and pink eyes, then began to complain. "I don't know what's wrong with this vehicle. It suddenly stopped working. It's probably broken, and I still have deliveries to make. I really don't want to receive complaints." Yin Yin activated her blood eye technique to examine the internal structure of the delivery vehicle and discovered that the battery was merely rusty on the surface. Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Wuwei was distracted, she cast a spell to remove the rust. "Try it again now. If it still doesn't work, call a professional to repair it," Yin Yin said, retracting her blood eye technique and turning to Lu Wuwei. "All right. Thank you." "No problem." Yin Yin waved her hand and left. However, she remained unaware that Lu Wuwei had witnessed everything she had done at that moment. Lu Wuwei's expression grew serious. Who exactly is she? Why did she help me? That night, as Yin Yin lay in bed, contemplating what to do upon finding the original hostess grandmother, An idea struck her. She suddenly sat up, slapping her forehead. Right. The great swordsman Zhou Ping is also in Shijin City. Once I find her, I can also seek him out for a sparring session regarding swordsmanship. Yes, that's settled then. Host, I have located the original hostess grandmother. She resides in a rental house on Changxiang Road in Shijin City. Well done. But currently, I am financially constrained. How can I assist her? Yin lamented. Host, I have also discovered that the Night Watchman's commander, Yi Fan, is secretly searching for you. Furthermore, you have now reached the pinnacle of human potential. Consider joining them to see if you can secure some funds. Upon hearing the system's words, Yin's eyes lit up. Of course, why didn't I think of that? With that, she sprang into action. Shajing Night Watchman headquarters Yi Fan was seated in a chair, meditating, when suddenly a phone call came through. He answered the call, activating the speakerphone, and placed the phone on the table. Commander, there is someone outside requesting an audience. Who? What is your name? Yin. I don't know you. Then I will hang up. Wait, I resurrected Zhao Kongcheng, a highly skilled healer, and I possess miraculous pills. Yi Fan sat up straight, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had kept this information tightly guarded. How could anyone know? But then he realized something. His expression turning grave. Let her in. Understood. Yuan Gang, go fetch her. Yes, Commander. Yin raised an eyebrow, surprised to find Yuan Gang here, likely preparing for the training session. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yuan Gang observed Yin with her green hair and large eye contacts, her slender frame causing him to doubt her. Yet since the commander wished to see her, he refrained from voicing his reservations. Yuan Gang led Yin to the door of Yi Fan's office. Come in. Yin pushed the door open and entered, immediately noticing the serious expression on Yi Fan's face gradually shift to one of skepticism. You are Yin, correct? Yi Fan inquired. Yes, Yi Fan thought to himself. How do we share a surname? Moreover, this young girl appears quite diminutive. You claim to have resurrected Zhao Kongqing. What evidence do you possess? Yin remained silent, then unleashed the oppressive aura of the pinnacle of human potential. Yi Fan, taken aback by the sudden pressure, was left in shock. Do you believe me now? I do. Chapter 14. The sixth pinnacle of humanity. I presume you have been searching for me in secret for quite some time. Indeed, but we have struggled to find any trace of you. Your sudden appearance, does it signify something? To be frank, I possess an ability to foresee the future. Not long from now, turmoil will engulf Daxia. Yin stated solemnly. Yi Fan, momentarily taken aback, appeared skeptical. Yin continued. Zhou Ping, you wish for him to become the first human in Daxia to attain divinity, willing to trade your life for his ascension. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. Indeed, that was his desire, yet he had never confided this to anyone. How could she possibly know? Could it be that she truly possesses the ability to foresee the future? Very well, I believe you. Then would you be willing to join us as the sixth pinnacle of humanity to protect Daxia? If you want me to join, you must first provide 2.5 million. Additionally, I will include some of my self-made medicinal pills as a bonus, which are remarkably effective upon consumption, Yin stated, presenting her pitch to Yi Fan like a salesperson. Yi Fan, that you seem rather naive. It is well known that the Night Watchmen are quite impoverished. You cannot lose out by purchasing, nor can you be deceived. Today, make your purchase and enjoy a splendid 20% discount. Do not hesitate any longer. Opportunities like this are rare. With gritted teeth, Yi Fan contemplated the situation. After further reflection, she realized that having such a powerful support skill and precognition seemed quite advantageous. Spending 250 to acquire a pinnacle human talent felt like a bargain. The deal was struck. Cash or transfer? Perhaps transfer would be best, as cash was insufficient. Yin eagerly remarked, it seems your purpose for coming here is solely for that 250. Yi Fan replied, somewhat speechless. Hey, you guessed it right. How clever of you. Come tomorrow to collect the funds. The masked squad will also arrive, and I shall facilitate your introductions. Alright, by the way, what title do you wish to bestow upon this pinnacle human talent? Let's call them the Sorcerer. One sword, one steed, one revered figure, one sage, one void, and one sorcerer. Due to Yan's late return home the previous night, she did not awaken until noon the following day. Upon waking, she rushed to the capital, all the while complaining to Yi Fan about the heavy traffic, street brawls, and various incidents she encountered, sharing every detail with him. That moment, the masked squad had gathered, and Yi Fan informed them of the situation, asking them to wait a bit longer. Vortex remarked, this sorcerer truly has a good temperament. Moon Ghost added, I get the feeling the sorcerer must be quite elderly. The scales noted, the sorcerer has remarkable insight. King Face mused, what if the sorcerer is a charming surprise? Vortex retorted, a charming old man. Rose interjected, listening to their conversation, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Once they arrive, you shall see what the sorcerer looks like. Report to the commander, the sorcerer has arrived. Quick, please welcome them. Yes, the door swung open. The members of the masked squad curiously peered outside, only to see a girl with a bun hairstyle and dressed in blue overalls bouncing in. Exclaiming, Main, my main. The masked squad members were taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be an old man? Why has it turned into a cute girl? Amidst their astonished gazes, Yin greeted them cheerfully. Hi, I'm the sorcerer Yin, delighted to meet you all. The masked squad responded in unison. No. It is we who are thrilled to meet you. Yin, observing their awkwardness, smiled. There's no need to be so formal. I am younger than you. No honorifics required. All right, okay. May I ask how old you are, sorcerer? Moon Ghost inquired. Just turned 18. The masked squad and Yi Fan were left speechless. So young, during their first meeting. Upon hearing that Commander Yi had mentioned their visit, she had prepared several crystal pendants as a welcoming gift, distributing one to each member. Sorcerer, do these crystal pendants have any special functions? Vortex asked. These crystal pendants are essentially lifelines. Should you encounter life-threatening situations, they will shield you from fatal blows. Wow. Thank you, sorcerer. That's incredible. This journey has been worthwhile. Subsequently, King Face respectfully addressed Yin. Thank you for the pendants. Sorcerer, but we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Indeed, sorcerer, Commander Yi, we must depart. All right, goodbye. With that, the masked squad adorned their necks with the pendants and headed towards the exit. Yin handed over the elixirs to Yi Fan, who transferred the 2.5 million to her account. I am grateful for the generous sum of 2.5 million from Commander Yi. I shall diligently protect the entirety of the Great Xia. With that, she offered a respectful bow, and Yi Fan nodded in approval. Then I shall take my leave, and this departure shall be eternal. Hurry and leave. I am truly exhausted. Today, I can only manage to write 1,400 words. I will continue with 2,000 tomorrow. I can hardly bear it. My eyelids are battling against sleep. I apologize, dear readers. Please do not hold it against me. Chapter 15. Three Uncles Rustic Restaurant. Yin arrived at the doorstep of a dilapidated rental unit on Changxiang Road. She gazed at the crumbling walls and sighed. The mulberry tree at the entrance, and the net bag of dried radishes hanging on the door, recalling her childhood in the countryside with her grandmother in her first life. She had always adored mulberries, and her grandmother would plant a mulberry tree right outside their door. Though they were poor, they were filled with joy every day. Nostalgia surged like a tide, gnawing at her heart. Her eyes gradually moistened, tears welling up but held back from spilling over. A small dog lay sleeping beneath the mulberry tree, and upon seeing Yin, it barked loudly. Daodu, why are you barking? A person inside emerged. Puzzled, little girl, are you lost? You don't seem to be from around here. Do you need assistance? Upon seeing the person's face, Yin froze. Grandma. The accumulated longing surged within her, choking her throat momentarily. Suddenly, tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. And Yin found herself engulfed in emotion. In that instant, it felt as if all her memories and feelings flooded her mind, rendering her helpless. How could she resemble her so closely? She experienced an unprecedented sense of helplessness and loneliness. As if her grandmother was truly alive, she dashed towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, and in that moment of collapse, she cried out, Grandma. The woman, though taken aback, gently patted Yin's back, soothingly saying, Don't cry, dear, Grandma is here. Hearing those words, Yin could no longer contain her emotions, and tears cascaded down uncontrollably. I apologize, dear lady. You bear such a striking resemblance to my grandmother that I momentarily lost control of my feelings. Please forgive me. Yin wiped her tears. It's all right, dear. In fact, I have a granddaughter about your age, but she has been unwell and is still in the hospital. I truly wish she could come to see me. She will, without a doubt. That day, they conversed extensively, and Yin expressed all the things she had longed to say to her grandmother. When it was time to leave, she secretly slipped 50,000 into her grandmother's pillow. You used to secretly give me money like this when I was young. Now it is my turn to give you money. As her grandmother went to the backyard, Yin quietly left after placing the money. Upon returning to find Yin had suddenly vanished, her grandmother anxiously called out for her. Yin stood behind the mulberry tree, watching the woman, tears of reluctance streaming down her cheeks. Goodbye, Grandma, and thank you. Host, are you all right? Yes. I just didn't expect the original owner's grandmother to resemble mine so closely. I momentarily lost control of my emotions. Fate will bring you together again. Indeed. Thank you, system. Yin Yin returned to the hotel. Contemplating her plans to seek out Zhou Ping for swordsmanship practice the following day, and she soon finished her bath and retired for the night. In her dreams, she lived happily in the countryside with her grandmother. Morning arrived, and as Yin Yin exited the hotel, pondering how to find Zhou Ping, she noticed a delivery boy squatting by the roadside, head bowed and looking dejected. Recognizing him as the delivery boy she had assisted a few days prior, she approached him. Hey, are you facing difficulties again? Lu Wuwei looked up at Yin Yin, surprised. Oh, what a coincidence. It's you again. I was late delivering an order today and received a bad review, and my boss scolded me. Ha ha ha. Well, how about this? Do you know where Sanzhou's rustic restaurant is? If you take me there, I'll give you a 5-star review. Upon hearing Three Uncles' rustic restaurant, Lu Wuwei realized she intended to find Zhou Ping and replied, Since we've run into each other twice, it seems fate has brought us together. If you tell me your name, I'll take you there. Yin, and you? Hearing her name, Lu Wuwei stood up abruptly, momentarily stunned. Then he recalled what Yi Fan had said about the 6th pinnacle human talent, also named Yi Yin. Are you the 6th pinnacle human talent? Lu Wuwei asked uncertainly. How do you know? Are you Lu Wuwei? Yin Yin gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Yes, I am Lu Wuwei. Yin Yin grasped Lu Wuwei's hand, earnestly saying, Brother Lu, you must take me to meet Zhou Ping. I genuinely wish to spar with him. You know swordsmanship? Lu Wuwei asked, astonished, just a little. All right, hop in. Thanks, brother. Yin Yin settled into the back seat, watching Lu Wuwei's yellow rabbit-eared helmet bobbing as he drove. Unable to resist, she tugged at it a few times. Hey, little sister, that's my treasure. Please don't break it. Lu Wuwei turned back to her. Oh, my apologies, brother Lu. At that moment, Lu Wuwei played a song. Hey, little sister, isn't this song nice? Hearing a tune reminiscent of her grandmother's era. Yin Yan's lips twitched. Brother Lu, your taste is quite unique. Hey, what do you know? Here we are, little sister. You can go now. Lu Wuwei pointed towards the Three Uncles' rustic restaurant ahead. Thank you, brother. Goodbye. Yin Yin waved as she exited the car. Remember the 5-star review? Okay. Yin Yin stepped into the Sanjiu flavor restaurant, her gaze wandering curiously around the room for a moment. Suddenly, a figure approached her, head bowed, donning a black hat, and clad in a server's uniform. Extending a menu towards her, Yin Yin instinctively accepted it, but then wondered if this person might be Zhou Ping. Hence she deliberately lingered over the menu a bit longer. At that moment, Zhou Ping remained motionless. Fixated on the floor, his lips pressed together. This customer seems to be taking an eternity to decide. How embarrassing. I wish she'd just order so I could escape. Yin Yin observed the still server, lost in thought. This must be Zhou Ping, no doubt about it. She then closed the menu, leaned forward to catch Zhou Ping's line of sight, and said, I would like a portion of the signature fried rice. Zhou Ping, startled by her sudden appearance in his view, instinctively thought of fleeing, but was momentarily captivated by her turquoise hair and cherry blossom pink eyes. Realizing his reaction, he quickly snatched the menu back and said, Please hold on a moment. Yin Yin noticed the socially anxious Zhou Ping and a smile crept onto her lips. It's amusing to tease someone with social anxiety. Afterward, she found a seat, picked up her phone, and messaged Hong Ying and the others. Soon after, a plate of egg fried rice was placed before her. Enjoy your meal, the server said. Yin Yin took a spoonful to taste and found it quite delightful, snapping a photo of the dish to share with her team in the group chat. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping peeked at Yin Yin from the kitchen, admiring her striking hair and eyes, which resembled characters from martial arts and fantasy novels. Chapter 16. Pingzi, your face is so soft, I want to take a bite. Boss, I'm here to settle the bill. Coming right up. Xiaoping, could you calculate the total? Zhou Ping pressed his hat down with a hand, lowering his head as he approached Yin Yin. That'll be 25. Yin Yin deliberately remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhou Ping. Feeling uncomfortable under her stare, Zhou Ping began to sweat, his body stiffening. Why is she staring at me so intently? How awkward. Perhaps she didn't hear me. Then, with her chin resting on her hand, Yin Yin teasingly asked, Why doesn't the sword saint dare to look at me? Is it because I'm unattractive? Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback by the term sword saint, gradually raising his head to meet Yin Yan's dazzling eyes. Upon catching his gaze, Yin Yin smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Zhou Ping quickly diverted his gaze, mumbling, How did you know I'm the sword saint? Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself, Yin Yin said, standing up and leaning in closer to him, tilting her head. I am the sixth human pinnacle, a sorceress. Yuan.is, there's something you wish to discuss with me. I would like to spar with you. Are you game? Zhou Ping hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He was somewhat reluctant to engage in a sparring match due to their unfamiliarity. If you win, I will teach you sword techniques you haven't learned yet. What do you say? Zhou Ping's eyes lit up at the prospect of learning new techniques. Techniques I haven't learned. How intriguing. All right, wait for me to finish my shift. Zhou Ping led Yin Yin to an open area devoid of people to practice their swordplay. Zhou Ping picked up a pair of chopsticks, while Yin Yin wielded a stick. Sword Saint, wouldn't it be fairer if you also used a stick? I feel like winning with chopsticks would be somewhat dishonorable. Yin Yin looked at the chopsticks in Zhou Ping's hands. A pair of chopsticks is sufficient to defeat you. Zhou Ping assumed his stance, his eyes locked onto Yin Yin, exuding an imposing aura. Yin Yin thought, no wonder he is the Sword Saint. Just holding the sword changes his demeanor. However, it does seem a bit over the top. Let us see if you have what it takes. With a clash imminent, Yin Yin swung her stick mercilessly toward Zhou Ping. Standing at a distance, Zhou Ping pinched the chopsticks between his index and middle fingers. Yes, Yin Yin closed the distance. He suddenly opened his eyes and flicked his wrist. The chopsticks flew like arrows, knocking the stick from Yin Yin's grasp. How can it be over before it even began? Yin Yin exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Come on, at least let me look good for a moment. Now it's just you who looks impressive, she complained to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his face and said, sorry. Oh, it's nothing. A wager is a wager. Afterward, Yin Yin demonstrated a few sword techniques that Zhou Ping had never seen in novels. Zhou Ping's eyes sparkled with wonder as he mimicked her movements. Seeing his enthusiasm, Yin Yin raised an eyebrow. Are there any other impressive things you like to watch? What do you mean? Yin Yin smirked mischievously, gesturing with her hands toward a distant tree. Firework explosion. Break. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the tree, only to extinguish moments later. Zhou Ping's heart raced with excitement. What was that? Magic. This is merely one of my spells. What do you think? Is it cool? Very cool. Yin Yin proceeded to showcase various spells, and each time she did, Zhou Ping eagerly followed her, captivated by her abilities. Who would have thought that the illustrious sword saint of the Great Xia would become my little admirer? This feeling is utterly delightful. After this, Yin Yin visited Zhou Ping daily to chat, and he transitioned from speaking a few words to engaging in lively conversations with her. Yin Yin's daily visits to Zhou Ping had three underlying reasons. First, she wished for him to grow stronger to protect the Great Xia. Second, she found it amusing to tease him, as having a socially anxious friend was far more entertaining than anything else. Lastly, she relished the opportunity to enjoy free meals at the Sanjiu flavor restaurant, as she had provided Sanjiu with a recipe from the realm of cultivation, which became a hit. Making her a favorite of Sanjiu, Xiaoping, you should try these dishes. They are all made by Xiaoyan. Sanjiu pointed to the spread of food before Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping gazed at the table laden with dishes. Puzzled, why are there so many? You silly boy, Xiaoyan prepared these to experiment with new recipes that I just had a taste, and it was absolutely delicious. Zhou Ping picked up a piece of meat, and, upon swallowing, felt a surge of mental clarity. He turned to Yin Yin, eyes wide with astonishment, as if asking what had just happened. Yin Yin smiled and winked at him. Ping Tu Gu, try this dish as well. After saying this, she added another dish to Zhou Ping's bowl. Zhou Ping hesitated for a moment before taking a bite. Is it good? Is it good? Yin Yin tilted her head, her eyes fixed on him, eagerly awaiting his response. Zhou Ping lowered his head, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. Don't call me Ping Tu Gu. It sounds strange. Then I shall call you Ping Zigu. When I was young, I also enjoyed collecting bottles. After finishing their meal, Yin Yin and Zhou Ping helped Sanjiu wash the dishes. Yin Yin scooped some foam into her palm, beckoning Zhou Ping to look at her. Suddenly, she shouted, fire sand palm. Instantly, the foam ignited into flames, leaving Yin Yan's face smudged with soot. Zhou Ping burst into laughter at the sight of her, looking as though she had just emerged from a coal mine. Ha ha! Look at your face. Zhou Ping's cheerful laughter was like a gentle breeze, yet it resonated deeply. Yin Yin found herself enchanted by his smile. Wow, Ping Zigu, you have such a beautiful smile. Even I am captivated by it. Zhou Ping's face flushed a deeper shade of red, making him appear all the more endearing. He quickly turned away, unable to meet her gaze. Ping Zigu, are you feeling shy? Yin Yin asked bluntly. No, I don't believe you. With that, Yin Yin swiftly smeared some foam on Zhou Ping's face that he retaliated playfully, covering her face with a generous amount of foam in return. Why did you put so much foam on me? I didn't do that to you. Because your face is dirty. It needs a good wash. Zhou Ping then rubbed her face vigorously, playfully pinching her cheeks, transforming her once grimy visage into a smooth complexion. There, all clean now. Ouch, be gentle. My exquisite beauty can't withstand your rough hands. Zhou Ping softened his touch, gently squeezing her face again. It's quite soft. Yin Yin, unwilling to back down, pinched Zhou Ping's face and was astonished to discover how soft it was. Ping Zigu, your face is so soft. I want to take a bite. Zhou Ping immediately withdrew his hand from her face, a deeper blush spreading across his cheeks. Just then, Sanjiu returned, observing the flushed Zhou Ping and the unashamedly grinning Yin Yin. A peculiar smile crossing his face. These two kids seemed quite well matched. Chapter 17. Let us have an exciting activity. During the day, Yin Yin and Zhou Ping assisted at the Sanjiu flavor restaurant. And with Yin Yin's presence, the workload significantly lightened. The evening glow, poetic and picturesque, painted the sky in tranquil gold. Ping Zigu, do you want some milk tea? I'm fine with anything. Wait here for me. Don't go anywhere. I'll get you some oranges. Aren't we having milk tea? Orange milk tea. Before long, Yin Yin returned with 2 cups of milk tea, her face alight with joy as she approached Zhou Ping. The sunset illuminated her features, giving her an enchanting allure. Zhou Ping found himself momentarily entranced, his heart racing. Though surrounded by many, her radiant turquoise hair glimmered softly in the sunset, making her appear as his sole beacon in this bustling world. Just as Yin Yin was about to reach Zhou Ping, she stumbled over a stone, losing her balance and toppling forward. Zhou Ping, reacting swiftly, dashed toward her, extending his arms to catch her as he was about to catch her. Yin Yin suddenly executed a mid-air spin and crashed onto the ground in a rather undignified manner. Yet, she managed to free her hands just in time to catch the 2 cups of milk tea that were about to plummet to the ground. Zhou Ping glanced down at Yin Yin, who was sprawled at his feet. Brother Pingzi, could you help me hold the milk tea? My hands are about to give way. Yin Yin struggled to say while lying on the ground. All right. Zhou Ping picked up the milk tea from her hands, and Yin Yin clambered back to her feet. Thankfully, the milk tea remained unspilled. Yin Yin wiped the sweat from her forehead, which had accumulated due to the scare. In truth, if it had spilled, they could simply buy more. Zhou Ping was somewhat perplexed. Did she dodge just for those 2 cups of milk tea? TSK, you don't understand. A fall is trivial, but waste is a grave matter. Yin Yin waggled her index finger in front of Zhou Ping. She seized 1 cup of milk tea, inserted a straw, and took a hearty sip. Wow, she hit the jackpot with the very first sip. Zhou Ping looked at his own milk tea, then at Yin Yin's. Why doesn't tea mine have pearls? Because yours is orange milk tea, while mine is pearl milk tea. Zhou Ping nodded. Is the orange milk tea good? Well, it's decent, a bit tangy and sweet. I want to try it too. Let me have a sip, and I'll swap you for my pearl milk tea. Yin Yin blinked, gazing intently at Zhou Ping. But I've already tasted it's fine. I one tea hold it against you. Then, Yin Yin stood on tiptoe, took the straw in her mouth, and sucked down another large gulp. Exclaiming, it really is delicious. Zhou Ping watched as Yin Yin drank from his milk tea, his ears turning crimson involuntarily. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Brother Pingzi, would you like to try my pearl milk tea? Yin Yin inquired while holding up her drink. No, I don't like pearl milk tea. All right then. Yin Yin, come here and lend me a hand. Coming, Brother Pingzi. With Yin Yin's newly devised dishes, the restaurant became increasingly bustling. Leaving little time for leisure, you two have worked hard today. Take a 2-day break to rest well, Uncle San said to Yin Yin and Zhou Ping. Thank you, Uncle San. Have fun. You too. Uncle San cast a knowing glance at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping replied, Huh. Yay. We can finally go out and have some fun, Yin Yin exclaimed, swiftly changing out of her work attire and taking Zhou Ping's hand with a mysterious smile. Come. I'll take you somewhere. Zhou Ping felt a jolt of electricity from her warm hand, leaving him with a tingling sensation and a slight heaviness in his chest. Her hand is so soft. Yin Yin led him to a themed hotel, glancing at the establishment before placing her hands on her hips. Yes, this is the one. What are we doing here? Zhou Ping asked, visibly flustered. Let us indulge in some passionate activities. Yin Yin leaned closer, giving him a knowing look. Zhou Ping's face flushed an intense shade of red. He wanted to escape but was pulled back by Yin Yin. I'd like a luxurious, dynamic-themed passion suite. The receptionist glanced at Yin Yin and the blushing Zhou Ping, a knowing smile gracing her face. Certainly. This way, please. Upon entering the designated room, Yin Yin was greeted by an array of intriguing items. A heart-shaped bed adorned with petals, and a ceiling mirror reflecting every corner of the room that a rack nearby displayed various outfits, and a large television faced the bed, all enveloped in a romantic pink ambience. Wow, this really is luxurious. It has everything, Yin Yin exclaimed. Zhou Ping stood hesitantly at the door, feeling out of place. He thought perhaps they shouldn't have rushed into this, noticing Zhou Ping's awkward stance. Yin Yin reached out and pulled him inside. Stop standing there. Come in. She playfully tossed Zhou Ping onto the bed and took a seat on a nearby chair. Zhou Ping immediately sprang up, panic evident in his expression as he looked at Yin Yin. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I think it's quite appropriate, she replied. But this feels too soon, Zhou Ping murmured. What's too soon? Yin Yin asked, puzzled. Upon seeing Zhou Ping's blushing face, realization dawned on her. It seemed he had misunderstood her intentions, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. Finally, we have 2 days off. We should relax properly. Don't you agree, Brother Pingzi? Yin Yin leaned closer to Zhou Ping at that moment. Zhou Ping grew even more flustered, and just as Yin Yin was about to close the distance, she suddenly picked up a game controller from the floor and said, let us play a few games to unwind. I refuse to believe you can't even beat me in a game. Zhou Ping replied, I thought. Thought what? Yin Yin sat cross-legged on the floor, controller in hand, gazing at Zhou Ping. Never mind. After playing several rounds, Yin Yin found herself defeated by Zhou Ping, whether in combat or gaming. She bared her teeth at him. Zhou Ping, you're over the top. You need to be nerfed. Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly. It's you who can't keep up. This drove Yin Yin into a frenzy, and she lunged at Zhou Ping, who leaped up to evade her. They began to chase and playfully tussle. Suddenly, Yin Yin stepped on the game controller on the floor and stumbled forward, landing atop Zhou Ping on the bed. Zhou Ping paused momentarily, then felt a rush of warmth in his cheeks as he locked eyes with her, their heartbeats quickening involuntarily. Under the soft glow of the lights, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Yin Yin's hand rested on Zhou Ping's chest, and as she gazed at his flushed face, the rhythmic thumping of their hearts and shallow breaths left her momentarily dazed. Realizing something, her face flushed crimson, and she attempted to rise, only to stumble back into his embrace. The person beneath her let out a muffled groan, his eyes slightly reddened, and the dreamy allure in his gaze was irresistibly captivating. He was so enticing, leaving Yin Yin feeling a rush of warmth. Why was it so hot, even though it was autumn? Chapter 18. Farewell on the way back. Both Yin Yin and Zhou Ping walked in awkward silence, their heads bowed, unwilling to meet each other's gaze. Yin Yin followed Zhou Ping closely, stealing a few glances before finally speaking. Brother Pingzi, are you all right? Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Ping paused for a moment before quickening his pace, soon leaving Yin Yin behind. This is bad. It seems Brother Pingzi is truly upset now. Yin Yin thought it would be inappropriate to keep trailing after him and decided to head back to the hotel. When Zhou Ping turned to see Yin Yin abruptly change direction and leave, a pang of disappointment struck him, but he soon returned home. Once back at the hotel, Yin Yin's first action was to search online. What to do if you upset a male friend? The internet provided an excellent suggestion, and Yin Yin nodded in satisfaction at the advice. All right, this is the plan. The next day, Yin Yin sought out Zhou Ping, only to find him unusually quiet throughout the day. Avoiding eye contact whenever he spoke, Yin Yin felt puzzled. Am I really that unlikable? I've genuinely upset Brother Pingzi. I must be terrible. During lunch, she spent the entire afternoon preparing a surprise along Zhou Ping's usual route home. Success. Zhou Ping noticed Yin Yin had come to find him all afternoon, leaving him feeling downcast. Is she unhappy? The incident at the hotel was merely an accident. Yet he couldn't understand why his heart raced, and he couldn't bear to look her in the eye whenever she was near. All right, system, can you tell me when Zhou Ping arrives? Yin Yin hid behind a large tree. Host, he's on his way now. Okay. As Yin Yin saw Zhou Ping approaching slowly, she pressed a button on her device. And suddenly, a burst of fireworks erupted in front of him. As the fireworks gathered, they formed a line of text in the sky. I'm sorry. I was wrong to be by the time Zhou Ping read the message. Yin Yin had appeared before him, holding a rose. She looked up at him with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? Her watery, cherry-pink eyes shimmered in the glow of the fireworks, resembling a little puppy seeking forgiveness, melting hearts effortlessly. Zhou Ping chuckled softly and took the rose. I'm not angry. Then why have you been so quiet today? and not looking at me? It is because of what? Because whenever I see you, my heart races, Zhou Ping replied quietly. Though he spoke softly, Yin Yin heard him clearly, and a smile spread across her face. Young man. You re-smitten. Yin Yin tossed her hair with a hint of playful exasperation. Ah, my irresistible charm falling for me is your destiny. Sometimes, I think you're cuter when you're quiet. Zhou Ping remarked, exasperated. Of course, my beauty is innate, Yin Yin declared proudly. Actually, brother Pingzi, you're quite adorable too, especially yesterday at the hotel. Your expression was utterly adorable, honestly. I almost lost control. Yin Yin gazed at Zhou Ping. Her excitement palpable. Why do you speak so bluntly? Zhou Ping asked, feeling a bit shy. Under the cover of night, Yin Yin failed to notice Zhou Ping blushing furiously at her words. Is that so? Yes. Well, let it be. It's already been said. Wait, does this mean we're reconciled? Yin Yin inquired. By the way, brother Pingzi, have you heard the song Fallen? No, I think this song has a great vibe, even though I can't quite place it. It just makes me feel something. Are you speaking in riddles? Sigh. Those who understood were brought to tears. Thus, a few more days passed, and the day of the training camp drew ever closer, signifying that she would soon depart from Shijin City and return to Cangnan City. One evening, Yin Yin and Zhou Ping strolled along a narrow path, engaged in conversation. Pingzi Gu, I am leaving tomorrow. Zhou Ping abruptly halted, bowing his head as if lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, all right. Yin Yin, puzzled, asked, don't you have anything to say to me? Zhou Ping remained silent. Never mind, we will meet again. He gazed at her without speaking. The dim light obscured the emotions in his eyes. Yin Yin, although I do not comprehend why you must leave so suddenly, I trust that you have something of great significance to attend to. This is a scarf I knitted for you last night. Winter is approaching, so do take care to keep warm. Upon seeing the vibrant red scarf Zhou Ping had crafted, Yin Yin immediately took it and draped it around her neck, smiling sweetly at him. Thank you. Pingzi Gu. Zhou Ping remained silent, simply watching her, fearful that if he looked away for even a moment, she might vanish. Pingzi Gu, I have prepared a gift for you as well. With that, she pulled several small vials and 2 bracelets from her pocket, one a turquoise hue and the other a deep crimson. Yin Yin handed the vials to Zhou Ping. These contain the superior recovery pills, hemostatic pills, and by Shang Yuan pills that I concocted. She then presented the crimson bracelet to him. This bracelet, which I crafted myself, bears your name. I have infused it with defensive properties. Mysteries below the Klein realm cannot harm you. Zhou Ping donned the bracelet and simply remarked, but currently, mysteries below the Klein realm cannot even touch me. Yin Yin, somewhat displeased, retorted, then you need not return it. Zhou Ping clutched the bracelet on his wrist, asserting, I want it. In truth, this bracelet had another function. As Yin Yin slipped the turquoise bracelet onto her wrist, the beads of both bracelets shimmered with light. She extended her hand, intertwining her fingers with Zhou Ping's, and an ethereal glow of turquoise and crimson enveloped them. This function allowed the beads to emit light when they were in close proximity to one another, intertwining their radiance until they found each other. Zhou Ping nodded in understanding, then glanced at their entwined hands, a faint blush creeping upon his cheeks. Yes, I take my leave. Will you miss me? Yin Yin blinked, gazing intently at him, awaiting his reply. Yes, Zhou Ping answered earnestly. Yin Yin smiled gently. All right, I understand. Goodbye. With that, she turned and walked away. Zhou Ping watched her retreating figure, a sense of melancholy settling in his heart. Why didn't she say she would miss me? Yin Yin, sensing an unusual emotion within her, felt an inexplicable urge to cry. She paused, standing still for a moment, as if having made a resolute decision. Suddenly, she spun around and dashed towards Zhou Ping. Leaping into his embrace, her forehead colliding with his chest, causing him to emit a muffled sound. I find it hard to part with you. Zhou Ping chuckled softly, tenderly stroking her head, then bent down to hold her tightly. If you miss me, just give me a call. All right. As they parted, love quietly accumulated in their hearts. Chapter 19. Training camp. As Yin Yin traveled back to Cangnan, she dialed a call to Yi Fan. The efficacy of the pills I sent you is satisfactory, I hope. Indeed, last time a soldier was in critical condition. After administering one, he recovered in no time and appeared even more vigorous than before. Yi Fan exclaimed with excitement. For this training camp, ensure to properly train the divine agent of the Seraph, and afterward, I will provide you with some more pills. Yi Fan paused for a moment, intending to inquire how Yin Yin knew about this matter, but suddenly realized her foresight ability. All right, what about the divine agent of the flower god? You needn't concern yourself with her at the bus station. Seventh brother, has Yin Yin come out yet? Hong Ying inquired. I haven't seen her. She likely hasn't arrived yet, Lin Chiye replied. This little rascal asked me to bring her a small cake before she even got off the bus. Zhao Kongqing remarked, carrying 2 cakes with a sigh. That greedy girl. Wu Xiangnan sighed as well. Chenmai, why has this little girl emerged yet? Could she be lost? Or worse, could she have been abducted by a villain? Chenmai expressed his concern. Oh, Captain, why worry? As long as she doesn't abduct others, that's a good thing. Zhao Kongqing patted Chenmai's shoulder. That does seem plausible. There she is. Yin Yin is out. The members of Team 136 turned their attention towards Yin Yin as she emerged through the entrance, waving at her. The moment she disembarked, she had used her dual-sided technique to revert to her original appearance. Oh, Yin Yin, where did you buy that scarf? It's so festive. Hong Ying inquired. Yin Yin glanced down at the red scarf Zhou Ping had gifted her, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she smiled shyly. A friend gave it to me. The members of Team 136 exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom who could have enchanted her to such an extent. Whoever he is, we must capture him and teach him a lesson. At the peacekeeping office, honestly, did anything happen during your trip to Shijin City? Yin Yin stiffened, a sense of panic washing over her. Could it be that the fact I am the 6th human pinnacle has been exposed? That cannot be. I was so discreet. She quickly replied. And no, nothing happened. The others stared at her. Come on, which guy has bewitched you? You seem completely dazed, Chunmai asked sternly. Huh. Yin Yin was bewildered. I SMT this scarf from that guy? Even before winter, you're already wearing it to Dio, you like it that much. When Shimal pointed at the red scarf around Yin Yin's neck. Exactly. If you like it, we could make you one too. Wu Xiangnan added. Yin Yin, realizing they were referring to Zhou Ping, clarified. This scarf is simply a gift from a friend. A friend. Sister, stop lying and tell me who he really is, Zhao Kongqing insisted seriously. Even Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Xie frowned at Yin Yin, as if urging her to confess. Lung Xian lifted his gun, cocking it with a snap. Pressured, Yin Yin had no choice but to concede. Before long, you will all see him. What do you mean? Is he also a night watchman? Chenmai inquired, puzzled. Sort of. Yin Yin hesitated. After all, Zhou Ping was aware of the night watchmen and had a close relationship with their commander. Being a pinnacle human himself, safeguarding Daxia, so one could argue he was somewhat of a night watchman too. Humph, if I ever encounter him, I'll make sure he is left searching for his teeth. Zhao Kongqing declared angrily. Yin Yin retorted, do you think you can take him on? Even I can't. All right, in a few days, the new recruits' training will commence. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, take Yin Yin and Qi to buy some daily necessities. Chunmai instructed. Yay, we love shopping, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exclaimed joyfully. Chunmai handed Yin Yin and Lin Xie a small notebook. This contains a list of items you'll need. Make sure to purchase quality ones. Yin Yin opened the notebook to find several pages filled with notes, some essential items circled in red. Warmth filled her heart, and she turned to Chunmai, saying, Captain, you truly are a wonderful male mother. Huh, Chunmai responded, bewildered. Ha. No wonder Hong Ying and Xiaonan are so fond of you. Turns out you're a male mother, Wu Xiangnan teased, clapping Chunmai on the shoulder. Pfft, the kids see me as their mom. What do they see you as? A dad? Si Xiaonan innocently asked. Chunmai, Wu Xiangnan. Wow, Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig suitcase looks adorable. Should we buy it for Lin Chia? Sounds great. Ha. You're a muscular fan, Chia. It suits you quite well. Yin Yin mocked from the side. Wow, Xiaonan, that Ultraman suitcase looks fantastic. Should we get one for Yin Yin? Absolutely, Yin Yin exclaimed. Oops, I laughed too early. Hong Ying, I think the Ultraman suitcase is perfect for Yin Yin. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow at Yin Yin, as if saying serves you right. Wow, Xiaonan, look at that backless dress. It's stunning. Should we buy one for Lin Xie? No way. Lin Xie interjected hastily. Hong Ying, I think that sexy camisole, bikini, and bunny girl outfit would suit Lin Xie perfectly. Let us get those for him, Yin Yin suggested. Sounds great. Yin Yin smirked, tilting her chin slightly at Lin Xie. With a triumphant grin, mouthing, come on, let us have some fun. She added, and how about some black stockings and white stockings? I bet Lin Xie wants those too. Lin Xie glared at Yin Yin, gritting his teeth. As if ready to unleash a torrent of curses, they finally returned to their room in the evening, laden with bags. Oh my goodness, I'm utterly exhausted. I'm both tired and famished with that. Yin Yin headed downstairs to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Upon opening the fridge, she found the ingredients woefully scarce. Only 2 eggs, a few tomatoes, and some carrots remained. Well, making scrambled eggs with tomatoes and carrot soup will suffice. At this moment, Lin Chia heard a noise and descended the stairs, coincidentally locking eyes with Yin Yin, who was holding a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Seventh brother, would you like a taste?" she inquired. "Then I shan't be polite," he replied. Yin Yin remarked, "To be honest, I merely intended to make a polite gesture that I didn't expect you to be able to cook, and it's quite delicious." Lin Chia expressed his surprise. "Indeed, what do you take me for? A culinary deity, if you will?" Yin Yin declared proudly, with her arms crossed. Lin Chia responded, "I shall refrain from commenting. Seventh brother, I wish you a joyful training session." Yin Yin observed Lin Chia with a meaningful gaze. Lin Chia pondered, "I winky face. What is there to bless about?" Yin Yin propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the ceiling. "I have a feeling this training will be quite interesting. I've already begun to look forward to it." Chapter 20. Molly at the train station entrance. "Have you packed everything?" Wu Xiangnan asked first. "All packed?" Lin Chia nodded. "Everything is here, black and white stockings, yoga mats, tank tops, short skirts, nail polish, colored contact lenses, lipstick, face masks, foundation, and sanitary napkins." Yin Yin replied, as if rapping that we're not going on a leisurely vacation for this training. Chen Mai remarked, exasperated that I know. All of this is for Lin Chia. He clarified. Lin Chia exclaimed, "Seventh brother, don't forget to use the hair removal cream and body lotion I bought for you." Lin Chia sighed. "All right, I will use them. Beijing is different from Artsangnan. It's far away, and there might be some unfairness that I'm worried they might bully you. In Songnan, we would simply take a knife and go to settle the score, but in Beijing, you'll have to rely on yourself." Chen Mai stated seriously that don't worry. We'll take good care of ourselves. Lin Chia responded earnestly. "Oh please, Mama Chun, just look at my strength. Who would dare bully me?" Yin Yin waved dismissively at Chen Mai. Her expression one of disdain. "You're just a fledgling, not even a rookie," Zhao Kongqing mocked. The ever-unstoppable Yin Yin replied, "Then let us go." Lin Chia raised his hand. "Wait, I need to use the restroom." "Seventh brother, wait for me a moment." With that, Yin Yin dropped her luggage and dashed towards the public restroom. Lin Chia stood there, and just then, Chen Mai's phone rang. "Hello? What? Oh my gosh, what's wrong?" "Captain," Honging inquired. "I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, but this training is set in Songnan." Thankfully, Yin Yin suddenly needed to use the restroom. Otherwise, this ticket might have been wasted. On Jiuhua Mountain, Songnan? "Master, should I go?" the black-haired youth asked. "I believe you should," the old man replied, "but my sins are too heavy. You will encounter a benefactor on this journey who will cleanse your sins and help you achieve your goals." "But what is it?" the black-haired youth questioned, puzzled. "You will also encounter a madman." Yuan Gang stared blankly at the list of new recruits. After rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this lineup this year?" He looked at the multitude of red circles with frustration. 2 divine agents, a young master from the Bailey group, and 3 high-risk individuals. This is a high-stakes scenario. Outside the training camp report. 2 individuals approaching. Came the voice. Situation report. Point 1 male, 1 female. The male is dragging a Peppa Pig and a Hello Kitty suitcase, while the female has an Ultraman and an Armored Warrior suitcase, along with a pot. It's not visible if they are carrying weapons. I'll go take a look. "Hey, seventh brother, do you think we might meet some new friends during this training?" Yin Yin asked. "Maybe," he replied. Suddenly, a camouflage military off-road vehicle drifted to a stop in front of Yin Yin and Lin Chia. "Wow, that drift was impressive." Yin Yin gave a thumbs up to the driver. A military officer smiled at Yin Yin, then assessed them. "What are you doing?" "We're here for training, so soon. We're locals from Songnan." After reviewing their ID photos, the officer instructed them to place their suitcases in the trunk. "Get in." However, seeing Yin Yin's petite frame, he intended to assist her. Yet, Yin Yin effortlessly lifted a suitcase with one hand. Leaving the officer stunned, the officer silently withdrew a foot. 039 new recruits training base arrived. "Step inside." "Thank you, big brother, goodbye." Yin Yin waved cheerfully at the officer. "Goodbye." Shortly after, an instructor emerged, giving them a curious glance. "New recruits?" "Yes. What are your names?" "Lin Xia." Yin Yin. The instructor was taken aback, scrutinizing them closely. Upon noticing Yin Yin's small physique, he momentarily froze. "You two are the divine agents?" "Yes, you are the first to arrive this year." "Yay, South Wave." Yin Yin exclaimed joyfully. "I'm Hong Hao, your instructor." Upon hearing instructor, Yin Yin immediately stood at attention and saluted, shouting, "Instructor, good morning." The sudden shout nearly deafened Lin Qiye and Instructor Hong. You've got quite a loud voice. Not bad, Instructor Hong praised. Since you arrived early, I'll take you around the training camp. He then led Yin Yin and Lin Qiye on a tour of the camp. Dormitory building. This is the dormitory. Those who arrive first can choose a good spot. Lin Qiye nodded, while Yin Yin promptly sprinted up the dormitory stairs with her 2 suitcases. Instructor Hong mused, has she always been this energetic? Lin Qiye replied, yes. Instructor Hong chuckled, after a few days of training, she'll calm down. Once Lin Qiye and Yin Yin completed their registration, Instructor Hong departed. Yin Yin rushed towards the boys' dormitory with a pot in hand. Flinging open the door, seventh brother, want to grab a bite? The startled Lin Qiye, who was about to lie down, jumped in surprise. What are we eating? Sour fish soup. Let us go. On the rooftop, seventh brother. Look at the scenery and the food. Doesn't it make you hungry instantly? Lin Qiye surveyed the surroundings. It's a desolate wilderness. Are you sure? Don't dampen my spirits. Lin Qiye buried himself in his food, unwilling to say more. Then, Yin Yin offered him a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. What kind of tea is this? It's quite good. Chrysanthemum tea to clear heat. Yin Yin then summoned flowers and herbs before Lin Qiye, preparing a cup of orange tea, which she heated with magic. Why didn't you create any fluctuations when using forbidden ruins? Because I can use magic. That's absurd. Lin Qiye assumed Yin Yin was joking, not realizing she was speaking the truth. The next morning, Yin Yin watched as new recruits began to arrive, feeling a sense of anticipation for who her roommate would be. At that moment, someone pushed open the door, meeting Yin Yin's gaze. Recognizing the long, fiery red hair and cool demeanor, she realized this person must be Molly. Hi. Hello. I'm Yin Yin. Molly glanced at Yin Yin before starting to tidy her bed. Wow, she really is a cool and elegant beauty. Molly, you're so pretty. Would you like to try some of the flower tea I made? With that, she offered Molly a cup. Molly initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing Yin Yin's eager expression, she reluctantly accepted and took a sip. This jasmine tea. Molly's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and her gaze towards Yin Yin softened. Yes, is it good? Delicious. In the middle of the night on Lin Qiye's side. Seventh brother, your feet smell great. Oh, you want to smell mine too? Get lost. In the distance, Yuan Gang observed them sniffing each other's feet. Silently lowering his binoculars, lost in thought. He then glanced at the bewildered instructor behind him. Is this what you call a dangerous individual? Instructor Hong responded, once out of Instructor Hong's sight. Yuan Gang couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This is rather entertaining. Chapter 21. Hello everyone. We are masked, small. Ugh. Morning. Lin Qiye was awakened by the commotion outside the corridor. What's all the noise about? He stepped outside to see Bailey Tumming shouting from the opposite dormitory. Brothers, I've brought local specialties from my hometown. Please don't turn your noses up at them. For the coming year, I hope for your support. Bailey Tumming's arms were adorned with several luxurious watches. Hey, don't snatch them. Everyone gets their share, don't misunderstand. I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family, not some wealthy young master. Lin Qiye was so astonished that he dropped his toothbrush on the floor. What on earth is this fat guy? He loaded. Lin Qiye noticed a boy on the same floor observing everything with indifference, while a red-haired girl from the adjacent female dormitory looked at Bailey Tumming with disdain. Just then, a voice like thunder startled Lin Qiye and the other two. Leave a watch for me. Yin Yin charged forward like a ferocious beast, barreling toward Bailey Tumming. Lin Qiye observed the scene with a hint of exasperation, while the other two cast puzzled glances at Yin Yan. At that moment, Instructor Hong bellowed, what the hell are you doing? Bailey Tumming, who was just about to hand a watch to Yin Yin, was startled by the outburst, causing him to drop the watch, shattering it to pieces. My watch, my precious. Yin Yin knelt before the broken timepiece, clutching her heart in anguish. Bailey Tumming, seeing Yin Yin on her knees, offered consolation. Well, I can get you another one. I have plenty. Yin Yin's eyes immediately sparkled. Thank you, big brother. May I ask your name? From now on, I shall protect you. Bailey Tumming patted his chest proudly. I am Bailey Tumming, but you can also call me Bailey Pang Pang. Once you step through this door, you are soldiers. Don't think that just because the training has started yet, you can act recklessly. If I catch you slacking off again, I'll make sure to drill you into the ground. Instructor Hong thundered. Do you understand? Understood. Gather at the training ground at 2 this afternoon. Yes. In the training ground that afternoon, Yin Yin stood alongside Lin Qiye and Bailey Pang Pang. Hey, Bailey Pang Pang, what a coincidence. Are you also a friend of Qiye? What is your name? Yin Yin. Friends of Qiye are my friends too. I hope you can visit my home someday. Really? Thank you. Pang Pang. Lin Chiyi observed the animated conversation between the two with a bemused expression. On the training platform, Yuan Gang shouted at the new recruits, "Stand at attention. The moment you stepped through that door, you became soldiers. You were rookies." Yin Yin stifled a laugh at Yuan Gang's impassioned speech. Thinking, I feel like he is about to say, "No, you're not even rookies yet." As expected, Yuan Gang declared, "You're not even rookies. You're worthless. You're trash." What a prophetic statement. Impressive. Bai Li Pang Pang marveled. You are nothing but a burden to your comrades on the battlefield. When you encounter a true powerhouse, you won't even last a single blow. Do you accept this? I do not. A boy in the crowd, wearing a backward cap and chewing gum, retorted with a mocking glint in his eyes. What is your name? Shin Qingzhu. Yin Yin silently gave Shin Qingzhu a thumbs up. Truly bold. Who else does not accept? I do not. Me neither. Chiyi. Yin Yin, do you accept? Bai Li Pang Pang inquired. I accept. Lin Chiyi replied. I accept. Just like an old lady crossing the street, Yin Yin added. Lin Chiyi and Bai Li Pang Pang exchanged glances. Speechless, Yuan Gang smiled slightly, nodded, and pulled out his walkie-talkie. Let us move on. Moments later, he exclaimed, Look, someone is flying in the sky. Oh my God, really? Who are they? 7 figures draped in gray cloaks and wearing masks descended rapidly. Ah, help, I'm afraid of heights, Xianhua screamed. Xianhua, can you be quiet? My ears are about to go deaf. Chang Wei scolded him. No way. What if I fall and die? Tian Ping reassured, with me here. You won't die from falling. I'm still scared. Wang Mian cautioned, keep it down, or they LL hear us, and that would be embarrassing. As they neared the ground, Tian Ping flicked his fingers lightly, and the 7 figures landed gracefully. Hello everyone, we are the mask team. Suddenly, with a thud, Xianhua knelt before the new recruits. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his hands before them. The mask team as Xianhua wishes everyone an early Happy New Year. At that moment, a dime fell in front of Xianhua. Yin Yin, seeing her discarded dime, said to Xianhua, That's your lucky money. I have no more. Beneath the mask, Xianhua's lips twitched, while Wang Mian looked on in disbelief. And Chang Wei clenched her fist silently. Bai Li Pang Pang stared at Yin Yin in shock, while Lin Chiyi appeared utterly speechless. Wang Mian and Lin Chiyi exchanged glances for a few seconds, then turned to Yin Yin. Noticing the attention, Yin Yin elbowed Lin Chiyi. Is he looking at me? Lin Chiyi replied, yes. Subsequently, Yin Yin boldly raised her middle finger toward Wang Mian in full view of everyone. Wang Mian. After a brief pause, they all introduced themselves. Hello everyone, we are the mask team. Yuan Gang repressed a twitch in his mouth and proclaimed, since you refused to accept, I shall give you an opportunity. An opportunity to recognize your own limitations. If you can remove the mask from any member of the mask team under the condition of being suppressed, then you will win. If you succeed, you have to undergo training for the at this moment. Molly swung her katana fiercely at the moon demon, severing its right arm. Yet, almost instantly, under the dense moonlight, a new right arm coalesced into existence. Shock filled Molly's eyes. Was this regeneration? No. It seemed the creature had disassembled half of its body into moonlight, thus evading her attack. Lin Chiyi responded urgently, quick, chop off its left arm. Yin Yin shouted. Confused, Lin Chiyi inquired, why? Because then it would have only 2 arms, she replied. The moon demon, taken aback, thought, what is going on? Lin Chiyi then swung at the left arm. But the moon demon smirked and evaded the strike, pondering how this was not what he had anticipated. Where are those for? Come save me. At that moment, a figure landed atop a building, silently observing the scene. Tian Ping clapped his hands gently, murmuring, force field conversion. Suddenly, the surrounding weapons levitated and inverted above everyone's heads. The gravity doubled. With another clap, the airborne weapons plummeted towards the group, causing them to feel an overwhelming weight. Collapsing to the ground, Yin Yin, watching her companion sprawled on the floor, felt puzzled but then realized that her own formidable realm rendered her immune to such pressure. Yet, to avoid detection, she too lay down. If you had come just a few minutes later, I would have truly been finished. Vortex sneered at the beleaguered moon demon. Ha, moon demon, why are you so pathetic? Wang Mian, hands in pockets, regarded the group below. You rookies are surrounded. Lin Chiyi rallied the new recruits towards the direction of the roses when suddenly a massive pink hammer descended upon them, growing ever larger, as though it aimed to blot out the sky. An explosion erupted from the point of impact. The other 4 members of the masked squad narrowed their eyes in alarm and dashed westward. Lin Chiyi bellowed, run. Lin Chiyi, Yin Yin, Molly, and Bai Li Pang Pang sprinted southward, with Vortex following suit. Just as Vortex entered the warehouse, a cart barreled towards him. As he attempted to sidestep, a bomb fell from the sky, landing atop the explosive pack on the cart. The next moment, with a resounding boom, Vortex was thrown back. After a while, a disheveled Vortex appeared before the masked squad, plopping down on the ground. They truly can be ruthless. Thank goodness I reacted quickly, or I would have been done for. Vortex touched the mask on his face, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, the mask remained intact, and he had not met his end. Tianping sighed nearby. Vortex, you were too careless this time. The moon demon, sulking beside them, remarked, "Oh, no mishap?" Vortex retorted. Then the moon demon, seemingly recalling something, grew serious and said, "Did you notice the person behind the Seraph's agent?" Wang Mian frowned. The agent of the flower god? The moon demon nodded. Yes. I sensed something strange about her forbidden domain. The moment I appeared, her eyes abruptly turned red. Red? Moreover, those eyes disregarded the disparity in realms. Even when I suppressed myself to the lantern realm, I was still intimidated by that pressure, sending chills down my spine. The four exchanged glances, furrowing their brows. What kind of forbidden domain was this? The agent of the flower god was likely formidable. I shall test her when we confront her, Wang Mian stated. Vortex rubbed his belly and said, "Captain, I'm a bit hungry. Can we eat after we finish fighting?" The other four responded. All you think about is food. Chapter 23. No, my pot, you died such a miserable death. Lin Xie scribbled in the dirt with a twig. Yin Yin glanced at the hideous talisman he was drawing and asked, "Seventh brother, what are you drawing? Why does it look so ugly?" "I'm sketching a map of the training camp. If one didn't know better. They think you were about to urinate concrete." The three stared blankly. So where do you think the masked squad is headed next? Molly inquired. Yin Yin answered immediately, certainly towards the dormitory building. Lin Xie nodded in agreement, turning to Yin Yin. How do you know? Because I'm a bit tired and want to sleep. Lin Xie replied. Let's wait until those new recruits in the dormitory can no longer hold out before we go to rescue them. All right. I in the dormitory, Brother Shen. What should we do now? Let us ambush them. Waiting for the masked squad to arrive. We'll let the opposing floor attack first, then take them by surprise and defeat them in one fell swoop. Good. Huh? You think you can ambush me with just that? The moon demon quickly became invisible and knocked out several recruits. Be careful. He can go invisible. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened as he snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, the air around them was rapidly siphoned away, creating a vacuum. The other recruits clutched their throats, faces contorting as they turned pale. I am an ultra-high-risk forbidden domain. Sequence 068, vacuum. Humans can only survive 16 seconds in a vacuum. It is best you remove your masks now, or I won't hesitate to let you die alongside them. Shen Qingzhu's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Just then, a short sword lunged towards his neck. You maniac. Shen Qingzhu chuckled. Finally drawn you out. Now things will be easier. He hurled all the recruits into the corridor, took a deep breath, and blew a bubble with the gum in his mouth towards the moon demon. The next moment, boom, a violent explosion erupted. The members of the masked squad simultaneously turned to gaze in the direction pointed by Yin Yin, seizing the moment while they were momentarily distracted. Yin Yin swiftly summoned the flower goddess umbrella, leaping onto it and soaring away into the distance. Xuanhua extended his hand to peer into the horizon, perplexed, and remarked, Where are the shooting stars? Tianping patted Xuanhua on the head, saying, Are you foolish? She was merely deceiving you. The moon ghost, astonished, observed Yin Yin flying away atop the umbrella, exclaiming, She can actually fly. Just how many strange forbidden realms does she possess? Xuanhua displayed an envious expression. She can fly? How cool. I want that too. Tianping replied, Aren't you afraid of heights? Then forget it. That moment, the moon ghost caught sight of Shen Qingzhu rising from the ruins and said to Xuanhua, Xuanhua, that fire-playing brat has arrived. Then why did you call me? My forbidden realm isn't suitable for fighting him. You go. Humph. Always bossing people around, Xuanhua muttered before scampering towards Shen Qingzhu. Chapter 24. This fart will be quite foul. Yin Yin tapped the invisible pouch at her waist. Oh, Mumu, are you still there? Mumu rubbed its eyes. What is it, master? I just woke up. I thought you had died since you hadn't made a sound for so long. I was just sleeping. Help me gather some itching powder, arousal powder, diarrhea pills, and other odd elixirs from the garden and transport them into the pouch. Okay, master. After saying that, Mumu entered the garden within Yin Yan's consciousness. Just as Wang Mian unexpectedly appeared before her, Yin Yin looked at Wang Mian in confusion. What are you doing here? You aren't regretting compensating me for my pot, are you? No, then why are you looking for me? To engage in a duel between divine agents. Not interested, too lazy. Yin Yin was quite baffled. Isn't there already a divine agent? Why don't you seek him out? It's because Wang Mian abruptly drew a black blade and lunged at Yin Yin. You're far more interesting. Yin Yin hadn't anticipated Wang Mian's direct attack and swiftly activated her blood eye technique to evade. Wang Mian, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Yin Yan's eyes, paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why is your forbidden realm so peculiar? Because I am benevolent. Just as Wang Mian prepared to attack again, Yin Yin caught sight of Lin Chiye in the distance and shouted at the top of her lungs. Seventh brother, hurry and save me. I'm about to be disrespected. Lin Chiye furrowed his brows upon hearing the voice and rushed over with his sword in hand. Seeing this, Wang Mian displayed a flustered expression. Hey, don't shout like that. Before Wang Mian could finish, Lin Chiye swung his sword at him, forcing him to block the strike. Hey, brother, I really didn't do anything. Don't misunderstand. I know. Lin Chiye was aware that Yin Yin was doing this on purpose. She wanted to incite a fight and was likely up to some mischief. Then why are you still attacking me? I just want to hit you. Yin Yin, perched on the flower goddess umbrella, turned to glance at the two engaged in a fierce struggle and chuckled. You two have fun. I'm leaving first. As the two continued their tussle, had I known, I wouldn't have helped her. At that moment, the moon ghost was being relentlessly pursued by Bai Li's hefty sword, shouting, Xuanhua, save me. Xuanhua, deeply engrossed in a fierce battle with Shen Qishu, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, then dashed towards the moon ghost. Xuanhua unleashed a purple vortex that devoured a significant portion of the sword's shadows. The moon ghost patted her little heart, feeling as if she had survived a calamity. You scared me to death. Thankfully, you saved me. I won't insult you again. Xuanhua replied, you should practice more if you're weak. Yin Yin observed the scene that had just unfolded and flew over to join Xuanhua and the moon ghost. You two look quite disheveled. The moon ghost retorted, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be fighting with the captain? Xuanhua inquired in confusion. I'm lazy, and besides, seventh brother is fighting him. It's a bit unfair for 1 against 2. Yet I feel that if I were to fight you both, it would be quite fair. Are you underestimating us? The moon ghost remarked. Very clever, you guessed correctly. With that, Yin Yin leaped off the umbrella. But as she landed, she accidentally stepped on a stone and fell flat on her face. Yin Yin lifted her head and spat out the mud from her mouth. Are you messing with me? It took me so long to put on a show. Xuanhua, witnessing Yin Yan's clumsy fall and the mud she spat out, laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. You failed at being cool and made me laugh instead. The moon ghost's mouth twitched. Are you here to be a comedian? We don't hire circus performers. Yin Yin, not looking at Xuanhua's mocking face, Yin Yin suddenly remembered that Mumu had already prepared the goods. A brilliant idea struck her, and she pulled out a pill from her pouch, swiftly flicking it into Xuanhua's mouth. Xuanhua's face turned ashen, clutching his stomach. What did you make me eat? My stomach hurts terribly. The moon ghost, concerned about Xuanhua's discomfort, exclaimed, your thoughts are truly wicked. Even if he mocked you, you shouldn't poison him. Yin Yin got up and wiped the mud from the corner of her mouth. It's not poisonous. It will just make him a bit uncomfortable. All right, the time has come. The moon ghost asked, what? Yin Yin looked up at the moon ghost, hands in her pockets. Boy, little moon ghost, are you ready to smell this? What? This fart will be exceedingly foul. With that, Xuanhua released a series of thunderous farts, the stench rapidly enveloping the air. Yin Yin swiftly hopped onto the flower goddess umbrella and took off, leaving the moon ghost in a state of shock and helplessness behind. Hey, you. Ugh, take me with you. Ugh, Xuanhua, stop farting. Ugh, it stinks. Ugh. I'm dying. I can't help it. I'm going back to my dorm to take a dump. The dorm has been blown up by the captain, witnessing the entire spectacle from a distance. Shen Qishu was left utterly dumbfounded. Below, Yuan Gang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this little girl is truly talented. The instructors watching the screen around them couldn't contain their laughter, clutching their stomachs and shedding tears of mirth. Instructor Hong wiped away the tears from his laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this flower goddess agent is quite the schemer. She actually thought of such a tactic. Impressive. She certainly has a lot of clever tricks up her sleeve. This way, it would let these masked kids suffer a bit and learn a lesson. But it was still quite satisfying. System. Wasn't that quite impressive? That tactic of yours is quite devious. Those two will probably hate you for it. Let them hate. After all, you know how much I attract hatred. I'm going to summon some male models now. Bye-bye. Wait, how did I want that too? Data male models, not your type. You can't handle it. Then forget it. At that moment, a hand suddenly grasped the handle of Yin Yan's umbrella, and as she felt the weight at the handle, she looked down to see a half-human, half-demon creature exuding red demonic energy. What on earth is this? Startled, she flew upwards, only to make eye contact with Tian Ping in the sky. Both of them. Da Yin immediately realized that the creature below must be Chao Yuan. And she smirked as she ascended further. Soon, Chao Yuan and Tian Ping were at the same height, and upon seeing Tian Ping, Chao Yuan roared in anger, swinging his sword with his right hand while gripping the umbrella handle with his left. Inching closer. What the hell? Why did you bring him up here? I finally managed to shake him off. Tian Ping shouted in despair. Yin chuckled, leisurely crossing her legs as she watched Tian Ping's frantic escape, saying, of course, it's for fun. Damn. The ongoing battle on the ground among the others paused as they looked up at the three in the sky. Bai Li, currently battling Shen Qizhu, glanced at the playful Yin in the distance, along with the frantic Chao Yuan and the panicking Tian Ping, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. You all should look up there. Bai Li pointed. Xuanhua glanced up at the three. No way. Tian Ping is in such a miserable state, being chased down. The moon ghost, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, she truly is mischievous. Thankfully, I'm not the only one suffering. Shen Qizhu commented, it is quite devious, but it feels rather satisfying to watch. Xuanhua and the moon ghost exchanged glances. Bai Li then had a thought and suggested, how about we stop fighting and just watch them? I've been exhausted from all this fighting. Xuanhua immediately agreed. I'm tired too. I wanted to head to the cafeteria for a meal. All right then, that fire-playing brat. Do you still want to fight? The moon ghost turned to Shen Qizhu. Not fighting anymore. I'm tired. Hey, there's a large stone platform over there. Let's go rest there. Let's go. Chapter 25. Please call me Super Invincible Thunderbolt Explosive Top Tier Team Master Yin. Feeling somewhat weary from her antics on the umbrella, was about to jump down to find a place to rest when she spotted 4 individuals sitting on a distant stone platform. She approached them, and the 4 seemed to notice her as they turned their heads. Bai Li waved at Yin. Sister Yin, have you finished your battle? Come join us for a rest. There's room. Yin waved her hand with a smile. No need. It's a bit crowded with so many people. With a casual summoning of flowers and grass, a reclining chair was woven, and I simply sat on it. Yin plopped down, closed her eyes, crossed her legs, and thoroughly indulged in the moment. Bai Li Ping gazed at her with envy. Sister Yin, could you conjure another reclining chair? I would also like to sit. This stone stool is far too hard and hurts my backside. Yin opened her eyes and cast a glance at Bai Li Ping, then waved her hand, conjuring another reclining chair beside her. Bai Li Ping, grinning from ear to ear, eagerly trotted over to lie down. Thank you, Sister Yin. You are truly wonderful. Sister Yin, I want one too. Vortex chimed in with anticipation. Me too. Me too. Moon Ghost followed suit. Yin waved her hand again, producing 3 more reclining chairs, and Vortex and Moon Ghost eagerly laid down upon them. Yin turned to Shen Qizhu. Aren't you coming? Shen Qizhu, startled, replied, Thank you. The reclining chairs were neatly arranged in a line, each of the 5 adopting a distinct lounging posture. This is absolutely delightful. Vortex roared. So refreshing. Moon Ghost added, if only we had some tea to sip. Upon hearing this, Yin raised her right hand, snapped her fingers, and in a flash, 5 cups of floral tea appeared before them. Wow, there really is, Vortex exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Your divine realm. I am genuinely envious, Moon Ghost remarked, rolling her eyes. At that moment, Rose and Molly, hand in hand and grinning, approached the reclining 5. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan and Tian Ping, having ceased their battle, walked towards them. Yin effortlessly conjured reclining chairs and floral tea for the 4 of them as well. Molly instinctively picked up a cup of tea and sat down. Rose, gazing in astonishment at the floral tea in her hands, exclaimed, Wow, this tea smells amazing and tastes delightful. Vortex chimed in, sweet yet not cloying. Fragrant yet not overpowering. This is exquisite, Moon Ghost added. Whoever said this tea was bad must be mistaken. It is absolutely splendid. Bai Li Ping proclaimed, Sister Yin, you are my goddess. Yin waved her hand dismissively. Oh, come now, let us keep it low-key. Please refer to me as the super invincible, extraordinary top-tier team master. Everyone else. Shen Qizhu took a sip and felt revitalized, her mental energy notably restored. Suddenly, Shen Qizhu sensed something was amiss and swiftly turned to Yin. The others seemed to have caught on as well, looking at Yin in shock, except for Bai Li Ping. Vortex stared wide-eyed, stammering in disbelief. This floral tea can restore mental energy without hesitation. Yin nodded, then leisurely sipped her tea. Goodness, that's akin to a support skill, Moon Ghost remarked. Moreover, I feel this tea does more than just restore. It seems to enhance mental energy as well. Rose suggested. Molly frowned slightly before speaking up. No wonder I always feel so uplifted after a sip. I thought it was merely my fondness for jasmine tea playing tricks on me. Li Ping Ping queried. Perplexed. Why don't I feel any restoration of mental energy? That's because you lack a restriction on your mental energy, Moon Ghost explained. Subsequently, Yin Yin summoned an array of floral teas in various flavors: lemon rose tea, honeysuckle chrysanthemum tea, osmanthus goji berry tea, jasmine rose tea, mulberry blueberry tea. Help yourselves. Wow. So many floral teas. I want to try each one. No one wants to drink your saliva. I want this one. No way. I want to drink that. You get lost. No, you get lost. At that moment, Lin Xie and Wang Mian were fiercely battling, noticing the commotion in the distance as the group squabbled over tea. Hey, Xie, go for it, Li Pang Pang shouted. Moon Ghost, unwilling to be outdone, added, Captain, you can do it. Captain, you rock. Xie, you're amazing. Suddenly, exhaustion hit, and he could no longer shout. Xiao Yuan, seeing this, hoarsely shouted with fervor. Xie, keep it up. Cough cough. Xie, you're cough cough. Amazing. Oh dear, buddy, perhaps you should stop. Look at how hoarse you've become. Li Pang Pang patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Xiao Yuan, fueled by a rebellious spirit, erupted into even more fervent shouts. Xie, you're cough cough. Awesome. Xie. Amazing. Yin Yin could no longer bear the noise and tossed a temporary silencing pill into Xiao Yuan's mouth. Ugh. As the two engaged in their fierce duel, they were momentarily startled by the distant ruckus. After a brief hesitation, Wang Mian raised his chin, confidently proclaiming, Xie, listen. My support is far more powerful than yours, Lin Xie replied. With this many uses of divine realm, your mental energy must be nearing its limits. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. Your body must be utterly exhausted. I'm surprised you've held on this long. I can still fight. Is winning this match truly that important to you? I don't care about victory or defeat. I simply wish to give it my all. Excellent. I admire that. Xiao Yuan, animatedly gesturing in front of Yin Yin, was desperate for her to give him the antidote. Yin Yin responded. All right, enough with the antics, sweet voice. Enough. Stop it now. Commanding voice. Can you not understand? Queenly tone. That's quite enough. What are you making a fuss about? Deep, booming voice. Everyone else. Li Pang Pang wiped the sweat from his brow, startled. Sister Yin, you're quite eccentric. We're struggling to keep up with your antics. Just then, the duration of Xiao Yuan's silencing pill expired. And upon hearing the word eccentric, he froze, eyes wide in astonishment, gazing at Yin Yin. Could it be you were the eccentric one spoken of by the master? Yin Yin looked utterly baffled. What are you talking about? Which master? The master from Jiahua Mountain. Do you really believe that master said I am your father? At that moment, two powerful divine presences filled the area, and Li Pang Pang wondered. Why has the wind suddenly picked up? Tian Ping, fixated on the two, murmured. It seems the divine beings behind them are clashing. Yin Yin regarded the duel with a hint of reluctance, although she believed seventh brother would emerge victorious. She still wished to witness him being thoroughly beaten. It felt exhilarating. Lin Xie suddenly swung his blade, and Wang Mian failed to block the strike. The pale blue blade sliced through Wang Mian's mask, shattering it cleanly in two. Crack. The mask fell to the ground, revealing Wang Mian's face beneath. The onlookers gasped, startled by the sight. Even the instructors watching from the screen felt a pang of foreboding. Save for Yin Yin, who remained unfazed, knowing that even if they stood up, they would be reverted back. Seizing the moment, she hurriedly drank her tea, ensuring she could have another cup once they reverted. Wang Mian smirked disdainfully, gazing into Lin Xie's eyes, murmuring, My apologies. In an instant, the divine power surged once more. Time Divine Realm, activate. The severed mask swiftly reversed, reattaching itself to Wang Mian's face. And the standing crowd resumed their reclining positions. Faces blank with confusion. Lin Xie's body, too, was uncontrollably pulled back to the moment before he swung his blade. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Their duel was far from over. Those around seemed to have forgotten the prior spectacle, still enthusiastically cheering for them. The only ones aware of what had transpired were Lin Xie, the instructors before the screen, and Yin Yin. Goodness, he actually severed Wang Mian's mask. It's fortunate that Wang Mian rewound time. Otherwise, it could have ended badly. Yuan Gang slowly rose from his seat, glancing at his watch. It's already 9 o'clock. The duel has concluded. So, who has emerged victorious? The training must continue. This is not just for our pride, but for the future of these children. Thus, the masked team has won. Lin Xie glanced at the blade in his hand, then at Wang Mian, and finally, with a hint of grievance, said, "You're playing dirty, show." Wang Mian sheathed his blade and placed a finger to his lips. Leaning closer to Lin Chia, "I admit defeat, but this training must proceed. You understand what I mean, right? How about this? I owe you a favor in the name of the masked team captain. Plus an item of restriction. Does that work for you?" "Deal." Yan Yan, with her superhuman hearing, caught every word of their conversation. She approached them, observing their whispered exchange. "Isn't this a bit ambiguous? I saw and heard everything just now." She winked playfully at Wang Mian. "Let it be destroyed. I'm exhausted. Can we pretend we didn't see that it is indeed permissible, but shall I also provide you with a token of appreciation as per Lin Chia's earlier compensation? As for the favor, I desire it, but the forbidden items are unnecessary for me." After contemplating, Lin Chia found this to be reasonable, for her divine domain possesses the capabilities of assault, control, defense, and even healing, lacking in nothing. Wang Mian appeared perplexed, yet after a moment's reflection, he regarded her with respect, recognizing her apparent lack of greed for fame and fortune despite her possibly unconventional mindset. As the deadline approached, a voice resonated from the loudspeakers within the base, clearly echoing in every corner. "The time is up. The battle has concluded. You startled me. I almost thought the captain was about to lose," Vortex exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. Moon Ghost sensed an oddity. Pausing in contemplation, "Why does this feel somewhat peculiar?" Rose's expression mirrored his. "I share that sentiment. It feels as though the captain's time." Cough, cough, cough. Tianping's violent cough interrupted, casting a knowing glance at the others. They all fell silent, understanding the implication, a hint of awkwardness in the air. Bailey Pang Pang questioned, "Why did Sister Yin also go over there?" The other 4 members of the masked squad gasped in unison. Could she have realized it too? From a distance, 3 figures approached, their expressions impassive. "Sister Yin, what was your purpose in seeking out those 2? Bailey Pang Pang inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it was nothing. I merely noticed that Lin Chia's trousers seemed torn and wanted to remind her." Yan Yan explained. Lin Chia was taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at Yan Yan before glancing down to confirm her trousers were intact. "I must have misseen," she muttered, her gaze directed at Yan Yan, as if questioning, "Was that truly the excuse you chose?" Yan Yan shrugged in response. "Apologies, my mouth tends to run faster than my mind." Half an hour later, on the training platform, all the instructors stood in formation. Surrounded by the entire masked squad, Yuan Gang positioned himself at the forefront, surveying the new recruits below, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. "I am profoundly disappointed in you all," as soon as the words left his mouth. The recruits lowered their heads, while the members of the masked squad quivered slightly, also bowing their heads in silence. 240-5, "What have the rest of you been doing? Since you have lost, you shall adhere to my previous instructions and devote yourselves wholeheartedly to the upcoming training for the next 6 months. Enjoy this last moment of leisure, novices. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your nightmare." With that, Yuan Gang turned on his heel and departed, trailed by a cadre of instructors, while the masked squad vanished from sight. Cough, cough, cough. "Quick, lend me a hand." Wang Mian removed his mask, staggering slightly. Vortex and Tianping positioned themselves on either side of him for support. "Captain, was that truly necessary? We could have had the logistics team handle the repairs." Vortex frowned. "Indeed, Captain, why expend so much mental energy?" Moon Ghost added, "Although not a living entity, reversing time by half an hour would deplete significant mental strength. It's fine. Just pass me one of the pills given by the sorcerer," Wang Mian replied. Looking towards Moon Ghost, "Let me find it." Moon Ghost rummaged through his bag, retrieving a small vial and hastily depositing a pill into Wang Mian's mouth. Upon swallowing, Wang Mian inhaled deeply, feeling his mental strength recuperate rapidly. Rose seemed to recall something and remarked to Wang Mian, "By the way, Captain, that flower deity representative possesses a similar ability to restore and enhance mental strength, though she uses flower tea." "Indeed, Captain, her divine domain seems peculiar. It likely encompasses not only assault and control but perhaps also healing or defense," Vortex interjected. Wang Mian appeared to grasp something, murmuring to himself, "Is that so? No wonder she declined the forbidden items." "What did you say, Captain?" "Nothing. We lost and owe 2 favors now. Truly, the younger generation is formidable." At 3 in the morning, ding 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 ding. Upon hearing the sound, Emily instantly sprang upright, dressing hurriedly and glancing at the drooling Yin Yin, still lost in slumber beside her. How could such a loud noise fail to wake her? Emily approached Yin Yan's bed and nudged her. "Get up. The whistle has blown." Yin Yin furrowed her brow. Mumbling, "Master, please don't rush me. I just need a bit more rest before I practice." Oli sighed. Let her wake up on her own. She then dashed downstairs. Today marks the official commencement of your intensive training. Upon hearing the whistle, regardless of what you are engaged in, you must set it aside and assemble within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. Isn't someone missing? Emoli raised her hand, reporting. Yin Yin has yet to arrive. Oh, it's that mischievous girl. Where is she? Instructor Hong inquired. Still asleep, Emoli replied. Instructor Hong, incredulous, remarked, in my years as an instructor, I have never encountered such a recruit. Truly, a sight for sore eyes. Chapter 27. Actually, I can tell fortunes. Would you like me to give it a try? Yin Yin rolled over, blinking awake to find Emoli's bed empty, the blankets folded neatly. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and gazed out the window, realizing all the recruits were already on the training field, instantly jolting to full alertness. Oh no, this is bad, Yin Yin exclaimed in panic, hastily dressing without washing her face and sprinting downstairs towards the training ground. Seizing the opportunity while Instructor Hong was distracted, Yin Yin stealthily slipped into the ranks beside a cool-looking man with a backward cap, Shen Shiju. Noticing her, he chuckled softly, so even the divine agent can be tardy. Yin Yin turned to meet his gaze, placing a finger to her lips. Shoo, if you don't mention it, I won't either. The instructor won't find out, but Instructor Hong was already aware. Just look up, Shen Shiju indicated with a nod as Yin Yin lifted her head. She found herself locked in a deep stare with Instructor Hong. Now, all those who took longer than 3 minutes must run 10 laps around the training field with weights. For those whose names I call, you will run 20 laps with weights, and you, Yin Yin, who sneaked in late, will run 30 laps with weights, no resting until you finish. Those who arrived within 3 minutes may rest in place. With a significant glance at Yin Yin, Instructor Hong concluded that a chorus of groans erupted from the ranks as they reluctantly donned their weights and began to jog around the training ground. In that moment, all the words Yin Yin wished to utter condensed into a single expletive. Damn, this ISNT training for Lin Xie. It feels like it's directed at me. Why can't I sense the forbidden domain anymore? What the hell? I feel it too. This discomfort is unbearable. This must be the forbidden item that Instructor Yuan mentioned, one that can suppress the forbidden domain. Lin Xie and Yin Yin exchanged a startled glance, both recognizing the uncertainty in the other's eyes, realizing their divine domains still existed. Upon further careful examination, they discovered that although their divine domains remained within them, they had been significantly weakened. Yin Yin felt no joy in this realization. Even if her divine domain persisted, it was not akin to the acceleration provided by Lin Xie's Starry Night Dancer. What was the point of running at all? Under the urging of Instructor Hong, Yin Yin eventually began her run with the weights. Ahead of her, Bailey Pangpang struggled to move forward, his legs laboriously carrying him. Seeing this, Yin Yin felt a spark of amusement and quickly dashed to his side. Pangpang, I'm here to keep you company. Aren't you touched? Bailey Pangpang gasped for breath, glancing at the seemingly effortless Yin Yin. Don't you feel tired? It's manageable. I'm just a bit reluctant to run. Hey, what are you two chatting about over there? If you're not tired of running, let us add 10 more laps. Instructor Hong bellowed, pointing at Yin Yin and Bailey Pangpang. Sister Yin, I might just collapse. Bailey Pangpang stammered. Yin Yin chuckled awkwardly. No need for politeness. With that, she began to accelerate. Lin Xie watched the two from a distance, bemused, since Yin Yin had endured her master's rigorous training in the cultivation realm. This level of exertion was trivial for her. Her reluctance stemmed purely from laziness. Shen Shiju, witnessing Yin Yin's seemingly effortless pace, quickly joined her. Instructor Hong, astonished at Yin Yin's stamina, could hardly believe a young girl could possess such vigor. After completing her laps, Yin Yin hurried over to Lin Xie, who shifted to make room for her. Did you see how I ran just now? Impressive, right? Lin Xie looked at her, exasperated. As long as you're happy. Yin Yin glanced around to ensure no one was watching and leaned closer to Lin Xie, whispering, Did you also feel the divine domain still exists? Without hesitation, Lin Xie nodded, seemingly unwilling to conceal the truth. Do you think this forbidden item has minimal impact on the divine domain? I'm not sure. Bailey Pangpang leaned on Lin Xie as they returned to the dormitory, while Yin Yin remained seated on the training field. Showing no intention of heading back, Oli observed Yin Yin sitting on the ground and, thinking she was simply exhausted, approached her to help her up. Yin Yin, are you all right? Do you need me to assist you back to the dormitory? Emoli, you should sit down and wait. I suspect the instructor 1T let us off so easily for a break. As instructor Hong gazed at the two seated individuals on the ground. A hint of confusion crossed his face. Aren't you two going to rest? He inquired. No need, they replied. Observing their resolute demeanor, instructor Hong chose not to press further and, instead, let out a sharp whistle. Immediately, the entire dormitory echoed with the thunderous sound of footsteps. As the newly arrived recruits hastily made their way down, Molly, her expression one of astonishment, turned to Yin Yin. You are truly remarkable. Stay humble. Yin Yin replied. In fact, I can also tell fortunes. Would you like me to predict your future? Molly, slightly exasperated, said, Well then, do tell me how my future looks. Yin Yin pondered for a moment, her expression turning serious. You will fall in love with a deity, but ultimately it will be an unrequited love, leaving you with regrets. Molly was taken aback by Yin Yan's solemnity. How can that be? Why not? Yin Yin retorted. Should not you charlatan. If you don't believe, that's fine. In the cafeteria, the new recruits fell into a stunned silence as they beheld the scene before them. Wait, why is everything raw meat? Where are the vegetables, the rice? Someone exclaimed. How are we supposed to eat this? Are we expected to boil it all in a hot pot? Another questioned. That can't be right. It doesn't look like it this moment. Bai Li, visibly distraught, shouted, How are we meant to eat this? Are we really expected to consume raw meat? Indeed, Yin Yin remarked, eyeing the raw meat with distaste. But soon devised a plan. She discreetly stashed the raw meat in the garden, intending to use her magic to cook it in a secluded spot later. I'm quite clever. What are we supposed to eat? Where are the people? Come out. Shen Shizhu shouted, hurling a bun as hard as a rock back into the basin. The loud thud of the bun hitting the iron basin echoed through the room. Goodness, biting into that would surely shatter a tooth. Yin Yin lamented. Lin Chiya looked bewildered. What is this about shattering teeth? Just then, an elderly man, scowling and holding a spoon, emerged from the kitchen. Who the hell is making such a racket? Are these things even fit for human consumption? Shen Shizhu replied coldly. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, then get lost. The old man shot a glare at Shen Shizhu. Yin Yin wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Feeling as though she might faint from the absurdity, Lin Chia quipped, Perhaps you should use Lu Bu to wipe your brow. No. I fear Jiao Chan might get jealous. That moment, several individuals clad in gray cloaks, masks in hand, strode through the center of the cafeteria towards the round table at the back. Everyone recognized who they were, and a hush fell over the crowd, save for Yin Yin. Wow, they look so impressive, she exclaimed. Her remark stood out in the silence, drawing all eyes towards her, including those of the masked group. Lin Chiya, Bai Li, and Chao Yuan felt the weight of the gazes upon them, growing somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Chia awkwardly pulled Yin Yin down into a seat, while Bai Li gestured for the others to continue eating. It's you little rascals. Come, I'll whip up a few dishes for you. Just wait right here, the old man said with a smile upon seeing the group. Thank you, old son. We appreciate it, they chorused, bowing respectfully before sitting down. Chapter 28. Fate will eventually change for you, as the sound of footsteps resonated. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, invigorating every recruit's senses. All heads turned in unison to see Old Sun bearing a large tray filled with an array of dishes, smiling as he approached the masked group. Yin Yan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food, murmuring, braised pork, sauerkraut fish, sweet and sour ribs, chicken stew with mushrooms, steamed perch. I want to eat too. Wow, Old Sun, you've prepared so many delicious dishes, Vortex exclaimed. Drooling at the sight of the sumptuous spread. In the hall, over 200 pairs of eyes were fixated on the feast laid out on the masked group's round table, as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. Wang Mian glanced over, pulling out a small weapon from his waist and placing it on the table before returning to his meal. This is unacceptable. Why do they get to enjoy such delectable food while we are left with hard buns and raw meat? A recruit complained. Once your little brats are out of the camp and back, I'll prepare a grand feast for you, Old Sun replied, slightly annoyed. Hearing this, Yin Yin lowered her head. She knew Old Sun genuinely cared for the recruits. But how many of the over 200 would truly return? Having overseen several batches of recruits, Old Sun was all too aware of the grim reality, for each day saw many night watchmen perish. It was not merely a matter of returning, but rather how many would survive. His words were laden with hope that they would live to come back. Yin Yin observed Old Sun's beaming face as he looked at the masked group. Recalling their tragic fate in the original story, apart from their leader, Wang Mian, who escaped the fishing village, the rest of the masked team met their demise, leaving Wang Mian with lifelong regrets. At just over 20. He was left with a head full of white hair and merely 3 years to live. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yin Yin felt tears welling in her eyes. Wang Mian noticed the glimmer of tears in Yin Yan's gaze. Sensing her reluctance and regret, quickly, she turned her head to wipe away the tears. She couldn't bear witnessing such a tear-jerking scene. If she were to cry, it would have to wait until she was alone in her bed at night. Lin Chia, having noticed Yin Yan's gesture, expressed concern. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Yin Yan forced a smile. It's nothing. I was just moved to tears by the food. Lin Chia suspected it was more than just the allure of food that had upset her. If she truly desired to eat, she would have found a way to do so, yet her current demeanor left him puzzled. He gently patted her shoulder, saying, Stop crying. When we return, I'll ask the captain to prepare something for us too. Okay. Just then, Wang Mian waved them over. Lin Chia, Yin Yan, come join us for some food. All the recruits turned their attention to the two. Yin Yan thought to herself, is this just so they can see me cry? After hesitating for a moment, she took Lin Chia's hand and walked over. Come, Lin Chia, have some ribs. Wang Mian handed Lin Chia a bowl and served him some dishes. Rosa, fetch Yin Yan a bowl and add some food for her. All right. Vortex, pour some soup for the two of them. Will do. Lin Chia, feeling a bit shy, waved his hands. No, it's all right. You all eat. I'm just here to ask some questions. He turned to Yin Yan, only to be shocked to see her devouring the food voraciously. Slow down. There is plenty of food. No one is going to steal it from you, Lin Chia advised. Hey, slow down. I haven't had a chance to eat yet. Save some for me. Vortex chimed in. Wang Mian shot him a glance, causing Vortex to immediately fall silent. Yin Yan, I noticed something seemed off with you earlier. Did something happen? Wang Mian inquired gently. It's nothing, really. Seeing that Yin Yan was reluctant to elaborate, Wang Mian tactfully shifted the topic. Were you wanting to ask about the divine agents? He asked Lin Chia. Yes. Wang Mian then recounted how he became a divine agent and his experiences joining the Night Watchman. Now, I have a reliable team, which brings me great comfort and fortune. Ahem, Captain, it's best not to get too sentimental during meals. It can be a bit nauseating, Vortex interjected awkwardly. Yeah, Captain, there are so many people here. It's quite awkward, Tian Ping added. Feeling similarly uncomfortable. I'll keep that in mind next time. Yin Yan and Lin Chia exchanged amused glances as they watched the playful banter unfold. Yin Yan's gaze fell upon the ice crystal pendant hanging around Rosa's neck, momentarily taken aback before recalling that it was a gift from Yifan during their last meeting. Rosa seemed to notice Yin Yan's attention and pulled out the pendant. Isn't this ice crystal pendant beautiful? Yin Yan nodded. It is indeed beautiful. After all, it was handmade, and of course, it was lovely. This was a gift from the sorcerer, meant to protect us from a fatal injury once. We all received one. Rosa explained. Lin Chia, intrigued, asked, Sorcerer, is that the one who saved Zhao Kongqing? Yes, exactly. You didn't know. This sorcerer is the 6th human prodigy that recently emerged. Sorcerer, Yiyan. Lin Chia nodded at Vortex's explanation. So it can prevent a fatal injury? That's impressive. Moreover, the sorcerer is quite young, around your age, and incredibly attractive and charming, Rosa added, her eyes sparkling as she held the pendant. Yin Yan smiled in satisfaction. Yes, keep promoting me like this. I enjoy hearing it. Yugui's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Rosa, don't you prefer mature women? What? Am I not allowed to like sweet young girls? Rosa shot back, glaring at Yugui. Not at all. As long as you're happy. Outside the cafeteria, a sharp whistle pierced the air once more. The masked group sprang to their feet and dashed outside. Vortex paused mid-run, suddenly realizing, wait a minute, we're not new recruits. Why are we running? Instinctive reflex, Wang Mian said, scratching his head awkwardly as he noticed the bewildered expressions on the new recruits' faces. He then returned to his seat to continue eating. We're off now. You carry on with your meal. Lin Chia said, rising to his feet and patting Yin Yan on the shoulder. No more eating. It's time to assemble. Lair. Yin Yan swiftly stuffed the last piece of braised pork into her mouth, rising to wave at the masked squad. Go ahead. Our next meeting will be outside the training camp. Wang waved back at them. Are you leaving? Lin Chia inquired. Yes, mysterious sea realms have emerged in the north, and we must hurry there after our meal. All right, may you return victorious. Yin Yan quickly swallowed the meat in her mouth and spoke with a hint of meaning. Heroes cloaked in glory, fate shall surely change for you. Chapter 29. Mute the world and listen to the sound of Instructor Han's breakdown. The cafeteria was empty, and the surrounding area suddenly fell silent. After the recruits left, the food no longer tasted good to Xuanhua. He sighed deeply. You truly have a twisted sense of humor. Ping Ping rolled his eyes in disbelief. What did Yin Yan mean by that earlier? Yue Gui asked. I don't know, but I can guarantee it was a compliment to us. Xuanhua replied nonchalantly. Wang furrowed his brow. He felt that Yin Yan's words carried a certain implication. Was it merely his illusion? On the training platform, Instructor Han observed the recruits seated on the ground and raised his voice. Today, let me teach you about close combat with cold weapons. He demonstrated various techniques for drawing and sheathing the straight knife. Though Yin Yin found Instructor Han's knife techniques impressive, she felt something was lacking for herself. Deciding to tune out, she thought that since Chinmai had already briefed her and Lin Chiye, it made little difference whether she listened or not. She turned to Lin Chiye, who was already beginning to doze off. Brother Chi should be thinking the same as I am. Now, I need a few volunteers to demonstrate, Instructor Han declared, tossing aside the straight knife and retrieving 2 wooden swords from a nearby rack. Scanning the room, his gaze landed on the chubby Bailey beside Lin Chiye. You, little chubby one, come up and demonstrate for everyone. Me. Oh, Bailey clumsily climbed onto the training platform, grasping the wooden sword. Looking bewildered at Instructor Han. Han glanced at the boy, who was full of flaws, and sneered. He stepped forward, swiftly swinging the knife towards him. Just as the blade was about to strike Bailey, a dazzling light shield suddenly erupted, severing the wooden sword in Han's hand. Yin Yin shielded her eyes with both hands. My titanium alloy eyes are going to be blinded. Lin Chiye. Haha. Apologies, Instructor Han. I just forgot to disable the automatic emergency mode. Bailey scratched his head awkwardly. All right, Instructor Han, should we try again? Fine, let's do it again. Instructor Han switched to another wooden sword and resumed his attack on Bailey, but before he could make contact, the wooden sword spontaneously ignited. Turning to ashes. I forgot to turn off the automatic firewall. Should we go again? Get lost. Instructor Han rubbed his eyelids, pointing at Lin Chiye beside Bailey. You, come up. You haven't brought any forbidden items, have you? Lin Chiye shook his head. No, all right. Your only task now is to fully block my attacks. Understood. Instructor Han swung the wooden sword at Lin Chiye with quick, cunning angles. Smack. Lin Chiye easily deflected the blow with one hand. Instructor Han, surprised, asked, have you trained in swordsmanship? A little. Who taught you? Team 130 SIXS Captain, Chinmai. Instructor Han slowly closed his eyes, feeling a sense of despair. Chinmai, that's Black Wu Chang. I feel like retreating now. You can step down. At that moment, Yin Yin couldn't help but laugh at Instructor Han's defeated expression. Ha ha ha. Look at Instructor Han's face. It's turning green. Mute the world and listen to the sound of Instructor Han's breakdown. Hearing the laughter, Instructor Han's face shifted between shades of green and black, creating a rather amusing sight. He pointed at Yin Yin, his voice tinged with irritation. You, come up. Yin Yin pointed at herself. Me, yes, you. Oh. Instructor Han scrutinized Yin Yin, thinking, this petite one looks easy to bully. Go for it. Hanli, you can definitely regain your dignity this time. Do you have any forbidden items? No. Have you trained in swordsmanship? Not really. Instructor Han believed he had finally found a suitable opponent and assumed an attacking stance. He was puzzled to see Yin Yin with her eyes closed, her right hand holding the sword behind her back, resembling a character from a martial arts drama. Bailey, watching Yin Yin on the platform, asked Lin Chiye in confusion, Brother Chi, why is Sister Yin using that stance? It looks cool, but if she loses, it would be so embarrassing. Lin Chiye, focused on the 2 on stage, confidently replied, she won't lose. Though Instructor Han didn't understand what she was up to, he swung his sword with full force towards Yin Yin. Suddenly, Yin Yin opened her eyes wide, swiftly flicking the sword, and a sharp blade of light appeared before Instructor Han. His eyes widened in shock as he raised his sword to block the incoming strike. Smack. Boom. The wooden sword was sliced in 2, followed by an explosion as the rack behind Instructor Han was cleaved in half. Leaving weapons scattered on the ground, the recruits gaped at the scene, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. What the hell? Can a person really do that? And with just one move? That's insane. Now I understand why you said she would definitely win. Chi, the damage is truly terrifying. Bailey remarked. She deliberately avoided hitting Instructor Han, just to ensure he wouldn't get hurt. Lin Chiye's words fell into a stunned silence, as everyone seemed unable to believe it. Instructor Han gulped. Wearing a ghostly expression. Is that a sword technique you're using? No, it's swordplay. Swordplay? The power of a single sword strike can be so formidable. If it had hit me. Han shivered slightly, then sighed. You can step down now. Yes. Instructor Han turned away, muttering softly, come on, Hanli. Don't give up easily. They're just a bunch of rookies, mere novices. They can't be that extraordinary. I can do it. I will do it. I must succeed. He took a deep breath, carefully observing the recruits' expressions. After a moment, his gaze settled on a boy who appeared rather honest. You, come up. Instructor Han spoke flatly. Chow Yuan was taken aback, but, after a moment's hesitation, stepped up to the platform. May the departed rest in peace. Amen. Yin Yin clasped her hands together, offering a prayer for Instructor Han. Lin Qiye observed Yin Yin praying. That's a bit overdramatic. Brother Qi, does Chao Yuan have his virtue intact? What is that? It's the seal of prohibition. Yes, he has it. Are you ready to take away Chao Yuan's virtue later? It's fine if I don't take it. Chapter 30. Apologies, my corrupt eyes misjudged you. Do you have any forbidden items? No. Have you trained in swordsmanship? No. Do you know how to use a sword? No. Finally, Instructor Han let out a sigh of relief. He had finally encountered a normal person. He tossed the wooden sword to Chao Yuan. Now it's your turn to attack. And I'll defend. Chao Yuan did not reach for the sword, but let it fall at his feet. Instructor Han, puzzled, inquired sharply. What does that mean? I can't touch the sword. Why not? I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. It's just a wooden sword that I can't touch any kind of sword, not even a nail clipper. Instructor Han, what kind of nonsense is this? Who spoiled you? Yin Yin pondered, somewhat confused. He can't even use a nail clipper. How does he trim his nails? Does he nibble them? Lin Qiye replied with exasperation. Why is your focus so odd? Never mind that. I'm just thinking, if he nibbles them, won't he get nail fungus and paronychia? How ugly. Yin Yin grimaced. Lin Qiye, that's a lazy excuse. I command you to take it. I really can't. Pick it up. That's an order. Chao Yuan sighed. Fine. He bent down to pick up the sword, and Lin Qiye and the other's expressions changed, retreating several dozen meters, looking at Instructor Han with sympathy. Instructor Han, caught off guard by their reaction, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He was just about to utter something when Chao Yuan had already grasped a knife in his hand. It's over. He is about to succumb to darkness. Yin Yin exclaimed. Boom! A burst of black and red malevolence erupted, enveloping Chao Yuan entirely, the terrifying pressure permeating the entire training ground. Roar! Hee! Cackle! Darkened, Chao Yuan stood bare-chested, wielding a flaming wooden sword, grinning menacingly at Instructor Han. Instructor Han? What in the world is this? Just a mere touch of the hilt, and he transforms. Is there not a single normal person left in this recruit camp? Is it truly so difficult to simply teach a sword? Darkened Chao Yuan let out a classic villainous cackle, swinging the sword fiercely towards Instructor Han. With a swift roll, Instructor Han picked up a straight sword from the ground near the shattered stand that Yin Yin had previously demolished. Bang! Bang! Instructor Han blocked blow after blow, accurately predicting his attacks and deftly dodging, yet still found himself being pushed back by the force of darkened Chao Yuan's strikes. Yaoguang, by Li Peng Peng donned a necklace, pointing towards the stage as golden light converged swiftly, shooting forth like a sharp blade, striking heavily against the wooden sword Chao Yuan wielded. Immediately, the massive golden light morphed, transforming into golden ropes that ensnared darkened Chao Yuan. Bound, darkened Chao Yuan thrashed about, seemingly discovering the ropes were struggling against him, and roared defiantly. Roar, roar, roar. Ugh. Cough, cough. Yin Yin, once again disregarding the rules of combat, tossed a tranquilizer into his gaping mouth. Silence. You're deafening my ears. As a cultivator, Yin Yan's senses are extraordinarily acute. After hearing darkened Chao Yuan's roar, her ears were nearly incapacitated. Darkened Chao Yuan turned to glare at Yin Yin, baring his teeth in a menacing expression, as if wishing to tear her limb from limb. What are you looking at? Yin Yin, her head throbbing from the noise, felt her anger flare upon seeing him still daring to glare at her. And without hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap to darkened Chao Yuan. Slap. His twisted face was turned aside, his struggling form momentarily halted, slowly turning back. His grotesque visage was slightly swollen, revealing a hint of bewilderment. The crowd gasped. Seventh brother. Chao Yuan's virtue belt. Ignoring the red and swollen darkened Chao Yuan, Yin Yin shouted Taotie in a fit of rage. Lin Qiye sighed helplessly as he gazed at Chao Yuan. Do as you wish, but I shall make no promises. Instantly, Chao Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he presented a pickled vegetable to Lin Qiye. Qiye, have some pickled vegetables. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye picked up a small portion with his chopsticks and took a hearty bite alongside a steamed bun. A satisfied grin spread across Chao Yuan's face. Li Peng Peng cautiously approached Chao Yuan, attempting to reach for the pickled vegetable. Chao Yuan's expression shifted immediately as he shielded the dish. This is for Qiye. You cannot have any. Just let me have a bite. Why does Qiye get to eat while I cannot? Li Peng Peng pouted. Chao Yuan looked down on him disdainfully. These are all for Qiye. You should hurry and go away. Yin Yin shot Li Peng Peng a knowing glance, and he understood instantly, diverting Chao Yuan's attention. Hey, I am a good brother of Qiye. So what? Yin Yin seized the opportunity, swiftly snatching the pickled vegetable into her embrace and sprinting to Lin Chia's side, shouting to Bailey Pang Pang. Pang Pang succeeded. Hurry over. Yay. Thanks, brother. Chao Yuan attempted to reclaim the pickled vegetable, but was thwarted by a tranquilizer dart produced by Yin Yin. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he looked at Lin Chia, who merely shook his head in resignation. They are my good friends. They can have a little. Chao Yuan. Oh Yin Yin. Bailey Pang Pang. YYDS. Lin Chia, at that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by 2 other instructors, entered the cafeteria. All personnel. Attention! His booming voice startled all the new recruits, including Yin Yin and her companions. Everyone immediately set down their steamed buns, while Yin Yin and Bailey Pang Pang simultaneously stuffed theirs into their mouths, cheeks bulging as they listened intently to Instructor Hong's address. This afternoon marks your first extreme training. Once you finish your meal, gather behind the cafeteria. Understood? Understood. Bailey Pang Pang, chewing his bun, asked inquisitively. What on earth is extreme training? Chao Yuan shook his head, clueless. Yin Yin, seemingly drained of all energy and means, mustered, I have a feeling this will be excruciating. The trio. As everyone assembled, vehicles behind the cafeteria slowly rumbled to life. Departing the training camp and heading toward Jinan Mountain, upon arrival, Instructor Hong rose, turning to face the bewildered recruits, revealing a cruel smile. Everyone, disembark. Why do I have an ominous premonition? Bailey Pang Pang trembled. Just shake that feeling off. Yin Yin suggested. Next, we shall commence extreme training. I will assign each of you a 35-kilogram load, and you must traverse this mountain range before dawn. Additionally, the weight you carry is equipped with a tracking system. Once training begins, we will pursue you with drones, and if you are struck by the fuel they carry, you will be deemed a failure. Failures will face punishment, and trust me, it will be quite severe. Instructor Hong couldn't suppress the grin creeping upon his lips, sending shivers down the spines of the new recruits. Everyone, go collect your weights. Into the mountains. Received. Chapter 32. Brother Pig's urgent call. Clear the way. After issuing his command, Instructor Hong distributed a small knife to each recruit. When he reached Chao Yuan, he quietly set the knife down and pulled out a spoon. Instructor, are you suggesting I dig my own grave? Chao Yuan inquired. Instructor Hong chuckled, patting Chao Yuan's shoulder. Considering you cannot use a knife, this spoon will have to suffice. All right, I almost forgot. That chubby one over there. Extreme training prohibits the use of contraband. Hand it over to me. I will keep it safe until the end. Instructor Hong pointed toward Bailey Pang Pang, who was about to enter the mountain. Bailey Pang Pang. But could you not remember that just now? Must you bring it up? Find out in Jinan Mountain. Lin Chia, Yin Yin, and Chao Yuan navigated swiftly through the underbrush, while Bailey Pang Pang struggled due to his physique. Hey, wait for me. Pang Pang, you really should lose some weight. Yin Yin remarked, gesturing at his excess. No. My mom says being chubby is healthy, Bailey Pang Pang retorted. But Emily said she doesn't like chubby people. Then I suppose I shall attempt to slim down. Bailey Pang Pang, feeling the weight on his back becoming cumbersome, looked up, hopefully asking the others, this load is so heavy. Who can help me share some of it? You want to help me carry it? Sure. I consent, Yin Yin replied. Her message read but returned in disarray. No. Bailey Pang Pang gazed at Lin Chia with pleading eyes. Lin Chia decisively refused. No. Carry it yourself. Chao Yuan coldly remarked. Scram. Chia, would you like me to help share some of the burden? Chao Yuan turned to Lin Chia, gazing at him with anticipation. No need. I can manage. Bailey Pang Pang. Oh, so you are all heartless, huh? Rolex threats. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from above, causing the 4 to look up in alarm. Run. Lin Chia shouted. I feel I cannot outrun these drones. Perhaps I should just give up. The punishment cannot be that terrifying, right? Bailey Pang Pang expressed uncertainty. How about it? Pang Pang, look over there. Yin Yin pointed to the 2 instructors in the distance, grinning as they dragged a dazed recruit into the thicket. Bailey Pong Pong's expression changed drastically, quickening his pace. Wait, is there even a chance of surviving this? And those instructors' expressions. I feel like that guy's virtue is in peril. Chao Yuan paused, pondering, is the punishment the loss of virtue? Lin Chia. That seems unlikely. Yin Yin, observing their reactions, stifled a laugh, her eyes narrowing mischievously as she spoke slowly. Rest assured. The true punishment will undoubtedly compel you to run for your lives. The trio? Just as Lin Chia was about to inquire about her meaning, a swarm of drones suddenly surged from behind, charging directly at them. Down the mountain, another cluster of drones pursued Lin Chia and his companions. Instructor Hong pointed at the screen displaying Lin Chia and the others in flight. Instructor Hong, Isn't this a bit too targeted? This is a directive from above. They want us to train him rigorously, indicating they hold him in high regard. I see. Meanwhile, Yin Yin, taking advantage of the trio's distraction, slipped away at a bend. With a smirk, she thought, good thing I separated. Otherwise, I might have been targeted too. Suddenly, the instructor's voice echoed from the burdens they carried. You are Wang Liang, correct? What is the most shameful thing you have ever done in your life? Peeking at the neighbor's older sister bathing. Was she beautiful? Very beautiful. Instructor Hong earnestly questioned the defeated recruits with various mortifying inquiries. As they ran, laughter filled the air, but eventually, their expressions changed. This meant that failure would lead to such mortifying challenges. Damn, why are we even laughing? Get moving. Bailey Pongpong's face turned pale. Is this the punishment? Lin Xie recalled Yan Yan's earlier words. Unable to stifle his sarcasm, this punishment is quite harsh. We must quicken our pace. Yan Yan, hurry up and catch up. Turning around, he noticed Yan Yan had vanished. Puzzled. Where did she go? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Chao Yuan replied nonchalantly. Forget it. Given her abilities, she shouldn't be eliminated so quickly. Meanwhile, Yan Yan deftly navigated through the underbrush, suddenly catching a whiff of a foul odor. Following the scent, she stumbled upon a wild boar in the midst of relieving itself. An idea sparked in her mind as she recalled the reward from the system. Perhaps the mind transference skill would calm Instructor Hong. The other instructors, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. Instructor Hong, what species is this? A wild boar. And who is riding on its back? That agent of the flower god. How is she riding a pig? I have no idea. It is truly a curiosity. Though incomprehensible, it is profoundly shocking. This moment, Lin Xie and his companions, while fleeing, fortuitously encountered Shen Qingzhu and his group. What a coincidence, they chose the same direction. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing Lin Xie and his companions to tremble. Brother Pig is urinating. Everyone, stand clear. Ba Li Pangyang scratched his head. This voice. Why does it sound so familiar? The crowd turned to look, their eyes wide and mouths agape. What on earth is this? And it comes with a mount. Shen Qingzhu couldn't help but scoff. Chapter 33. A pig can never change its nature. The wild boar charged. Hello, everybody. It seems that the first to reach the finish line will be none other than me. You are so shameless, exclaimed Shen Qingzhu's underlings. How can the matter of a thick-skinned person be called shameless? Sister Yin, can I ride too? Ba Li Pangyang asked eagerly. That depends on whether Brother Wild Boar is willing. She replied, Brother Wild Boar, you. Before Ba Li Pangyang could finish, the wild boar immediately quickened its pace and charged towards him. Ba Li Pongpong's eyes widened in shock. Chia, help, under the pursuit of Brother Wild Boar. Ba Li Pangpang ran even faster than before. Shen Qingzhu and his underlings parted ways with Lin Xie and his group. That a swarm of drones descended upon the four, but Lin Xie and Chao Yuan nimbly evaded the attacks, while Pangpang dashed about like a wild boar. Yin Yin, seated upon Brother Wild Boar's back, found her movements restricted. However, she utilized her perception to anticipate the attacks of the paint guns, yet with so many drones, there were bound to be moments of oversight. Just as she dodged one attack, she caught a glimpse of a rain of paint descending upon her from above. With a swift motion, Yin Yin grasped Brother Wild Boar's neck, exerting some force to elevate her lower body. Releasing her grip, she stood atop Brother Wild Boar's back, lifted herself gracefully into the air, and performed a somersault to evade the onslaught. Subsequently, she lightly landed on a drone, pausing for a fraction of a second before rapidly moving to another drone. This repetitive motion resembled the lightness of the Suan style from Reverse Water Cold, each step blossoming like a lotus. Her movements were agile, and she controlled her strength impeccably, not weighing down any of the drones. Lin Xie and the others watched in astonishment, their eyes wide. Wow, is Sister Yin even human? She can fly without the divine ruins. That's amazing. Ba Li Pongpong's jaw dropped in disbelief. Chao Yuan was momentarily stunned. Is this lightness skill? Lin Xie furrowed his brow. Lightness skill? How does she know it? Wasn't she flying with the help of the divine ruins before? At the foot of the mountain, the instructors stared at the screen, speechless. After a moment, one instructor spoke up. Instructor Hong, what on earth is going on? Didn't we use forbidden items to suppress the divine ruins? She can't possibly be flying for real, can she? Instructor Hong furrowed his brow, about to respond when Yuan Gang stepped forward, squinting at Yin Yin, who was darting through the air. This is not an ability emitted by her divine ruins, but rather a demonstration of her own capabilities. This should be lightness skill. Instructor Hong's eyes widened. Lightness skill. Isn't that something found only in novels? Yuan Gang shook his head. No. There were many practitioners of lightness skill in ancient times. They achieved it through countless hardships. Only through diligent practice can one attain greatness. Instructor Hong suddenly realized. Chief, are you saying? Yuan Gang nodded. Such a prodigy should be rigorously trained by us. Deploy more drones to follow her. I want to see where her limits lie. Yes. Yin Yin leapt down from the drone and onto a tree. Oh, la la la. Am I great, or what? Who can match my strength? She clapped her hands over her mouth, producing strange sounds like a monkey. By the time Yin Yin shook off the drones, she had already lost track of Lin Chia and the others, so she jumped back onto Brother Wild Boar's back to continue her journey. Just when she thought she could finally rest for a moment, suddenly a massive swarm of drones appeared behind her, even more numerous than before, seemingly targeting her alone. Damn it. Didn't I say 3 strikes, and you're out? Can't you let me be? Yin Yin frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. It wasn't that she didn't want to use her lightness skill anymore, but she was genuinely exhausted. Brother Wild Boar, it's all up to you now. I'm a bit tired, so I'll take a nap. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Yin rested her face on Brother Wild Boar's back, closing her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Brother Wild Boar. Ha. You sleep. I'll handle this. At the foot of the mountain, the instructors watched in contemplation as Yin Yin slept atop the wild boar. How is she able to sleep in such a situation? I don't understand. It's simply a complete relaxation. You know, this wild boar is quite impressive. Its speed nearly outpaces the drones. Could this be the legendary boar hero? Time passed, and Yin Yin awoke to find Brother Wild Boar had brought her to a safe place, having successfully shaken off the drones behind them. Truly, Brother Wild Boar is amazing. I knew I had chosen correctly. Thank you for being there. You have warmed all 4 seasons. Hehehehe. Now you know how formidable I am. You're still the same old Brother Wild Boar. At that moment, a voice echoed from the speaker behind Yin Yin. Well, if it isn't Shen Qizhu, you've been eliminated too? Yes. I heard from Li Liang that you are actually a gentle person at heart. Why do you choose to disguise yourself as ruthless and domineering? Because I want to be strong. Why? I don't want others to look down on me. Up until now, how many love letters have you written? 114. So many. Please elaborate. When I was young, I fell in love with the older sister from next door and wrote her love letters every day, but they were all rejected. Yin Yin suddenly perked up, curious about how Lin Chia and the others would react to this conversation. A tough exterior, but a gentle heart. This contrast should appeal to any woman. Yin Yin rode atop Brother Wild Boar to a muddy area, hesitating as she looked at the muddy path ahead. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind her. Turning around, she saw yet another swarm of drones rapidly approaching her. Damn it. I said 3 strikes and you're out. Can't you just let me be? Before Yin Yin could finish her thought, Brother Wild Boar charged forward into the muddy terrain. Yin Yin stretched out her hands in a panic. No, not the mud pit. Brother Wild Boar. Brother Wild Boar slipped in the mud, sending both Yin Yin and himself sliding into a filthy pit. They lay there, covered in mud. Yin Yin, now thoroughly coated in muck, gazed at the approaching instructors with resignation, lying serenely in the pit. Meanwhile, Brother Wild Boar rolled around in the filth with glee. Truly, Brother Wild Boar is a pig that cannot change its nature. A dog cannot stop eating feces. Let it all end. I'm exhausted. Chapter 34. Who do you like? Oh, isn't this the agent of the divine? How did you end up in such a state? Fallen into a muddy pit. Since I've caught you, I have some questions to ask. Oh, what do you think of Lin Chia? Lin Chia, hiding in a cave, was shaken, his expression peculiar. What is this instructor up to? A Chao Yuan sat cross-legged, unaware. Li Pang, just collapsing onto the ground, suddenly sat up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Could it be human-like? Do you like Lin Chia? I don't. Then who do you like? Pingzi Gu. The word slipped out almost instantaneously, surprising even Yin Yin herself. Who is Pingzi Good? The one I like. Why do you like him? Because he is Pingzi Gu. Who is Pingzi Good? The one I like. Why do you like him? Because he is Pingzi Gu. Instructor Hong realized the conversation had entered a loop, scratching his head. Just as he was about to change the subject, Yuan Gang stepped forward. Why do you want to join the Night Watchman? Because I want to rectify regrets and change fate. Yuan Gang paused, somewhat perplexed, as if he had not anticipated such a response. Whose fate do you wish to change? The entire Disya. And those who were meant to sacrifice. Yuan Gang fell silent for a moment, then placed a hand on Yin Yan's shoulder. You have ambition. Well done. Upon a casual tap, I discovered Yin Yin. Covered head to toe in MUD. Even got onto my hands. In the cave, the three listened in silence to the dialogue between the two and the audio. After a brief moment, Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed in astonishment, I never expected Sister Yin to possess such grand aspirations. It is truly admirable. Ba. Well said, well said, Chao Yuan murmured with his eyes closed. Lin Qiyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by her ambitions. Soon, he recollected himself, frowning slightly. Pingzi Gu. Could he be the one who abducted Yin Yin? With this thought, Lin Qiyu let out a cold laugh, pondering that he would relish the opportunity to spar and see if that individual truly possessed such prowess. Yuan Shou Zhang, Hong Jiaoguan. Have you finished your inquiries? We have. Then may I return to wash up? This mud is dried. Don't worry about the one returning together. Just consider it a full-body mud mask, a skincare treatment. Damn the skincare. Yin Yin stared at the positioning of the three on the screen, feeling drowsy after a while, disregarding the mud on her body, and promptly fell asleep. As Hong Jiaoguan prepared to awaken the slumbering Yin Yin, Yuan Gang reached out to restrain him and shook his head. Let her sleep. She has had a tiring day. Very well. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu and others entered, noticing the muddy figure sprawled on the ground. Lost in contemplation. What on earth is this? Shen Qingzhu kicked lightly, receiving no response. Another kick. And still no response. Could it be that she has passed away? Just then, a snore emanated from beside his feet. Good heavens, so she was merely asleep. Time passed without notice, and in a haze, Yin Yin opened her eyes to find herself lying in a large tub, observing the mysterious liquid within the tub. She cupped her hands to gather some water and sniffed, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Is this a medicinal bath? Realizing it was indeed a medicinal bath, Yin Yin luxuriated in the tub, eyes closed, mumbling to herself. The medicinal baths from the cultivation realm are indeed the best. The aroma of the herbs is authentic. Occasionally, she would sprinkle in some flower petals, savoring the fragrant essence. Delightful and exquisite. Molly pushed open the door, gazing at the blissful Yin Yin and calmly stating, the instructor mentioned that training is suspended for this morning. We will head to the cafeteria for a meal shortly. I heard breakfast includes buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Would you like to join me? Before Yin Yin could respond, a sudden scream erupted from the neighboring dormitory. There's a pervert. I apologize, ladies. I didn't mean to. I truly am not a pervert. Bai Li Pang Pang covered a certain area of his lower body and fled in a frenzy, still remembering to apologize as he ran. Molly was about to peek out the window when Yin Yin swiftly cast a spell to close the window and draw the curtains. Don't look. It's too much for the eyes. All right. Molly turned and exited. Hurry up. I'll be waiting outside. Once Molly closed the door, Yin Yin quickly stood up from the tub, dressed hastily, and joined Molly on their way to the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, the recruits devoured their meals ravenously, each seated at their respective spots, stuffing their mouths with food, occasionally emitting sounds of chewing. Yin Yin glanced at the two vacant seats beside Lin Qiyi and, taking Molly by the hand, headed straight toward them. The moment Bai Li Pang Pang laid eyes on Molly, he instantly straightened up, put down the bun in his hands, and adjusted his attire. Dear Miss Molly, it is a pleasure to see you again. Molly shot Bai Li Pang Pang a dispassionate glance, huffed coldly, and then took a seat beside Yin Yin. Bai Li Pang Pang felt a tad embarrassed and swiftly turned to Lin Qiyi. Redirecting the conversation, I heard you truly traversed the entirety of Jinan Mountain. Is that true or false? Indeed, Lin Qiyi's nonchalant confirmation left Bai Li Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Molly somewhat astonished. He actually accomplished it. Yin Yin, however, appeared unfazed, wearing a knowing expression that puzzled Lin Qiyi. Did you know beforehand that I would cross the entire Jinan Mountain? I did not. What do you mean by did not? Brother Qi, you are the protagonist. I actually fell asleep during such a highlight moment. I nearly shed tears. Lin Qiyi glanced at the clock on the wall, set down his bowl. You all continue eating. I have a matter to attend to. Go ahead. Bai Li Pang Pang nudged Chao Yuan. Hey, what do you think Brother Qi is up to today? Acting all mysterious. Could he be meeting with a secret lover? Chao Yuan rolled his eyes at Bai Li Pang Pang, speaking with an expressionless face. Impossible. Qi is not that kind of person. You don't truly know him. How can you be so certain? Bai Li Pang Pang retorted, turning to Yin Yin. Sister Yin, you have known Qi the longest. Tell us, is he like that? Given his character, do you think it's possible? Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head. That does seem plausible. Yin Yin felt rather speechless. How could she not know what kind of person Brother Qi was? He was merely going to the instructor's office to collect his reward. Just look at you two, like concubines in a palace drama vying for the emperor's favor upon discovering that he has appointed a new concubine. Point two hopeless sycophants. Chapter 35. Infatuation? Unrequited love? On the training ground, Lin Shiyi wielded a wooden sword with one hand, stepping forward with steady strides, his hand swinging the sword unhesitatingly toward Bai Li Pang Pang. Bai Li Pang Pang flustered, retreated, flailing the wooden sword awkwardly in a futile attempt to defend himself. With a sudden burst of strength, Lin Shiyi knocked the wooden sword from Bai Li Pang Pang's grasp, the blade resting perilously close to his neck. Bai Li Pang Pang stumbled backward, plopping down onto the ground, surrendering. You are too strong. I cannot compete with you. It is not that I am too strong, but rather that you are too weak. Upon hearing Lin Shiyi speak the truth, Bai Li Pang Pang's anxiety finally dissipated. Chao Yuan, observing the recent duel, nodded in agreement with Lin Shiyi's assessment. Yin Yin reclined beside Chao Yuan, glancing at Bai Li Pang Pang's dejected expression, offering comfort. Pang Pang, don't be disheartened. The basics team can assist. Bai Li Pang Pang replied. Your fundamentals are too poor. Go practice with the basics team first. Instructor Han Li approached Bai Li Pang Pang, saying, Oh, since Chao Yuan could not wield a sword, he could only watch from the sidelines. And now it was time for Yin Yin to face Lin Shiyi. Yin Yin sprang upright, brushing off the dust from her pants. Finally, it's my turn. I was nearly dozing off. She ascended the platform, twirling the wooden sword in her hand. Instructor Han Li called out to her, his expression serious. Remember to handle the sword carefully. Oh, understood. At that moment, Lin Shiyi spoke up. No need. Give it your all. I wish to see just how great our disparity truly is. Yin Yin paused for a moment, turned to Lin Shiyi, and smiled slightly. Then you must be cautious. Lin Shiyi assumed his stance, brow furrowed, his expression focused, calm. Yin Yin charged forward, sword in her right hand, leaping just as she neared Lin Shiyi. Gripping the hilt with both hands and aiming a downward strike at his head, Lin Shiyi positioned the sword vertically before him, attempting to block the blow. Clang! As their swords met, sparks flew. The impact sending a tremor through the blades. Lin Shiyi exerted force, separating the two swords, stumbling backward a few steps to create distance between them. Clang, clang, clang. The two wooden swords clashed rapidly, moving with such speed that they appeared as mere afterimages. All the recruits, including Instructor Han Li, were riveted on the duel, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Yin Yin observed that while Lin Shiyi's swordsmanship had greatly improved, it remained somewhat rigid, inevitably revealing flaws. A wicked smile crept across her face as she accelerated her strikes, disrupting Lin Shiyi's rhythm and throwing him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, she struck at his waist, swiftly maneuvering behind him and placing her sword against his neck. Lin Shiyi paused, halted his movements, and lowered his wooden sword, turning to face her. Yin Yin too lowered her sword, clasped her hands around the hilt in a gesture of respect. You have my respect. The gesture was not an apology, but rather a reminder that he still had room for improvement. Lin Shiyi remained silent. The recruits and Instructor Han Li were astounded by Yin Yan's masterful execution, resembling a seasoned general. Unwavering and decisive, with a singular focus on her target, Lin Shiyi lowered his head, feeling somewhat despondent. Noticing this, Instructor Han Li approached and placed a comforting hand on Lin Shiyi's shoulder, saying, You have performed admirably. Your technique is proficient, and your fundamentals are solid. He then furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, I feel as though something is lacking. Lacking in what? Lin Shiyi asked, puzzled. The essence of the sword. Yin Yin stepped forward, twirling her wooden sword. The essence of the sword. Your sword is form, yet lacks spirit. Han Li added, precisely. Your technique is too mechanical. Each sword and blade possesses its own soul. You force yourself to strike without truly feeling your sword, thus constraining your potential and preventing you from unleashing its true power. Thus, the perception of the blade must be felt personally. One must discover their own unique technique. Lin Shiyi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yin Yin with incredulity. Instructor Han Li nodded in agreement, then suddenly widened his eyes in realization, asking, How did you discern that? It was evident to the eye. She replied. Do you possess a profound understanding of blades? No, I am more acquainted with swords. Then how did you deduce his deficiency in blade perception? Yin Yin scratched her head, responding, I figured that since a sword has its own essence, a blade must possess one as well. The principle remains the same. That's rather peculiar. Perhaps you are not suited for using a blade, Yin Yin continued. Then what am I suited for? Each individual has their own ideal weapon. Perhaps you should endeavor to discover a path more suited to you. Lin Chiye seemed to grasp this concept, prompting him to challenge instructor Han Li to a sparring match. He endeavored to uncover the essence of the blade, yet met with failure once more. That night, unable to find slumber, Yin Yin lay in bed, hands clasped behind her head, gazing at the upper bunk while contemplating the questions posed by instructor Hong during yesterday's extreme training that a person she likes. The truth ring does not deceive. Could it be that I have genuinely developed feelings for Zhou Ping? As she reminisced about their shared moments, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Suddenly, she recalled the incident at the inn. Her heart racing uncontrollably, flushed with warmth, she smacked her heated cheeks, exclaiming, "Oh my, stop thinking, stop thinking. Beauty leads one astray. How could she possibly not think of him?" The moment she closed her eyes, Zhou Ping filled her mind. She compelled herself to conjure thoughts of delectable treats, but as soon as milk tea crossed her mind, she found herself envisioning Zhou Ping patiently waiting for her to buy it. Ah, how was I unaware of how obedient and adorable he was at that moment? And his face, I longed to kiss. Unable to restrain her smile, she threw the blanket over her head, chuckling softly. Beside her, Molly seemed disturbed by the commotion, asking, "Yin Yin, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Startled, Yin Yin shook her head. No, I'm just having trouble sleeping. Did I wake you? It's fine, get some rest," Molly replied, returning to sleep while Yin Yin composed herself, continuing to ponder the earlier matters. Alas, it seems I have truly succumbed. Do I like him, and does he like me in return? If he does not, am I destined for unrequited love? I dread the pain of one-sided affection. After all, I have never been in a relationship in my past lives. This time, I must endeavor to experience a sweet romance, as the saying goes. If you like someone, you must strive for it. Express your feelings. If I confess, will he reject me? If he does, that's one thing. But what if he despises me? Ah, the contradictions. This is my first experience of liking someone. Perhaps I should simply accept my unrequited feelings and endure the bittersweet heartache. It won't be the end of the world. Had I known this, I should have chosen the path of emotional detachment in my previous life. Chapter 36. The second spirit pet, perhaps truly unable to sleep. Yin Yin suddenly recalled the wild boar brother who had been by her side throughout the extreme training. Right? I promised to find a beautiful female pig for him. I nearly forgot. Stealthily, she slipped out of bed, and as she exited, she popped a concealment pill into her mouth, with the aid of the invisibility potion. Yin Yin swiftly made her way out of the training camp. She arrived at the pig farm, where the light still shone, and the door was ajar, indicating someone was still present. As she stepped inside, a potent odor of pig manure assaulted her senses. Goodness, how foul! But for wild boar brother, I shall endure. The pigs in the large shed immediately began to grunt and clamor upon noticing a stranger. Crowding the fence to peer at Yin Yin, occasionally pushing one another out of the way, the farm workers looked at Yin Yin with surprise, wondering why someone would arrive at such a late hour. "Who are you? What brings you here?" "A pig buyer, here to purchase pigs." Upon hearing this, the farm owner realized a customer had arrived and immediately brushed aside the worker in front of him. Striding directly toward Yin Yin, the owner rubbed his hands together in a flattering manner. "How many pigs would you like to buy?" Yin Yin contemplated for a moment, then decided to buy a few more, intending to have them placed at the entrance of the training camp's mess hall for Old Sun to prepare pork for them. When Old Sun arrives in the morning and sees the pigs, he will be astounded. "A few more, please. Boars or sows?" "One sow. The rest boars. Young or old?" "I want a young, attractive, so capable of breeding. The others can be any." The farm owner furrowed his brow, noting her numerous demands for a pig purchase. Yin Yin produced a bank card. "I have over $1 million in here. Choose wisely, and you shall not lose out." Instantly, the farm owner's demeanor changed. Very well. He promptly enlisted several workers to begin searching for suitable pigs. With nothing to do, Yin Yin wandered about, casually looking for pigs that caught her eye. If something sparked her interest, she would take it. After a long while, however, nothing appealed to her. Just as she was about to turn back, a glimmer caught her eye from the innermost pin. Yin Yin halted in her tracks, moving towards the spot where she had seen the flash, and soon spotted a little pig strutting toward the fence with an air of disdain. In this day and age, pigs are so arrogant. She noticed that the surrounding pigs seemed frightened and took a few steps back as it approached. Intrigued, she turned to regard its round, dark eyes. Suddenly, the little pig's eyes emitted a blue light, and a flame-like blue mark appeared on its forehead. That looks familiar." Just then, an ambiguous voice, indistinguishable as either male or female, whispered in Yin Yan's ear. "Woman, I command you to purchase me and take me away. Stunned, she glanced around, but saw no one. Just as she was pondering whether she was hearing things, the voice continued, Hey, what are you staring at? I'm right in front of you. Yin Yin looked at the impertinent little pig before her, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar, and an unexplainable ire surged within her. You insolent little pig. You are the second to dare speak to me like that. The little pig blinked in surprise. Why can't I hypnotize you? You dare insult me? Do you realize you are playing with fire? Play with your mother. I swear I'll make you regret it. You scoundrel. Scoundrel your mother. They engaged in a heated exchange, and the little pig, undeterred, unleashed its blue light once more. I command you. Take me away. Humph, don't think you are the only one with glowing eyes. Fueled by a competitive spirit, Yin Yin activated her blood pupil technique, regarding it with disdain. The little pig's eyes widened in shock, feeling the familiar sensation emanating from Yin Yan's blood-red gaze, from initial doubt and testing to eventual astonishment and certainty. It realized that Yin Yin had exuded a faint yet familiar aura upon entering. When she turned to leave, it had flashed in an attempt to attract her attention, and indeed, she had been drawn in. Tears welled in the little pig's eyes as its voice trembled. Woman. You finally came. You have no idea how miserable I've been during this time. Yin Yin gazed at the little pig, now weeping profusely, and pondered the aura it had just emitted, the flame-colored mark, the hypnosis technique, the blue eyes. Suddenly, realization struck her, and her eyes widened in shock. Wah! The little pig nodded frantically. Woman, you finally remember. But how did you end up as a pig? I was too hungry, with no food to eat. Seeing these pigs being fed, I transformed into a pig to scrounge for food. Did I see? I thought you were some little pig demon. Then it dawned on her that she had crossed over. This world had no demons. Woman, I am trapped here, unable to leave. Quickly take me away. The food here is dreadful. If I eat any more, I will be sick. Truly, a mountain pig cannot eat fine grains. Very well. At that moment, the farm owner had already arranged for the pigs to be loaded onto a truck. Yin Yin picked up Waha and approached the farm owner, stating, I will take this little pig as well. The farm owner stared, astonished at the little pig lying obediently in Yin Yan's embrace. This little pig is quite fierce. Are you certain you want it? Yes, very well. Yin Yin transferred the payment to the farm owner. Then sent him an address, aside from the sow, have the rest delivered to this location. The farm owner appeared puzzled. This place is quite remote. I'll cover the transportation costs. All right, I'll go right away. Jinan Mountain Yin Yin cradled Waha in her left arm and held the beautiful sow in her right as she ventured into the mountains. Where are you taking this beautiful pig? To find your husband. Ha! As they delved deeper, Yin Yin caught a whiff of a familiar odor. Could it be that Wild Boar Brother is relieving himself again? Wild Boar Brother, stop that. I've brought you a beautiful sow. Yin Yin shouted at the top of her lungs. The nearby sow jumped in fright, letting out a few startled grunts. Suddenly, Brother Wild Boar charged out from the thicket ahead. Grunting, rum 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 rum. My beautiful little sow, I have arrived. Yin Yin untied the rope around the neck of the enchanting little sow and pointed towards Brother Wild Boar, saying, There, that is your husband. Instantly, the beautiful little sow's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, Rum 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 rum. Wow, he is so handsome and wild. He must be quite fierce. Yin Yin cleared her throat a few times. Why not give it a try to find out? Brother Wild Boar gazed at the captivating little sow, his heart racing, drooling as he grunted, Rum 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 rum. Hello, beautiful lady, I am Bond Gigi Bond. He tossed his bangs aside, grunting, Rum 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 rum. Hello, I am Xiao Mei. You are so handsome. The beautiful little sow blushed profusely. All right, Brother Wild Boar, since I have played matchmaker for you too, I shall take my leave. Rum 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 rum. Thank you, goodbye. Goodbye. Not long after Yin Yin departed, she heard indescribable noises coming from the small grove behind her. She sighed, covering Wahaha's ears. Youngsters truly have boundless energy. Waha looked at her in disbelief. Woman, I heard that. Shoo. Don't listen. It will make your ears deaf. Why haven't you transformed back yet? Yin Yin changed the subject. The moment Waha jumped down from Yin Yin, he transformed into a small wolf. Waha was a thunder mirage wolf, possessing the ability to hypnotize others and transform into other animals or humans. He was incredibly fast and had the highest combat power among Yin Yan's 3 spirit pets. Despite his cheeky demeanor, he was fiercely protective of her. So, you have transformed back, and then what? Then, Yin Yin immediately crouched down and began to stroke him vigorously. It's so much better to pet you as a wolf. Your fur is so soft. It's delightful. Waha blushed fiercely. Hey, woman, I said that's enough. If you keep this up, I'll go bald. Though he said this, seeing his blissful expression, Yin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you also enjoying this? Waha, realizing, turned his head away, declaring haughtily, I am not. Just then, a blue light streaked across the sky above Yin Yan's head. She quickly looked up, furrowing her brow at the light's departure. The aura of a deity. Nyx, Chapter 37. Purple as mysterious. Yin swiftly switched to Yin, using dual-faced, scooping up Waha and sprinting towards the training camp. Woman, where are you taking me? To the training camp on the rooftop of the dormitory. Yuan Gang sensed the divine aura and arrived at the terrace. Although he did not see the deity, he spotted a green-haired girl in a black windbreaker standing with her back to him at the edge of the terrace. A sorceress. Yin turned around to face Yuan Gang. Hello, Chief Yuan. Yuan Gang returned the greeting with a bow. So, it turns out the human pinnacle sent by Commander Yi is you, not me. Then you. Just passing by. A moment later, Yuan Gang looked at the Mirage Wolf in Yin Yan's arms and inquired curiously, Sorceress, is this your dog? Yes. Waha erupted in fury, baring his fangs, ready to pounce. Who are you calling a dog? I am a wolf. A Mirage Wolf. You ignorant human. Oh Yin. It seemed Waha was angrily cursing Yuan Gang, while to Yuan Gang, it appeared just as a dog barking. Why is that dog barking? Relying on its master. Yin helplessly smoothed Waha's fur, whispering just for him to hear, be quiet. This isn't the realm of cultivation. They won't understand. Be cautious. Waha, enjoying the petting, lifted his head. Fine. I will spare him this time for your sake. A beam of light descended upon the dormitory, and in an instant, Lin Xie and Nyx appeared before Yin Yanat. That moment, Lin Xie was relieved that no one was around, letting out a long sigh. But as he turned his head, he froze in place. Yin stood 2 meters away, while behind her, Yuan Gang sat on the steps, holding a knife, his eyes fixed intently on Nyx. The moment Yin laid eyes on Nyx, a glimmer of light flashed in her gaze, but it quickly faded. Though her expression remained impassive, her heart was raging. My goodness, truly worthy of being Lin Xie's mother. She is extraordinarily beautiful. That face, that outfit, that hairstyle, that makeup, that eyeliner, size. This is a real mother. For a mother, I am infatuated. For a mother, I am mad. For a mother, I would crash into a wall. Nyx looked at the two in astonishment, then turned to Lin Xie, asking, are they also your friends? Lin Xie, somewhat awkwardly, replied, I suppose so. Nyx glanced at Yin, who was smiling and cradling a small dog, her brow slightly furrowed. Mother saw me. How thrilling, how thrilling. Yin suppressed her excitement, took a deep breath, and calmly stated, the pinnacle of humanity in Daxia, Yin. Yuan Gang released his psychic energy and approached Nyx step by step. Deputy Commander Yuan Gang of the Night Watch stationed in the capital city of Daxia. May I inquire your esteemed name? Nyx immediately shifted her gaze to Yuan Gang, coldly responding, Nyx, so it is the night goddess. May I ask what brings you to Daxia? To find my son. Lin Xie coughed. Actually, she is here to find her agent. Have you found him? I have. Where? Right here. Yuan Gang looked at Lin Xie incredulously, then turned to Yin, as if to ask, is this correct? Yin met Yuan Gang's puzzled gaze, shrugged, and gave Waha a gentle stroke. The previously drowsy Waha opened his eyes, yawned, and when his bleary gaze met Nyx's, he instantly perked up, jumping from Yin arms to lie at Nyx's feet, exposing his belly for a rub. Waha. Hee. Beautiful lady, come rub me. I beg for scratches. I am your little dog. Yin, exasperated, remarked, aren't you a wolf? Waha disdainfully looked at Yin, as if to say, so what? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Yin, you make me feel nauseous. Nyx gleefully squatted down to scratch Waha's belly, then stood up, cradling him in her arms, turning to Lin Xie with eager anticipation. Dynastas, can we take him home? Lin Xie, somewhat resigned, replied, I'm afraid not. After all, he belongs to someone. Oh. Suddenly, Nyx felt a warm sensation on her chest, looking down to see Waha's paw resting on her bosom. Yin face turned pale. Nyx, I apologize. Waha is a bit oblivious. I'll have him get down right now. So his name is Waha. What a cute name. Seeing Nyx show no intention of putting him down, Yin silently withdrew her hand. You little rascal, you're taking advantage of this opportunity. Once Yuan Gang regained his composure, he asked Lin Xie, aren't you the agent of the Seraph? I am playing both sides. Yuan Gang glanced at Nix, who was engrossed in petting Waha, deep in thought. Nix noticed his gaze, looked up at Yuan Gang, and replied earnestly, "What my son says goes." Lin Xie cleared his throat and turned to Nix. "The agent has been found. It's time for you to return home." "All right," Nix replied without hesitation. "Dynastas, remember to visit home often. Don't worry." Nix set Waha down, giving him a pat on the head. "Goodbye." Waha wagged his tail excitedly, licking Nix's hand. "Beautiful lady. Bye-bye. I will miss you." As Nix departed, she cast a puzzled glance at Yin Yin, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Yuan Gang silently sheathed his knife. Facing a deity was more challenging than he had anticipated. He shot a glare at Lin Xie. "What on earth is going on?" Lin Xie scratched his head. "She suddenly pulled me away to be her agent while I was sleeping." Yuan Gang, exasperated, remarked, "This is the night goddess. How can you make it sound so casual, as if an old neighbor came to visit?" Furrowing his brow, Yuan Gang looked at Lin Xie. "You really became the agent of two deities? This is unprecedented in Daxia's history." "Now it is. Chief Yuan, you should head back. I have some matters to discuss with Lin Xie." Yin Yin interjected. "Very well." Once Yuan Gang left, Yin Yin quietly stared at Lin Xie, saying nothing. Lin Xie felt awkward under her gaze. "Sorceress, do you have something to discuss with me?" Yin Yin withdrew her gaze and calmly stated, "Before long, the second door will open." Lin Xie's body trembled, frozen in place. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Yin Yin. "How did you know?" Yin Yin chuckled lightly, not answering, and then summoned a sphere of purple flames, asking, "Do you see what is inside this flame?" Lin Xie furrowed his brow, staring at the flames for a while, then shook his head. "I can't tell." "And that is correct. Now tell me what color this is." "Purple." "Purple is mysterious. I am a mysterious individual. Do not inquire about the enigmatic affairs of a mysterious person, for it is precisely my mystery that prevents you from uncovering my secrets. Do you comprehend?" Lin Xie, "That I suspect you are simply constipated." Chapter 38. A holiday? In truth, the color purple serves as a hint I provided. Pertaining to the second patient, Lin Xie lowered his head, deep in thought. "Well then, the day is waning. You should return to rest." "Very well." As Lin Xie descended the stairs, Yuan Gang retraced his steps to the rooftop of the dormitory and dialed a number. "The crisis has been averted. Fortunately, there is a sorcerer present, which alleviates my tension. Also, please inform that particular human prodigy that his presence is no longer required." "A sorcerer? How did she come to be here?" Xiaoping Gu inquired. "I do not know. She claimed to be merely passing through." "Very well. Additionally, Lin Xie has simultaneously become the envoy of two deities." "What?" After completing the call, Yuan Gang turned around to see Yin Yin gazing at him with a knowing smile, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "May I ask, does the sorcerer have further matters to attend to?" Yin Yin approached Yuan Gang while cradling a bottle of Waha, stating, "When I arrived, I had some pigs transported here. Please prepare a good meal for them by noon tomorrow, lest they go hungry. And please do not let me go hungry. The meager offerings from the cafeteria are hardly sufficient to fill my gaps." Yuan Gang was somewhat perplexed. He had just caught a whiff of pig excrement. Could it be that the sorcerer raises pigs? However, he soon recalled how Yin Yin had summoned him to speak with Lin Xie privately, indicating her concern for Lin Xie's well-being. "Very well. Since you have relayed the message, I shall take my leave, until we meet again in the world of martial arts." With that, Yin Yin leapt from the dormitory building, vanishing in an instant, leaving Yuan Gang alone on the rooftop, gazing at the luminous moon in contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Yin Yin utilized double face the moment she exited the training camp, allowing Waha to accompany the lonely Mumu within her consciousness. She then returned to the training camp, stealthily sneaking back to her dormitory for a nap. The following noon, the group gathered in the cafeteria and was greeted with bowls brimming with pork before each table. They widened their eyes in astonishment. "How delightful! Are we truly feasting today? With this much meat, I can indulge to my heart's content. The quality of this pork is quite commendable. The training camp has certainly spared no expense." Yin Yin, listening to their chatter, remained silent as she gnawed on the meat, though a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Winter is approaching, and the biting cold is felt. Unbeknownst to them, January has arrived, and the chill of the month is palpable. The new recruits eagerly anticipate returning to their dormitories early each night, while they dread rising from their warm beds before dawn each morning. Damn it, it's just like high school, cold and sleepy every morning. And waking up so early, does the training camp wish for our demise? Yin Yin exhaled warm breath into her hands, rubbing them together to generate warmth. Why must we rise at such an early hour in this frigid winter? What do we hope to see? Ghosts. Li Pang Pang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite torturous, after these few days of training. I have lost over 10 pounds. Yin Yin glanced at Li Pang Pang, a derisive smile playing on her lips. Oh, how fortunate you are to possess such a naturally slim physique. Li Pang Pang lifted his chin proudly. Indeed, you ought to consider who I am. Once I shed this weight, Morley will surely take a liking to me. Well then, best of luck to you. Those two over there, cease your chatter, while running, rubbing your faces and hands. Are you both that cold? A sharp-eyed instructor bellowed upon witnessing the scene. Report, I thought him somewhat cold, Li Pang Pang admitted, braving the response. That merely indicates you are not running enough. Run 5 more laps. And then you may eat. Li Pang Pang felt tears welling up. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right. You should have thought before speaking. Now you must suffer the consequences. Yin Yin gleefully chimed in. Li Pang Pang pouted. Then a light bulb moment struck him, turning to the instructor and shouting, Report. Yin Yin thinks it is quite cold too. Then you both shall run 5 additional laps together. Yes, sir. Yin Yan's expression shifted dramatically as she chased after Pang Pang. How dare you retaliate against me? Li Pang Pang shielded his head, running faster. After all, you were the one who dragged me into the training camp at the beginning, causing me to face punishment as well. This is merely an eye for an eye. Pang Pang, you better watch out. Do you believe I want to punch your teeth out and slap you against the wall until the nails can no longer be removed? I was wrong. Sister Yin, please spare me. The cycle of karma is truly relentless. Hey, did I not just tell you to? Have you both forgotten already? Haven't you run enough? If you have not run enough, I shall punish you to run 5 more laps, 10 laps in total, and you shall not eat until you finish. The instructor scolded Yin Yin and Li Pang Pang. Yin Yin and Li Pang Pang, we shall behave. Please spare us. Lin Xie looked on in exasperation at the duo, then straightened his posture and increased his pace as he passed by them. He did not forget to encourage them. Good luck, the punished duo, for Yin Yin. 10 laps are hardly a challenge, but for Li Pang Pang it is a daunting task. By the time the majority had completed their laps, only Li Pang Pang remained, running with a mournful expression. Lin Xie, should we wait for him? Chao Yuan inquired. Before Lin Xie could respond, Yin Yin interjected. Wait for what? I am about to starve to death. He brought this upon himself. Let him run here while we enjoy our meal. The more he sees us feast, the faster he will run. Lin Xie nodded in agreement, remaining silent. After the 3 had finished their meal, Li Pang Pang finally arrived, exclaiming, Where are the meat buns? I am starving. Here, I saved a basket for you, Lin Xie replied. Li Pang Pang rushed forward to embrace Lin Xie, but was intercepted by Chao Yuan. My dear fellow, please maintain your composure. Yin Yin, witnessing this, leapt in front of Lin Xie, extending her arms to shield him. Protect our delectable and firm baguette. Lin Xie. Li Pang Pang eagerly stuffed a meat bun into his mouth, asking, with the new year approaching, do you think the training camp will grant us a holiday? Lin Xie paused. Indeed, the new year is fast approaching, but he was uncertain if they would be allowed to return home. You are overthinking it. We are in a closed training camp. How could they possibly grant us a holiday? Chao Yuan shook his head. That is not necessarily true. Perhaps they will suddenly grant us a holiday, Yin Yin said meaningfully. Although Lin Xie was somewhat skeptical about an unexpected holiday, he could not shake the feeling that whenever he saw Yin Yan's expression, it felt peculiar, as if her words carried weight. Exiting the cafeteria, Yin Yin stood beneath the instructor's office, gazing intently inside at this moment. Mama Chun should be inside coercing Commander Yuan to grant us a holiday. What are you staring at? Li Pang Pang asked. Nothing. I just feel that something good might happen. What good could possibly occur in this minuscule training camp? The whistle echoed in the sky, prompting the new recruits to rush out of the dormitory building and sprint towards the training ground. Come, all of you, align yourselves with me. I have an announcement to make this afternoon, Instructor Hong said, observing the bewildered expressions of the new recruits, a smile creeping onto his lips. Starting today, the training camp will grant a holiday, lasting until the 2nd day of the new year, a total of 4 days off. Are you happy? Excited? Thrilled? The crowd was momentarily stunned, but soon the training ground erupted with cheers that I can't believe it. Xie, did you hear that? We are truly getting a holiday, Li Pang Pang exclaimed, clinging to Lin Xie's arm, bouncing with joy. We are actually getting a holiday. Xiao Yuan seemed somewhat incredulous. Lin Qiyi was taken aback as well. Casting an inscrutable glance at Yin Yin. Could she have known all along? Sensing his gaze, Yin Yin turned to meet Lin Qiyi's eyes, patting his shoulder. Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry and pack your things. Mama Chun is still waiting for us. Seeing her excitement. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Chapter 39. Do you wish to ruin the renown by Li Tuming? When all the new recruits had gathered their belongings and arrived at the training ground, several buses awaited them, surrounded by stacks of black boxes. The moment everyone laid eyes on the black boxes, they understood that this holiday would not be as simple as anticipated. Yin Yin and Morley sat behind Lin Xie and by Li Pangpang, while Shun Qingzhu and Xiao Yuan occupied the seats behind them. Once the new recruits boarded the bus, it slowly began to move, heading towards the exit of the training camp. Yin Yin heard the sound of Shun Qingzhu chewing gum and blowing bubbles behind her. Feeling a pang of craving, she turned and reached her hand between the two seats, extending it towards him. Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of her hand, but quickly realized and placed a piece of watermelon-flavored gum in her palm. Satisfied with the long, rectangular object in her hand, Yin Yin withdrew it. Suddenly, her right eyelid twitched, as if she had forgotten something important. As they exited the gates of the training camp, the group felt invigorated and full of energy. I did it. I finally made a breakthrough. Damn, I also broke through. I have finally reached the Pool Realm. All the new recruits departing the training camp had attained the Pool Realm, and upon realizing this, Yin Yin also elevated her own realm to the Pool Realm. Leaning her head against the window, she was about to doze off when she suddenly sensed an object hurtling towards the bus at great speed from 1,000 miles away. It was a missile. Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? Yin Yan's eyes flew open, and just as she was about to alert everyone, she realized the missile had already entered their line of sight. With a swift motion, Yin Yin summoned the flower goddess umbrella to shield against the missile, which sent a shockwave powerful enough to nearly overturn the bus. Countless fragments of metal rained down from the sky like a storm of sharp shards. In that critical moment, Lin Qiyi unleashed the divine ruins, eclipse of darkness. A surge of profound darkness erupted, rapidly enveloping the entire bus. Time seemed to freeze. The new recruits floated mid-air, and the metallic debris was momentarily suspended. Its speed drastically reduced upon entering the abyss of darkness. Yin Yin cast a quick glance, her eyes instantly turning blood-red. At that moment, a mass of vines burst through the windows, ensnaring the recruits, ensuring not a single shard pierced the gathered soldiers and instructors. Once all the fragments were deflected, Lin Qiyi released the divine ruins, gasping for breath, utterly drained, his consciousness wavering as he staggered backward. Startled, Yin Yin swiftly reacted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lin Qiyi tumbling forward instead of backward. Just before he hit the ground, he vaguely felt a twinge of pain in his backside. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Yin Yin sighed in relief, grateful that he only fell awkwardly. It is well known that the back of the head is the most vulnerable area. A careless bump could lead to severe consequences. So, while I may seem to fall forward often, it is entirely intentional. What a clever girl I am. Hey, who turned off the lights? Bai Li Pangpang shouted, struggling against the vines that encased him like a cocoon. The vines paused momentarily, only to tighten their grip further. Vines. What the heck? How can this thing still move? Qiyi, help. Hearing the commotion, Yin Yan's lips twitched as she reached out to unravel the vines, revealing the chaotic scene inside the bus to the bewildered recruits. Lifting Lin Qiyi over her shoulder, she stepped outside just in time to see Hong Ying and the others rushing towards them. Yin Yin, Qiyi, Sister Hong Ying. Yin Yin promptly dropped Lin Qiyi onto the ground, spreading her arms wide to embrace Hong Ying. The members of Team 136 arrived, looking on in disbelief. Hong Ying pulled Yin into a brief embrace before hastily lifting Lin Qiyi, only to realize halfway that he was heavier than expected. This is hilarious. I can't carry him at all. In the end, they had no choice but to let Zhao Kongcheng help hoist Lin Qiyi into the vehicle. In a haze, Lin Qiyi slowly opened his eyes and got up from the bed. The moment his feet left the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his backside. Ouch. Does overusing the eclipse of darkness come with a side effect of a sore rear end? I should be more careful in the future. He covered his backside and pushed open the door, only to find the living room filled with people. Seventh brother, how's your backside? Yin Yin asked, a hint of guilt in her voice. Lin Qiyi's expression darkened, and he straightened his back, wobbling as he approached the group. Yin Yin sighed in exasperation. Oh dear, This stubborn girl just want to give up. What's wrong with me? Lin Shiyi asked, sitting next to Chun Muyi. You merely exhausted a significant amount of mental energy for a short period, which caused you to faint. I suspect this attack was likely orchestrated by the ancient god church. Chun Muyi continued. Was it the ancient god church? Lin Shiyi inquired. Yes, the training camp was bombed, and a large number of statues and body parts were discovered at the scene. It must have been the agent of Medusa, who recently joined the ancient god church, codenamed Snake Woman. Yin raised an eyebrow. Snake? I recall Waha has a penchant for these reptiles. The following day, Yin was supposed to accompany Lin Shiyi to the hotel to find Bai Li Pang Pang. But she feigned an excuse about her hemorrhoids flaring up to part ways with him. Watching Lin Shiyi gradually walk away, she finally felt at ease and summoned Wah. Woman, what are you doing? It's the new year, and you're still asleep. Waha rubbed her eyes, grumbling. Oh, don't be sleepy just yet. I have something to instruct you. No, I'm lazy. Don't be lazy. Once you finish this task, I'll let you roam around the city for a few days. When it's time for retraining, I'll call you back. Wahaha's eyes lit up. Really? You're not joking, are you? When has your master ever gone back on her word? Deal. What's the task? Hurry up and tell me. Yin led Waha to a narrow corridor and pointed to a low building ahead, her expression serious. Your task is to protect this family. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, eliminate them on the spot. Waha wagged her tail excitedly, baring her fangs, her eyes shimmering with a hint of blue. Ha ha ha, that suits me perfectly. Slaughter, it's my favorite pastime. After outlining the mission, Yin strolled leisurely down the street, perhaps due to hunger, as she entered a noodle shop, eager for a bowl of noodles before returning. Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles, spicy. Just as she finished her order, she spotted Lin Shiyi, Bai Li Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Zhu all enjoying their noodles inside. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Shiyi and the others turned in unison to face Yin. The reason being her loudness had interrupted their conversation. What a coincidence. You're all here. Yin waved at them, noting the crowded table, which resembled a mass of dumplings. The others responded, if you didn't speak, no one would mistake you for mute. Sister Yin, what brings you here? Bai Li Pang Pang asked. Yin glanced at Bai Li Pang Pang wrapped in a bath towel, her brows furrowing slightly before lifting her phone to take a picture. Bai Li Pang Pang's expression changed dramatically as he covered himself, shouting in panic. What are you doing? You're not sending that to Emoli. Are you? Delete it immediately. Do you want to ruin the world-renowned Bai Li Tu Ming? Yin chuckled, playing with her phone. What benefit would it be for me to ruin it? Then why take the picture? I am short on cash. A photo costs 100 to you want to trade? Fine. As long as you delete it, anything goes. Chapter 40. The Giant Wolf. Why are you all gathered here? Planning a New Year's party? Yin inquired, surveying the group. No, we just dealt with an enemy attack and came here for some noodles afterward. We didn't expect to run into Shen Zhu and the others. Lin Shiyi explained. Oh, I see. I agreed to this deal, but it only includes me. The other 3 don't count, Shen Zhu said, pointing at his companions. All right. After their meal, Lin Shiyi led Bai Li Pang Pang and the others to the Lovers' Hotel, the only place deemed safe for the time being. Bai Li Pang Pang stared at the quaint, shimmering sign, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest, uncertainly asking, Shiyi, are you serious? If you're unwilling, you can always sleep on the street wrapped in a bath towel. I suddenly feel this hotel is rather nice. We'll stay here. After settling the 3 in, Lin Shiyi and Yin departed for the villa. Several flickering, dilapidated streetlights illuminated the dim road, occasionally flickering, as their shadows elongated in the quiet ambience until they vanished from sight. You're finally back. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you too, and was about to go looking for you. Hong Ying exclaimed, standing up from the sofa, her face filled with concern. Oh dear, Sister Hong Ying, with our current strength, you still don't trust us. Yin replied, flexing her muscles fluidly. Lin Shiyi merely sighed. All right, since you both are back, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, accompany me and Xiao Nan to buy groceries. Sister Hong Ying, let 7th brother go with you. Yin blinked innocently. You little lazy bug. That night, Yin lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling with her legs crossed. She wondered how Waha was faring, hoping it could resolve the situation before Lin Shiyi arrived. Being discovered would be troublesome. Oh my, it's freezing in winter. I could freeze to death standing here, Waha complained, curled up in a ball. Just then, the sound of footsteps reached her ears. Waha looked up to see a black, scruffy dog bounding towards her as it got closer. The little black mutt slowed down, cautiously approaching Waha, sniffing her curiously, then wagging its tail and playfully bouncing around, seemingly eager to play. Waha felt a bit exasperated, thinking, how could I, a proud phantom wolf, possibly play with a mere domestic animal? Woof, woof, woof. Arf, arf, arf. In the low building, Yang Jin pondered as he watched the two dogs outside. This dog seems rather friendly. It even invited me to its home. Little Black Scruff, is this your friend? Little Black Scruff nodded, quickly darting to Yang Jin's feet, rubbing against his ankles before lying down, exposing its belly. Yang Jin crouched down to scratch its belly, about to speak when his aunt emerged from the kitchen. Catching sight of Waha outside, oh, how did a husky end up here? Quite adorable, isn't it? Waha thought, husky? What is that? Is that a compliment? I don't know. It was brought back by Little Black Scruff. It seems to be a stray. In that case, let us adopt it. It will keep Little Black Scruff company. With that, she crouched down and reached out towards Waha. Come here. Waha thought. Wait. Annie, do you really think I'm a dog? No. Actually, I could use a place to stay for now. This way, I can scrounge for food and protect them at all times. Point one arrow, two eagles. A true man is capable of bending and stretching. As long as he can fulfill his task, being treated like a dog is worth it. He then extended his foot, as if resolutely determined, and ran towards his aunt, allowing her to caress him. In truth, being petted was rather pleasant. The following evening, hey, little black rascal, you should eat less and leave some for little Ha. You're about to finish it all. Yang Jin grasped the scruff of little black rascal's neck, lifting him up to admonish him. Little black rascal. Oh, on a dimly lit street, a van was parked at the roadside. Covered in a thick blanket of white snow. From the outside, it appeared completely dark within, yet if one listened closely, the faint sounds of voices could be discerned. What a cozy scene it was. But alas, once tonight passes, it will never be seen again. The occupants inside the van set down their binoculars, revealing a murderous intent. Inside a low building, Waha sensed the ominous aura and shuddered, turning to glance out the window. They're here, Scorpion 1. Are we really just going to wait for the target to appear? Wouldn't it be better to finish our task sooner? Scorpion 3, with his feet propped up on the steering wheel, held a walkie-talkie. With El Leong handling this matter, we merely need to wait for the target to show up. Scorpion 3 scoffed, about to retort, when suddenly there was a loud crash, and the van was flipped over. The snow fell away, revealing the van's entirety. The doors swung open, and Scorpion 3 crawled out, stunned to see a colossal wolf, crackling with electricity and glowing blue eyes. What? How can there be wolves in this town? This is absurd. Before he could comprehend, the giant wolf lunged at him, baring its teeth. Scorpion 3 rolled to evade the attack, but in that fleeting moment, he felt an unprecedented terror. He watched as the giant wolf slowly approached, frantically pulling out his walkie-talkie to call for help. Come save me. Before he could finish, the walkie-talkie was swatted away by the giant wolf. As Scorpion 3 attempted to rise and flee, he found his hand numbed by electricity. The sensation coursing through his body, rendering him immobile. The giant wolf pressed down on his shoulder, baring its fangs. In the next moment, bullets flew toward the giant wolf, which nimbly dodged the attack, glancing toward the distant buildings with a frown. It seemed the enemy was not few. Lin Chia turned to gaze at the busy figures of two individuals within the modest building and softly uttered, Happy New Year. Hello. Welcome. The door of the peace office swung open, releasing a rich aroma of cuisine that enveloped Lin Chia's senses. Hey, Chin Mama, do add more cilantro for better flavor. I believe you merely want to eat, came the playful retort. Haha, as expected of Chin Mama. You truly understand me. Cheers to you, my old friend. Lin Chia chuckled softly at the sight of Yin Yin and Chin Mai bustling about in the kitchen, clad in aprons. There is no moment more beautiful in this world than the reunion of family on New Year's Eve, bringing a profound sense of peace to the heart. Chapter 42. A heartfelt confession and cheesy love talk. Everyone took their seats. Chin Mai rose, bowing deeply to the gathering, wishing that a year from now, it would still be the same group, all present. But we are family, and certainly, no one will be missing. Come, let us toast. Zhao Kongqing stood, rallying the others. The group rose, raising their glasses high, clinking them together. Oh, this cup of blood. Delightful. Hey, you little rascal, we must all say Happy New Year together. Let's drink again. Oh. Laughter erupted as they watched Yin Yin and Zhao Kongqing's antics, allowing Yin Yin to once more feel the warmth of home. After all, in her past life, her master would celebrate the new year with her and her fellow disciples, but in the end, only she remained. Thus, In this life, she vowed to save all those she cherished. Ensuring their survival. In a days, Yin Yin stood up, clutching a bottle of liquor, staggering towards the window, leaning on the sill as she sipped and unlocked her phone. She was uncertain of her own thoughts. Her emotions ablaze, with Zhou Ping occupying her mind. Uncontrollably, she dialed his number. Feeling the urge to convey so much. In uncertain place in an undetermined time, how did I walk into an unknown downfall? Just the thought of you brings no discomfort each day to come. I shall love you once more. Having finished the New Year's Eve dinner, Zhou Ping assisted his uncle in washing the dishes. Upon hearing his phone ring, he promptly removed his gloves, pulled out his phone, and noticed the caller ID displayed. Yin. He immediately answered, "Hello, Yin Yin." He burp. Brother Ping. Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Ping sensed something was amiss. Have you been drinking? It's quite tasty. Drunk today. Sober tomorrow. Brother Ping. What is it? Happy New Year. And I like you. There was a moment of silence on the other end, with no response. I understand you may not feel the same, but I simply wish to express my feelings. Since parting, you have frequently occupied my thoughts. Every time I close my eyes, it's you I see. Man, you've ignited this unquenchable fire within me. How do you intend to extinguish it on the other end? The moon falls into the wine settles in my stomach. But when will I find solace in your embrace? Yin Yin poured out her heart, her words dripping with sincerity. Recently, I've been contemplating purchasing a piece of land. Can you guess what kind? A land of unwavering devotion to you. What sort of cheesy line is that? Since meeting you, my words have ceased to be trite, for you are my poetry and my distant dreams. On the other end, that encountering you feels like discovering a treasure. My world has transformed into something beautiful. On the other end, my darling, do not flee, for I shall suffer heartache. On the other end. You read drunk. Shoo, I'm not drunk. Kiss me. Wife, consider becoming my wife. I promise to bring you joy. Beep, beep, beep. Startled, Zhou Ping abruptly hung up. He donned his gloves once more and resumed washing the dishes. Yet his thoughts lingered on Yin Yan's declarations and her fiery words, a blush creeping across his face, becoming increasingly apparent. His movements grew stiff and slow. Did she just say she likes me? Is it true? Could this be mere drunken babble, destined to be forgotten by morning? But the memory of Yin Yin's closing words made his face flush, and he buried his head against the table beside the sink. His uncle hurried over, hearing the commotion. What on earth are you doing? You little rascal. If you're going to bang your head, do it on me. I might just give you some money, but what good will it do to bang your head on that? Zhou Ping immediately straightened up to wash the dishes. So, if I bang my head on you, would you genuinely give me money? Morning arrived. Yin Yin awoke from the windowsill, her eyes fluttering open to find a small bird perched on the ledge. Curiously tilting its head, perhaps startled by her awakening, it took flight. Yin Yin rubbed her temples, murmuring, I should not have drunk so much. She glanced at Wen Qima, sprawled on the sofa like a lifeless pig. And Wu Xiangnan, along with Zhao Kongqing, snoring on the floor, while Hong Ying clutched a bottle, mumbling and giggling in her sleep. A contemplative expression crossed her face. It appeared they had all indulged heavily. The sound of dishes being washed emanated from the kitchen. It was undoubtedly Chun Mama at work. Noticing Lin Xia absent, she contemplated calling him, but upon opening her contacts, the first entry was Brother Ping. With a call duration of 5 minutes from the previous night, Yin Yin paused, attempting to recall the events from the night before, but could only remember fragments before losing consciousness. Her face paled. Did I reveal my secret of being Yin Yin to him? If that were the case, I would be finished. No, I must quickly call him and inquire. Brother Ping. What is it? His voice seemed somewhat husky. Likely due to just waking, its timbre deep and slightly delicate. Startled, Yin Yin quickly distanced the phone from her ear, rubbing her slightly flushed ears. It feels a bit tingly. Why is he sounding so soft? Is he still waking up? Are you still waking up? Just woke up. I wanted to ask you something. What is it? What's my name? Zhou Ping was momentarily puzzled. Could it be that last night's drinking had affected her mind? Why aren't you speaking? Hurry up and tell me. What's my name? Yin Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she exposed herself. By the way, while the fireworks are still going, I forgot to tell you. What is it? Happy New Year, Brother Ping. A light chuckle resonated from the other end. Happy New Year. It seemed she truly had forgotten about last night. As firecrackers ushered in the new year. The warm breeze filled the air, signaling the first day of the lunar calendar. The atmosphere was thick with festivity as families gathered together, and many shops had already opened. The sound of firecrackers echoed, with children clad in red winter coats playing merrily, tossing firecrackers and chasing one another, embodying the spirit of the new year. Yan Yan ventured out to a convenience store to purchase several packs of small fish firecrackers. Attracted by their beauty and playful nature, she secretly brought a few packs back home, and by the time she entered, most of the others had already awakened and were busy with their own affairs. With the exception of Zhao Kongcheng, who sat vacantly on the sofa, looking dazed. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Kongcheng was distracted, Yan Yan hurled a firecracker directly at his feet. Bang! Ah! Zhao Kongcheng jumped in surprise, his handsome face contorting in shock. The commotion drew the others to the scene, only to find Yan Yan laughing uncontrollably, her demeanor far from that of a demure lady. Ha ha ha! Yan Yan beamed widely, reveling in the mischief against Zhao Kongcheng. But in the next moment, she regretted it. You little rascal, are you trying to stir trouble? You'll pay for this. Yan Yan immediately shrank back, hiding behind Chun Mai. Chun Mama, save me. Captain, stop shielding her. She deserves a good scolding. Chun Mai shook his head in exasperation. Oh, let it go. Shout out, it's the new year. Let us not bring bad luck. Zhao Kongcheng gritted his teeth. Fine, but I'll remember this. Just wait until after the festivities. Chapter 43. Encounter with the Snake Woman on the second day of the new year. With nothing much to do, Yan Yan and Lin Chiye were sweeping snow at the entrance. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, mingling with the sounds of fireworks. Yet, Yan Yan immediately sensed something was amiss. Turning to look, she spotted a plume of thick smoke rising in the distance. Lin Chiye noticed her gaze and turned to investigate, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Seventh brother, it seems like something has happened at Bali Pongpong's hotel. Grab your weapons. Let us pay a visit. Yan Yan was reluctant to go, knowing that Bali Pang Pang and the others were likely fine. So she planned to find Waha to inquire about the situation. You go ahead. I think I'm about to give birth, so I'll head to the hospital first. Bye. With that, Yan Yan sprinted away, her feet slipping on the freshly swept snow, quickly disappearing from Lin Chiye's sight. Lin Chiye sighed, casting a glance at the spot where Yan Yan had vanished, then picked up the black box and headed towards the hotel. Sigh. I'm used to this. After parting ways with Lin Chiye, Yan Yan hurried to the low building, calling for Waha. Waha. In the past, Waha would often sneak out to play, and it would take a long time to find him. So she had even set a secret code for those occasions. As passers-by caught sight of Yan Yan's skyward howl of laughter, disdain and fear flickered in their eyes, prompting them to veer off course. Some even ventured close, only to hastily retreat in the opposite direction. Quick, quick! Encountering a lunatic halfway through this festive season is truly unfortunate. Yan Yan, that fortunately, Waha, upon hearing its master's call, promptly poked its little head out from the low building in response. Howling with delight, seeing Waha on the windowsill, Yan Yan waved her hand, beckoning it to come over. Upon noticing her gesture, Waha dashed out of the building, racing toward Yan Yan. When it reached her feet, she squatted down to stroke its head. Have you sensed anything unusual since yesterday? Waha reveled in the affection, eager to speak, but soon detected the approach of a presence from within the low building. Let us discuss this elsewhere. All right. Inside the low building, Yang Jin cradled Xiaohei Lai at the windowsill, furrowing his brow as he observed the little creature, which was sniffing around restlessly. Are you certain you haven't misidentified that scent? Xiaohei Lai barked affirmatively, for the scent was unmistakably identical to that of the individual who had rescued it at the alley entrance. I in the alley. Waha transformed back into its human form and relayed the events of the previous night to Yan Yan, boasting of its bravery. Can't you revert back? You're too tall like this. Having to look up is straining my neck. Waha gestured above Yan Yan's head, asserting, it's because you're too short. Enough. I have something important to tell you. What is it? I found this item next to that man. Saying so, it produced a plaque and handed it to Yan Yan, uncertain of its purpose but aware that the man used it to augment his strength. Yan Yan took the plaque, scrutinizing it for quite a while without grasping its significance. Never mind. I'll just return it to Mama Chin. I understand. You should venture out more in the coming days. I sense that these rodents are about to stir up trouble. Assist if you can. Waha remained silent, merely extending its hand. Yan Yan assumed it sought to exchange a high five for encouragement, and so she clapped her palm against its. You can do it. I believe in you. Waha pouted and retaliated with a heavier slap. Ow. I was asking for food. Yan Yan blew on her reddened hand, pouting in annoyance. I have none. Then it's off. Wait. I have some rice cakes saved for later, she said, producing the snack she had brought. Cut it out. Who's the master and who's the servant here? Yin mumbled. And who was it that said signing a contract would lead me to a life of luxury and comfort? But look at the outcome. Once we switched worlds, I was left to fend for myself. Waha retorted, leaving Yin momentarily speechless. She rummaged through her pocket and discovered a $50 bill, finally saying, "How about I treat you to a meal?" Waha turned its head away, crossing its arms. Now that S more like it. A true gentleman knows when to bend. Upon exiting the alley, Yin sensed something amiss and turned to scrutinize Waha. Perplexed. Aren't you going out dressed like that? Waha, puzzled, replied, "What is wrong with this? Am I not handsome?" Handsome, yes, but a bit too conspicuous that you're just envious of my charm, that I'm rather busy and have no time for jealousy. Such ostentation, too much confidence borders on arrogance. As they walked, Yin felt the gazes of those around them, directed not at her, but at Waha. I told you it's too noticeable, yet you wouldn't believe me. Those folks are merely coveting my beauty. When they reached a deserted path, an intense feeling of unease surged within Yin. Waha, don't you find this road a bit strange? In truth, Waha had sensed something amiss upon entering the path and had tensed its body, heightening its vigilance. Waha frowned and murmured, "I felt it too." Suddenly, serpent-like eyes emerged from the walls of the low buildings, and even the sun overhead morphed into a colossal serpent eye. Waha, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this an illusion?" "No, this is not an illusion. It's a forbidden realm." At that moment, a woman sauntered toward them along the sidewalk. Her ebony curls cascaded over her shoulders, swaying like serpents in the breeze, their eyes wide open. Silently observing them, with a smile curling at her lips, she gazed at Waha, her eyes brimming with excitement. Waha, in turn, looked back at her, equally thrilled, simply captivated by the snakes adorning her hair. "Snake woman?" Yin mused. Observing the figure, the snake woman appraised Yin briefly before swiftly shifting her gaze to Waha, covering her mouth with a soft giggle. "Though, I didn't expect to find such a handsome young gentleman in this small county. I noticed you the moment I arrived, and up close, you're even more striking." Yin was left speechless. "Am I being ignored?" Ignoring the snake woman's flirtations, Waha remarked, "You looked out somewhat human. Are you a snake demon? Are those snakes on your head your offspring? Can I purchase one to play with? Though I have no money, you could ask her for it." Waha pointed at Yin. Yin interjected, "Please don't drag me into this." The snake woman, undeterred, swayed her slender waist gracefully, approaching Waha with a smile that was both enchanting and beguiling. Yin scrutinized the snake woman's tall, elegant figure, her delicate waist dancing like willow fluff, radiating grace, and then, glancing at herself, better not to look at all. While others could enchant with a mere smile, I could scare with a glance, nearly cutting my life short. Chapter 44. The Return of 1,000 Swords. The snake woman stood before Waha, gently lifting his chin with her hand, her crimson tongue licking her lips. Sensing his discomfort, she quickly withdrew her hand and tenderly caressed his cheek, her gaze dreamy. "Would you care to be my male pet? I promise to treat you well." Yin perceived the atmosphere turning sour and quickly sidestepped, observing the two with a mix of concern and intrigue. "This is a bit thrilling." Waha cast a glance at Yin. Then, maintaining his composure, brushed her hand away. Not interested. The snake woman, undeterred, placed her hand on his shoulder, her enchanting serpent eyes fixated on him. "Don't be so hasty in your rejection. That you're far too handsome for me to resist. But that woman, I intend to eliminate her before she can pose a threat. How about I sever her limbs and present her to you as a pet?" At this, Waha's brow furrowed, and he drew his sword, aiming for the snake woman. Just as the blade was about to slice her throat, her form abruptly twisted, turning into a wisp of green smoke and vanishing. Yin sensed the shift and swiftly turned to evade, positioning herself beside Waha, causing the snake woman to miss her target. Adjusting her stance, she grasped her blade, tossing it lightly in the air before catching it effortlessly. Waha stood protectively in front of Yin, declaring, "I might spare you, but if you harm her, don't blame me for being ruthless." A blue light flickered in Waha's eyes as he coldly stated, "If you have the guts, come at me." Yin was moved by Waha's actions and discreetly wiped away a tear. "I won't let his kindness go to waste. I'll treat him to something delicious once we return." Perhaps sensing her gaze, Waha turned to Yin, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Don't misunderstand. I simply don't want to see her die so soon. I still wish to play a bit longer. I take back what I just thought." The snake woman paused, momentarily shocked by the blue light in Waha's eyes. Then her excitement surged. "So, you're not an ordinary person after all. But why can't I sense any fluctuations from the forbidden realm? What exactly are you? Your father. Such a response only makes me fonder of you. The snake woman licked her lips, an unusual gleam dancing in her eyes. I shall thoroughly ravage your body and dignity, granting you unparalleled pleasure beneath my noble, beautiful feet. Come now, lick my feet, and become my eternal slave. Bowing beneath my pomegranate skirt. Ah, how exhilarating. Her gaze toward Waha grew increasingly fervent, her body swaying wildly, a grin stretching wide across her face, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Waha trembled, his eyes reflecting sheer disgust. Why is this woman so deranged? The little she-wolves who pursued me before were never this crazy. As if sensing his disdain, the snake woman became even more animated, writhing as if she were about to leap at Waha. Come, the more you despise me, the more thrilled I become. Waha narrowed his eyes, his aversion deepening. Meanwhile, Yin, amused, took the opportunity to tease Waha. Look how much she adores you. She's practically gone mad. Why don't you just give in? I can't take it anymore. You handle this. She's so deranged. I find her repulsive and have no desire to fight. You take care of it. With that, Waha sidestepped, leaning against a nearby tree with crossed arms. Yin was at a loss, initially hoping to be lazy and enjoy the spectacle, but it seemed she would have to take matters into her own hands. Meanwhile, the snake woman remained lost in her fantasies. Yin, unwilling to waste time, aimed to resolve this quickly so she could finally eat. Having come in with an empty stomach, and now being delayed by the snake woman was becoming increasingly irksome. Suddenly, vines sprouted from beneath the snake woman's feet, curling upward to ensnare her. As she realized what was happening, she struggled desperately, but the more she fought, the tighter they became. Ha! You think this can bind me? As soon as the words left her lips, the serpentine patterns adorning the street illuminated simultaneously, an eerie red light engulfing the sky. The gaze of the snake woman sparkled as well, and amidst the crimson glow, the yellow radiance emanating from her serpent eyes made one feel as though they were ensnared in an apocalyptic world, confronted by a venomous giant python. The small serpent upon her shoulder also shimmered, elongating and thickening as it severed the vines, some of which lunged towards Yin. Without hesitation, Yin summoned the flower god umbrella to shield herself from the onslaught. Suddenly, a serpent coiled around her waist, biting off the invisible pouch that hung there. As it fell, it ceased to be transparent, transforming instead into an ordinary blue pouch. The small serpent delivered the pouch to the snake woman, who caught it and tossed it playfully in her hands. Yin, startled by the sight of her pouch, exclaimed, "My pouch! Return it to me." The snake woman smirked wickedly. "Return it? I am rather curious about what lies within that has you so agitated." With that, she reached inside, retrieving a handful of pills. Upon sniffing them, she grimaced. "What is this? It smells dreadful." Discarding the pills carelessly, she emptied the contents of the pouch, revealing not only some pills and herbs but also a red scarf. The moment Yin beheld the scarf, she dashed forward to reclaim it, but the snake woman, swift as a flash, snatched it up first, with a smile that suggested she had uncovered Yin's vulnerability. The snake woman taunted, "So, this is what you cherish. Could it possibly be a gift from someone you hold dear?" Bursting into laughter, she added, "I take great pleasure in shattering others' beloved possessions, especially those gifted by a cherished one." With no mercy, the snake woman tore the scarf to shreds. Yin, watching the destruction of her scarf, stood frozen, an inferno of fury igniting within her. Leaning against a tree, Waha silently offered a prayer for her. "How does it feel to have your beloved item destroyed?" Ha. Lost in her madness, the snake woman failed to notice the abrupt shift in Yin's gaze, which transformed into a chilling blood red. And in that instant, the tips of her hair changed hue. The aura of a pinnacle human being was unleashed, and the snake woman's expression shifted dramatically as she felt the overwhelming pressure. Staring incredulously at Yin, she stammered, "How is this possible? You are. How could this be? Since you are already aware of my true identity, I shall not afford you any mercy," Yin replied coldly. Instantly, numerous sword blades materialized above her head, exuding a chilling aura, their sharp tips aimed at the snake woman. 1,000 swords returned to their source. With a thunderous roar, the myriad swords surged forth like a torrential downpour, piercing through the snake woman's form. Moments later, the screams faded, and the crimson light enveloping the street gradually dissipated, along with the serpent eyes on the walls, the sword marks on the ground, and the snake woman's lifeless body, as if they had never existed. Chapter 45, Wind and Snow. Han Shaoan, upon returning to her original form, Yin Yin bent down to pick up the torn scarf from the ground, clutching it tightly in her hand. Tears welling in her eyes. Can this be repaired? Waha approached, squatting beside her to offer comfort. I reckon it can't be fixed. Just look at how tattered it is, not even fit for a dog. Yin Yin whipped her head around. Listen to what you're saying. Is that how you comfort someone? Confused, Waha scratched his head. Isn't that comforting? It really is too tattered for anyone. He continued. Why would she tear anything else? She had to go and ruin your scarf. Now look what's happened to her. Wait, even if it is an ordinary scarf, do you really need to be this upset? Is there something special about it? Suddenly, Waha realized. This is indeed an ordinary scarf. But it was given to me by someone I care about. Yin Yin replied shyly. Oh, someone you care about. Huh, what? Someone you care about? How could that be? Waha exclaimed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. But upon seeing Yin Yin's bashful demeanor, his eyes widened in disbelief. Not just a brother? Really? Yin Yin, shyly lowering her gaze, nodded gently. Once he received confirmation, Waha could not help but burst into laughter. Does he like you back? Yin Yin shook her head. Seeing her reaction, Wahaha's laughter grew louder. Ha 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 ha. I never would have guessed that the strongest person in the cultivation world would be harboring a secret crush. If this gets out in the sect, it would top the gossip charts. As soon as he finished speaking, Waha realized he had gone too far and promptly shut his mouth. The atmosphere gradually cooled, and both were acutely aware that even if they could return to the cultivation world, their former sect no longer existed. Yin Yin stood up, patting Waha on the shoulder, trying to lighten the mood. Well then, since we are here, let us make the best of it. In the past, I was too weak to save my dearest ones. Now, in this world, I have those who love me, cherish me, and remember me. I will do whatever it takes to rescue them, even if it costs me my life. Waha understood that her failure to save her master and fellow disciples was a wound that could never heal, which was why she had strayed into darkness. With a sigh, Waha fell into step beside Yin Yin. All right then, I, the young master, will reluctantly agree to help you save them. Just then, Mumu suddenly sprang from Yin Yan's consciousness, exclaiming excitedly, Me too. Me too. Master, Mumu, how did you get out? Weren't you sleeping? Mumu flew to Yin Yan's shoulder. I was sleeping, but I sensed that my master was unhappy, so I came out. No matter where you go, we will always be by your side. Plus, after absorbing the spirit energy from the spiritual herbs for so many days, my abilities have greatly improved. I won't be a burden. Yin Yin affectionately patted Mumu's head. All right. She then paused, looking at Waha with some confusion. Aren't you the one who dislikes troublesome matters the most? With his hands crossed behind his head, Waha turned his gaze away. What, if it weren't for your pitiful state? I wouldn't bother with these troublesome matters. Yin Yin chuckled softly, muttering under her breath, Little Tsundere. Although her voice was barely audible, Waha caught it, and his ears gradually turned crimson. But I still expect a meal in return. I'm feeling quite hungry. I want noodles. All right. Master, I want to eat too. You're with spirit. You can't eat. Hurry back, or people will see, and it will be hard to explain. Oh, for her, the absence of spells or sword techniques in this world was inconsequential. What mattered was that her former companions were here to accompany her as the sun set. Its golden rays painted the clouds in hues of amber, while the pale, sheer silk of dusk bathed in rosy light. Speckled with stars against the sunset, the day's worries faded, half embraced by the amber glow, half illuminated by the stars. The sunset brought two kinds of beauty upon the two of them, one of regret, and the other of hope. The evening glow tinged the sky red, mirroring the warmth that began to fill her once lonely heart. The noodle shop that Yin Yin brought Waha to was renowned as the best in Songnan City. Upon entering, all eyes in the shop turned towards Waha, seemingly captivated by his ancient-style attire, to the point where one person even dropped the meat they were holding with their chopsticks. Among them, some young ladies gasped upon seeing Waha for the first time. Wow, he is so handsome. Is he an artist? Whether he's an artist or not, I know he is the one I admire. Honey, we're out of milk powder at home. Hurry back. As if hearing their voices, Waha turned to look at the girls, throwing a flirtatious glance in their direction. Waha. Oh, he threw a wink at me. No, he winked at me. Don't get carried away. Yin Yin facepalmed, realizing that if she had known he would attract so much attention, she wouldn't have brought him along. When the noodles were served, Waha began to eat heartily, disregarding his image, startling the sisters who were about to approach him with green bubbles. One girl stood awkwardly beside Waha. Can I get your contact information? Yin Yin, slurping her noodles, perked up at the sound. Woohoo! Let me see what is going on. Waha, cheeks bulging with noodles, looked up at the girl. She blushed furiously under his gaze, quickly averting her eyes and lowering her head shyly. What is contact information? Can it be eaten? If it can't, I won't add it. With that, she promptly lowered her head and began to eat. Ignoring the girl who stood there, the girl felt embarrassed but was more lost and disappointed. Yin Yan's mouth twitched at the sight of this disappointing creature, just as she was about to console the girl. A gust of wind swept towards her from behind. Turning around, she vaguely saw someone flying in the distance. Why is someone flying in the sky? Aren't they afraid of falling? Then she noticed a flicker of golden light and immediately sensed something amiss. Seventh brother. Could it be that flying figure is wind and snow? Han Shaoan? She immediately stood up. Boss, just leave the money on the table. Pointing at Waha, she added, and his portion too. All right. Waha looked puzzled. Where are you going? Yin Yin pointed into the distance. Over there. I'm leaving. Goodbye, Waha. And I guess I'll just continue eating my noodles then. The world is vast, but eating is the most important thing. A fierce wind carried the flying snow, uprooting nearby billboards, streetlights, windows, and all public facilities, swirling them together at high speed, even pulling large trees from the ground, tossing them into the air in chaos. Accompanied by the wind, a piercing and terrifying sound emerged, as if a colossal beast were about to devour everything in its path. This the forbidden realm of the oceanic powerhouses. Lin Xia furrowed his brows tightly, while Si Xiaonan was blinded by the swirling sand. At that moment, she failed to notice a tree hurtling towards her from the sky, poised to crash down. Xiaonan, Chapter 46. I am not Yin Xiangqiang. I am superhuman Chang. Hearing the voice, Si Xiaonan slightly opened her eyes. And upon witnessing the scene before her, her expression changed drastically. She turned to flee, but it was already too late, raising her hands to shield her face. Just as the tree was about to strike Si Xiaonan, a flash of blue light darted before her and landed on the tree. The leaves, which had been swaying wildly in the gale, were instantly frozen. Yin Yin swiftly flew behind Si Xiaonan, clutching the flower goddess umbrella, and single-handedly lifted her off the ground. In that very moment, the now frozen tree, unable to bear the weight, crashed down onto the spot where Si Xiaonan had just stood. Thankfully, the rescue was timely. She looked down at Si Xiaonan, whose eyes were tightly shut and clinging to her, and with a mischievous smile, said, Your Highness, I have arrived late. Si Xiaonan abruptly raised her head to look at Yin Yin, her short hair tousled by the wind. Her brows knitted into a frown, the corners of her eyes reddened, with a few tears glistening, resembling a startled fawn. Do not be afraid, Your Highness. You need not put on a brave front, for your strength has arrived. Super bubble voice. Si Xiaonan paused for a moment, blinking. Qiangqiang. No, I am not Yin Qiangqiang. I am superhuman Chang. The more superhuman, the stronger. Si Xiaonan. What a ridiculous proclamation. Once Yin Yin set Si Xiaonan down, she immediately unleashed the forbidden realm, Wuan Sha. A gentle white light emanated from the sides of the crowd, enveloping them in a veil of white gauze, effectively nullifying the resistance brought by the tempest. Upon sensing the sudden absence of resistance, Long Xian rushed to Si Xiaonan's side, visibly anxious. Xiaonan, are you all right? Are you injured? He began to check her over, flipping her arms and looking for wounds. Si Xiaonan broke free from Long Xian's grasp and wrapped her arm around Yin Yan's. I am fine. It was Qiangqiang who saved me. Lang Xian wore a puzzled expression. Qiangqiang? Yin Yin turned to Long Xian and nodded. I am the super invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, the savior of humanity in the apocalypse. The cold-eyed King Shadowblade, the god of the demon shadow, the greatest powerhouse superhuman Chang. Lang Xian. I can't shake off the feeling that something is amiss. Wu Xiangnan approached and ruffled Si Xiaonan's hair. Well done. Si Xiaonan released Yin Yin, straightened her posture, and haughtily huffed. Though it isn't a particularly powerful forbidden realm, it proved quite useful at a critical moment. Yin Yin also patted her head. No, you are quite strong. After all, you are the agent of the god of trickery, Loki. How could you not be strong? Under the protection of Wu Yuan Sha, everyone gradually rose from the storm, their gazes directed towards Han Shaoan, who approached slowly through the snow, wielding a long spear. Han Shaoan regarded the crowd with surprise, a fleeting look of approval flickering in his eyes before vanishing, replaced by a cold indifference. Yin Yin quickly noted the change in his expression. Feeling bewildered, how can you still act aloof when death is imminent? Are you a true believer or a false one? Or do you harbor ulterior motives? Are you an infiltrator? Chen Mai inquired. You think too much. Once one becomes a believer, they remain so for life. Their soul contracts are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Once a contract is signed, one inevitably becomes their puppet. This is an unalterable truth. Han Xiaoyan replied coldly. Then why did you join? If one day they threaten you with the lives of your comrades, forcing you to forsake all dignity and freedom to save them, what choice will you make? Chen Mai frowned tightly. They actually resort to such despicable tactics to coerce you. Truly shameless. Though he spoke blandly, Yin Yin detected a hint of helplessness and reluctance in his cold words. And what about your comrades? Were they saved? You know they will not honor their promises. Yin Yin sighed softly. Ah, what a pitiful existence. I can no longer return. As soon as the words left his lips, he released the full weight of his oceanic pressure, his eyes revealing a trace of helplessness and desolation as he closed them, seemingly seeking immediate liberation. Chen Mai took a deep breath, gripping his blade. I understand. We will show no mercy. In the midst of the wind and snow. A slight smile graced his lips, a blend of approval and the joy of impending release. The drifting snow blurred his silhouette, transforming him into an angel poised to escape its cage, delivering one last storm upon the world, frantic and fervent. As if to express his discontent, or perhaps to let others know he once possessed the purity and exuberance of this very snow. A glimmer of light appeared in Chen Mai's eyes. A dark circle enveloping him, as chilling ice descended, revealing an ancient and mysterious Yama hall flickering behind him. In the instant Chen Mai unveiled his forbidden realm, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming eerie and sinister. The frigid aura swept over her, causing Yin Yin to shiver involuntarily and sneezed at Autumn. Where did this cold come from? She surveyed her surroundings in disbelief, reaching down to touch the ice beneath her. The moment she made contact, a wave of cold instantly numbed her fingertips. Damn! How did you manage to summon the ultimate ice of Huayuhua? Chen Mai. Yin Yin tentatively slid her foot across the ice, finding it surprisingly slippery. Seventh brother, let's go ice skating. Once we pass through the forbidden realm, we won't be able to play anymore. Lin Xie watched Yin Yan's graceful skating, lost in thought. This is a battle. And you still have the leisure to skate, not playing. He then turned to Wu Xiangnan. What kind of forbidden realm is this? This is the captain's forbidden realm. Forbidden realm sequence 037 Black Wu Chang. Lin Xie gasped. 037? That's quite impressive. Not only Lin Xie, but even Han Xiaoyan was taken aback. Black Wu Chang. You are Chen Mai? You know me? Han Xiaoyan nodded. Who in the Night Watchers doesn't know you? But I didn't expect you to vanish from Shangjing and end up in Songnan. But why are you still in the Chuan realm? You need not know. Suddenly halting her skating, Yin Yin frowned at Chen Mai. If her memory served her right, Chen's mother had passed away a decade ago. He was alive thanks to Lin Xie's mortal realm. Now, he was merely a miracle. At this moment, Yin Yan's heart was in turmoil. The time to deceive Lin Xie out of Songnan was drawing near. And only 3 choices lay before her. The first was to prevent Lin Xie from leaving Songnan. However, this method lacked reliability, and he could not remain confined forever. Otherwise, how would he encounter Jialan? Thus, out. The second was to lock his soul as his mother was about to vanish. Then create a body for him, imprisoning his soul within. Yet, this too is uncertain. What if his soul had already dissipated a decade ago? Again, out. The third, the most feasible option, was to combine the secret techniques of the immortal gate with the forbidden arts of the demon realm, crafting a yin-yang formation to preserve everything. I have indeed pilfered the forbidden arts of the demon realm, but the secret techniques of the immortal gate have long been lost. Even my diligent searches yielded nothing. Thus, out. What should I do to save him? It is so difficult. Chapter 47. Xiaonina Baiyang and Jinama Sabai. The wind and snow howled as a glimmer flickered in Chen Mai's eyes, transforming into a phantom that seamlessly traversed Han Xiaoyan's thrusting long spear, his knife aimed straight for him. Han Xiaoyan, taken aback, swiftly dodged, a gust of wind sweeping past as the blade grazed Chen Mai's cheek. At that moment, a flaming spear spiraled down from the sky behind Han Xiaoyan, akin to a cloud-piercing arrow aimed directly at him, just as the spear was about to strike the ground. The surrounding snow formed a barrier to absorb the impact, extinguishing the flames, and the spear landed at his feet. With such an attack, you cannot harm me. Before his words could finish, a massive spark shot from Yin Yan's fingertip towards Han Xiaoyan. Explosive spark. Break. This was no ordinary spark. It was a super invincible thunderous megaspark. Han Xiaoyan smirked dismissively, waving his hand as the gathered snow once again shielded him. However, this time was different. As the spark met the snow, it burned through a black hole. Han Xiaoyan's pupils contracted sharply as the spark lunged towards his face. He swiftly turned to evade, but the hem of his garment grazed the edge of the spark and instantly ignited. Seeing this, he hurriedly shed his black overcoat and tossed it onto the snow, then turned to Yin Yin, his expression somewhat surprised. Woman, you are playing with fire. Yin Yin spread her hands and shrugged. Her expression teasing, so what? I won't wet the bed. Han Xiaoyan paused, a wicked smile curling his lips. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention that it seems my charm cannot be concealed. Even you have noticed, oh, how do you plan to dispose of me? The one who caught your eye? Han Xiaoyan chuckled. Very well. Woman, what is your name? I am Qiaonina Baiyang. The crowd, Da Zhao Kongqing nearly burst into laughter, silently giving her a thumbs up. As expected of you. Lin Qie twitched at the corners of his mouth. This is a powerhouse of the oceanic realm. How dare you? A flicker of anger flashed in Han Xiaoyan's eyes, his smile strained, his teeth clenched. Well, it's a lovely name, if you like it. Then good. I in the spirit of reciprocity. What is your name? Han Xiaoyan. Wow. Han Xiao Tiao. The national server's Ming Lei requests to battle. Is she out of her mind? Yin Yin then pointed at the long spear in his hand, remarking on its impressive length. Han Xiaoyan's forehead twitched with veins, narrowing his eyes into a forced smile. Thank you. This woman. Truly insufferable. In truth. I lied to you. My name is not Qiaonina Baiyang. Han Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Then what is your name? I am called Jenny Masabi. The crowd reacted with disbelief. In that moment, he could no longer contain himself. His smile gradually froze, and his gaze turned sinister. Since you dare to disregard my courtesy, do not blame me. Yin Yin danced on the edge of insanity. Disregard? Indeed, I have never cared for it. I'm afraid if I do, my charm would leave me friendless. Han Xiaoyan's forehead bulged with anger as he charged toward Yin Yin, spear in hand. The crowd gasped, and Chen Mai quickly stepped in front of him to block his advance, wielding two blades that silently aimed toward his neck. Your opponent is us. The fiery spear descended once more, its tip drawing delicate arcs in the air like blooming roses, beautiful yet perilous, from a distance. Lang Xian seized the opportunity, pulling the trigger. A bullet flew past the crowd, heading straight for Han Xiaoyan's heart. Surrounded on three sides, his pupils constricted, a gust of wind and snow surged as he sidestepped, the bullet striking his left shoulder. When Qima immediately unleashed the F once the four individuals entered the villa, Lin Qie began to introduce them to one another. With each introduction, Bailey Pang would detach a watch from his arm and present it to the newcomer, simultaneously extolling the brand of the timepiece. This gesture left the two individuals, who stood by empty-handed, feeling rather awkward. As everyone settled into their seats, ready to commence the meal, a sudden realization dawned upon them. Yin Yin was conspicuously absent. Where is Yin Yin? Chen Mai inquired. I don't know. She was here while preparing the meal, Hong Ying replied. Just then, the main door swung open, and Yin Yin rushed in, breathless, clutching a bag of beer. Where have you been? Hong Ying asked. I just went to buy some beer, she said, shaking the bag in front of her. But there is some at home. I forgot. In truth, Yin Yin had not gone out specifically to procure beer. Rather, she had visited Lin Qie's aunt's house to retrieve Waha, and casually picked up some beer along the way to avoid arousing suspicion. Now that you're here, hurry and wash your hands so we can eat, Chen Mai urged. Okay. Throughout the dinner, Bailey Pang was a lively spirit, continuously invigorating the atmosphere and occasionally sharing jokes that sent everyone into fits of laughter. In stark contrast, Chao Yuan sat with a stoic expression, his head lowered as he voraciously consumed his meal, resembling a machine devoid of emotion, his chopsticks operating like a small motor relentlessly delivering food to his mouth, as if he hadn't eaten in centuries. Meanwhile, Shen Qizhu presented a different tableau altogether. He remained reserved at the table, responding with a smile to any inquiries directed at him, and occasionally blushing at a few jokes, reminiscent of a bashful young man visiting a friend's home for the first time, a delightful contrast to the others. After the meal, Lin Qie and Yin Yin tidied up their belongings and bid farewell to the members of Team 136. As they prepared to leave, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan embraced Yin Yin with reluctance. Holiday, shopping, the three sisters, got it, they replied in unison. With their farewells concluded, the two joined the other three, heading towards the designated location. A black bus awaited them, having been parked for some time, and after the last few passengers boarded, it slowly set off, neatly heading towards the training camp. Yin Yin still sat by the window, but this time, she felt no joy. Instead, her expression was heavy with gloom. She recalled that it had been quite some time since the system had assigned her any tasks or rewards. The absence of tasks and rewards implied her inability to acquire new skills and other essential items. System, are you there? What is it? Why did you take so long to appear? You usually don't make a sound. I wanted to have fun with my bestie. When will you assign me a task? I need to grind for rewards. Aren't you currently engaged in a task? As long as you follow the plot and complete the training, you will receive rewards. Now, unless there's something urgent, please don't call for me. I want to go look for male models with my bestie. Chapter 49. Boo AI with Jiola Island. A piercing whistle shattered the silence, rousing Yin Yin from her dreams. She bolted upright, her tousled hair resembling a bird's nest. Blinking sleepily, she turned to glance at Molly, who was already dressed and folding blankets. With a heavy sigh, she closed her eyes again, letting her long hair cascade over her face. As it was still winter, the sky outside remained dim, with the moonlight filtering through the window and casting a gentle glow on Yin Yin, akin to a beloved childhood figure that often appeared at night. Stop sleeping. We need to hurry and wash up before gathering at the training ground, Molly exclaimed, shaking Yin Yin gently. Oh heavens, I don't want to get up. My cozy bed, she lamented. It's so warm under the covers. I'm too hot. Molly chuckled softly at Yin Yin's helpless fury before exiting with a wash basin. Once Molly was out the door, Yin Yin frantically searched for her clothes, rummaging through the scattered garments. Wait, where are my socks? I distinctly remember placing them here. Once she finally found her socks and dressed, she hurried out, only to discover the corridor deserted. But a quick glance revealed a throng of people at the training ground. Damn it! Yin Yin abandoned the basin, vaulting over the railing and leaping down from the upper level, sprinting directly towards the training ground. The entire sequence was swift and efficient, executed without hesitation. Shen Zhu had been attentively listening to instructor Hong's impassioned speech on the training platform when something dark and rapid caught his peripheral vision. A quick glance revealed it to be Yin Yin, her hair still a chaotic mess. Noticing his gaze, Yin Yin turned to him and placed her finger over her lips, signaling him to remain quiet. Shen Zhu couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. You just waltzed in looking so disheveled. Yin Yin repeated the gesture, her finger on her lips now carrying a tone of urgency mixed with pleading. Sure, keep it down. I don't want the instructors to notice me. You've already been spotted. Just look, Shen Zhu replied, inclining his head toward the front. As Yin Yin raised her gaze, she found herself locked in an intense stare with instructor Hong. Embarrassed, she managed a sheepish smile and waved at him. Wait, doesn't this scene feel oddly familiar? The only distinction was that, unlike before, other instructors were present on the platform, including Yuan Gang, who regarded Yin Yin with a face that seemed to say, "Who owes me $1 million? Yin Yin. Please, I beg for mercy." Upon seeing Yin Yin, Yuan Gang's previously stern expression softened slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards, as if to say, "You paid me back a little today. I might show you some favor," but soon returned to his default scowl. "No way, you still owe me $1 million. I will never give you a pleasant face. Today's morning training is cancelled. We've gathered you all here primarily for one reason, to bestow honors upon a select few among you." Some of the new recruits looked bewildered, as if questioning, who is so impressive? Just then, one of the recruits seemed to recall something and turned to look at Lin Xie and Yin Yin. Yin Yin, thinking the lucky recipient of the honors was behind her, turned to face the new recruits. The fortunate individual was captivated by the radiant gleam in Yin Yan's eyes, blushing and shyly lowering his head, fidgeting with the belt loops at his waist. Yin Yin, puzzled, wondered, what are you so shy about? Receiving an honor is such a glorious affair. Why the bashfulness? Shen Zhu, who had witnessed the entire exchange, turned to Yin Yin with an exasperated expression and said, "The one being honored is you." Yin Yin, taken aback, asked, "What did I do?" Before Shen Zhu could respond, Yuan Gang had already spoken up from the platform. Lin Xie and Yin Yin, during the missile attack, acted decisively, saving an entire vehicle of recruits, and subsequently fought alongside the members of Team 136, successfully eliminating the cultist Han Shaoan. Therefore, we bestow upon you the Starry Medal. The Starry Medal. The mention of this accolade astonished both the new recruits below and the instructors above. And even Yin Yin was taken aback. Wait, am I really that impressive? It is important to note that the Starry Medal is not easily earned. Accolades are classified into 4 tiers, from lowest to highest: Flickering Star, Radiant Star, Starry Medal, and Ocean of Stars Medal. In the entire realm of Daxia, those who have achieved the Ocean of Stars Medal number fewer than 10, the last recipient being Wang Mian of the masked team. The number of individuals awarded the Starry Medal is also quite limited. Thus, the fact that both of them were receiving medals was not solely due to their protection of the Night Watcher's remaining sparks and their decisive actions against the ancient cult's followers. From this perspective, they should have been awarded at most the Radiant Star Medal. However, the reasoning behind granting them the Starry Medal remains a separate discussion. On one hand, their act of saving the Night Watcher sparks restored some combat capability to Daxia's Night Watchers, and they were still young, full of aspirations for the future. On the other hand, As the agents of the divine, their unwavering stance against the threats and temptations posed by the ancient cult demonstrated their integrity, leading the higher-ups to believe that awarding them could inspire more night watchers to strive for excellence and earn medals. Lost in thought, Yin found herself on the platform, where she noticed Lin Chia beside her, wearing an expression that seemed unsure of what to say, which piqued her curiosity. Turning to the new recruits below, she observed that they all wore similar expressions, struggling to suppress laughter. Confused, Yin thought, "Shouldn't you be looking at me with envy while I receive my award? Why is everyone trying not to laugh? Is it amusing to watch me receive an accolade?" Just then, she caught sight of Bailey Pang frantically waving at her. "Yin Jia, your hair, he mouthed. Looking at Bailey Pong's animated gestures towards her head, she assumed he was celebrating her achievement with some sort of dance. Smiling, she gave him a thumbs up. "Great job dancing. But maybe next time, skip the dance." Bailey Pang lowered his hand, ceasing his movements, feeling defeated. Sighed, "This is exhausting." Yuan Gang approached with the medal in hand, preparing to place it around their necks, though his hands trembled slightly during the process. Yin, fearing he might accidentally prick her, stiffened her body and dared not move. After the medals were affixed, Yuan Gang regarded her tousled hair with a serious expression and saluted her, suddenly intrigued. "Come on, let's take a photo to commemorate your first award," he declared, prompting instructor Hong to capture the moment. At this point, Lin Chia stood beside Yin, struggling to stifle laughter while occasionally sneaking glances at her. Wary of being caught, Yuan Gang and Lin Chia flanked Yin, each giving a thumbs up, and before Yin could decide on a pose, the snapshot was taken with a click. Yuan Gang picked up the photograph and, unable to contain his laughter, waved it in front of Yin, exclaiming, "Look at this little face, resembling a nestling. It's simply adorable." Upon closer inspection, Yin's expression shifted dramatically as she frantically arranged her hair. "Oh my goodness, Commander Yuan, I've discovered that not only do you enjoy letting loose wherever you please, but you also relish taking spontaneous snapshots." "So what?" he replied nonchalantly. "Your past indiscretions will be preserved for every new recruit to witness." "Commander, can you guess which island I've visited before?" "Which island?" "Bu Ai Wajiola Island." Instantly, the entire room erupted in laughter, although it is often said that laughter is the most beautiful melody in life. To her ears, it sounded like a butcher's knife mercilessly stabbing at her very essence. Despite this, she remained resolute. Chapter 50. Social Dance. Qing Hai Shake, the eternal god of Gaoyozi. After the physical training concluded, the subsequent training sessions became a vibrant array of activities. While the variety was abundant, most of the time was still spent seated in classrooms absorbing theoretical knowledge, which reminded Yin of her days confined to her school desk. A nostalgic memory. For most, this was akin to paradise, yet a small faction remained detached, their minds wandering far and wide. Yin found herself in a peculiar predicament. She neither wished to train outdoors nor to attend lectures. Although dozing off during class might have been preferable, she was perpetually roused by chalk thrown by the instructor. Initially, she could manage to lift her head and feign attentiveness, but eventually, even the chalk could not stir her from slumber, leaving the instructor exasperated after repeated calls for her attention. Eventually, the instructor resorted to making her stand during lessons, yet it seemed she could still doze while upright. In the end, the instructor resigned to this fate. From that moment on, whenever she fell asleep, no one would disturb her, as long as she did not disrupt others. Feeling fatigued, she longed for an end. Today, we shall learn to control our mental energy, focusing on its duration and coverage, which are key to precise control. I will provide each of you with an ACE device, also known as a juggling igniter. Once donned, it will emit a stream of mental energy for 24 hours straight. These currents will not cause harm, but they will stimulate your brains, prompting unexpected movements. With that, he retrieved a silver wristwatch from a box. Your task is to use your mental energy continuously for 24 hours, maintaining a state of equilibrium against these currents. This device will accompany you for 6 months until the training concludes. Do you understand? We understand, the new recruits exclaimed, their eyes alight with curiosity as they examined the silver watch. Yin scrutinized her watch before biting it gently to test its authenticity. "Hey, don't bite the watch. You'll have to pay for it if you break it." Upon hearing the word pay, Yin quickly released her grip, clutching the watch close to her chest as if to protect it from harm. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan had silently slipped the watch onto his wrist. With a swift motion, he executed a perfect backflip. Yin was startled by this sudden display, while Bailey Pang and Lin Shiyi gaped in disbelief at Chao Yuan's agility. Glancing at his watch, Chao Yuan, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Don't look at me. You'll experience the same." Bailey Pang first mocked Chao Yuan, then donned the wristwatch. Before he could utter a word, his entire corpulent form was propelled into the air. Subsequently, he performed a series of aerial maneuvers, spins, splits, and backflips, showcasing his unexpected acrobatics. However, at one point, Yin Yin thought she heard the sound of fabric tearing. Turning to Lin Qiyi and Xiao Yuan, she inquired uncertainly, "Did you hear that?" Lin Qiyi nodded. It sounded like pants ripping. Xiao Yuan stared at Bai Li Pang Pang for a moment before slowly stating, "Red underwear. Goodness gracious, red underwear. Clearly, it's a sign of a fateful year." Yin Yin turned to confirm her suspicion about the red underwear, only to realize Bai Li Pang Pang had vanished. Where did he go? Lin Qiyi pointed in the distance. He's off to the cafeteria. Yin Yin chuckled. No surprise there. He's a true food enthusiast. Even his spirit is in the dining hall. Suddenly, peculiar sounds erupted from the training ground as everyone transformed into acrobats, performing flips, spins, and various stunts, each displaying remarkable agility. Wow, I've never been so agile in my life. This is exhilarating. Brother, you're quite optimistic, but is there anyone who can rescue me? Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Yin, brimming with excitement, donned the wristwatch, exclaiming, "This activity seems incredibly fun. Watching them is hilarious. I must give it a try." Before she could finish, she found herself executing a handstand walk. "Hey, look at me. If I can walk on my hands. Can I also wash my hair upside down?" Lin Qiyi and Xiao Yuan exchanged glances before Lin Qiyi replied, "I don't know if you can wash your hair upside down, but I do know you're about to step on your hair and fall flat. As predicted. The next moment, Yin Yin's hand tangled in her trailing hair, sending her crashing to the ground. Fortunately, her long locks cushioned her fall, preventing her from tasting the dirt. "You've got quite the sharp tongue," she retorted. As Yin Yin stood up, eager to attempt new moves, she witnessed Lin Qiyi executing a front flip. In response, she began to dance the Qinghai shake while teasing him. "Ha! You did a front flip, and he did a back flip. If you two joined hands, would you soar to the heavens and conquer all flips?" The duo remained silent, too weary to engage. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, Yin Yin danced with all the moves she had never completed in her life, merging the social dance and Qinghai shake into a magnificent performance. Unbeknownst to her, she had been dancing for over half an hour. When fatigue finally set in, she infused her mental energy to halt her movements and sat on the ground, observing the new recruits showcase their acrobatics. The instructor seemed equally exhausted, yawning before waving his hand, declaring, "Dismissed. Go eat." "I'm tired too." Upon hearing dismissed, Yin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped to her feet and sprinted toward the cafeteria. While the other recruits moved cautiously, as if they were balancing a great burden, a flash of movement surged past them like lightning, creating a whirlwind of astonishment. Even those like Lin Qiyi and Xiao Yuan, who had just mastered their mental control, could only walk at a slow pace. Lin Qiyi furrowed his brow. Hadn't she been dancing just moments ago? How is she now so effortlessly in control? Some observed Yin Yin racing toward the cafeteria, and in a fit of hunger, they too unleashed their inner selves, propelling themselves forward in a flurry of flips, soon catching up with Yin Yin. Upon entering, Lin Qiyi and Xiao Yuan were greeted by a chaotic scene of new recruits scrambling for food. In that moment, Yin Yin sat peacefully in her seat, focused solely on her meal. Becoming the center of attention, "Yin Jia, please, I beg you, spare me a piece of meat. I'm starving." Bai Li Pang Pang, struggling to maintain his balance, found it nearly impossible to feed himself with chopsticks. Yin Yin waved a piece of meat in front of him with a playful smile. "Call me Dad." "Dad, Dad, Dad, is that enough? I'm really going to starve." All right. With that, she adeptly used both hands, feeding Bai Li Pang Pang with her left hand while eating with her right. Her speed so efficient that it barely impeded her own dining. Lin Qiyi and Xiao Yuan could only watch in astonishment at her remarkable multitasking. Chapter 51. Xing Tian. Morning dawned. An eerie blue light illuminated the girls' dormitory while gentle rays of sunlight streamed through the window, caressing the face of a girl. The sunlight, like golden threads, entwined in her hair, casting a beautiful glow in the dim room, creating an aura of pure beauty. Yin Yin stirred slightly, pulling the pillow she had been resting on over her face to shield herself from the light, and drifted back to sleep. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Yin Yin jolted awake, sitting up to find that Molly from the adjacent bed had vanished. Glancing at the clock on the desk, she furrowed her brow. It was already 6:38. Why hadn't the instructor blown the whistle yet? Didn't they usually signal by 5? Moreover, Molly typically called out to her upon waking. Today felt peculiar. She should have returned from washing up by now. And what about that scream? No. Yin Yin realized something was amiss and hastily dressed before dashing toward the door. As she swung it open, a staircase materialized before her. Wide-eyed, she barely had time to retract her foot before she tumbled down the stairs. In a split second, she kicked off the ground, executing a graceful aerial twist and landing deftly. Standing tall with arms raised, she wore a proud expression. That leap deserves a 10. Outside the training camp, Instructor Hong watched Yin Yan's fluid gymnastic performance with satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, he glanced at his scoring sheet and quietly jotted down one next to Yin Yan. In light of her quick thinking and resourcefulness in a crisis, he awarded her an extra point as encouragement. Yin Yan gazed around in astonishment. The silence was oppressive, and a melancholic deep blue enveloped the entire corridor in a shroud of gloom. Crap, is this really my home? Yin Yan murmured. Help me. The piercing scream echoed once more, causing Yin Yan to tense up, her senses alert as she cautiously moved forward. Confused, she scratched her head. The sound was so near, yet there was no one in sight. As she reached the end of the corridor, she found herself at another staircase, and the space shifted again, revealing a dormitory. With a bewildered heart, Yin Yan entered the dorm, wandered around in a daze, and then exited in a state of confusion. In that instant, a massive cleaver came hurtling toward her like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the murderous intent, Yin Yan swiftly turned aside, narrowly avoiding the blow that sliced through the dormitory door before her. She stared at the headless man wielding the 3-meter-long cleaver. Momentarily stunned, "Xing Tian? Hey buddy, why don't you have a head? Can you still hear me?" The headless figure, undeterred by her words, raised his enormous cleaver and swung it at Yin Yan with ferocity, lacking any weapon. Yin Yan relied on her agility to evade him. As she dodged, she called out, "Big brother, what are you doing in our girls' dormitory? You can't even see." The headless man remained silent. He was incapable of speech. Yet his strikes grew more forceful. Yin Yan felt the speed and strength of his swings and seemed to grasp something. Furrowing her brow, this headless man could not see but could hear, the louder the sound, the stronger the ability. Taking a deep breath, she bellowed, Seely Yom." The headless man reacted with an expression of confusion and annoyance. Yin Yan realized the situation held a deeper significance and decided to refrain from using magic, perhaps utilizing the divine ruins instead. Suddenly, several vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the headless man and binding his cleaver, preventing him from swinging it. The vines gradually enveloped his entire body, and Yin Yan held her breath, making not a sound. Just as she contemplated how to deal with him, a thought flashed through her mind, igniting a glimmer of determination in her eyes. With her back to the surveillance camera, she approached the headless man step by step, her dark eyes transforming into a blood-red hue. As she drew near, the vines pressed him down, forcing him to kneel. The headless man knelt before her, his imposing form blocking her view. Yin Yan leaned closer to his neck, narrowing her eyes slightly, a smile playing on her lips as she whispered, "Submit to me." In that instant, the headless man trembled, ceasing all resistance. Yin Yan waved her hand, retracting the vines, and the headless man adjusted his posture, kneeling on one knee and extending his hand to her. Yin Yan smiled softly and gracefully ascended to his shoulder, feeling her weight. The headless man slowly rose, dragging his cleaver forward. Outside, Yuan Gang, Instructor Hong, and the other instructors watched the scene unfold in disbelief. How did she manage that? Does she possess some form of hypnotic ability? I thought she only had one divine ruin. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, fixated on Yin Yan on the screen, remaining silent. A second mysterious entity. The spatial transformation of the entire dormitory must be attributed to a spatial-type mystery. And look at that clean cut. It's evident it was made with a single stroke, clearly indicating that another mystery excels in blade work. Lin Chia pointed to the female corpse ahead, speaking in a hushed tone. To dispatch a being at the pool realm so decisively, this mystery must certainly be at the river realm. So, the training camp has 3 river realm mysteries, Li Xiaoguang exclaimed. While Chao Yuan beside him frowned in concern, Lin Chia nodded, acknowledging the possibility but stressing the need for further investigation before drawing conclusions. The 3 fell into silence. If there truly were 3 river realm mysteries within the training camp, it would pose a significant challenge. Just then, Chao Yuan suddenly looked up, a frown creasing his forehead, and after a moment, turned to Lin Chia, asking curiously, "Chia, did you hear anything?" Li Xiaoguang, puzzled, responded, "Hear what? What sound?" "That heavy metallic dragging sound." Another sound echoed, and the 3 fell silent, the dragging noise mingling with heavy footsteps drawing ever closer. Tension mounted as they held their breath, the only sound in the quiet corridor being the rapid beating of their hearts. Chapter 52. The Charm of the Brother. Extremely sharp, creak, the door at the end of the corridor swung open, and the headless man slowly stepped inside, dragging his cleaver while using his other hand to close the door behind him. "What the hell is that thing?" Li Xiaoguang exclaimed. "Why is he moving so slowly?" Just as he spoke, the headless man lunged at Li Xiaoguang, instantly appearing behind him, swinging the cleaver and cleaving Li Xiaoguang in two. Lin Xie seemed to sense something, raising a hand to stop Chao Yuan, placing a finger to his lips to indicate silence. Chao Yuan hesitated before sheathing his blade. The headless man stood still for a moment, then turned around, confirming the absence of sound. He scratched at his non-existent head in confusion before striding forward. Yin Yin had just exited the restroom when she discovered that the corridor had transformed into a stairwell. Yin Yin, one moment, all smiles. The next, not so much. Sigh. The mount I just acquired has vanished just like that. I haven't had my fill yet. In a huff, she rushed down the stairs, and upon reaching the corner, collided head-on with Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan. Sensing their presence, Yin Yin quickly crouched down, sliding beneath Lin Qiye's legs. The two men paused, bewildered. What just slipped by? They quickly turned and eyed Yin Yin warily. At the same moment, Yin Yin spun around, and when their eyes met, all three froze in place, filled with confusion. To break the awkward silence, Yin Yin spoke first. "Seventh brother, Chao Thief? What are you doing here?" Lin Xie sheathed his sword and approached Yin Yin, informing her of everything that had transpired. "What about you? Did you notice anything unusual upon waking?" Yin Yin furrowed her brow, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. "I was awakened by a series of screams. When I came to, everyone else was gone. I encountered a mystery, but aside from that, I don't know what happened until I ran into you two. Lin Qiye nodded. "Which mystery did you encounter? What did it look like?" "The headless man. He was quite large and dragging a 3-meter-long knife, perfect for butchering pork. That matches. It's now confirmed that there are 3 mysteries in the entire training camp. We need to find the headless man, eliminate this obstacle, and then locate the mystery controlling the space." Lin Xie stated. "Controlling space? That ability resembles a character from an anime." "What essay?" Chao Yuan inquired, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing, just a character from a cartoon." Once more, the space warped, the surrounding rooms shifting yet again. Lin Xie traced his fingers along the wall, seemingly calculating something. Yin Yin glanced at Lin Xie, who was muttering to himself in a corner, and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lin Xie, brow furrowed, replied distractedly while scribbling, "I'm calculating the rules of this mechanism." Yin Yin, "Is this what it means to be a top student?" After a moment, Lin Xie sighed, clapped his hands, and stood up slowly. "What did you find out?" Chao Yuan inquired impatiently. My mental detection range isn't complete, but during the moment of spatial distortion, I managed to catch some clues. Lin Xie explained. Spatial distortion appears complex, yet it fundamentally comprises only 2 types of movements: horizontal and vertical rotations, akin to the x-axis and y-axis of a function. However, each rotation must be in whole multiples of 90 degrees. Like 2 variables, where one variable's value changes in accordance with the others. For instance, if the angle of the independent variable is 90 degrees, then the corresponding variable must be a multiple of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Although they didn't quite grasp it, they were nonetheless deeply impressed. The two listened, their heads spinning. Yin Yin scratched her head, turning to Chao Yuan. "Chao Thief, did you understand any of that?" "Not a bit. Of course not. I didn't understand either." Lin Qiye looked at the two, their eyes reflecting a clear naivety, and sighed deeply. "Forget it. Our immediate priority is to find the headless man." As they were engaged in conversation, a colossal figure surged towards the trio. Lin Qiye reacted swiftly, drawing his blade to strike at the headless man just as Chao Yuan intended to unsheath his weapon. He was unceremoniously kicked aside by Yin Yin. "Chao Yuan, hey. Wait a moment. It seemed that the headless man had heard the voice and immediately darted past Lin Qiye, altering his course to charge at Yin Yin. "Be careful," Lin Qiye shouted. In an instant, the headless man appeared before Yin Yin, and just when Chao Yuan thought she would meet the same fate as Li Shaoan, an astonishing scene unfolded. The headless man scooped up Yin Yin, placing her upon his shoulder, and casually produced a teddy bear to hand to her. Chao Yuan and Lin Qiye exclaimed, "Do not harm them," Yin Yin coldly stated while clutching the teddy bear. Upon hearing this, the headless man silently retracted the blade he had drawn. Both Chao Yuan and Lin Qiye stared wide-eyed at Yin Yin in disbelief. After a brief moment, Lin Qiye spoke softly. "Why does he listen to you?" Yin Yin glanced at Lin Qiye, patted the headless man's shoulder, and cheerfully replied, "Because he likes me to at that moment." The expressions of the two seemed to convey, "Are you joking? Do you think I would believe that? With my charm, even the mysterious are captivated. Wouldn't you agree?" The headless man, aware of his lack of a head, raised one hand and gave a thumbs up to Lin Chia and Chao Yuan. My allure is remarkably sharp. My handsomeness is irreplaceable. The two responded, no way. Really, this is absurd. Chao Yuan couldn't help but scoff. Actually, I merely hypnotized him. Yin Yin clarified. Chao Yuan nodded. I see. So he went to attack us now? If you wish to be attacked, that is also possible. At that moment, Lin Chia suddenly sensed something and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke up. Since this headless man is taken care of, I shall proceed to address the mysterious entity controlling the space. With that, he took off running towards the distance. As Chao Yuan was about to chase after Lin Chia, he was intercepted by Yin Yin. Why don't you let me assist Lin Chia? Because I suddenly need to use the restroom, and if I'm not here, I fear this bulky fellow might attack other recruits. Please keep an eye on him for me. After saying this, Yin Yin jumped down and headed towards the restroom. Chao Yuan. If I am not mistaken, this spatially related mysterious entity will likely become Lin Chia's new caretaker. If I were to help Lin Chia now, I might inadvertently end up getting a kill stolen. Thus, it's better to find an excuse to stay here. Why is she taking so long? Did she fall into a pit? Chao Yuan muttered, just as he contemplated leaving the headless man to search for Lin Chia. Dozens of figures appeared before him, charging towards him. Sisters, charge, kill the hunting sounder, onward, avenge our fallen sisters. Chao Yuan was taken aback. Before he could utter a word, the headless man was already brandishing a large cleaver. Rushing towards the group, the space once again became chaotic. However, this time the sequence of the spatial distortion was entirely different from before. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the surrounding rooms gradually stabilized. Returning to their original state. Chapter 53, Disaster Relief. When Yin Yin returned, she beheld a scene of utter chaos. The female soldiers were frantically hacking at the headless man, whose previously intact, albeit headless, body was reduced to a mangled mess. Leaving behind only a severed arm, Molly held the severed arm, with thick, congealing blood oozing from the wound, forming droplets that stained the ground red. No. My mount. Oh no. Yin Yin dashed towards the severed arm, causing Molly and the others to freeze momentarily. Yin Yin wept, clutching the limb. Oh, dear brother, I hadn't the chance to take you to meet with others, nor to show you the wonders of this world. How could you leave me so soon? The others. At this moment, Chao Yuan stood beside Yin Yin, feeling utterly speechless, his toes awkwardly digging into the ground as he quietly stepped back to distance himself from her. Brother, are you serious about retreating those few steps? Just then, the distant roar of vehicles could be heard, with the figures of instructors faintly visible atop them. The vehicles halted, and Yuan Gang leisurely approached the recruits, scanning the crowd with a nod of approval, stating, very well. I hereby declare the Carnival Day exercise concluded. But instructor, what about our comrades? They are safe during your exercise. Each instructor assessed your performance and will provide scores for you to review later. Dismissed. As Yuan Gang finished speaking and was about to leave, he paused, his expression turning inscrutable as he gazed at Yin Yin, slowly saying, Yin Yin, come here for a moment. Yin Yin's frame stiffened, knowing the moment had finally arrived. Commander Yuan, you called for me. You are aware of the reason I summoned you, are you not? Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Yin nodded, acknowledging, I know. Then tell me, how did you manage to make the hunting sounder obey you? This is my forbidden abyss. Forbidden abyss? But do you not possess only one divine abyss? This forbidden abyss was recently developed. It is a hypnotic type that can ignore realms to hypnotize enemies. Ignore realms? Yuan Gang's pupils constricted, disbelief etched upon his face. Would you care to give it a try? No, that's quite all right. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before stating, I will report this to the higher-ups. You may return for now. Oh. The summer sun blazed fiercely, each breath of air thick with fervor, as if it could melt everything, yet simultaneously invigorating life itself. After 6 months of training, the new recruits had matured considerably, appearing far more seasoned than when they first entered the camp. The higher-ups were preparing their transfer orders. Originally, Yin Yin was to be reassigned to the capital city, but she had used Yi Yan's identity to message Yi Fan, insisting she remain in Songnan City, emphasizing her continued presence would be of great use, compelling Yi Fan to reluctantly acquiesce. A sharp whistle pierced through the torrential rain as the recruits wasted no time, sprinting directly to the training grounds. Despite the deluge, all stood resolutely in the training area, their gazes steadfast, embodying the essence of military spirit. Yuan Gang quickly ascended the platform, his demeanor more serious than ever. Even Yin Yin felt intimidated by his expression. Given Commander Yuan's expression, could something have gone awry? Yuan Gang counted the heads, his deep voice nearly a roar as he declared, 10 minutes ago, several villages along the Cangnan border were struck by an earthquake, resulting in numerous casualties. Yin Yin furrowed her brow, realizing that indeed, a crisis had occurred. Rescue teams have already been dispatched, but it will take some time. In the face of landslides, time equates to life. Let us not forget, we are soldiers. When the civilians are in peril, they need us soldiers now more than ever. All present, to the vehicles. We shall go to disaster relief. Understood. The fierce winds carried the torrential rain. Howling like an enraged beast, relentlessly battering the earth, the sky unleashed a ferocious downpour. The rain cascaded like a waterfall, each droplet laden with immense force, overwhelming the gathered recruits. They were no longer facing mere exercises, training, or assessments. They were confronting a true disaster. I expect all of you to muster your spirits, remain vigilant, and give your all to aid in disaster relief. Yes, upon reaching the designated location, the new recruits showed no signs of hesitation. Even before the vehicles came to a complete stop, some had already leaped from the canopies, hastening towards the ravaged village. In this tense and grave atmosphere, they utilized precious time, methodically executing their respective tasks. Team 1, which included Yin Yin, was assigned to the most distant target village, Jinan Mountain. The sky darkened ominously as torrential rain poured down, seemingly intent on drowning the world beneath an endless curtain of water. The rain lashed against them, akin to countless needles piercing the skin, instantly sending chills through their bones. Lin Chia led the team towards Village 1. However, due to a landslide that blocked the path, they had no choice but to proceed on foot. Amidst the relentless sound of rain, no one hesitated, donning their black military coats, leaping from the vehicles, armed with their signature starry blade, and rushing into the depths of the mountains. The usual banter and humor were absent. In this somber atmosphere, not a single word was uttered. They were united by a singular purpose, saving the victims. In the face of disaster, human life is no laughing matter. Upon reaching the village, everyone dispersed rapidly. Lin Chia was tasked with locating the victims, while Yin Yin coordinated with him using vines to remove fallen trees, collapsed walls, and other heavy debris trapping survivors. Wen Qingqing was responsible for treating the injured, while the others focused on excavation and rescue. The speed of Team 1's rescue efforts was remarkable. Before long, they had successfully extracted all survivors and brought them to Wen Qingqing for assistance. After several hours of continuous rescue, the group was utterly exhausted but could only afford a brief respite. Yin Yin peered out at the torrential downpour, her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze fixed intently on Jinan Mountain. Lost in thought. When she turned back, she found Li Fatty had already slumped against Molly's shoulder, sound asleep. Yin Yin was puzzled as to why Mo Li had not pushed him away when she noticed a faint blush appearing on Mo Li's face. At the moment she looked up, their eyes met, revealing a hint of panic in her gaze, the flush on her cheeks becoming more pronounced. Yet, Yin Yin merely smiled gently, although it was a smile. Mo Li discerned a trace of pity and regret in her dark eyes. Seizing the opportunity while everyone else rested, Yin Yin stepped outside, venturing alone into the depths of the mountains. After walking for a while and ensuring that no one was around, she released Waha from her consciousness. The very moment he was freed, Waha sensed an unknown creature lurking beneath Jinan Mountain, immediately furrowing his brows and speaking slowly. Woman, there are people from the ancient gods sect causing trouble underground. Stay hidden in these mountains. Your task is to protect these recruits, ensure their safety. Understood. After assigning the task, Yin Yin returned to the village. Just as she approached the village entrance, she saw Li Peng Peng hurriedly running toward her. Urgency etched on his face. Sister Yin, did you see Shen Qizhu and the other three while coming down the mountain? Yin Yin shook her head. I did not see them. What happened? Among the survivors, there's a little girl whose parents are missing. Brother Shen couldn't bear to leave her alone, so he went into the mountains to search for them. What about you? Why did you go up the mountain? Li Peng Peng asked, puzzled. To clear my mind. With Waha around, they should be safe. In the dark forest, for figures slowly moved deeper, holding flashlights. Li Jia waved his flashlight back and forth, his shoes caked with damp mud. He glanced at the village growing distant, and unease crept into his heart. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the trees ahead, and he froze for a moment, a flicker of hope appearing in his eyes. He then shone his flashlight toward the figure. Hello, are you Yaya's father? Li Jia asked excitedly. The man who came into view was a rough-looking brute wielding an axe, who scoffed derisively. Yaya? I don't know any Yaya. But you, kid, your head looks ripe for the picking. The brute sneered, and without hesitation, hurled the axe at Li Jia. With the beam of the flashlight illuminating the incoming weapon, Li Jia's pupils dilated in terror. and he realized he had no time to react. Just as he thought he was about to meet his end, a blue light shot forth, sweeping past him and sending the axe flying into a tree trunk. Li Jia stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the youth who stood protectively in front of him. Reacting quickly, he turned and ran toward Shen Qizhu, shouting, "Brother Shen, come save me." The brute, astonished, gazed at the ancient-looking youth before him. And after a moment of silence, a cruel smile crept across his face. "Oh, another ripe head." The youth smirked slightly, pinching his nose with one hand while waving the other dismissively in the air. "Your teeth are quite yellow, and your breath is overwhelming. I can smell your halitosis from this distance. How disgusting." The brute's mouth twitched, his eyes revealing malice as he spat. "I'll make sure to chop you into pieces today. You keep talking big, and for what? Don't you feel ashamed?" A shout echoed from afar, and Shen Qingzhu, Li Liang, and Deng Wei simultaneously paused, then sprinted toward Li Jia. Brother Shen, help!" Li Jia ran in a panic toward Shen at that moment. Waha seemed to sense something, his expression grave. He turned to the four and said, "Take advantage of the current safety and hurry back." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow. Could there be other believers? Not just that, there's a large worm underground. But who knows if it's delicious when roasted? Shen Qingzhu. Are there unknown creatures lurking beneath? If that is indeed the case, we must hasten back to inform them. All right, let us take our leave. Farewell. After Shen Qizhu and the others departed, Wahaha's gaze instantly turned cold, as he tucked away the unfinished compressed biscuit and softly uttered, "Come out." A silver-clad man slowly emerged from the woods. A slight smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at Wah. "Your power is truly peculiar, devoid of the fluctuations of forbidden realms and devoid of divine energy. What exactly are you?" "Your father, and a very formidable one at that." Such audacious words. "You are younger than me." The man's lips curled into a mocking smile. "I do enjoy your arrogant tone. I shall make you regret uttering that." Waha merely scoffed, nonchalantly shrugging. Oh, deep within the underground cavern, the magma roared, and beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, a torrent of molten lava surged. Amidst the searing magma, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on a man who had lost an arm to the flames, his gaze ablaze with fury. The intense burning sensation did not diminish the man's yearning for fame and fortune. His pale face was alight with excitement. "It is time for Lord Murmurs to arrive. Otherwise, I fear I shall perish here." He then crushed a small orb in his hand and muttered a few words. Moments later, a long-haired man clad in a black tailcoat appeared. A faint smile gracing his features, resembling a nobleman accustomed to attending balls, his demeanor exuding elegance and courtesy. He squinted slightly, scrutinizing the infernal dragon before him, and after a brief pause, spoke slowly. "Though this dragon's realm is not high, its potential is considerable. Once tamed and gradually nurtured to the Klein realm, it should prove quite useful." Murmur's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes gleaming with a ghostly light as his soul directly infiltrated the dragon's consciousness. Softly murmuring, "Become my believer. Damn, why is this cavern so dark? It's right here." A small flame flickered at Yin Yan's fingertips, but a wall loomed ahead, blocking her path. The presence grew ever closer, seemingly right in front of her. Was she meant to break through this wall? Yin Yan lowered her head, muttering to herself. She rolled up her sleeves, extinguished the flame, placed her hands against the wall, inhaled deeply, and shouted, "Break for me." A tremendous force instantly blasted the wall apart, debris cascading to the ground and stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Cough, cough, cough. "It's truly suffocating." As Yin Yin looked up, she was met with a perfectly shaped backside right before her eyes. Staring dumbfoundedly, she extended a hand and struck a gun pose, unleashing a small flame from her fingertips, fire on the butt. Ah! Murmur's backside ignited in an instant. Letting out a cry of anguish, he elegantly leapt into a nearby liquid, only to realize it was magma, swiftly executing a graceful mid-air spin, using his exceptional hovering ability to shift positions, ultimately landing elegantly on the ground, rubbing and rubbing, devilish footsteps. After a brief moment of friction, the small flame was extinguished. Murmur stood up, smiling at Yin Yin, and gracefully bowed. "My dear lady, please refrain from playing with fire. You might wet the bed. Don't be envious." Yin Yin coldly retorted. A smile concealing a dagger. Yin Yin gazed at the incongruous backside on Murmur's distinguished tailcoat and inquired curiously, "Ernyo, may I ask you a question?" Murmurs flinched slightly. How did she know his real name? "Ask away." "Isn't your backside cold? Why not find something to cover it? It looks rather eye-watering." Murmur's lips twitched as he turned, tearing a piece of clothing from Ma Etienne to wrap around his backside. "This way, it's less eye-watering." "But you're no longer elegant." Upon hearing someone question his elegance, he immediately opened his eyes wide. glaring fiercely at Yin Yin. My lady, I recall I have already shown you courtesy. Yin Yin shrugged indifferently. I have no shame. A strange smile crept across Murmur's face. You must be the divine agent of the flower god, right? Once I penetrate your mental realm, I shall personally tear your soul apart. To avenge the burning of my backside. Yin Yin fell silent for a moment, responding with an "oh." Murmurs, puzzled, asked, Aren't you afraid? Sorry, I was just spacing out. What did you say? Could you repeat that? Murmurs rubbed his forehead, the veins throbbing, and reiterated. To avenge the burning of my backside. Oh. Murmurs regarded Yin Yin with a curious glance, a hint of irritation in his eyes. What are you OING about now? Oni-chan. Yin Yin tilted her head innocently. Murmurs. I'm still regurgitating your family. I in the next instant. A ghostly light flared in his eyes as a powerful soul force surged into Yin Yin's mind. At that critical moment, Yin Yin's eyes turned blood red, the two spiritual forces clashing against one another. Murmurs raised an intrigued eyebrow. You harbor quite a few secrets, don't you? Just average, third in the world. Murmurs scoffed. Today, I shall make you aware, my backside, is not so easily provoked. Countless iron chains shot forth from his fingertips, resembling dark serpents racing towards Yin Yin, intent on erasing her from existence. No, I've done nothing to provoke your backside. I merely found it displeasing to the eye. Have I committed a crime? Chapter 56. Frozen Grandpa, Frozen Grandma, Frozen Ernyo. In an instant, numerous vines burst through the rubble, forming a wall before Yin Yin. Seizing the moment the iron chains broke through the vines, she swiftly dodged. Isn Tiachin Ernyo. I merely singed your backside. If you're truly displeased, just burn me back. Murmurs raised an eyebrow. All right. In a flash, another small flame shot towards Murmurs' groin, and he reacted by swiping his hand to block it with the iron chains. Murmurs frowned, his eyes blazing with uncontainable fury. What do you mean by that? Yin Yin scratched her head, looking utterly perplexed. Didn't you say to burn me back? So I did. Murmurs. Misunderstood. If I don't burn you, I am angry. If I do burn you, I'm unhappy. What exactly do you want, Ernyo? The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. This moment, the smile on Murmurs' face had vanished, his eyes glinting ominously as the iron chains surged towards Yin Yin with newfound ferocity. She, quick-witted, conjured another wall, but due to the vast disparity in their realms, the chains swiftly shattered the vines and barreled toward her. Yin Yin's pupils constricted as the chains ensnared her waist, pulling her before Murmurs. He seized her neck, whispering, I am truly fascinated by your secrets. It's a pity I cannot enter your mental realm. Given you are destined to die, why not do so now? With that, Murmurs tightened his grip around Yin Yin's neck. Yin Yin struggled desperately, but the pressure only increased, her small face reddening from the lack of oxygen. Observing her pained expression, Murmurs' lips curled upwards. A mere pool realm dares to venture before me. You are quite bold. However, the sensation of personally snuffing out a divine agent feels rather pleasant. What would it be like for them to witness your demise at my hands? The more Murmurs pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He turned his head, elegantly issuing commands to the infernal dragon to invite the guests. The infernal dragon let out a low growl, and the surrounding absolute earth domain began to shift. The sound of small stones tumbling from the cave ceiling echoed like death knells, each moment reminding her that if she did not unleash her full power, she might perish here. A glimmer of light emanated from her hands, her inky black hair gradually changing color, spreading upward, and her obsidian-like eyes transformed in that moment. The oppressive force of humanity surged forth, sending the astonished Murmurs crashing against the wall, causing a piece of cloth tied around his waist to slip away. Even the infernal dragon, sensing this overwhelming pressure, could not contain its fear and retreated into the magma. At that moment, Lin Chiye and the others were alerted by the infernal dragon, quickly standing up, their expressions grave as they gazed at Murmurs. Murmurs, in disbelief, quickly adjusted his demeanor upon seeing the newcomers, elegantly brushing off the dust from his clothes, unexpectedly stating, I never imagined you would be. Before he could finish, a single glance from Yin Yin rendered Murmurs speechless, and she swiftly bound him with the binding immortal lock. Murmurs attempted to break free, but his struggles only tightened the binding further. She extended a hand, narrowing her eyes with a smile, making a gesture towards Murmurs, immediately silencing both him and Mai Tian with a glance. Lin Chiye recognized Yin Yin at once, his face lighting up with joy. Sorceress, what brings you here? At the mention of sorceress, everyone turned to Yin Yin in unison, their eyes filled with reverence. Yin Yin turned to Lin Chiye, scratching her head. I sense something amiss at Jinan Mountain. So I thought I'd come to check it out, which is why I didn't report to you. Murmurs, I only heard you rambling. Lin Chia nodded slightly, then caught a glimpse of Yin Yan's dairy peeking out from behind Yu. His expression becoming somewhat indescribable. After a brief silence, he spoke, Sorceress, behind you. Yin Yan turned her head to glance at Yu, her demeanor nonchalant as she replied, He is Chen Erniu. Instructor Hong immediately recognized his identity. Yu from the ancient god sect. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and then Bai Li Pang suddenly asked, Why is he wearing crotchless pants? Yin Yan, feeling a bit guilty, averted her gaze, for comfort, convenience. Oh, I see. But convenience aside, it does seem a tad indecent. Moreover, sorceress, you are still a girl. Yu interjected, You might want to see who turned me into these crotchless pants. Yin Yan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. After a moment, as if struck by inspiration, she looked at Bai Li Pang and slowly asked, May I borrow something from you? Bai Li Pang, puzzled, inquired, What is it, the returning jade? Bai Li Pong's pupils constricted sharply, shaking his head vigorously. No. This is the treasure of my treasures. It is meant for my survival. Sorceress, if you want something else, I can offer it, but this I cannot part with it. Subsequently, Yin Yan extended her hand, and a gem slowly materialized. This gem can shield you from a lethal attack once. And it also possesses healing properties. Once I give it to you, no one else can take it away. Although it may not compare to your returning jade, I assure you it is merely a loan. And I want to claim it as my own. I will return it after some time. So what do you say? Bai Li Pang hesitated, his expression torn, before finally resolving. All right, I'll make the trade, but you must return it to me after a while. Agreed. Just as the two were about to exchange, Yu, having somehow broken free from his restraints, lunged at them, his eyes fixated on the returning jade, reaching out to snatch it. Suddenly, a sword emanating an aura of coldness flew in from nowhere. Piercing through Yu, the frost blade penetrated his heart, and the biting cold rapidly spread throughout his body. Gradually, frost began to appear on his face, growing larger until he was wholly consumed by the frigid air. Turning into a mere ice sculpture, frozen grandpa, frozen grandma, frozen Erniu. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in shock, their eyes widening, rendered speechless. Although it was merely a projection, the ease with which he was slain was utterly absurd. The pervasive cold seeped through clothing, enveloping the skin, as if a delicate veil was draping over them, solidifying every breath into frost and rendering them breathless. Bai Li Pang couldn't help but shudder. Wrapping his black leather military coat tighter around himself, even the earth dragon, sensing the chill, instinctively shrank back towards the magma. But upon realizing Yu's demise, it let out a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the cavern, causing the surrounding magma to churn violently. Before anyone could react, the colossal dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the air, opening its maw to conjure a massive fireball that rapidly coalesced before it. Ma Yiqian immediately sensed something was amiss, his face paling as he dashed towards a rock wall, melding into it as a shadow. Yin Yan furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment, before seizing Lin Chia and snapping her fingers, causing both of them and the earth dragon to vanish from the cavern. Chapter 57. Are you the spokesperson for the mysterious energy drink? In that instant of disappearance, Yin Yan struck the rock layers, leaving an escape route for Instructor Hong, Bai Li Pang and Shen Qizhu. However, one must not forget that Ma Yiqian was still inside. Shen Qizhu would undoubtedly perish alongside him, only to be revived by the approaching Yu to join the ancient god sect. Thus, while the earth dragon gathered the fireball to distract everyone, Yin Yan stealthily placed the returning jade into Shen Qizhu's embrace, lending him a helping hand. Above the clouds, three figures materialized in the sky. The earth dragon casting a wary gaze at the one who had brought it here. Suspended in midair, Lin Chia wore a bewildered expression, breaking the silence. Sorceress, may I ask a question? What question? Yin Yan inquired. Puzzled. You could easily slay it alone, so why did you bring me along? Yin Yan shot him a surprised glance. Because I want you to deliver the final blow. Lin Chia, bewildered, responded, why? Yin Yan sighed. Actually, I know your secret. You don't want her to be your caretaker, do you? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Chia's eyes, but he soon lowered his head deep in thought. Given her calm demeanor, it seemed she had known all along. Yet she chose not to report it to the higher-ups. Or perhaps there was something of great value on him to her. Very well, I do indeed need a caretaker. Roaring, the dragon's roar echoed across the horizon as it opened its mouth, a column of flame gathering before it, shooting directly at the two. Lin Chia's pupils dilated in shock. Just as he was about to warn Yin Yan, he noticed countless ice spikes forming around her. coalescing into a towering ice pillar that exuded an aura of chill. The collision of the ice and fire columns erupted in a sizzling sound, steam rising at the point of contact. Ascending towards the clouds, the extreme cold of the ice pillar swiftly eroded the flames, and before the earth dragon could react, the ice pillar surged towards its eyes, with a cry of agony. The earth dragon's eyes were frozen solid, cracks forming in its eyeballs, and then a myriad of fissures erupted around it. Crack! Its eyes shattered like ice, fragments cascading down its massive form, piercing through the snowy clouds and falling into the dark night below. Yin Yin gasped, instinctively clutching her chest in pain. My dragon eyes. I wanted to keep them for soup. It's all right. There are still fruit dragon eyes to eat. They are both dragon eyes, just with a slight difference in quality. Lin Qiye observed her expression of regret, puzzled. Could it be that dragon eyes were a rare commodity? It seemed that something so precious could evoke sorrow from a human pinnacle. Roar, roar, roar. The earth dragon's anguished cries were uncontrollable. Its hollow eye shrouded in darkness, emitting waves of cold air. Due to the blood vessels being frozen, not a single drop of blood emerged from its eyes. Lin Qiye gazed at the earth dragon with a hint of sympathy. Feeling a surge of compassion. This is so cruel. Before Lin Qiye could react, the familiar icy sword zipped past him, severing a strand of his hair, and shot straight towards the earth dragon. He felt the bone-chilling cold and glanced at the severed hair. Now encased in ice, silently retreating a few steps. In an instant, the earth dragon opened its mouth, a massive fireball forming before it, attempting to block the impending strike. The frost blade pierced through the flames as if they were nothing. Plunging directly into its MAW. As the icy essence entered its body, the earth dragon's temperature plummeted, patches of frost appearing on its form, expanding rapidly. Seeing the earth dragon's health plummet to near zero, Yin Yin quickly turned, delivering a fierce kick that sent Lin Qiye flying towards it. Quick, Lin Qiye! Now's your chance. Suspended in the air, Lin Qiye thought. You could have warned me beforehand. With no time to react, he swiftly drew his sword in midair, and the frost blade pierced through the earth dragon's body. Holding the blade, he slashed downwards, creating a gaping wound in its abdomen. Blood spraying forth. A warm stream flowed into Lin Qiye's palm, and the earth dragon's lifeless body plummeted rapidly, slicing through the clouds, creating a vertical line. Anyone looking up from below would surely see a dark dot hurtling down from the sky. Meanwhile, the silver-clad man, having dealt with the situation, was leisurely munching on the meat-flavored compressed biscuit that Shen Qingzhu had given him, strolling through the dense forest with his eyes closed. It was all that man's fault for delaying him for so long. The giant insect had vanished, and he had wanted to taste what it was like. What a pity. Before he could finish his thought, a colossal figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down right before him. He jumped back in surprise, exclaiming, "What in the world is this? Scaring me half to death." As he sniffed the air, he frowned. Isn't this the giant insect? How did it end up here? Could it be that the heavens have heard my prayers and granted me this? After a moment of contemplation, a rumble echoed as a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, thunder rolling like a massive wheel, creating an astonishing spectacle. The lightning, unlike any seen before, glimmered in blue. Generally, blue lightning only appears on clear days, yet here it was on a dark, overcast night. No one knew why such an extraordinary phenomenon had occurred. A bolt of lightning struck the earth dragon's corpse, instantly scorching it. He cast a regretful glance at the charred remains of the dragon, poking it with a nearby stick. Unable to resist, he took a bite, his expression contorting in disgust. Yuck, this is awful. It was both burnt and bitter, rivaling the terrible meals made by that fellow ergwa too. Wiping his mouth, he swiftly distanced himself from the dragon's corpse, then turned and flicked his finger, summoning another bolt of lightning to strike behind him. A smirk crossed his lips as he sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. In the night, a man clad in a black leather military coat approached the earth dragon's remains like a specter. Upon seeing the charred dragon's body, he stood dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. No, how did such a massive dragon carcass turn into a pile of ash? Ah, my precious materials. Who did this? Who on earth? Before Yin Yin could revert to her original form, she ventured into the forest to retrieve Wahaha, swiftly returning to the canopy to reunite with the other instructors and recruits. Once everyone had gathered, the canopy slowly set off back to the training camp. Sister Yin, have you seen Qi? Chao Yuan, seated across from her, inquired. Yin Yin cast a fleeting glance and replied, I didn't notice. She must have left early on purpose. Oh, how could that be possible? Shen Qizhu is so formidable. How could he possibly be dead? Bai Li Pang exclaimed, leaping from his sickbed and anxiously heading outside. The three who had come to visit Bai Li Pang were momentarily taken aback. Lin Qiyi and Chao Yuan were stunned by the thought of Shen Qizhu having perished. while Yin Yin was astonished at Bai Li Pang Pang, who, despite being wrapped like a dumpling, still exuded such vitality. Are you a spokesperson for a mysterious energy drink? Chapter 58. The tavern incident after everyone received their medals and night watchman gear and proclaimed their exhilarating oaths, it was time to part ways after more than a year of festivities. I'm leaving. Remember to visit me in Huai City when you have time, Chao Yuan said, dragging his suitcase while waving goodbye to Yan Yin and Lin Shiyi. And little me, you must come and play with me. As long as you come, I will ensure exquisite wine, delectable food, and beautiful ladies are all arranged for you. Delicious food, Yin Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Li Pang Pang. All right, let us pack. Lin Shiyi cast a blank glance at Yin Yin, then shifted his gaze to Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, exasperatedly stating, Fine, fine, I will come. Bai Li Pang Pang turned back 3 times, tears in his eyes, as if they were parting for life and death. If it weren't for Chao Yuan urging him, it might have resembled a heart-wrenching separation scene akin to Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian. Lin Shiyi's lips twitched as he unhesitatingly dragged the Peppa Pig suitcase towards the exit. At that moment, Yin Yin was bidding an unwilling farewell to Mo Li. She caught sight of Lin Shiyi already far out the door and finally released her grip on Mo Li's hand. Sister Mo Li, I have to go now. Remember to visit me in Songnan. Oh, and don't forget to brew the tea leaves I gave you. Mo Li chuckled helplessly and waved goodbye. All right, I understand. After bidding farewell to Mo Li, Yin Yin hastily followed Lin Shiyi, dragging her Ultraman suitcase, in the fading light of the setting sun. Everyone gently waved goodbye, not just to one another, but to the cherished moments they had shared. A black van halted by the roadside, where a woman clad in sportswear and sunglasses leaned against the car door. As the window slowly descended, a warrior-like man, also wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigarette, came into view. Hong Ying excitedly waved at them. Yin Yin, Chi. Yin Yin flung her suitcase forward, releasing it to dash towards Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, I've missed you so much. Hong Ying grinned, bending down to ruffle Yin Yin's hair. Good girl, I've missed you too. Sister Hong Ying, what brings you here? Lin Chi approached, smiling. Of course, to welcome our new member of Team 136 back to camp. The 3 hopped into the car, and Hong Ying shut the door, continuing, originally, the captain intended to bring you all back together, but a mysterious case arose in the eastern part of the city. When Shima, Long Xian, and Xiaonan went to investigate, while the captain and Wu Xiangnan are meeting an important person. Important person? Who is it? Zhao Kongqing mumbled through a cigarette that it said to be a human ceiling. Lin Chi was taken aback. Huh, Hong Ying shrugged. When I heard that news, I nearly dropped my chopsticks. According to this so-called human ceiling, strange blue lightning had been observed on Jinnan Mountain a few days ago. Along with a peculiar aura. Lin Chi murmured. Yin Yin was momentarily stunned, her anxious heart finally settling. Strange blue lightning? Isn't that what Wahaha released? That rascal is indeed causing me trouble. He shall receive a proper reckoning upon our return to the Peace Affairs office. As soon as Yin Yin entered, her nose was met with an overwhelming aroma. Wow, it smells divine. Sweet and sour ribs, and water-boiled meat slices, garlic cumin grilled mushrooms, tiger skin peppers stuffed with meat, mapo tofu, sour and spicy beef, shredded meat with green peppers, spicy chicken, pepper salt shrimp, and fish tofu soup. Lin Chi looked at her in disbelief. How can you smell all that? With my nose, she replied. All right. The 2 newcomers should hurry to the table. Everyone is waiting for you. Came the call. We're coming. As they sat down, Yin Yin could hardly contain her eagerness, devouring her food with fervor. Just then, Lin Chi suddenly turned to Wen Qima and asked, by the way, I heard there has been another mysterious occurrence in town. Wen Qima paused, sighing. It's still unclear. According to the reporter, a body was found at a tavern in the eastern part of the city, with all 10 fingers severed, nailed to the wall, and the scene was horrifying. Lin Chi pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Yin Yin, engrossed in her meal, paused, raising an eyebrow before resuming her feast. Has it already come to the Belcran case? That means the divine battle isn't far off. Moreover, on the night of the incident, the tavern was holding a celebration, and the owner recorded the entire event on camera, which was then left on the bar, capturing the entire process of the deceased, which is quite eerie. When Shima continued. When you see the camera tomorrow, you'll understand. The next day, a black van parked outside the tavern as when Shima, Yin Yin, and Lin Chi disembarked, heading straight for the yellow caution tape. Yin Yin glanced at the tape, feeling a sense of unease wash over her as she stared at the tavern. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Oh, coming. As they entered, a man in a black coat approached them. Wen, you're here, he said, then gestured towards Yin Yin and Lin Qiyi. These two are. They are our team's new members, Yin Yin and Lin Qiyi. When Shima introduced with a smile, Xiaohei. Please give them a brief overview of the case. Xiaohei. No Xiaobai. All right. The incident occurred yesterday at 10:45 a.m. The tavern owner detected a strong metallic scent upon opening and upon entering the backyard. Discovered his server gruesomely murdered, as he spoke. He led the three to the backyard, where the stench of blood grew stronger. On the wall of the backyard, a human outline was sketched in white chalk, resembling a crucifix suspended mid-air. The deceased, Sun Xiao, male, 28 years old, unmarried. Began working at this tavern as a server 2 years ago. He managed to stay for so long partly due to the tavern's good pay and the owner's kindness, and partly because he had two elderly family members to support, desperately needing money. Yin Yin chuckled softly, shaking her head. Lin Qiyi, observing her perplexed reaction, was somewhat bewildered. The autopsy report indicates that the time of death was between 3 and 4 a.m., with 5 nail puncture marks on the body, 4 on the limbs, and 1 in the heart, which was the fatal blow. Xiaohei continued, holding the autopsy report. All 10 fingers of the deceased were severed, and the cuts were remarkably smooth. We found no such weapon in the tavern. Xiaohei pointed to 5 red dots on the wall, corresponding to the locations of each nail. He then handed a photograph to Lin Qiyi. This shows the bloodstains left by the severed fingers. Lin Qiyi frowned. Don't you think the amount of blood loss seems a bit low? Xiaohei looked at him. Low. The blood vessels and fingers aren't abundant. Most are veins, hence the blood loss isn't as significant as that of an artery. Lin Qiyi turned to ask Yin Yin for her thoughts, only to find her standing before the cruciform outline, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 59. No one will come to your rescue, even if you scream. Yin Yin stared intently at the cross-shaped outline on the wall, an unsettling feeling creeping over her. What are you looking at? Lin Qiyi approached her. Yin Yin shook her head. Nothing, just curious. Let us not dwell on curiosity. We should check that video recorder first. It's the only potential lead we have. When Shima interjected. All right. When Shima led them to the tavern, where Xiaohei produced the video recorder and handed it to them. Upon opening it, they began to play the footage. A greasy Mediterranean man appeared on screen, unsteadily reaching out to manipulate the recorder, a faint blush on his face, suggesting he had indulged a bit too much. After a moment, having familiarized himself with the recorder, he held it in hand, filming the entire banquet. The tedious footage continued for several hours until Xiaohei fast-forwarded to the end. After the banquet concluded, the tavern owner, swaying, approached the bar and casually placed the recorder down, forgetting to turn it off before exchanging a few words with server Sun Xiao and leaving. Approximately half an hour later, the footage flickered strangely, as if interrupted by some external force, fluctuating in brightness before plunging into darkness. 10 seconds later, the recorder's screen lit up again, but the angle had shifted considerably, capturing a dimly lit backyard, obscuring visibility. Sun Xiao's entire body appeared to be suspended in midair by some mysterious force. Forcefully pressed against the wall. As he struggled violently, for iron nails abruptly sprang up from the ground, piercing through his limbs with fierce intent. Amid Sun Xiao's anguished cries, his fingers gradually shortened, ultimately vanishing entirely. The final nail plunged into his heart, causing his body to shudder. His head drooped, and life ebbed away. After watching this harrowing footage, Yin Yin furrowed her brow, an unsettling feeling intensifying within her. Something was amiss. Lin Qiyi frowned, observing that the deceased's fingers seemed to disappear little by little, rather than being severed, yet the autopsy report claimed they had been cut off by a sharp object. This seems rather illogical, he remarked. When Shimo fell silent for a moment before speaking, perhaps the camera angle was too distant to clearly identify the weapon. But what about the fingers? Were they eaten? At that moment, Yin Yin suddenly turned to Xiaohei and inquired, Comrade Xiaohei, may I see the tavern owner in person? Xiaohei paused for a few seconds, then replied, Sure, just wait a moment. I'll call him over. Lin Qiyi looked at Yin Yin, puzzled. What do you need him for? Yin Yin remained silent, stepping towards the bar, pulling open a drawer beneath it, and retrieving a pair of sunglasses which she put on. I suspect my sixth sense may evoke a physiological aversion towards him, so I need to see for myself if it's true. Lin Qiyi responded, Officer, Haven T, I already been checked and found to be fine. Why do I have to be called in again? The tavern owner's voice drifted in from outside. Someone wants to see you. Xiaohei replied coldly, Who is it? The tavern owner visibly panicked. It's me. A cool voice emerged from behind as Yin Yin, donning sunglasses with her hands on her hips, sneered disdainfully. So, you are the owner of this tavern? I feel rather imposing right now. With this demeanor, I should be able to intimidate him. The tavern owner momentarily froze, wondering where this little ruffian had come from. Don't the investigators choose their targets more carefully? Trying to maintain composure, he responded. Ah, yes, that's me. Yin Yin approached him, adjusting her sunglasses downward to reveal her dark eyes, which locked onto the tavern owner, causing him to sweat profusely. You haven't washed your hair in days. With this greasy head, you could fry something. The tavern owner stammered. About a week, I suppose. Yin Yan's expression turned incredulous. What? A week? Greasy uncle, please keep your distance from me. A fragrant, soft, clean, pure, lovely, kind, gentle, generous, beloved by all, blossoming girl in her prime. Thank you very much. The door is right there. Walk slowly. No need for me to see you off. The tavern owner was left speechless. So you called me in just to berate me? Is this person insane? If you're so bored, perhaps you should seek treatment. I'm not a painkiller. As she turned away, a smirk crept onto Yin Yan's lips, tinged with a sense of satisfaction and mockery. The moment she first laid eyes on the tavern owner, Yin Yin activated her blood eye technique, observing several swirling black mists surrounding him. Among them, she discerned one was indeed Sun Zhao's. The individuals the tavern owner had killed had transformed into resentful spirits attached to him. However, a puzzling detail lingered. If the person nailed to the wall was indeed Sun Zhao, there shouldn't be any black mist surrounding him. Additionally, previously, when Yin Yin had crossed the police cordon, she had seen the silhouette of a crucified figure on the back wall, and the black mist was also visible in the footage. This indicated that the Sun Zhao in the recording was a fabrication, likely impersonated by the tavern owner. Yet to confirm this theory, she needed to examine the real body of Sun Zhao. What were you just doing? Lin Qi asked, perplexed. Yin Yin paused her thoughts and turned to him. Oh, it's nothing. Just found him a bit displeasing. I think you're just asking for it. Just then, Lin Qi turned to Wen Qi. Didn't you mention that 3 similar cases occurred previously? If possible, I'd like to personally see their bodies. Wen Qi was somewhat taken aback. The bodies from this case had been sent to the processing department for autopsy, and the results were not yet out. However, he added, if you wish to see the other 3 bodies, we have the authority. We can go right now. Lin Qi nodded. All right, I'll go check on those 3 bodies to see if I can uncover anything. Yin Yin turned to Wen Qi. I want to go too. Although she couldn't examine Sun Zhao's body, she suspected that the other 3 bodies had also been dealt with by the tavern owner, thus requiring verification. Very well, you two can go together. In a corner of the tavern, a gray mouse huddled. Yin Yin stealthily moved out of its line of sight, then executed a swift leap to capture the mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ow. The little gray mouse struggled frantically in her grip. Yin Yin chuckled, sporting a mischievous grin. Go ahead, scream. Even if you cry your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Raw throat. Yin Yin retorted. Squeak, 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 squeak. Raw throat. Come save me. Subsequently, she released her grip. Her expression one of disdain. This mouse is too foolish. It would probably become dim-witted if eaten. The little gray mouse, seemingly frightened, squealed as it scurried towards its hole, leaving a trail of urine in its wake. Lin Qi observed. When Qi looked at the surrounding officers, whose expressions were filled with confusion and shock, and silently shook his head. Why did I bring her along? This is truly exasperating. Chapter 60. Are you Detective Conan? The morgue at the police station was not far from the tavern, easily accessible by foot. As Yin Yin and Lin Qi walked down the corridor, they were suddenly confronted by a masked attendant pushing a gurney. Yin Yin squinted at the familiar eyes behind the glasses, and then it hit her. Isn't that my brother you? What is going on? Is he here to steal bodies again? Yin Yin swiftly slid in front of Yu, resting a hand on his head and leaning against the wall with her elbow propped up, whistling at him. Oi, handsome, are you here alone? Yu looked at Yin Yin, who was conveniently blocking the corner, his expression one of exasperation. He then pointed to the gurney. There are 3 more here. Handsome, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Yu swiftly struck her hand away from the wall, causing her to lose her balance and collide intimately with it. Maintaining a deadpan expression, he maneuvered the gurney around her and turned down a side passage. Yin Yin lamented. On my pretty face. Lin Qi watched in dismay as Yin Yin's flirtation failed. What time is it? And you're still thinking about flirting with handsome guys? Yin Yin retorted. I was never mind. She reflected on how she had merely wanted to see Brother Yu's reaction upon their next encounter, only to be met with a slap. Truly disheartening. By the way, do you frequently transport bodies? Lin Shi turned to the officer beside him and asked. Not really. Bodies are usually only sent to the morgue in the event of a homicide. However, Song Nin is generally quite stable. So homicides don't occur frequently, the officer replied. Lin Shi frowned, quickening his pace. Upon entering the morgue, he produced his credentials and briskly addressed the attending forensic doctor. I need to check the bodies from the severed fingers case. Where are they? The forensic doctor looked bewildered. Guarantee they just transferred. Lin Chi's heart sank as he quickly moved to the corridor window, glancing down to see a black van slowly departing from the police station. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed up to the rooftop and leaped down. Aren't you going to chase after them? The officer beside him inquired. I will, but I don't want to jump off a building. I'll take the elevator. As soon as she exited, Yin veered into an alley, locating a manhole cover and swiftly removing it to climb inside. While flirting with Qingyu, she had cast a tracking technique on the body, allowing her to pinpoint his location with precision. In the dimly lit sewer, the damp, slimy brick walls were covered in moss, and under the feeble light, everything appeared eerie and mysterious. The stench of sewage wafted through the air, mingling with the damp chill. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed harshly in the quiet sewer. The closer she got to her target, the more pronounced the squeaks of mice became. Yin lowered her head, muttering to herself. Moments later, her entire body became transparent, vanishing within the sewer. A mouse scuttled along the wall, colliding with the air in front of IT. IT flipped over, staring perplexedly at the empty space ahead. Taking a few steps forward without encountering any obstacles, foolishly believing it was experiencing an illusion. Meanwhile, the invisible Yin was pressed against the sewer wall, watching as several mice scurried past before she leaped down to continue her advance. Thankfully, these little creatures were not very bright. Otherwise, they might have raised suspicions with Brother Yu. As the tide of mice surged, they scurried systematically through the various passages of the sewer, meticulously searching every corner. Yin furrowed her brow, pinching her fingers together in front of her, murmuring softly, in the next instant, her entire body floated in midair. After adjusting her posture, she glided directly towards the swarm of mice. Grateful that they were limited to the ground and could not search above. A slight smile crept onto her face as she observed the oblivious mice racing beneath her, then raised her head to move forward. In an underground chamber, 3 operating tables bore the lifeless forms of 3 bodies. Qingyu, clad in a white coat and wearing black-framed glasses, stood before them with a scalpel in hand. Pondering deeply as he prepared to make his move, with a sudden crash, the ventilation hood above him fell to the ground, as if it had been forcefully kicked. Qingyu, holding a scalpel, warily eyed the vent. After hearing no further sounds, he lowered his blade and approached to investigate. Upon returning to the operating table, he discovered that the scalpel he had just placed there was missing. Not only the scalpel, but all the other dissection tools had vanished as well. Qingyu realized that an unwelcome guest had entered his abode. A smirk of disdain crossed his lips as he retrieved a scalpel from his white coat, eager to unleash it upon the corpse. By the heavens, spare the body. Just as Yin attempted to seize the knife, a scalpel suddenly hovered threateningly before her neck. Qingyu's lips curled into a mocking grin. Found you faced with the impossibility of maintaining her concealment, Yin had no choice but to cancel her invisibility spell and reveal herself to Qingyu. He paused in surprise. It's you? I thought it was Lin Qi. Yin cautiously stepped back, carefully moving the knife aside. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, how did you discover me? Logically speaking, my presence should have been concealed from your senses. And Qingyu gazed into her eyes. Quite simple, really. First, when the vent made that noise, I went to inspect the hood. Although it was quite sturdy, I noticed a faint, slightly moist footprint on it. While subtle, it was discernible. The wet area appeared darker than the dry. I feigned ignorance to make you lower your guard, thus compelling you to reveal yourself. Second, as you were removing my dissection tools, I deduced that your intention was not to capture me, but to obtain these 3 corpses. Yin raised an eyebrow. How could you be so certain that my purpose here wasn't to apprehend you? And Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at her. If you intended to capture me, why wait until now? Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Third, as I brandished the scalpel towards the corpse, I caught a glimpse of my bangs trembling slightly inward, leading me to surmise that you were likely positioned a short distance in front of me. And Qingyu continued. Yin interjected. Are you some sort of detective, Conan? You notice all these little details. Qingyu scoffed softly. I agree to being called a detective, Conan, but I must clarify that your numerous oversights made it rather effortless for me. I couldn't be bothered to analyze further. While you may possess a modicum of cleverness in finding this place, it does not rule out the possibility that you employed some forbidden item or stealthily placed a tracker without my notice. Yin Yin retorted, not a brother. How could you guess so accurately? And Qing Yu smiled shyly. In summary, you still lack my wits. Yin Yin replied, ouch, my friend. Chapter 61. Please, stop fighting. Just as Yin Yin was about to speak. And Qing Yu halted, as if sensing something, and glanced towards the cave entrance that he saw coming. Yin Yin, perplexed, asked, who? And Qing Yu shot a glance at her. Lin Xie, as expected that it seemed that this place could no longer remain hidden. You must come with me. Yin Yin looked bewildered. Huh? Why must I go too? I'm feeling a bit lazy. Can't I stay behind? Without sparing her a glance, and Qing Yu donned a black trench coat, pulling the hood over his face, and coldly stated, no, I cannot leave my precious in the same room with you. Yin Yin was left speechless. Before they could exit the cave, the thunderous sounds of explosions and the manic firing of a Gatling gun resonated. Boom, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. The high-frequency sounds reverberated throughout the cavern, each blast causing the ground to tremble, tickling her toes. This scene reminded her of a game in which she had previously perished in an air raid shelter. The sounds of explosions and gunfire drew closer, akin to a moving human artillery. Moving human artillery, wasn't that like Huang Zhong steering Sun Tzu's ship into battle? And Qing Yu turned his head towards Yin Yin. Uncertainty etched on his face. Has he always been this formidable? Yin Yin shrugged. As for his prowess, I can't say, but judging by the noise, his firepower must be quite impressive. And Qing Yu observed her feet slightly scraping against the ground. Perplexed? What are you doing? My toes are a bit itchy. I'm just rubbing them on the ground. She replied as the gunfire ceased. Lin Xie appeared, carrying Mu Mu, slowly entering their line of sight. He squinted at the unfamiliar figure before him, then turned his gaze to Yin Yin, momentarily stunned. What are you doing here? Yin Yin scratched her head. I'm here to catch him. Before Lin Xie could respond, thick white vines erupted from the ground beneath him, lunging towards him. Instantly, he activated the dark erosion, and the body of Mu Mu extended 2 cannon barrels toward the white vines, unleashing a barrage of fire. Seeing this, Yin Yin leaped between them, raising her hands. Stop. Stop. Please, no more fighting. Both men, ignoring her pleas, continued their onslaught. Please, don't. But before she could finish, the thick white vines surged past her waist, while countless bullets whizzed overhead. Realizing the danger, she quickly dodged aside, smiling as she raised her hands. You two can continue. Moments later, the two adversaries finally recognized each other, sharing a laugh as they ventured deeper into the sewer, not casting a single glance at Yin Yin. She followed behind, rolling her eyes in silence. Good news. She had witnessed true love. Bad news. The unexpected was her. In the underground cavern, Lin Xie gazed in astonishment at the array of specimens, experimental tables, and machinery filling the space. All of this is yours? You've constructed a large-scale laboratory here, and Qing Yu nodded. Indeed, these are abandoned medical facilities from the ground level, but after my minor modifications, they not only function but outperform the finest equipment. The mention of superior efficiency elicited excitement from Yin Yin. Is that true? Absolutely, he affirmed. Then could you help me modify a toilet? One that flushes automatically when I stand up and wipes itself after U.S.A. Qing Yu's lips twitched in response, feigning ignorance of her request as he led Lin Xie to his set of 4 formalin specimens for an introduction. Yin Yin sighed. Is my request too excessive? Are you both here to examine these 3 corpses? And Qing Yu inquired. Lin Xie nodded. Indeed, no need to inspect further. Their cause of death aligns perfectly with the forensic report. 5 iron nails were used to secure the body, and 1 piercing the heart, with 10 severed fingers. Aside from these, there are no other wounds. Yin Yin activated her blood eye technique once more, discovering no black mist surrounding the 3 corpses. Lin Xie frowned slightly. So, these corpses are untainted? And Qing Yu's eyes brightened. By your reasoning, does that mean the corpse in the tavern is problematic? Lin Xie shook his head. No, I haven't seen that body yet. I can only observe it tomorrow. However, I did uncover some peculiarities in the footage and photographs from the scene. Peculiarities, such as the volume of blood loss. And Qing Yu inquired. You noticed as well? Lin Xie responded. And Qing Yu nodded, guiding them to an open area where a wall displayed a painted outline resembling the scene. That I too found the blood loss at the scene somewhat unreasonable, so I simulated the circumstances of the incident. He gestured to 2 beakers on the experimental table. This beaker on the left contains the original blood volume, while the one on the right reflects my simulation of the scene's blood loss. The discrepancy was stark. The left beaker held over 3 times the blood volume of the right. Lin Qiye appeared to have an epiphany, glancing at Qingyu's hands, then at the vivid blood on the table. Uncertainly asking, Did you sever your own hand to create this blood? And Qingyu chuckled, nonchalantly responding, I have accelerated regeneration. Regrowing a severed finger is hardly a challenge. Lin Qiye was momentarily speechless. Yin, overhearing their exchange, envisioned her fingers being severed and winced. Doesn't that hurt? Just imagining it gives me goosebumps and makes my fingers feel weak. And Qingyu regarded her coolly. I do this for the sake of science. And Qingyu then turned his serious gaze to Lin Qiye, saying, based solely on this blood volume, we cannot draw a conclusion. Will you take me to see that body tomorrow? Consider it a favor owed. Another favor, I see. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to bring in Qingyu along. The following day, the three entered the morgue, presenting their credentials to the coroner, who then provided them with an autopsy report. As the two examined the report, Yin had already begun scrutinizing Sun Zhao's corpse. Just as she expected, there was not a trace of black mist surrounding it, confirming that the Sun Zhao in the video was indeed a disguise worn by the tavern owner. And Qingyu had fully immersed himself in his work, meticulously inspecting the corpse, a faint gray hue shimmering in his eyes. Overall, it resembled the previous 3 corpses, severed fingers, limbs pinned down, and a pierced heart. But there exists a discrepancy between this corpse and the 3 preceding ones. Where lies the difference? It pertains to the direction of the severed fingers. Based on my analysis, the dismemberment of the earlier 3 corpses occurred from above downward, whereas this particular corpse displays an upward severance. Chapter 62. The investigation team. Let us depart at once. And Qingyu stood with his back to the 2 individuals, his body pressed against the wall. His left palm facing the wall and the back of his hand outward. He turned his face to observe them, demonstrating as he spoke. He gently placed his right hand against the fingers of his left hand, indicating that if one were to sever the fingers of the victim pinned to the wall in such a manner, one would need to cut from the back of the hand towards the palm, which aligns with the direction of the dismemberment of the 3 previous corpses. He then slid his right hand again over the fingers of his left, but this time in the opposite direction. The fingers of this corpse were severed from below upwards, a feat that would be impossible in its current position against the wall. And Qingyu subsequently turned his body around, facing the wall with his palm outward and the back of his hand against the wall, which accurately depicted the posture at the time of the severance. Lin Qiye furrowed his brows and spoke slowly, but what can be discerned solely from the method of pinning a hand. And Qingyu approached the corpse and pointed to the wound on its palm. Noting that the injury on this corpse's hand was inflicted from above downward, he used one finger as an analogy for a nail, demonstrating how it pierced through the palm from the back of the other hand. Do you understand? The direction of the nail's insertion is contrary to that of the severed finger, indicating that the fingers were severed before the victim was nailed. Lin Qiye's eyes brightened slightly as he interjected, and Qingyu nodded in affirmation. Yin, however, was left utterly perplexed. Though she comprehended each individual word, the collective meaning eluded her. Her mind felt itchy, as if it were about to expand. And Qingyu observed the foolishness reflected in Yin's bewildered gaze, sighed, and shook his head. Why is she so inept? After a moment of silence, Yin suddenly spoke. So the deceased in the recording is not Sun Zhao, correct? And Qingyu looked puzzled. How could you deduce that when you claim to not understand? In truth, I have long suspected that the deceased was not Sun Zhao, but it was only upon seeing the corpse that I could confirm my suspicion. Lin Qiye was taken aback. You suspected this all along? What led you to that conclusion? Do you recall the last incident involving the Nantua serpent demon? At that time, I mentioned that I had developed a new forbidden realm, which I employed to locate all the Nantua serpent demons. Upon entering the tavern yesterday, I sensed something was amiss, prompting me to test whether this forbidden realm could reveal anything. Would you believe it? I indeed uncovered something. At the crime scene, I observed a mass of black mist, and including in the recording, I immediately sensed something was off. Thus I instructed Xiao He to bring the tavern owner over. Although you had already investigated him and found no issues, I remained cautious. It was only upon encountering the tavern owner that I began to harbor doubts. The moment I laid eyes on him, I noticed the black mist enveloping him. Qingyu's eyes lit up. Black mist? What is that? It is the resentment of a soul after death. So, according to your assertion, the individual in the recording, Sun Zhao, and the tavern owner are the same person. Yet, mere resentment alone cannot establish this as fact. It has been said that black mist is the resentment of the deceased. Is it not possible that both the tavern owner and Sun Xiao have committed murder? Lin Chia posed his question. Yin Yin shook her head. Sun Xiao has never killed anyone. I have examined him, and he bore no traces of black mist. However, the tavern owner has indeed killed before, and amongst the several masses of black mist, I discovered one belonging to Sun Xiao, indicating that he was the one who killed Sun Xiao. Yesterday, I examined the other 3 corpses from the severed fingers case and Brother Yu's underground laboratory, all of which bore black mist akin to that which clung to the tavern owner. Therefore, the tavern owner is the murderer behind the severed fingers case. The 3 exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Lin Chia suddenly realized, so you wore sunglasses to see the black mist behind him? Yin Yin nodded. Of course. Did you think I was merely showing off? Lin Chia found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If that is the case, why did you not inform us sooner? And Xingyu inquired. Yin Yin looked earnestly at Xingyu, stating that without concrete evidence, suspicion remains mere suspicion, that I refuse to engage in unprepared conflict. And Xingyu's eyes brightened, and his gaze toward Yin Yin took on an unusual quality. Lin Chia furrowed his brow. Though he now knew the identity of the murderer, what could he possibly gain by impersonating Sun Xiao? Regardless of his intentions, if this case has compelled the Watchers to take action, it signifies that his objectives are far from simple. Therefore, we must hasten to locate the tavern owner and apprehend him. Lin Chia proclaimed. Yin Yin nodded, her expression gradually solidifying with determination. First time, first location, investigation team, let us depart immediately. At the Peace Affairs office, Wu Xiangnan held a stack of documents while gazing at the group. His expression grave. In the past few days, I have gleaned from GMOS account and found a related mystery through the keywords invisibility, remote manipulation, and finger severance. It is known as the Shirchie ghost child. However, this mystery possesses a low intelligence, rendering it incapable of invisibility or remote manipulation. Subsequently, I delved into rituals associated with severed fingers and uncovered a remarkable clue. Long ago, within a minor Western cult, there existed an ancient legend concerning a ritual for the ascension of vengeful spirits. This ritual allows weak vengeful spirits to undergo a transformation overnight, becoming powerful ghosts. To fulfill this ritual, a soul must be sacrificed every 2 days. And prior to their deaths, all 10 fingers must be severed, ensuring their feet do not touch the ground, with the time of death strictly at 3:30 in the morning, following the continuous sacrifice of 5 souls. If one injects spiritual power, the feeble spirit will transform into a truly formidable ghost through the ritual. This spiritual power is derived from the souls sacrificed from hundreds of individuals. Shen Mai furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Are you implying that to complete the ritual, one must kill 5 individuals first and subsequently slaughter hundreds in one go? Wu Xiangnan nodded. As the group contemplated this, Yin Yin recounted all that had transpired in the morgue to the others. Wu Xiangnan was taken aback. Why did you not mention this sooner? Upon our arrival, you instructed us to sit quietly and let you speak, leaving me no opportunity to interject. All right. Our primary objective now is to identify the tavern owner and prevent him from completing this ritual. Shen Mai stated earnestly. Wu Xiangnan nodded and produced a map, marking a location with a red circle. I have deduced the likely site of the final ritual based on the locations of the previous 4 cases. This site is situated within a high-end residential area. According to the ritual's requirements, he will undoubtedly sacrifice the last individual here before commencing a frenzied slaughter of hundreds, ultimately completing the ritual. Shen Mai nodded slowly, suggesting, this evening we shall stake out the area and strive to apprehend him before the ritual commences. Indeed, he is nowhere near the residential area. Chapter 63. I am the father hero. Dedicated to being a father to others. As night deepened, city lights flickered to life, illuminating the urban landscape with a unique charm woven from shadows and light. Everyone, report your status. Shen Mai's voice resonated through the earpieces. After all had reported, Shen Mai frowned slightly. Where is Yin Yin? Why is she silent? I do not know. I recall she did not wear an earpiece. When Chiamo stated that I have checked, she is not here. Nor can it be said she is in the residential area, Lin Chia remarked. Just as the group was puzzled, Hong Ying suddenly spoke. Could she have gone to the restroom? Why did I not detect her presence? Lin Chia questioned in confusion. Do you think she is foolish? If you happen to detect her in the restroom, would that not be utterly embarrassing? Lin Chia, sigh. Let us not worry about her. That little rascal is always preoccupied with her own business. Even in a pile of filth, she seems oblivious to her surroundings, Zhao Kongqing remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing Zhao Kongqing's words, an idea sparked in Hong Ying's mind. Could she possibly be playing .it is possible .achio? Who is cursing me? Yin Yin, clad in black, wearing a mask and sunglasses, sat in the waiting area with her leg crossed. She glanced down at the Rolex on her wrist. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Approximately 7 hours remained until the ritual commenced. Perhaps I should take a brief nap? After setting an alarm, she leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Time passed, and she vaguely sensed a fiery gaze fixed upon her. Slowly, she opened her eyes and turned her head. Before her stood an adorable little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, dressed in a pink dress and wearing a hat. Despite the hat, it was evident that she had no hair. Yin Yin paused for a moment, and before she could speak, a tender and delicate voice emerged from beside her. Sister, are you flying alone? Yes. The little girl glanced at Yin Yin's flowing hair with an air of anticipation. Asking, Sister, may I touch your hair? Yin Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Oh, all right. The little girl cautiously reached out to stroke Yin Yin's lustrous black hair, her eyes brimming with envy. Wow, sister, your hair is so beautiful and soft. In truth, I once possessed such beautiful hair, but ever since I fell ill, my mother had it shaved off. Yin Yin cast a fleeting glance at her pale face, bowing her head in contemplation. The little girl released her grip on her hair, beaming a sweet smile at Yin Yin. Mother said that once I recover from my illness in Huaihai City, I can return, and my hair will grow back, long enough for me to braid many lovely little plaits to show off to my friends at kindergarten. Yin Yin stared at the innocent smile on the girl's face, and after a moment, she encouraged her in the gentlest voice she had ever used. Keep going. You will surely make it. The little girl chuckled. Thank you, sister. In fact, Mother initially planned to transfer me to school in Huaihai City after my recovery, but I refused. Why? You ask. Because I cherished Songnan, where my loving grandparents, parents, and dear friends from kindergarten reside. Songnan is my true home. Yin Yin paused for a moment, then turned to gaze at the brilliant starry sky outside, murmuring, Songnan. At that moment, a woman hurriedly approached, scooping the little girl into her arms with a look of concern. Nuan, where have you run off to? I lost sight of you right after collecting the tickets, and I've been searching everywhere for you. The flight is about to take off. Please don't wander off again. Nuan nestled her head against the woman's neck, and then pointed at Yin Yin. I was just chatting with this sister, Mom. The woman glanced at Yin Yin and slightly bowed. I apologize. My Nuan loves to chat with people. I hope she did not disturb you. Yin Yin shook her head. Not at all. The woman checked her phone. Nuan, it's almost time. We must leave. Say goodbye to this sister. Nuan clasped the woman's hand, gazing at Yin Yin with reluctance. Sister, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Yin Yin smiled softly. Goodbye. Once they departed, Yin Yin glanced at her watch, and to her shock, it was already 3:08. How long had she been asleep? Hadn't she set an alarm? As she picked up her phone, she realized that it was on silent mode. Yin Yin, but after a brief silence, she suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting dramatically. The ritual time, Nuan. Oh no. Without a moment to ponder, she dashed out of the waiting area. Just as she attempted to exit, she was halted by a ticket inspector and a security guard. She craned her neck to see Nuan and her mother just stepping onto the plane. Too late, surrounded by a throng of people, with 2 towering and stern-looking security guards blocking her path. She managed an awkward smile and stepped aside to allow those behind her to pass through. An idea struck her, and her eyes lit up as she hurried to the restroom. She extended 2 fingers in front of her. Murmuring to herself, in the next instant, she vanished from sight. Meanwhile, a security guard stationed at the entrance stood rigidly, expressionless, observing the crowd at the ticketing area. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, making him shiver involuntarily. He turned to his fellow guard, puzzled. Hey, Laoli, did you feel that chill? No. You've been watching too many horror movies. What chill? Is there a fire somewhere? Should I be concerned about ghost flames? Yin Yin slipped into the plane just as the cabin door was closing. While a flight attendant softly reminded everyone of the safety procedures as the aircraft took off, all passengers embarked on a new journey filled with anticipation. Yin Yin emerged from the restroom, having dispelled her invisibility, and locked eyes with a little boy clutching an Ultraman toy. The boy glanced at the Ultraman, then back at Yin Yin, puzzled, as she had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Sister, are you a daddy hero? He inquired, tilting his head in expectation. Yin Yin was taken aback. Daddy hero? She approached the boy, gently tapping his head. I'm not a daddy hero. I'm a daddy knight, here to be someone's dad. Understand, the boy, clutching his head, looked somewhat aggrieved. But you're a girl. Actually, I'm a boy. I just have long hair. Then why did you come out of the girls' restroom? I made a mistake. I don't believe you. If you're brave, go into the boys' restroom. Yin Yin felt somewhat helpless, sensing the seriousness in the boy's gaze. She figured that if she didn't comply, he would likely cause quite the scene. Not wanting to stir up trouble, she sighed. Find out it's not like anyone else in the boys' restroom. I'll just pop in quickly. She grasped the doorknob, pulling it down. Kid, watch closely that I really am a boy. Before she could finish her sentence, upon opening the door, she found herself face-to-face with Lin Qiye and Qingyu. Two grown men squeezed into one restroom in broad daylight felt rather peculiar. Chapter 64. How lonely it is to be invincible. Yin Yin thought she was hallucinating, then expressionlessly closed the door and reopened it. Lin Qiye and Qingyu. Captain, Yin Yan.is also on the plane. Lin Qiye shot a glance at Yin Yin and once again activated his earpiece, speaking softly. How did she know the target was on the plane? Chen Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece. Lin Qiye eyed Yin Yin suspiciously, seemingly waiting for her to respond. Yin Yin averted her gaze, scratching her face. I was using the restroom. Hey, you little rascal, is the regular restroom not enough for you? You had to run to the plane to go? Why not just do it on our heads? Zhao Kongcheng's scolding echoed. Yin Yan's lips twitched, and she hurriedly urged Lin Qiye to turn off the earpiece. With so many passengers on the plane, it would be quite embarrassing if someone overheard them. Lin Qiye tucked the earpiece into his pocket. You know it's embarrassing, yet I thought you were shameless. Not at all. I merely have a thick face. Lin Qiye. Though why did you go into the boys' restroom and claim to be a boy? And Qingyu suddenly interjected. Yin Yin chuckled awkwardly. I was just playing around with a little kid. And Qingyu looked at her incredulously. You really have too much time on your hands. Yin Yin sniffed her clothes. Salty, perhaps. Maybe I'm a salted fish. And Qingyu. After the three exited the restroom. The little boy stared in amazement at Yin Yan's two companions. You can actually perform magic. Yin Yin grinned proudly. Did you forget my name? I'm the daddy hero. She then reached out to pat the shoulders of the two men. Only to find she couldn't reach, so she settled for a gentle tap. These two are my sons, just born. Lin Qiye and Qingyu. The little boy looked up at Yin Yin with admiration. I knew there had to be Ultraman in this world. He quickly knelt at his seat, performing a bow. I pay my respects to the father of Ultraman. Father of Ultraman. Well, we're all fathers. So it's close enough. Yin Yin tugged at her non-existent bow tie, saying solemnly, no need for formalities. Father of Ultraman. Can you create a few more? I can only have 2 at a time. They're disposable. I'll make more another day that I have important matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The little boy bowed once more, bidding farewell to the father of Ultraman. Yin Yin shook her head helplessly. To think I could still experience the feeling of being a king in this day and age. How lonely it is to be invincible. Lin Qiye remarked. If you're sick, go get treated. And Qingyu added, if you're not sick, drink more magma. Yin Yin. When the three arrived in first class, the cabin was quiet, with several passengers already reclining in their seats, dozing off. Sister, Wan peeked over the seat, waving at Yin Yin. Amidst Lin Qiye and Qingyu's curious gazes, Yin Yin hurried over to scoop Wan into her arms. Sister, are you also going to Huaihai City? Sort of. After chatting briefly with Wan, Yin Yin headed toward the front of the plane, leaving her a lucky bag. The fragrant aroma from the bag soon lulled Wan into a peaceful slumber. Do you know that mother and daughter? Lin Qiye inquired. I've seen them once before. Qingyu turned around, his eyes gleaming as he caused all the passengers in first class to fall into a deep sleep. Now that it's our turn to make an appearance. In the cockpit, the two pilots sat in a daze, staring blankly ahead as they maneuvered the controls to keep the plane in a low orbit. The tavern owner sat on the floor of the cockpit, casually holding a gun while glancing at Wenqima, who was pinned to the wall. There's still time. Let us slowly carve his fingers. The slower, the better, the tavern owner said to the Shiji ghost boy beside him. Cackling with glee, the Shiji ghost boy became animated, gazing obsessively at Wenqima's fingers, emitting excited sounds. Wenqima slowly closed his eyes, calmly stating, your ritual is destined to remain unfulfilled. The tavern owner, taken aback, asked, why? Because, Wenqima smirked wickedly, my teammates have arrived. In the end, the tavern owner's pupils suddenly constricted, and he swiftly sidestepped. However, due to the confined space, a nail shot directly into his brow. The immense impact caused him to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. Wenqima let out a muffled groan, collapsing onto the floor as blood gushed from his hands and feet, like a swift stream from the wounds. The tin-cut ghost boy, witnessing this, brandished his dagger, poised to sever his fingers. Just then, The cockpit door was abruptly flung open by an unknown force, crashing straight towards the tin-cut ghost boy. Upon seeing him pinned beneath the door, Yin Yin immediately retracted her foot and leaped, performing an aerial somersault towards him. The weight of the world bore down. Jia. Lin Xie observed Yin Yan's erratic movements. Hearing the tin-cut ghost boy's anguished cries stir a flicker of sympathy within him. Watch me crush you. Farewell, crush you. That would not be advisable. An Xingyu attempted to calm Yin Yin down. Very well. The tavern owner, glancing at the tin-cut ghost boy, now a wretched sight beneath the weight, trembled in fear. How did you find this place? The tavern owner dislodged the nail from his brow, his expression darkening. Once it is deduced that you are the perpetrator, locating you becomes rather simple. Lin Xie spoke. Yin Yin cast a disdainful look at the tavern owner. You greasy little man. Why haven't you washed your hair? It seems you have ignored my advice again. Someone, let Lin Xie bite him. Lin Xie, you are the dog. Were it not for Yin Yan's ability to see the dark mist surrounding you, we might not have solved the case so swiftly. The tavern owner wore a puzzled expression. Dark mist? What dark mist? How could I possess dark mist? Yin Yin scoffed. This dark mist is visible only to me. Why? Yin Yin gazed at the tavern owner, her inky black irises gradually turning blood red. Because you are unworthy. The tavern owner, transfixed by her blood-red gaze, felt an overwhelming, terrifying force seize control of his entire being. Suddenly, a sensation of suffocation exploded in his mind. He felt a constricting grip around his neck, making it difficult to breathe. The dark mists, visible only to her, finally unleashed their pent-up resentment and dissatisfaction, tightening around the tavern owner's throat. The insects trapped within the crystal on the ground quivered slightly in response to this force. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xie swiftly darted past the tin-cut ghost boy, delivering a heavy blow to the tavern owner. The tavern owner, struggling against the suffocation, turned to block Lin Xie's strike, his body crashing violently against the cockpit's glass, which then shattered with a crack. The fissures rapidly spread outward, and with a resounding crash, the entire windshield exploded, hurling the tavern owner out of the cockpit. Chapter 65. This ICE.is quite sturdy in that instant. A furious wind rushed into the cockpit. Seeing this, An Xingyu immediately restored the door that Yin Yin had kicked away, reinforcing it with frost to prevent chaos among the first-class passengers. Lin Xie's figure flickered, and he floated like a specter through the shattered window. As the gusts howled into the cockpit, the entire aircraft shook violently. Yin Yin hurriedly covered her mouth, cursing inwardly, if only I had known. I wouldn't have eaten so much tonight. This turbulence is making me nauseous. At this moment, the tin-cut ghost boy had split into 10, charging directly towards the 3 in the cockpit. Point 4 confronted An Xingyu. Faced Yin Yin, while the remaining 2 advanced on the severely injured Wen Qima, who was leaning against the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Yin extended a hand, summoning vines to fling the 2 approaching tin-cut ghost boys out of the window. With her other hand, she wielded the flower god umbrella, swiftly severing the necks of the 4 tin-cut ghost boys. Blood splattered across her porcelain face, her blood-red eyes betraying no emotion whatsoever. An Xingyu frowned slightly, eager to seal the window, but he was still some distance away, and 4 tin-cut ghost boys were poised to attack. Just as he prepared to charge, a flash of blue light caught his attention. The blue light erupted from between Yin Yan's fingers, and she swiftly flicked it towards the window, instantly covering it with a layer of frost that sealed the breach. A look of astonishment flickered in An Xingyu's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, drawing his frost-infused sword into the fray. He swung his blade while analyzing the structure of the tin-cut ghost boys, even with blood splattered across his glasses. His speed remained unaffected, instead heightening his excitement. After sealing the window, Yin Yin rushed to Wen Qima's side. Due to the severe wounds and excessive blood loss, Wen Qima could only lean against the wall. Gasping for breath, suddenly he felt a refreshing sensation enter his body. He opened his eyes to find Yin Yin leaning over him, administering healing. As the green light emanating from her hand penetrated him, he could visibly see his wounds healing at an astonishing rate. Once Yin Yin withdrew her hand, Wen Qima felt a profound sense of relief. He looked down to find his previous wounds had vanished. Staring incredulously at Yin Yin, he uttered, "You." After An Xingyu dispatched the last tin-cut ghost boy, he too was taken aback by the entire scene. Where did she acquire such forbidden relics? At that moment, Lin Xie returned to the window after dealing with the tavern owner, attempting to shatter the ice layer with his blade, only to discover that no matter how hard he struck, he could not break through the ice, leaving no trace behind. Lin Xie, seeing this, Yin Yin approached and dissolved the ice layer with a wave of her hand. Once he entered, she sealed it once more. Your is remarkably sturdy, Lin Xie jested. After all, it could kill someone. Has that tavern owner been dealt with? And Qingyu inquired, stepping closer to Lin Xie. Lin Xie nodded. He has been taken care of. What about the other mysterious one? What was their name again? Bell, Clan. Yin Yin replied coldly. Lin Xie scanned the corners of the room with his mental energy, soon spotting a crystal in the corner. He bent down to retrieve it, and upon seeing the crystal ball, the three of them were momentarily stunned. And Qingyu turned to Lin Xie. Wasn't he in a near-death state? Lin Xie furrowed his brow. It was indeed on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. But the ritual time has passed, so it shouldn't. Before Lin Xie could finish, a piercing scream echoed from the first-class cabin. Yin Yan's expression changed drastically as she dashed towards the first-class area. Kicking open the cockpit door, there, she saw a mother clutching her child, one hand covering the child's eyes while the other trembled as it caressed the child's back, her voice quavering in comfort. Don't be afraid, dear, Mommy is here. The child, with a quivering voice, cried out, I want Daddy. Daddy will come to save us soon. We must believe in him. Yin Yin, seeing the mother and daughter huddled in the corner. Trembling, Yin Yin rushed over to check on them. Finding no injuries on either, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, those people are all dead. It's so scary. I'm so afraid. Yin Yin knelt down, gently stroking the child's head. Don't be afraid, sister. We are here to rescue you. The child looked up, tears brimming in her eyes. Sister, are you a police officer? Yin Yin scratched her head. Yes. My father is also a police officer. What a coincidence. And Qingyu, after checking all the passengers lying in pools of blood, noted that they bore no other wounds, appearing as if they were merely asleep, their faces adorned with eerie smiles. After completing his inspection, he approached Lin Xie, shaking his head. These individuals are all dead, aside from the one who was pierced through the heart. The rest succumbed to mental strangulation. Lin Xie furrowed his brow in confusion. Then why didn't this mother and daughter perish? I have been pondering that as well. Why not? Subsequently, Qingyu approached the mother and child politely asking, Ma'am, did you encounter anything strange just now? The mother looked puzzled. No, I was with my child. And when we awakened, we found these people all dead. We are still in a state of shock. Qingyu frowned, unable to comprehend why that insect spared them. Upon further reflection, it seemed improbable, as that insect required the passengers aboard the plane to complete the ritual, leaving no survivors. Then why were this mother and daughter unharmed? The mental strangulation had no effect on them. Leaving only one explanation, they must have been carrying a protective relic against mental attacks. But how could ordinary people have such relics? Then, his keen eyes caught sight of the lucky pouch clutched in the child's hands. Just as he was about to speak, the entire plane suddenly jolted violently, plunging downward at an alarming rate. A fierce sensation of weightlessness struck, and the child shrieked in fear, without a moment to waste. Yin Yin dashed into the cockpit, where the sole pilot was frantically trying to control the aircraft. Sparks erupted from the control panel, clearly indicating that the plane had spiraled completely out of control. Inside the cockpit, the three could distinctly hear the screams emanating from the rear cabin. Without a second thought, Lin Xie swiftly knocked the pilot unconscious, while Qingyu hurriedly took his place in the pilot's seat. He examined the sparking control panel, feeling utterly at a loss. The plane had utterly lost control, and the control panel had been frozen and rendered unresponsive by the icy air from the window. Yin Yin felt a bit awkward as she scratched her head, her anxiety and fear mounting. Qingyu placed his hands on the control panel, fumbling. I'll see if I can fix this in a short time. Are you certain you can? Lin Xie inquired. I don't know, but it is highly likely that it cannot be. Chapter 66. I am a treasure. He has grasped the airplane spiraled out of control, hurtling at breakneck speed towards the residential buildings below. The colossal fuselage loomed larger in the eyes of the members of Team 136, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. Honging gritted her teeth, mustering all her strength as she slammed the accelerator, charging towards the aircraft. Chinmai fixed his gaze on the plane, which was perilously close to colliding with the building, his hesitation intensifying. Ultimately, he chose to protect the residents, resolutely extending his hand towards his chest. The moment a corner of the sheepskin scroll was unraveled, a brilliant light erupted from the bottom of the airplane, radiating outward, just as the plane was about to crash a mere 3 meters from the building. That white light enveloped the entire fuselage, causing it to levitate in midair before ascending a short distance and then reversing its course. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of Team 136 exhaled in relief. Damn it, I knew those two little rascals would pull through. Zhao Kongqing exclaimed. Then why is your back wet? It's hot. Look outside. It's so bright. But it's not even 4 o'clock yet. How can it be so bright outside? We haven't died, have we? So now are we in heaven? Where are the angels? Oh dear angel, in my next life, I want to be a magnificent beast. 190, 20, 24, I beg you. Kneeling in prayer. I want to be. A cacophony of fervent prayers echoed from the cabin. They transitioned from fear and bewilderment to shock, then to calmness, and finally to anticipation and excitement, all within the span of a minute. It was akin to receiving a resounding slap from one's mother. Just as one was about to argue, she unexpectedly kicked them to the execution site of the Qin dynasty, only to be tossed into the sea after being mutilated, encountering a little mermaid along the way. Just when one thought love had finally arrived, the mermaid, seeking a companion in death, summoned a witch to turn one into foam as well. While soaring through the air, one cursed the mermaid, who had also transformed into foam, ultimately spitting on her in a fit of rage, only to find themselves on the moon witnessing an exhilarating scene. Ultraman battling monsters. This battle was not against others, but against oneself. As Godzilla and Ultraman Giga exhibited perfect synergy, delivering a stunning blow that sent one right back to their mother's feet in a perplexing manner. Yin Yin retracted her hand, exhaling a sigh, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Lin Qiye gazed at Yin Yin in astonishment, intending to inquire, but reconsidered. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and it felt inappropriate to pry, especially since his secret was known only to him and the sorcerer, while the rest, including the members of Team 136, remained oblivious. A and Qingyu adjusted her glasses and advised Lin Qiye, you should have the flight attendants make 2 announcements to calm the passengers. If they discover the bodies in first class, it will undoubtedly cause chaos. Lin Qiye nodded, contemplating that conveying the message for the flight attendants to make a few announcements should not pose any issues. All right, congratulations, player, you have completed the perilous flight instance. All individuals who perished within this instance will meet the same fate in reality. Please cherish your lives. After completing the instance, players may temporarily return to the real world. The next instance, the disappeared homeland, will commence shortly. Wishing all players a pleasant game experience. Lin Xia muttered, no issues, my foot. She herself is a problem. After completing the announcement, Yin Yin returned the phone to its place, slightly leaning forward to observe the expressions of the players. Each face was a canvas of disbelief. Although some appeared to accept the scenario, likely seasoned readers of such novels, the blinding white light outside and the rapidly descending airplane served as the most plausible explanation for these passengers. Regardless of their skepticism, they had witnessed the extraordinary scene unfold before their very eyes, thus retaining a modicum of credence in their minds. Should anyone discover the bodies in first class, they would likely presume that those were players who had perished in the game. Lin Xia entered the cabin, employing his mental prowess to probe every corner in search of that elusive little insect, only to find it had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Yin Yin returned to first class to comfort the surviving mother and daughter, soothing their anxieties until the plane landed. Once the aircraft touched down, the white light gradually dissipated, revealing dozens of ambulances parked nearby, their flashing lights illuminating the entire airport. Xiaohei, accompanied by the cleanup crew, boarded the plane, removing all the bodies from first class before allowing the passengers to disembark. Daddy, the little girl immediately spotted a young man among the police officers. The officer hurried over and embraced the mother and daughter. Overwhelmed with joy and tears, this was the first time in years he had cried, and the other officers merely observed in silence. Daddy, how embarrassing, you're crying, and I haven't even shed a tear. Then why are your eyes red? The little girl pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. I didn't cry. He gently pinched her cheek. All right, you didn't cry. You're tougher than Daddy. After exchanging a few words, the officer approached Yin Yin and Lin Qiye to express his gratitude. And Qingyu had already shed her blood-stained black coat before the plane landed, donning a white t-shirt as she bid farewell to the two, blending into the crowd of passengers as they disembarked. Oh, it's nothing. We're colleagues. It's the least we could do. Yin Yin waved dismissively. The officer paused. Colleagues. When did our team get 2 such young police officers? Which team are you from? Team 136. Upon hearing this, the officer eagerly shook Yin Yan's and Lin Qiye's hands. You're the ones who helped us solve the severed finger case, right? I'm Zhang Jun from the criminal investigation team. Hello. Likewise. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Why? My hand is nearly severed. The officer quickly released his grip and bent apologetically. Officer, since we've solved the case and the issue is resolved, can we leave now? Yes, of course. Qiye, Yin Yin. Yin Yin spotted Hong Ying rushing towards her and immediately opened her arms, closing her eyes with a slight smile, ready to embrace. However, she was completely bypassed as Hong Ying threw her arms around Lin Qiye's neck, her eyes sparkling with excitement, pleading to teach her the trick of jumping from the plane to take down the tavern owner. Yin Yin sulked, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Qiye, muttering under her breath, "If it were me, I could take him down too." Lin Qiye noticed Yin Yin's mood and turned to Hong Ying. "Do you know who resolved the airplane crisis?" "Who?" Lin Qiye nodded towards the front. "That guy who was sulking." Yin Yin immediately spun around. "I'm not sulking." Chen Mai patted Yin Yan's head, helplessly pulling Hong Ying back. His eyes filled with admiration for the two. It seems we, Team 136, have struck gold. Yin Yin pointed at Lin Qiye. "I am the treasure, he is the grass." Lin Qiye. Chapter 67. I am crazy. But not foolish Beijing City Commander Yi. All other human top-tier individuals have been notified. Only the sorcerer remains. Should we try calling again? Yi Fan rubbed his temples, exasperated with the girl who seemed oblivious to her responsibilities. She had yet to provide the elixir from the last training session, ignoring messages and calls alike. Sigh, it's exhausting. Perhaps she is aware and has known all along. Yi Fan scoffed, with her careless demeanor. How could she possibly be reliable? Ding ding. Upon hearing the notification sound, Yi Fan picked up his phone to find a message from Yin Yin. Have Yin Yin in the realm of immortals. Received. I am currently in Songnan. With me around, you can relax. Lose each in heart emoji.jpg. Yi Fan's lips twitched, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerless frustration at the screened Mu Fan. When will you give me the elixir? Have Yin Yin in the realm of immortals. Whenever I have time. Mu Fan. A young man, endowed with an extraordinary ability that set him apart from others, caught the attention of a renowned Yandra doctor from a certain laboratory. To escape her clutches, he disguised himself as a woman, believing he would no longer be pursued. However, an unforeseen car accident altered the course of his life. A Maybach barreled down the road at a speed of 80 miles per hour. To save himself, he revealed his powers before the car, piquing the interest of the domineering CEO inside. In the end, the young man, the Yandra doctor, and the domineering CEO found happiness together, indulging in daily playfulness, with the process documented in the fan group on the upper right corner of my profile. Cheers, cheers, thrilling. Yin Yin reclined on the sofa, chuckling as she watched videos. Zhao Kongqing, listening to the content, gradually wore an odd expression. Sister, you should really avoid watching such unhealthy stuff in the future. Look at you drooling like a fool. Yin Yin. Then I'll go feed the birds with Brother Q. Is this the Raven of Calamity? Lin Qiye scrutinized the pitch-black crow in the cage, perplexed that doesn't he seem different from an ordinary crow. Except for the absence of pupils in its eyes, just pure white. It won't carry a virus, right? Just like the infected animals in zombie movies that bring viruses into crowded places. Look at the whites of its eyes. They are identical to those in zombie films. Yin Yin pointed at the whites of the eyes of the Calamity Raven and remarked, when Mo smiled helplessly, this creature is not a zombie. It is an exceedingly rare living forbidden object in the Great Xia. It is said that only major cities such as Shangjing, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Huaihai possess it among the night watchers. Lin Qiye was taken aback. How could such an ordinary second-tier city like Songnan have one? When Mo shrugged, who knows? It is rumored that the captain brought it when he was assigned to Songnan years ago. Just then, Chun Mai emerged from the office, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd. Bored? The others nodded slightly, their expressions a mix of confusion. Yin Yin nodded vigorously. Yes, 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 I'm so bored to death. Chun Mama, watching videos every day is making me feel like I'm turning into one. A smile appeared at the corner of Chun Mai's mouth. All right, then, let us pack up and go for team building. Sounds great. In Songnan City Park, Hong Ying lay on the picnic mat, casually humming a tune, while Lin Qiye sat beside her. Not far away in the barbecue area, Chen Mai, wearing an apron, skillfully turned the skewers on the grill. The aroma of grilled meat mingling with cumin making Yin Yan's eyes sparkle with desire as she stood in front of the grill. Drooling. Wu Xiangnan sat next to the grill, threading pieces of meat onto skewers and handing them to Chun Mai. Stop staring and come help. I can't do it all by myself. Yan Yan nodded. Oh, coming. What about when Mo and Xiaonan? Chun Mai asked, carrying several plates of grilled meat as he approached the picnic mat. They went to buy drinks. They should be back soon. Hong Ying stared intently at the grilled meat, swallowing hard. Then let us eat first. Just then, when Mo appeared, holding 2 large bags of drinks, with Xiaonan following behind. carrying a green ghost flower. The group gathered in a circle, enjoying the grilled meat while chatting. The basket filled with delicacies, laughter on the grass, forming a perfect picnic tableau. Today, I have an announcement to make. Yin Yin chewed on the piece of grilled meat still in her mouth. What is it? Chen Mai paused for a moment before slowly speaking. I received notice this morning that the station team in Shanjing has invited us to observe and learn. We'll pack our bags tonight and set off early tomorrow. The group was taken aback, and Hong Ying jumped up excitedly. Wow, that's amazing. I've always wanted to go to Shanjing. But if we leave, what about Songnan? Wu Xiangnan frowned slightly. With me here, you don't need to worry. Yin Yin lowered her head in silence for a moment before slowly taking out a pile of white shells from her crossbody bag. Captain, I found these shells, and I want to give one to each of you. After saying that, she immediately began distributing the shells. Hong Ying took a shell and looked at it from all angles. Hey, Yin Yin, this shell is so white. It doesn't seem local. Yin Yin scratched her head. Because it's been processed. Then she remembered something and turned to the group. You must keep the shell with you. Don't lose it. Why? Hong Ying asked, puzzled. Because the shell has a good meaning and looks beautiful. I picked it for a long time, so don't lose it. Hong Ying nodded, half understanding. At that moment, Chen Mai suddenly remembered something and turned to Lin Chiye. By the way, Chiye, you stay with me. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Lin Chiye did not hesitate for a moment and nodded immediately. Yin Yin looked at Chen Mai with eager eyes. Chen Mama, I want to stay too. Chen Mai immediately adopted a serious maternal demeanor, looking earnestly at Yin Yin and resolutely refusing. No, this observation and learning trip is mainly for you. Just follow Wu Xiangnan and the others obediently. When we return, I will test you to see if you've learned anything. Yin Yin. So there's no room for negotiation. Yin Yin nodded in grievance. Oh, got it. I'll be good. Goodness. Just watch how I sneak back. I'm good. I'm pretending. That evening, Yin Yin ran to her aunt's house to brief her on a few matters before leaving. The next morning, Chen Mai and Lin Chiye sent Wu Xiangnan and the others to the airport. Hong Ying, dragging 2 suitcases and wearing sunglasses, waved excitedly to the two before linking arms with Xiao Nan and walking through security. Chen Mai watched the departing figures of the group, feeling a surge of reluctance, yet bound by helplessness. Just then, Yin Yin suddenly turned and rushed towards Chen Mai, hugging him tightly. Chen Mama, if anything happens, Taotie bear it alone. I, along with Team 136, are here for you. We are family. Family must share both joys and hardships. I am crazy, but not foolish. Chapter 68. Lu Gu. I am your idol. Chen Mai patted Yin Yan's head, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking. All right, we are family. When I return, I will explain everything to you. Okay. Return? Are we waiting until you're gone to come back? At that time, will we be listening to Ghosts explain? Even if you don't say it, I know. I just want to see if you will tell me the truth. You should hurry. They are all waiting. Yin Yin nodded, turned, and entered security. Yin Yin, we are actually going to Shanjing. I am so excited. Are you excited? Hong Ying exclaimed. Yin Yin smiled awkwardly, excited. Very excited. Then why are you so calm? Wow. Isn't this amazing? Finally going to Shanjing. I've never been to such a big city in my life. Yin Yin immediately performed an impromptu ACT.SO fake. Yin Yin. Hong Ying yawned. I woke up so early that I'm a bit sleepy. I'll take a nap. Wake me when we reach our destination. All right, sleep well. After some of Team 136 fell asleep, Yin Yin stealthily left her seat and walked into the restroom. Hey, system. What? I just woke up. Don't bother me. Emergency. Didn't the training end? Shouldn't my reward be given to me? I need something truly useful, preferably something that can save Songnan. In the next moment, an ancient, worn, yellowed parchment appeared in her hand. Here's what you wanted. Don't disturb me anymore. I'm going back to sleep. Yin Yin waved the parchment in front of her. Hey, just a piece of old paper. You think you can send me off with this? Come on, system, show yourself. Seeing that the system did not respond, she picked up the parchment and examined the words carefully. After reading a few characters, she gasped, her eyes nearly popping out. Wow, this is a secret technique of the immortal gate. Yin Yin immediately stood up straight, clasped her hands together, and thanked the system grandly for sending her the parchment. I admit my voice was a bit too loud earlier. Please don't mind. After reading the entire parchment, she placed it in her pouch, wearing a knowing expression. Then, she whispered a few incantations, and a purple portal gradually appeared before her. With a slight smile, filled with determination, she stepped into the portal and vanished. At a street corner in Shijing City, a purple portal suddenly appeared on the wall, and a girl slowly walked out. Huh. Where is this? Is this Tsongnan? Yin Yin scratched her head in confusion. Just then, a yellow delivery vehicle passed by her, and she immediately called out to the delivery guy, "Hey, do you know where this is?" Lu Wuwei stopped his vehicle and turned to look at Yin Yin, noticing she was a night watcher. He paused for a moment before speaking. "This is Shijin City. Are you a night watcher?" Yin Yin nodded. "Yes, I'm a freshly minted night watcher. I wanted to go to Tsongnan, but I don't know how to get there." This delivery guy's voice sounded familiar, and the yellow rabbit-eared helmet he wore made her feel like she had seen him somewhere before. "Are you also going to Tsongnan?" Lu Wuwei's expression turned somewhat serious. "But Tsongnan is very dangerous right now. You can't go there for the time being." Yin Yin was puzzled. "Then why can you go? Our delivery guy's so dedicated." "I'm going to slay gods. I have the ability to protect myself. You, however, are still in the pool realm. It's very dangerous for you there," Lu Wuwei explained. Yin Yin pouted slightly. "You think I'm weak? What realm are you in?" "The pinnacle of humanity." Yin Yin was taken aback. "Huh? Wait a minute. Delivery guy, pinnacle of humanity, Songnan divine battle. What a coincidence. Time is of the essence. I have to go." Yin Yin extended her hand. "Hey, Lu Gu, wait up." Lu Wuwei was surprised. "How do you know my name?" Yin Yin scratched her head, awkwardly smiling. Well. Then she had a brainwave. "Lu Gu, I'm your idol." Lu Wuwei. "Huh. You're one of the 6 pinnacles of humanity in the Great Xia. How could you not know of Lu Wuwei's fame?" "I'm just a delivery guy. Am I really that famous?" Yin Yin stepped forward, her face full of admiration. "Of course, among these 6 pinnacles, you are the one I admire the most. You have no idea how excited I was when I heard you were the pinnacle of humanity. I can hardly believe my idol is right in front of me. This is so thrilling. It's worth it for my whole life." Lu Wuwei tightened his grip on the electric scooter's handlebars, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he hesitated to speak. My devoted fan. Could you possibly leave some favorable reviews if you order takeout?" Yin Yin paused for a moment, then responded, "I'm not sure. But, idol, you are so incredible. Could you give me a ride? I truly wish to go to Tsongnan." Lu Wuwei furrowed his brow slightly, still appearing hesitant. "Still hesitating? Then don't blame me for pulling out all the stops." Yin Yin pinched her thigh hard, pain instantly bringing a few tears to her eyes. Sniffling, she confessed, "To be honest, my family is in Tsongnan, and they have been waiting for my return. I haven't seen them in a long time. And lately, I felt a sense of unease, as if something is about to happen. They say that family members can sense each other's feelings. The longer it goes on, the more I feel that something is amiss. Please, take me there. Consider it a small wish from your most loyal fan." Yin Yin extended 3 fingers, gazing earnestly at Lu Wuwei. "I swear, once we reach Songnan, I will immediately hide in a safe place and will not disturb you." Seeing her stubbornness, Lu Wuwei reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, but I must remind you, once we arrive in Songnan, you must get off immediately and not linger, understood?" Yin Yin nodded vigorously. "Got it. Let's go." "All right then, brother." "Wow, Brother Lu, what kind of electric scooter is this?" "It's faster than the Maybach beside us," Yin Yin exclaimed, astonished as she glanced back at the Maybach, now far behind. "What's this? I can go even faster." With that, Lu Wuwei accelerated, the scooter reaching a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. The wind howled around them, and Yin Yin felt as though countless whips were striking her cheeks, bringing sharp stings as they descended. The gusts intensified, distorting her face and making her hair resemble that of Neza, her pearly white teeth glistening in the chill. "Brother Ugh, could you slow down? I can barely breathe." Lu Wuwei glanced back at Yin Yin, who was being buffeted by the wind, and laughed. "Sister, you're not holding up well." "Look at me. I'm just fine." Yin Yin huffed in response, too breathless to retort. Now, she could only breathe through her mouth, her nose completely blocked as if it were sealed shut. "Can you not assess your own level and compare it to mine? If I hadn't suppressed my own realm, would you still be able to laugh?" Chapter 69. "Kiki, your father Yin is here, Master Chen. Why have you come to see me?" Lin Chiye asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Master Chen savored his tea before slowly replying. "I have come simply to share a cup of tea with you and discuss the peculiar blue lightning that appeared recently." "Peculiar blue lightning?" "I've heard Sister Honging mention it." "What is it?" Master Chen stroked his grizzled beard, pausing before speaking. In truth, I do not know what it is. I only know that the one who unleashed the lightning has been lurking in Songnan for quite some time." Lin Xia was taken aback. "What?" Master Chen nearly choked on his tea. "Though I am old, my hearing remains sharp. No need to raise your voice. Although he has been lurking for long, he has not committed any heinous acts. Rather, he has been protecting Songnan." Lin Xia was stunned. Could it be that he saved my aunt and Yang Jing? Do you know what he looks like? Master Chen shook his head, lifting his teacup. I do not know, but from my perspective. He then finished his tea. You will meet him soon. Lin Qiye looked puzzled. Huh, what do you mean by that? Just as he was about to inquire further, Master Chen interrupted him. Try this tea. Master Chen filled Lin Qiye's cup with tea. Lin Qiye shook his head helplessly, glancing at the cup before steeling himself to take a sip. This tea is truly delightful. Master Chen's face broke into a smile, and he retrieved 12 packets of different teas from a nearby cabinet. Come, I have plenty of fine teas. Let us savor them together. Lin Qiye gently swirled his teacup, frowning slightly. However, what? Lin Qiye set down his cup, pulling out a transparent bag of tea leaves from his pocket and offering it to Master Chen. How about you try this tea? Master Chen took the leaves, examining them for a while before speaking slowly. You're not joking with me, are you? This inferior packaging, you think it's drinkable? Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master Chen, this tea bag is quite delicious. After all, it was pilfered from Yin Yin. Master Chen cautiously lifted the teacup, hesitating, but seeing Lin Qiye's eager expression, he felt compelled to accept. Since it was a gift, he might as well try it. Worst case, it would be undrinkable. Upon taking a sip, he felt a refreshing flow coursing through him. His body instinctively relaxing, he imagined himself in a mountain forest, enveloped in mist, with the earthy scent of flowers and grass wafting around him. A gentle breeze caressed his face, the rustling leaves and babbling brook composing a serene symphony of nature. Unbeknownst to him, Master Chen finished the tea, even reluctant to discard the soggy leaves. Qiye, what is this tea called? Lin Qiye felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. Honestly, I don't know the name. I only know that it was handmade by a member of our team 136 at Handmade. Lin Qiye nodded. What is her name? Yin. Before he could finish, the carriage jolted violently, interrupting Lin Qiye's sentence. Countless frost giants broke through the defenses, roaring as they charged down the road toward Songnan. Chen Mai quickly unleashed the forbidden ruins, wielding dual blades as he weaved through the frost giants. At that moment, a young man clad in a black trench coat reached out and shattered the ice spikes behind Chen Mai. The two exchanged glances, immediately understanding to cooperate against the frost giants. Moments later, and Xingyu seemed to sense something and turned to Chen Mai, saying, Captain Chen, I have good news. What good news? Your teammates have arrived. Before Chen Mai could respond, a flaming spear soared through the sky, piercing the body of a frost giant overhead. Hong Ying withdrew the spear, grinning at the bewildered Chen Mai. Captain Chen, did you expect this? I am back. Then, a light, sheer garment enveloped everyone, and Chen Mai turned sharply to see several people standing beside him. Captain, how could you be so unkind as to send us away secretly? Wu Xiangnan spoke with a hint of exasperation. Chen Mai, in disbelief, replied, Wait. How did you return? When Qima sheepishly scratched his head. Captain, we crashed a plane. Do you think Team 136 can afford it? Chen Mai's mouth twitched. You mean you stole a plane to fly back? And crashed it? The group nodded sheepishly. Chen Mai quickly scanned the group, but did not see Yin Yin. Noticing their odd expressions, he questioned, Where's Yin Yin? Lost. Chen Mai's eyes widened in shock. Lost? How could such a big person just go missing? Hong Ying spoke with some guilt. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on her. I was too tired and fell asleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. Zhao Conching gently patted Hong Ying's shoulder. It's all right. It's not your fault. That little rascal should be clever enough to know how to take care of herself, to wear more clothes when it gets cold, and to run home when it rains. Perhaps she is on her way back right now. Before he could finish, a clear sound from an electric scooter horn echoed from afar. Beep, beep, beep. Kiki, your father Yin is here. Chen Mai and the others froze at the thunderous roar. Hong Ying hesitantly asked, Did you hear her call someone? It seems to be the god of mischief. Loki, Wu Xiangnan timidly replied. The group was left speechless. Is this little rascal really that bold? Yin Yin disembarked from the scooter, glancing awkwardly at Lu Wuwei. Sorry, brother Lu. Thank you for giving me a ride. I appreciate your help along the way, and no worries. Upon seeing Yin Yin, Loki was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of surprise. So much so that he overlooked her calling him Kiki. By the time he processed it, Yin Yin had already vanished from sight. Hello, your takeout, Lu Wuwei said as he retrieved a pizza box and calmly handed it to Loki. How do you keep finding me time and again? Loki asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Lu Wuwei pulled out a small receipt from his pocket, where the recipient was listed as Nordic Asgard, god of mischief Loki. In the menu section, the words death were clearly written. Lu Wuwei silently tucked the receipt away and replied earnestly, Meituan takeout, mission accomplished. Humph. This little Songnon is rather intriguing. Chapter 70. Who is the Wolf King? Loki extended his hand and pointed skyward, instantly conjuring a colossal vortex that unfurled in the heavens. As the whirlpool expanded, a blood-soaked giant wolf dog emerged from its depths. It was the infernal hound of the underworld. Garm, following closely behind, an even more extravagant squid slithered forth, the sea monster known as Kraken. The towering skyscrapers appeared as mere ants in their eyes, upon witnessing these two titanic beasts of the Klein realm. Lu Wuwei's expression turned grim. Yin Yin gazed at the enormous shadow cast upon the ground, her head turning skyward in bewilderment, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. Wow, I anticipated something large, but never imagined it would be this immense. As she ran while glancing back, she inadvertently collided with someone. Ouch, who bumped into me? Xia Siming, who was gazing gravely at the two colossal creatures above, stumbled slightly from the sudden impact. Steadying herself, she helped Yin Yin to her feet, saying, I say, little sister, do take care to watch where you're going. Yin Yin stood up, rubbing her sore backside. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention. As she looked up at Xia Siming, intending to ask why she hadn't dodged. She was momentarily stunned by her golden hair. Xia Siming, noticing Yin Yin's unwavering gaze, mistakenly thought her beauty had rendered the girl awestruck. Clearing her throat, she said, Ahem, please don't look at me like that. I'm not, Xia Siming. Yin Yin asked uncertainly, observing her golden cloak and the crowd nearby. Xia Siming, puzzled, replied, How do you know? Before she could finish, the two monstrous beings in the sky let out fierce roars and advanced towards the city. Xia Siming frowned, exclaiming, Damn, whatever. In an instant, a golden light burst forth as several figures charged toward the giant wolf, engaging it in fierce combat. Yin Yin turned her attention to the other colossal squid, contemplating how to deal with it when suddenly, a blue figure appeared before it. Yin Yin squinted at the young man clad in a deep blue robe, feeling a sense of familiarity upon recognizing his face. She froze in surprise. Is that seventh brother? She dismissed her concerns, reasoning that with him present, she likely had little to worry about. She then dashed toward the remaining frost giants beyond the portal, wherein Qingyu noticed her and smiled. You finally arrived. I'm here, Yin Yin replied expressionlessly. She glanced at the ice sword in Qingyu's hand, and with a thought, conjured a similar ice sword from thin air, playfully challenging, Shall we compare whose ice is tougher? And Qingyu glanced at the sword in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. Sure. In a nearby low-rise building, Waha peered out at the dim sky, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding, just as he contemplated stepping outside to investigate. A pair of warm hands lifted him up. Curious, he looked up at his aunt, who wore a grave expression as she gazed at the sky, sighing, Little Ha, the sky has suddenly darkened. It seems rain is imminent. She placed Waha back into his small nest and turned to Yang Jin, saying, Jean, I suspect it will rain soon. Please gather the clothes and bedding. Yang Jin nodded, glancing out the window. Where's Shahailai? His aunt inquired. Perhaps he went out to play, Yang Jin replied, a frown creasing his brow. He always brings me along when he goes out to play. Why would he leave me behind this time? Waha, sensing something amiss, seized the opportunity to sneak out unnoticed. Damn, how is this creature so powerful? Xia Siming wiped the blood from her lips, cursing angrily. Kong Shang furrowed his brow. It's almost become a god. We have no time left. If we cannot defeat it swiftly, the other will break free, and we will have no chance of victory. Kong Shang stared blankly at Xia Siming, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. It seems that day has finally come. Xia Siming sheathed her straight sword, a solemn expression settling on her face as she took a deep breath and shouted, Phoenix, team, respond, present. They chorused, Are you willing to fight with me? To the death. We are. 8 golden cloaks billowed in the air as they raised their emblems, their expressions resolute as they faced Garm. They guarded not only the city behind them but also the millions within. This was their mission. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the city, startling everyone. The Phoenix team froze in their actions, turning to observe that a massive black hound, treading the void, charged directly at the Kraken. The Hound of Heaven seized the Kraken by the neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh, which it chewed momentarily before spitting it out. Ugh, disgusting. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. The onlookers were left in shock. Just then, a small dog resembling a husky dashed toward the Phoenix team. Awooh! Awooh! Xia Siming was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Waha, but soon realized, wow, this little husky is adorable. My heart is melting. She quickly crouched down, arms outstretched, awaiting its approach. What followed was an astonishing spectacle as the husky ran. Its form suddenly enlarged into a giant wolf crackling with blue lightning, which then transformed into a young man in ancient garb. Waha furrowed his brow, a sword imbued with blue lightning appearing in his hand as he darted past Xia Siming, charging straight at Garm. The Phoenix team was left speechless, while Xia Siming turned slowly to Kong Shang. Am I seeing things? Kong Shang gazed at her, slowly shaking his head. This is truly bizarre. Upon witnessing Wahaha's transformation, Lin Chiye was momentarily stunned before realization struck him. A wolf, transforming. It's him. He is the one guarding my aunt and Ajin. Waha raised an eyebrow. Disdain etched across his face as he regarded Garm. You call yourself a wolf? Garm eyed Waha warily, instinctively sensing that the individual before it was no ordinary foe. Waha turned to Xiao Hailai. Leave this one to me. His expression darkened. I will make him understand. A glimmer of blue light danced in his eyes, and the sky crackled with blue lightning, reverberating throughout Songnan, who truly is the Wolf King. The flickering bolts illuminated his entire face, revealing a profound blue gaze devoid of emotion, save for an insatiable hunger for victory. Waha closed his eyes, gripping the sword tightly as countless arcs of blue lightning surged into the blade's tip. Enveloping him in a storm of electricity, he suddenly opened his eyes and leapt into the air, sword drawn, aiming for Garm. With a furious roar, the sword's light expanded as it converged with the lightning, surging directly toward Garm. Unwilling to back down, Garm attempted to confront the oncoming attack head-on. However, upon grazing the edge of the blue lightning, its strength was entirely sapped by an enigmatic force, rendering it immobile. Realizing the potency of this power, Garm found itself paralyzed, helplessly watching as the massive sword's light approached ever closer. With a piercing scream, Garm's body was seared, disintegrating into ash. Lin Xia stared blankly at the pile of gray remains, a sense of deja vu washing over him as he pondered. Could it be that my dragon carcass was destroyed by him? Chapter 71. I apologize for my tardiness. The Phoenix team sheathed their emblems, staring in at the turbulent blue lightning above. That lightning. It won't strike me, will it? Xia Siming asked, glancing upward. I don't know, but I feel we should keep our distance, Kong Shang replied. But I want to witness the master in action up close. Sure enough, the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the ground mere inches from Xia Siming, creating a deep crater. She observed the smoldering pit, retreating a step back, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. Let us move back a meter for a better view. Kong Shang. Damn, I fell for that. Yin Yin watched Waha amidst the storm of lightning, quietly muttering to herself. Loki regarded Waha in astonishment. Then, after a moment's silence, spoke with interest. I never expected such a peculiar figure to emerge from the great Xia, or rather, such a remarkable creature. Lua looked at Loki, equally bewildered. But upon seeing his slightly furrowed brow, he quickly adopted a proud demeanor. Our great Xia has more than just this one entity. Yi Fan was taken aback, recalling how Yuan Gang had mentioned a sorceress who kept a dog. Since she was unaccounted for, this creature must have been summoned to aid them. Loki furrowed his brow, then turned his gaze toward Lin Xia in the distance, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Even if more of these creatures appear, you will not be able to protect this city. Is that the Hound of Heaven? Kong Shang gazed at the black beast, shock flooding his eyes. What about that esteemed individual? Xia Siming pointed at Waha. I don't know, she replied. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, the city behind them began to emanate golden light. Numerous skyscrapers visibly disintegrating into dust. What the hell is happening? Xia Siming exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the vanishing city. This city is disappearing, Kong Shang exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. What the thousands within? Waha froze, panic overtaking him as he stood rooted in place, unsure of what to do. Just then, a voice called out, pulling him back to reality. Waha, do not dawdle. Come here at once. Yin Yin shouted with exasperation, her frustration palpable at such a critical moment. Wahaha jolted back to reality, darted like lightning to stand before Yin Yin, and with a thud, knelt before her. Yin Yin's expression was one of disbelief. The onlookers gasped in shock at the unexpected sight of this formidable figure suddenly kneeling. Woman, I implore you, save the people of this city. I know you have the means. Please save my aunt. Wahaha knelt on the ground, head bowed in earnest supplication, his voice cracking with emotion as he fought back tears. Over the days they had spent together, he had come to regard his aunt as a person of utmost importance. Yin Yin stared at Wahaha, and after a moment of silence, she chuckled softly. You fool! That Wahaha's head shot up. Confusion etched across his face. Just as he was about to speak again, Yin Yin reached out and ruffled his hair playfully. What need is there for you to say this? Then why hesitate? Which of your eyes saw me hesitate? I merely find it hard to believe that you would kneel before me for an ordinary person. She then flashed a teasing smile. This is your first time kneeling to me. Back when we signed the contract, you wouldn't even half kneel. Wahaha, feeling somewhat speechless, stood up abruptly. I was only joking. Yin Yin's expression gradually took on a solemnity as she gazed at the city behind her. Her voice low and resolute, the city must be saved, and the people too. The sweet and blissful visage of Nuan flickered in her mind. Turning to Wahaha, she smiled gently. After all, Songnan is my home. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the pinnacle of humanity was unleashed, leaving everyone present in AWS. This pressure surged. Her eyes and hair began to change color. Yi Fan's face was painted with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. Yin Yin, Yi Yin, the avatar of the flower goddess and sorceress. His worry dissipated. Lu Wu Wei, equally incredulous, was stunned not only because Yin Yin was Yi Yin, but also because the human pinnacle of their realm was, astonishingly, a fan of his. A chilling realization crept over him. Lin Shiyi, consumed by rage, was engaged in a fierce battle with Loki, unaware of the transformation that had overtaken Yin Yin. Without uttering a word, Yin Yin soared above the entire city, her expression grave as she gazed downward. Using her fingers as a staff, she slightly brought them together, reciting an incantation as a stream of golden light escaped her hand, swiftly dissipating into the clouds, the profound might of heaven and earth. The harmony of spiritual resonance, the convergence of yin and yang, all laws shall be overturned. Suddenly, a colossal yin-yang array manifested beneath the clouds, hovering above the city. Wahaha stared at the array, feeling a vague sense of deja vu. Sensing something was amiss, due to the immense energy required to sustain the formation, sweat beads formed on Yin Yan's forehead as she summoned the array. Her lower lip clenched tightly, revealing her exertion. Just then, the thunder god Indra, who had been fiercely pursuing Qinfuzai, sensed this aura and abruptly ceased his attacks, turning to confront Yin Yin. A bolt of thunder appeared in the sky, plummeting downwards, aiming to shatter the yin-yang array. Yin Yan's eyes widened. She was so focused on her spell that she overlooked the array's fragility. If she intervened recklessly during the incantation, not only would the formation be destroyed, but she would also face severe backlash. As the thunderbolt was about to strike her, Mumu suddenly burst forth from Yin Yan's forehead to shield her from the blow. Master, I'm here to help. Mumu hastily conjured a green shield with its tiny hands, successfully blocking the thunderbolt. Overjoyed, Mumu turned to Yin Yin and exclaimed, Master, look, I did it. I told you I wouldn't hold you back. Ouch. Before it could finish its sentence, another thunderbolt struck, sending Mumu flying. You lack martial virtue, my backside. Yin Yan's heart raced. Mumu. At that moment, Wahaha leapt into the air, catching Mumu, amidst the orange twilight. A figure clad in silver armor, wielding a trident, descended gracefully through the void, accompanied by a fearsome black hound. I am Yang Jian. Who says the great Xia has no gods? Yang Jian cast a glance at Yin Yin, his deep voice resonating. Leave this outer god to me. Focus on your incantation. Yin Yin nodded, redirecting her attention to the spell. Gritting her teeth, she strained with all her might, but still fell short. East Sea Coast. What? Not going to try again? Zhou Ping observed Poseidon, who was on the verge of escape, and spoke slowly. Mortal, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Even if your great Xia gods return, it does not mean I will fear you. Our battle is far from over. We shall see. With that, Poseidon retreated, gradually vanishing into the sea. Once he left, Zhou Ping let out a long sigh, squatting down and hugging his knees. Curling into a ball, he gazed at the sandy beach, contemplating for a moment before murmuring, Finally, I can go home and rest. Just as he stood up, the crimson bracelet on his wrist began to emit a faint glow. Flickering erratically. As the light intensified, the beads on the bracelet radiated a burning sensation. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow, without hesitation grabbing his sword case and rushing towards Songnan. Damn it. Is this array really that hard to manage? I can't hold on any longer. Yin Yin bit her lip tightly, feeling a trickle of blood seep from the corner of her mouth, just when she felt she could no longer persist. A pattern suddenly appeared on her forehead. In an instant, she felt a surge of power coursing through her, and without a moment's thought, she unleashed all her strength to complete the array, simultaneously, in the Fengdu Hall. Within an ancient coffin, a pair of fiery red eyes abruptly opened, The golden light that dispersed from the city began to slowly coalesce under the influence of the array, visibly healing the entire city. At last, it succeeded. The pattern on Yan Yan's forehead vanished in that moment, and the depletion of her spiritual and mental energy rendered her unable to remain aloft. She plummeted from the sky, her consciousness fading. Master. Woman. Just as her awareness was on the brink of extinguishing, she caught sight of a figure rushing towards her at breakneck speed. That person had a remarkably slender waist. Then her consciousness dimmed, and she lost consciousness. In her haze, she felt warm hands tightly embracing her. I'm sorry, I'm late. Extra Valentine's Day gifting ding ding. Lin Qi frowned slightly, staring at the barrage of explosive messages. Uncertain how to respond, filled with helplessness, Yin Yin, cradling a cup of milk tea, lounged leisurely on the sofa, scrolling through videos, feeling a bit bored. Upon hearing the notification, curiosity piqued. She quietly moved next to Lin Qi, tiptoeing to see the content. Su Xiao Xiao. Qi, are you free today? Would you like to hang out? Just the two of us? Shy emoji.jpg. Countless messages were invitations for Lin Qi to go out. And some bold girls even confessed outright, leaving Lin Qi rather helpless. Oh ho ho. I didn't expect you to be quite popular. So many young ladies want to take you out? Yin Yin observed Lin Qi with a gossiping expression. Lin Qi rubbed his temples, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Not all are girls. Hearing the implication, Yin Yan's eyes brightened. Wow. So it seems there's an abundance of suitors this year. Lin Qi rolled his eyes, his expression unchanging as he replied. These are all contacts that Bai Li Pang Pang helped others to get from training camp. Yin Yan nodded. Oh, I see. Then why hasn't anyone invited me? Because no one wants you. Before she could finish, Yin Yan's phone rang again. She opened it to find a message from someone saved as Fortunate One. Fortunate One. Hello. Yu Yin and Immortal. Hello. Brother. Smiling dragon emoji.jpg. Fortunate One. Are you free today? Can I invite you out for dinner? Yu Yin and Immortal. Are you treating? Fortunate One. Yes. Yu Yin and Immortal. All right. Little brother. At once, Yin Yan's face lit up with joy as she held her phone out to Lin Qi, exclaiming, See, what do you mean no one wants me? Look, someone is inviting me. Lin Qi. He glanced at the contact, pausing for a moment before speaking slowly. Fortunate One. Do you know who that is? No idea. Lin Qi. That you don't know, and yet you agreed to go out with him? Lin Qi shook his head. Well then, let me ask. Yu Yin and Immortal. Brother, may I ask who you are? Fortunate One. I am Xiao Jun. Yin Yin suddenly realized. He must be the Fortunate One who stood behind her during the medal ceremony. She had added him as a friend at some point, not knowing his name at the time, so she temporarily saved him as Fortunate One and later forgot to change it. Yu Yin and Immortal. So it's Brother Xiao. What a pleasure to meet you. Lucky One. Smile.jpg. Shortly after, Xiao Jun sent Yin the address of a hotel. Yin had originally thought that if it were an ordinary restaurant, she wouldn't take Lin Qi along. But to her surprise, it was a trendy 5-star hotel, since he dared to invite me to dine and even booked such a grand venue. It implies that he is probably quite wealthy. Shouldn't I bring Lin Qi along for a feast? The rest of our team has gone out to play, so they probably wouldn't want to leave just the two of us to guard the place. By this logic, when we finish eating, they should be back. Yin typed. Okay, would you mind if I bring another person? There was a brief silence on the other end. Lucky One. Not at all. Qi, let us go. You're coming along for a free meal. Lin Qi. Hello. Lin Qi sat in the middle, awkwardly greeting Xiao Jun. Hello. He glanced at the flowers in front of him, momentarily wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Turning to Yin, his eyes seemed to express, Why did you have to bring me along when someone invited you out? Yin, not grasping the meaning, assumed he wasn't full, and immediately asked, Qi, are you eating? Are you not full? Lin Qi silently rolled his eyes in his heart. I'm full. Hearing his response, Yin felt relieved and buried her head in her meal. The moment Lin Qi looked up, he caught Xiao Jun staring intently at Yin, who was engrossed in her food, with a smile in his eyes and a smirk on his lips. Perhaps realizing something was amiss, Lin Qi paused his chopsticks and asked Yin, Hold on. Do you know what day it is today? Yin looked bewildered. What day? The day for a free meal. Lin Qi. Today is Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day. Wait, it feels a bit strange that you invited me out to eat on Valentine's Day. Xiao Jun hurriedly waved his hands. I didn't mean anything else. I just simply wanted to invite you. And Lin Qi out for a meal. Yin Yin nodded. Oh. Then she continued to eat. The two were silent. Just then, Yin Yin's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a rare message from Zhou Ping. Great hero, what are you doing? Before this, there had been several retracted messages that Yin Yin hadn't seen. Yin Yin, someone invited me out to eat, and I will strive not to waste a single morsel of food. Image, a table full of dishes. However, she accidentally included Xiao Jun in the photo. Although his face was visible, it was obvious that he was male. As she noticed the other party was still typing but hadn't seen anything, she set her phone aside and continued to eat. Half an hour later, great hero, enjoy your meal. After finishing their meal, Yin Yin and Lin Qi walked down the street. She looked at the message, puzzled, and turned to Lin Qi. Sigh. Qi, if someone who usually doesn't take the initiative to contact you suddenly reaches out on Valentine's Day, what does that mean? Lin Qi pondered for a moment and slowly replied. They probably want to spend Valentine's Day with you. Then why not just say it directly? Perhaps they are too shy to say it outright. Yin Yin nodded, then claimed she had something to do and parted ways with Lin Qi. In Shijin City, at Sanjiu's rustic restaurant, Zhou Ping was washing dishes in the kitchen, his expression filled with deep melancholy. His dishwashing speed had noticeably increased, and he was applying more force. Rather than washing, it seemed he was venting his frustration. Eating, just know how to eat. Sigh. Be gentle, you're going to break the dishes. Sanjiu watched him with concern. Hearing Sanjiu's words, Zhou Ping eased his grip. Anger aside, breaking the dishes wouldn't be good. Ding dong. Welcome. I'm sorry, we're closed now, please. Sanjiu hurriedly approached to greet a customer, but upon seeing Yin Yin, his face lit up with joy. Xiaoyan, what brings you here? Are you looking for Xiaoping? Yin Yin nodded. Sanjiu immediately called out to the kitchen, Xiaoping, Xiaoyan's here. She seems to have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing Yin Yin had arrived, Zhou Ping initially felt a surge of uncontrolled joy, but remembering she was dining with someone else on Valentine's Day, he quickly suppressed his rising smile and stepped out with a blank expression. What's the matter? Zhou Ping said coldly. Hey, what's with your attitude? She came all the way to find you, and you can't even speak nicely. Sanjiu scolded, just as Zhou Ping was about to reply. Yin Yin pulled him outside. Sanjiu nodded, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his face. That's more like it. Ping Zigo, I'm here to spend Valentine's Day with you. Zhou Ping looked down at his feet. Have you finished eating? Yin Yin, slightly confused, replied. Ah, yes. Did you enjoy it? It was okay, a bit salty. Not as good as what Sanjiu makes. Zhou Ping. That I wasn't asking that. Alright, joking aside, I actually just went out to dinner with 2 friends. Though it was a 5-star hotel, I found it quite underwhelming that I wouldn't recommend it. Zhou Ping seemed puzzled. 2 friends? Yin Yin nodded. Yes, I had planned to take some food photos for you, but I accidentally captured one friend in the shot. And I didn't bother to retake it. After hearing her explanation, Zhou Ping's lips curled into a smile, unable to contain his joy. So, you came specifically to find me. What else would it be? Yin Yin looked at Zhou Ping helplessly, standing on tiptoe to gently pat his head. What's on your mind all day? Zhou Ping's ears flushed slightly as he looked down at her. Silent. Ping Zige, do you want a Valentine's Day gift? Yin Yin asked with a smile in her eyes. Zhou Ping nodded. Then let me ask you a question, and after that, I'll give it to you. What question? I'm here to keep you company on Valentine's Day. Are you happy? Zhou Ping averted his gaze, his earlobes turning red, and he slowly nodded. Yin Yin smiled gently, opened her arms. Here, Ping Zige. Your Valentine's Day gift. Zhou Ping was taken aback. Yin Yin tilted her head. What's wrong? Don't you like it? If you don't like it, I'll take it back. As she spoke. Zhou Ping pulled Yin Yin into his embrace, resting his head against her neck, softly saying, I like it. Chapter 72. I want to give him a surprise as the city around them shimmered with golden light. Slowly healing, the brilliance of the yin-yang array gradually dimmed, ultimately bursting into countless flickering golden specks that descended upon the city. Those who were supposed to vanish in the city gazed with relief at those they couldn't let go of. And in the moment before they transformed into specks of light, a mysterious force slowly compelled the glowing dots in the sky to return to their bodies. Their bodies began to heal slowly. Mom, darling, be good. Mommy is back. Honging knelt on the ground, her head lowered, crying heart-wrenchingly. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure ahead. And upon raising her head, she discovered that Shen Muyu's body was slowly healing. Tears hadn't yet been wiped away before she rushed to embrace Chenmuyi. Captain. Chenmuyi looked somewhat astonished. But there was no time to ponder. He could only comfort the weeping Hong Ying in his arms. Don't cry. I'm back, and no matter the reason. It's good to be back. The lights of countless homes flickered to life. From above Songnan City, one might notice that the entire region was illuminated. This was a reborn city. She had created a miracle. The light emitted by the red and green beads enveloped the two of them. The light illuminated Yan Yan's pale face, as if she were in a deep slumber. Zhou Ping looked at Yan Yan with a twinge of heartache. He longed to hold her tightly, yet hesitated. The crowd stared in disbelief at the city behind them, which should have disappeared but now reappeared before their eyes. The shock within them was unimaginable. Yi Fan stared blankly at Zhou Ping, who was holding Yan Yan like a princess. How did he get here, master? Mumu, disregarding the pain in its rear, immediately broke free from Wawa's grasp and flew straight towards Yan Yan. It landed on Yan Yan's collar, gently patting her face with its tiny hands, but no response came. She has fainted. Zhou Ping glanced at Mumu and said. Mumu turned to Zhou Ping and bowed politely, saying, "Thank you for saving my master." Zhou Ping looked at Mumu with curiosity, as if he were observing something peculiar, itching to poke it. Noticing the many gazes upon them, Zhou Ping lowered his head and instinctively lifted Yan Yan slightly, attempting to shield his face with her body. The crowd, having witnessed Yan Yan's transformation, Xia Ximing curiously stepped forward, but as she leaned in closer, Zhou Ping swiftly placed Yan Yan into her arms. Xia Ximing. She caught Yan Yan, bewildered, looking at Zhou Ping in confusion. Unconscious Yan Yan. That sword saint. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying rushed over with the members of Team 136 that the reason for their swift arrival was that in Qingyu had notified Team 136 the moment Yan Yan fell. Yan Yan. Hong Ying hurriedly approached Xia Ximing, but upon glancing at her, she was immediately taken aback. Who is this? She looked at Qingyu, puzzled. Whereas Yan Yan. Qingyu, exasperated, pointed. It's this one. Hong Ying was even more confused. Who is she? And Qingyu. Xia Ximing was equally bewildered. It turned out she was indeed the flower goddess's agent. Subsequently, Yi Fan stepped forward to elucidate everything, leaving the crowd's faces awash with disbelief. Upon realizing that the person she held in her arms was the sorceress, Xia Ximing, in a state of fright, hastily protected Yan Yan, terrified that a moment's tremor might cause her to drop her. Alas, there was no turning back now. Standing motionless beside them, Zhou Ping stared at the ground and, upon hearing her true name, was momentarily taken aback. He gently raised his eyes to Yan Yan, lost in thought. So her name is not Yi Yan after all. I hope she doesn't discover that the scarf I gifted her bears her name. I must find a way to discreetly alter it later. After confirming that Yan Yan posed no further issues, Zhou Ping bid farewell to Yi Fan and returned home to rest. Yi Fan also commanded the Phoenix team to escort Lin Xie to the fasting center. Xia Ximing swiftly placed Yan Yan into the hands of the dazed Chen Mai, then hurriedly followed her teammates to search for Lin Xie. That moment, the unconscious Yan Yan remained oblivious to the fact that she was being passed around like a relay baton. Was she hot to the touch or merely prickly? In a daze, Yan Yan slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the familiar ceiling. She pondered why she found herself there. A figure entered her line of sight. Hurry! Come quickly. She's awake. Zhao Kongcheng gazed at Yan Yan with delight, then turned to report to the others seated nearby. Clear the way, clear the way. I need to take a look. Hong Ying shoved Zhao Kongcheng aside, asking, why isn't she blinking? Is she daft? Wu Xiangnan looked at Yan Yan with concern. Surely that can't be the case. Once Yan Yan regained her senses, she noticed 5 individuals encircling her, their expressions filled with worry. She thought she must be hallucinating, promptly closed her eyes, then reopened them, and repeated the process. Close eyes, open eyes, close eyes, open eyes. Wu Xiangnan observed Yan Yan's incessant blinking, a look of sorrow crossing his face. Is she truly daft? Zhao Kongcheng furrowed his brow, grasped Yan Yan's eyelids, and exclaimed, Sis, please don't joke around with me. I know you're not a fool. You're clever. Wake up and prove it. As Yan Yan felt her eyelids being tugged, she witnessed droplets of Zhao Kongcheng's saliva land in her eyes. Yan Yan, thought the others, hearing Zhao Kongcheng's frantic cries, couldn't help but wipe away their tears. Yan Yan, I'm still alive, but I feel as though I've already died. She grimaced, stating, You've splattered saliva in my eyes. It's rather disgusting. Everyone. Zhao Kongcheng immediately released his grip, chuckling awkwardly. I thought your eyelids were fluttering. I was worried you might catch a chill. So I was merely trying to help. Yin Yin forced a smile, abruptly sitting up and lunging at Zhao Kongcheng, exclaiming, "You shall perish. I want potato chips." Yin Yin perched herself on the sofa, ordering Zhao Kongcheng, "Hey, all right." Zhao Kongcheng promptly shoved a chip into her mouth. "I also want milk tea. Okay. I'll get you some. I want sunlight rose, saliva duck, fried chicken, hamburgers, hot pot. You're spoiled." It's nothing. At that moment, Hong Ying approached with a plate of grapes, sitting beside Yin Yin, saying, "Yin Yin, I truly didn't expect you to be a sorceress." It caught us off guard. Let me take a moment to adjust. Yin Yin turned to Hong Ying, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's a trivial matter. Just regard me as the original Yin Yin." Hong Ying nodded. "Should we inform Chia? Although he's currently at the fasting center, I believe he will awaken one day." Yin Yin paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "Let's hold off on that for now." A smile crept onto her lips. "I want to surprise him." Chapter 73. The world is vast. I wish to explore it. Chun Mai gazed at Yin Yin with an inscrutable expression, contemplating for a moment before sighing deeply. I, Chun Mai, was meant to have vanished a decade ago. It is thanks to Lin Xie's mortal realm that I am still here. Yet miracles are bound to fade. What astonishes me is that you have managed to create another miracle through your own strength. It is truly remarkable, and I am grateful that Great Xia possesses individuals with such abilities. Yin Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scratched her head, laughing. "Chun Mama, please don't flatter me. It makes me feel awkward." "Who's flattering you?" "I was praising the sorceress. Who might you be?" "Yin Yin." Her face darkened. "I am the sorceress. I am she." Chun Mai's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes sparkling. "What I mean is that regardless of whether you are a sorceress or not, you are a member of our 136 team family. Indeed, indeed. You cannot imagine how astonished we were when we realized you were a sorceress. It felt as though our minds had shrunk. But then we thought about how a sorceress had concealed her identity to become a member of our 136 team. If that were to spread, how impressive would that be?" Hong Ying exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Kongcheng, hearing Hong Ying's words, became equally animated. "If that's the case, then when we go to the capital, won't we be strutting around?" Yin Yin shook her head, looking at the two of them with exasperation. By the way, Hong Ying seemed to recall something, gazing at Yin Yin with intrigue. "I heard someone say yesterday that when you fainted and fell from the sky, it was the sword saint who caught you. Oh, I really wish to witness that scene." Yin Yin looked puzzled, asking, "Pingzi Gu, why was he there?" Hong Ying shook her head, uncertain. "Wait, Pingzi Gu." At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng suddenly reacted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Yin Yin. "This wouldn't be your name for the sword saint, would it? When did you two become acquainted?" Yin Yin blinked, replying, "It was during my last visit to Shijin City. When I returned, you all asked about him." "Everyone?" Hong Ying gasped, uncertainly asking, "No, could it be that the person who gave you the scarf was the sword saint?" Yin Yin nodded. "Everyone. That I seem to recall someone saying they would beat him until he couldn't find his teeth." "Am I right, old Zhao?" Yin Yin asked with a smile, her gaze suggesting he appeared less than virtuous. Zhao Kongqing's body stiffened, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, sis, what are you saying? You must be mistaken." Yin Yin smiled without speaking. Ding dong. "Welcome." Waha, feeling somewhat uneasy about Yin Yin, arrived early at the Peace Affairs office. "That someone's here. I'll go greet them." Just as Hong Ying opened the door, a figure rushed in beside her. "Hong Ying, woman, are you all right?" Yin Yin waved her hand. "It's nothing. Just a bit tired. Where's Moo Moo? How is it?" As she spoke, Waha reached into his chest and pulled out Moo Moo, saying, "Here, it's asleep," though it was indeed asleep. It clutched a medicinal herb tightly in its grasp. Last night, it had spent the entire night foraging for herbs on Jinan Mountain, and upon returning this morning, it had fallen asleep amidst a pile of stray dogs. Still holding onto that herb, Waha then tried to pry the herb from Moo Moo's grip, but found it held on tightly, needing several attempts to finally get it free. "I don't know what this herb is, but it should be able to heal you. You should eat it quickly." Yin Yin took the herb from him, glanced at it, and felt speechless. Shiena grass supplements blood, qi, and kidney deficiencies. It replenishes wherever there is deficiency. "Thank you, but I'm not deficient." She then took Moo Moo back into her consciousness. Chun Mai furrowed his brow slightly, studying the person before him, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally remembered. "You are the one who resolved the issue with Gam yesterday?" Waha looked puzzled. "Gam? What Gam?" "The one who was defeated yesterday." "Ah yes." Waha turned to Chun Mai and bowed. I am this woman's contracted beast. Contracted beast? Is that a thing? Shun Mai questioned curiously. Come on, Waha, transform and show him. Get lost. After saying that, he turned to leave. His cooking skills rival those of the top chefs in Great Xian at Waha's foot, which had just stepped forward, retreated in a hurry. Actually, that's not entirely false. Everyone. Come, come, come. Eat more and get plump. Hong Ying cheerfully offered chicken legs to Waha, now transformed into a small wolf to at this moment. The plate of chicken legs before Waha was piled high at as they fed him. Hong Ying's expression dimmed as she gazed at Waha, lost in thought. Sigh. If only Xiao Nan and Lung Xian were here, Xiao Nan would surely love this. The others bowed their heads in silence. Xiao Nan has merely stepped out. She will return. Chun Mai clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. Yan Yin noticed Chun Mai's expression and gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry, do you remember the shells I gifted you during our team-building picnic? I remember. Those shells appear ordinary, yet they serve as a talisman for protection, ensuring your safety. Chun Mai stared at Yan Yin, stunned, and after contemplating for a moment, he slowly asked, could it be that you already knew such events would unfold? Sigh. It seems I can no longer conceal it. Yan Yin sighed deeply, walking back and forth before the group with her hands behind her back. Actually, I possess the ability of prophecy. What do you think? Surprised, right? Zhao Kongsheng was left speechless. You're just pretending. Yin Yin. Then do you know when Xiao Nan and the others will return? Chun Mai asked with anticipation. I do not know. The crowd. The Yin Yin gazed earnestly at everyone. Her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Your primary task now is to await their return, and then we shall embark on a team-building adventure together. The crowd exchanged glances and smiled after a brief moment of astonishment. All right, let us patiently await their return. Our Team 136 cannot afford to lose anyone. Chen Mama, the lingering aura of the divine battle left in Songnan is potent enough to extinguish any emerging mysteries. Likely sustaining for approximately 3 years. During this period, you may all rest assured and pursue whatever you wish to do. I too shall seek my own poetry in distant horizons. Yan Yin stood by the window, gazing skyward, her thoughts swirling. Zhao Kongsheng scoffed. It seems you are more inclined to seek your own laziness and arrogance. Yin Yin. It disrupting the atmosphere. I shall step outside. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. The crowd. A click. Zhao Kongsheng seized Yin Yin and flung her out the door without a hint of hesitation. Take care, no need to see me off. Thud, the door slammed shut. Yin Yin. Hey, wait a moment. Waha hasn't returned my things yet. Click. Waha was tossed out in a daze, still clutching a chicken leg. Thud, the door closed once more. The two. Yin Yin stared blankly at the closed door, a tinge of melancholy washing over her. Alas, Songnan is not worth it. Chapter 74. The master has not laughed like this in quite some time. As dusk fell, the afterglow bathed the horizon in hues of orange and red, the world adorned in gentle gold, each ray of light a soft brushstroke of color. Where shall we go now? My lady? To Shijin City. Right. Yin Yin pondered for a moment, as if struck by an idea. Let us also procure some local specialties. Candied hawthorn. Incredibly delicious candied hawthorn. Just after Yin Yin completed her purchases, she and Waha prepared to head to the train station when a faint call caught their attention. Wow, my lady, it's candied hawthorn. I want to eat it. Let us go. Upon approaching, they discovered that the vendor was an elderly man. His weathered face etched with the marks of time, deep wrinkles carved into his visage like ravines. The candied hawthorn was displayed on an old-fashioned straw target, affixed to a slightly rusted old bicycle. Each hole on the target was filled with candied hawthorn, creating a densely packed appearance. That he pushed the bicycle, his brow furrowed, seeming to bear a heavy heart. Upon noticing the approaching customers, his face instantly brightened. Little girl, would you like to buy some candied hawthorn? Perhaps due to his frequent calls, the old man's voice was somewhat hoarse yet remained strong and resolute. Yan Yin nodded. How many would you like? She glanced at the candied hawthorn, observing that each piece retained its original shape, some plump and round, others slightly flattened. The varying forms evoked different feelings. Yan Yin gestured with her hand. I'll take 8. 888. Fortune, fortune, fortune. The old man paused for a moment, then broke into a childlike grin. Ah, good. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. That he scanned the selection, first picking the largest and most appealing string of candied hawthorn to place in Yin Yin's hand. then took 7 paper bags to encase the remaining treats. Yin Yin accepted the bags, paid, and handed them to Waha to carry, then waved goodbye to the old man.my lady. Why did you buy 8? Waha, perched atop a suitcase, looked at Yin Yin with a puzzled expression. It signifies good fortune, but what if we can't finish them? They're too sweet. Are they very sweet? Waha nodded. That might be because you are very sugary. Waha. Just as the two were conversing, a horse-drawn carriage sped towards them like a bolt of lightning. Don't think I don't go online. I've seen it on Yang Jin's phone. You are the sugary one. Perhaps it is simply that I am sweet, like sugar. Waha. Just as Waha was about to retort, a hand suddenly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck from behind, yanking it away in an instant. That moment, Yin Yin remained oblivious to Waha's disappearance from the suitcase, continuing her conversation. Why have you stopped talking? Is it a breach of defense? Yet in the next moment, before she could finish her sentence, she too was seized by a hand at her neck and vanished from sight. Inside the carriage, Yin Yin and Waha sat upright before Master Chen, not daring to move. The reason for their trepidation was the sight of Master Chen's snowy hair and bushy white beard, which reminded Yin Yin of her own teacher. Master Chen didn't spare them a glance. Leisurely sipping his tea, the act of drinking tea was strikingly similar. Sensing their tension, Master Chen smiled slightly, which only heightened their anxiety. He was about to speak when I was wrong. Master Chen, what do you mean you were wrong? Yin Yin quickly realized and corrected herself. I meant to say, I was wrong to you. Then what do you wish to tell me? You are very sugary. The air froze for a few seconds, the silence speaking volumes. Master Chen twitched his lips. Do you think I don't go online? He set down his teacup and stroked his beard. Let me tell you, I am a 5G surfing champion. Though old, my heart remains youthful. Even with white hair, one can still be spirited. Youth can exist even in the twilight years, and the elderly should embody this spirit. Yin Yin, old rascal, your words stir my blood. Master Chen coughed lightly. And Yin Yin understood, immediately standing to pour tea for him. Master Chen, you may have misunderstood me. When I said sugary, I meant to praise your vibrant energy, akin to popping candy. Is that so? Indeed, Master Chen. He then glanced at Waha beside Yin Yin. This must be the one who dealt with Gam, correct? Waha proudly raised its small head. Yin Yin nodded. Yes, it is my spirit pet, just as I thought. I have come to discuss something very important with you. Master Chen's expression turned serious, emphasizing the word important thrice, which made her somewhat anxious. Yin Yin furrowed her brow and asked in a low voice, what is it? Master Chen slowly retrieved an item from the drawer. Yin Yin anticipated something of great significance, her body tensing as she fixed her gaze on his hand. In the next moment, a transparent bag was tossed in front of her. And upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a package of spoiled tea leaves. This packaging looks familiar. Yin Yin, could you ask for a few more packets of this tea? Yin Yin, you mean this very thing you deemed very important, very important, very important is that this? She pointed at the tea leaves, uncertain. Aren't my matters indeed very important? With a sigh of resignation, Yin Yin reached in her bag to retrieve several packets of the same tea leaves along with some others. Then seemed to recall something. By the way, how did you come by this tea? Linxia gave it to me. In a wonder I felt like the tea leaves were missing something. It turns out they were pilfered. Not only that, but I was set up as well. Linxia, you rascal. Master Chen eagerly brewed the tea. This tea is truly exquisite, delightful. What is it called? Misty Clear. Master Chen examined the tea leaves closely. A fine name. A fine name. He then pulled out a dozen different types of tea from the drawer and placed them on the table. Come, today I am in fine spirits. Let us appreciate these teas together. Upon seeing so many fine teas, Yin Yin's eyes sparkled. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. The fragrance of the tea melded perfectly with the sweetness of the water, and upon tasting, it felt as if one were immersed in nature, bringing immense joy and an everlasting aftertaste that a kindred spirit. Indeed, if one could find a kindred spirit in life, it would suffice to soothe the trials of existence. I did not come in vain this time. It is truly delightful, delightful. Ha! Master Chen laughed heartily, his voice resonating joyfully. Ha! Hee! Outside the carriage, the scholar's attendant, hearing Master Chen's hearty laughter from within, wiped away a tear of contentment.